The elder sister gave her younger sister a special drug. She wanted beggars to take advantage of the girl. However, the girl accidentally gave herself to a mysterious man. In this world, both men and women practice cultivation. However, the female lead Jun Wuyin was born useless, but luckily became the crown prince's fiancée. Jun Wuyin opened her eyes in a daze, feeling hot all over. Her clothes were barely covering her chest, and two sleazy beggars were grabbing her hands. Jun Wuyin grabbed a stick nearby and stabbed at the beggars. She was originally a military doctor in Greater China. After waking up, she was summoned here by a mysterious voice. At this moment, she was filled with killing intent, nothing like her former timid self. The beggars fell, and she staggered out of the broken temple. Female supporting character number 2 heard the beggars' screams and chased after her with servants. Junwin hadn't eaten for days, and the drug's effects hadn't worn off. She struggled to run forward. Everyone cornered Jun Wuyin near a cliff. Looking at the downtrodden Jun Wuyin, Pei Er smiled. She mockingly said, "Oh, Jun Wuyin, you're still alive? I wanted to ruin your reputation. Living like a wretch. Now even heaven is helping me. Go die. Push her down." The servants rushed forward, and Jun Wuyin was pushed off the cliff. The whistling wind made her give up on survival. She was too tired and thought it would be good to reunite with her parents. Before despair could fully set in, a mysterious man caught her in midair. They fell into the water together. The cold water made the feverish Jun Wuyin slightly more clear-headed. She looked at the mysterious man, who kept his eyes closed. The man then traced her lips and kissed her. Jun Wuyin felt her mind explode. Countless peach blossoms appeared, and she wanted more. Thus, they naturally spent the night together. After Jun Wuyin regained consciousness, she saw the man's half-open clothes and left without attachment. After she left, the mysterious man slowly opened his eyes. He remembered losing control while practicing cultivation, and a girl saved him with her purity. Regrettably, he couldn't see what she looked like. Jun Wuyin hid in a corner, while female supporting characters number 1 and number 2 stood in front of her courtyard. Planning something, number 2 was heard saying flatteringly, "Sister, when the door opens, that bitch's things will all be yours. I won't allow it. This courtyard is the only memento from my missing parents. They were trying to take it away." Jun Wuyin stepped forward quickly and said, "Oh, I have the key here. Do you need it?" When number 2 saw Jun Wuyin alive, she was terrified. "How is this possible? You're not dead?" But now Jun Wuyin seemed like a different person, with sharp eyes like a demon crawling up from hell. Number 2 hid behind number 1, who stepped forward to confront. She provoked, "Even if you're back, this young lady wants to requisition your shabby courtyard. You better comply." She felt Jun Wuyin's aura instantly turn cold. Jun Wuyin grabbed number 1's neck and easily lifted her up. Number 1's eyes were rolling back as she was being choked. The other girl slapped her face left and right, angrily saying, "This is for drugging me, for pushing me off the cliff. I'll kill you." Number 1 mumbled pleas for mercy. Jun Wuyin felt extremely satisfied with the beating. Soon, the sister pair was taken away by the butler. Jun Wuyin heard a ding sound. A cute voice said, "Congratulations, host. Successfully activated the face-slapping system mode." A black cat-like thing appeared. Jun Wuyin thought, "What? I have a cheat system? This is the proper transmigration experience." She excitedly asked Little Black how to play and what treasures it had. Little Black rolled its eyes and said reluctantly, "I'm not black. As long as the host gets satisfying revenge on bad people, the system will automatically generate satisfaction points. These points can be exchanged for anything." Finally, the female lead searched and exchanged for a potion that could extend life by 1 month. Jun Wuyin had just learned from Little Black. In this world, women cultivate melodies to enhance men's combat power. She looked at herself. There really was no way out. Born useless, with no cultivation ability at all. After her parents disappeared, she was constantly bullied. Jun Wuyin planned to plant an insider among the 2 female supporting characters. At this time, the maid Hong Xing was preparing bath water for Jun Wuyin. Hong Xing thought maliciously, "Let's see if the bath water sister prepared is hot enough. Once you're scalded to death, I can go claim credit from the young miss." Jun Wuyin saw through the evil servant's thoughts immediately. Without a word, she kicked her. She took the chance to force a poison pill in her mouth, saying, "I've poisoned you. From now on you'll do as I say, or you'll die a painful death. Hong Xing clutched her stomach, her face twisted in pain, all previous arrogance gone. She quickly knelt down, slapping her own face and begging for mercy. Jun Huiyin only stopped her when her face was completely swollen. She then ordered her to spy on the two female supporting characters. Meanwhile, in the Jun family study, the old master brought important news. Days ago, the war prince lost control during cultivation. A woman saved him then, but he couldn't see what she looked like. The old master called female supporting character number 1, the most favored young miss of the Jun family, to the study. He said the war prince had traced the woman to their house. He wanted Wu Yin to go claim the credit. This was a good chance to marry the war prince. This will elevate our Jun family status. Jun Huiyin was called to the front hall. Looking around, she found that her so-called fiancé, the crown prince, had arrived. The crown prince watched her graceful silhouette against the light, like a heavenly fairy. He thought it was a shame this Jun family waste couldn't cultivate. Good thing he could break off the engagement and marry her cousin instead. Jun Huiyin got straight to the point, asking if the crown prince came to break off the engagement. Having Jun Huiyin bring up the breakup first displeased the crown prince. He took out a box, saying, "This pill can extend a mortal's life. Consider it compensation." Jun Huiyin laughed mockingly. "Your Highness, what right do you have to break the engagement? Did you consult with the Emperor and Empress? The agreement stated the woman's side has the initiative. Let me break it off instead." The crown prince was furious that Jun Huiyin saw through him. The Jun family patriarch, fearing the crown prince's wrath, angrily told Huiyin not to make trouble. Jun Huiyin immediately said, "Grandfather, don't worry. I'll handle breaking off the engagement. Your Highness, send someone to collect the engagement gifts later. Let's never meet again in this life." After speaking, she tossed the pill into the air and left gracefully. The crown prince was seething with anger. Back in her room, Jun Huiyin exchanged for a spiritual cultivation book from the system, but she couldn't understand it after studying for a long time. System Little Black appeared to explain that the host's body naturally lacked spiritual power. He then chuckled mischievously and said, "Of course, our system can sell you special medicine." Jun Huiyin sighed. "Little Black, you're trying to scam me again." Soon, a maid entered with a food box. She said disdainfully, "Third miss, your dinner." She slammed the food box on the table, causing the lid to pop open. She added arrogantly, "You're not even worthy of dining with the main family in the front hall. I have to deliver food to you every day." Jun Huiyin looked at the food, just a few vegetable leaves, no meat at all, as if it were servants' leftovers. Such an arrogant maid needed to be taught a lesson. Jun Huiyin grabbed the maid's head. She picked up the stone box and slammed it down. "Let's see why I can't dine in the front hall." The front hall dining table was filled with delicacies, the family dining happily together. Suddenly, the maid anxiously shouted, "Third miss, you can't go in. The master and others are dining." Bang! The door was pushed open. Jun Huiyin entered with a cold aura. Female supporting character number 1 angrily scolded Jun Huiyin. "You useless thing. What right do you have to come to the front hall?" Jun Huiyin ignored her and turned to face her father instead. Meanwhile, in the palace's great hall, the white-haired imperial advisor was reporting to the emperor. "Your Majesty, observing the stars last night, I discovered a holy maiden star that will bring great fortune to the empire. I suggest your Majesty bring the holy maiden back." A young eunuch immediately said, "Your Majesty, since the war prince is departing soon, why not let him search for the holy maiden?" The Jun family was having their meal, but the two female supporting characters wouldn't allow Jun Huiyin to eat in the front hall. Jun Huiyin questioned her female supporting character's father. "Uncle, your daughter drove me away using grandfather's name. I'm here to ask grandfather about this." The mentioned old master looked confused. He never said such things. He sternly asked the female supporting character if this was true. The female supporting character realized she was in trouble. She quickly said, "Grandfather, don't worry. I was just playing around with third sister." Jun Huiyin wasn't buying it. She just stared at her blankly. Lu Pei clenched her fists. With a sincere face, she said, "Third sister, I'm sorry. It was sister's fault for lying. Second aunt was from a noble family." Jun Huiyin immediately recognized the bracelet on her wrist as her mother's heirloom. Well, you steal my things and brazenly wear them in the open." Jun Huiyin put on an obedient appearance. She said, "Grandfather, first sister and second sister borrowed many things from my courtyard and haven't returned them. The bracelet second aunt is wearing belonged to my mother." Second aunt's hands trembled upon hearing Jun Wuyin's words. The old master slammed the table. "Outrageous! Do you think I don't exist in this family? I'm not dead yet, and you're already coveting third child's belongings. Go make a list of your belongings. They'll return everything to you." He left his meal unfinished and angrily went to his study. The two female supporting characters were called to follow. In the study, the butler whipped their hands with a cane. The old master, no longer kindly, said sternly, "When Jun Wuyin didn't fight back and you bullied her, I turned a blind eye. Now she's learned to stand up for herself. If word gets out that my Jun family's children are infertile, bringing shame to our family, I won't let you off easily." Their expressions were vicious, as if they weren't looking at their own granddaughters. Jun Wuyin returned to her room. System Little Black happily said, "Host, look, your satisfaction points increased by 2,000. Wow, host, you're amazing." After Little Black's persistent persuasion, Jun Wuyin bought the spiritual pill formula from the system. At dawn, Jun Wuyin carried a basket and went herb gathering with System Little Black. Little Black kept trying to promote herbs from the system along the way. Jun Wuyin reluctantly rented a spatial storage bag from Little Black. After gathering enough herbs, she found a shady spot near the road to rest. On the road, Jun Wuyin vaguely heard people discussing Wushuang Kung Fu. She wondered who would have such a name. After returning home, Jun Wuyin eagerly began refining pills. But reality was harsh. Soon, explosion sounds came from the room, accompanied by waves of foul smell. Inside, Jun Wuyin's pill furnace was just a black mass, unrecognizable. After 81 attempts, she finally succeeded. Jun Wuyin thought that with this pill, she could cultivate. She prepared to take it. Suddenly, hearing a knock, she hid the pill and let the maid enter. It was Hong Xing, her spy among the female supporting characters. Jun Wuyin said, "Coming to me so late, your information better be valuable. Otherwise, don't expect the antidote this month." Hong Xing hurriedly reported that the female supporting characters were heading to the capital city. She couldn't learn their exact purpose, but they were plotting to kill someone. They delayed their journey by 2 days for this. After Hong Xing left, Jun Wuyin prepared to take the pill. Suddenly, another visitor came. A maid called from across the plum garden, "Third miss, the madam asks you to dine in the front courtyard." The little maid had a sly smile. She knew something was fishy tonight. All the dishes were things Jun Wuyin hated most. Jun Wuyin felt irritated and shouted at the door, "Go away. I'm not eating. Don't disturb me. I just want to level up in peace." How could this be? In the front hall, after hearing the servant's report, the female supporting character excitedly said, "What? That wretch refuses to come eat." After thinking, she ordered the maid to pack the food in a box and send it to Jun Wuyin. They added laxatives, enough to make someone empty their bowels completely. Jun Wuyin took the pill and quietly felt its power. System Little Black's voice suddenly rang out. "Host, concentrate. Use your mental power to control the cup in front of you." To her surprise, Jun Wuyin succeeded, but her body went limp and she fell to the ground. Little Black explained that because she was born weak, forcefully opening her meridians had severe side effects. Old Master Jun sent the eldest Miss Jun to the capital to pretend to be the war prince's lifesaver. Everyone came to bid farewell. Eldest Miss Jun saw Jun Wuyin looking energetic. Feeling defeated, she thought the laxatives must have failed. She couldn't help asking, "The food I sent yesterday, didn't you feel anything after eating it?" Jun Wuyin sighed, realizing they had tampered with the food. Fortunately, she was busy refining pills and avoided the trap. After eldest Miss Jun left, grandfather called Jun Wuyin and said, "Wuyin, it's not safe outside these days. Don't go out." He assigned 2 skilled guards to watch Jun Wuyin's door at all times. But this couldn't stop Jun Wuyin. She changed into men's clothes. With a leap, she escaped across the rooftops. She wanted to buy something for herself. Walking on the street, she happened upon Qi Jing's auction house, holding an event. Jun Wuyin, feeling confident with 5 spirit pills in her pocket, asked to meet the manager. The manager was dismissive at first seeing her appearance, until Jun Wuyin showed the pills. After testing the pills' effects, the manager's attitude completely changed. He practically wanted to worship Jun Wuyin. Even before the auction, he gave Jun Wuyin an advance payment. The auction hadn't started yet. After making arrangements, Jun Wuyin went to buy slaves. The plump female owner enthusiastically introduced some popular slaves. But Jun Wuyin was looking for someone educated. The owner thought for a moment and led her to the back courtyard. A rusty iron cage held a disheveled man. Suddenly, the man went berserk, reaching out to grab them, making the chains rattle loudly. The owner, still startled, said, "Oh my, what a curse! This dog can't be sold." Reportedly, his family was killed by bandits when he was young. The little beast, in anger, killed all the bandits on the mountain. Since then, he's been unstable, sometimes lucid, sometimes mad. Jun Wuyin looked at the bruised slave before her. She reached out. A girl persecuted by family, wanted to buy a personal guard, unexpectedly met a talented youth from the chief family. But he was locked in a cage. The youth was once from a noble family with a happy home. But bandits destroyed his family. In one night of madness, he slaughtered all the bandits. He became mentally unstable after that. Jun Wuyin looked at the confused man before her. The owner quickly added that his internal energy was chaotic. Without proper guidance, he would die within half a year. Jun Wuyin gently reached out to the man. The agitated man froze, as the person before him emanated a holy light, as if saying, "Trust me, you can find redemption." As if possessed, she placed her hand on him. Jun Wuyin slowly closed her eyes, looking solemn, and began channeling energy to guide the man's meridians. After a quarter hour, the man felt his internal pain ease and his mind clear. Jun Wuyin said, "From now on, follow me. I'll call you Feng Xing." The madam was delighted that this troublesome slave was finally sold, and happily took Jun Wuyin to process the paperwork. Soon after, Feng Xing was cleaned up, no longer disheveled. But shockingly, both his cheeks were covered with blue birthmarks. Jun Wuyin recognized at a glance. It was poison. The two left the slave market, walking on the street. Jun Wuyin confessed to Feng Xing, "I am the rumored third miss of the Jun family, the one born unable to cultivate." Feng Xing instantly understood. She was a woman dressed as a man. Jun Wuyin added, "The poison on your face, I'll study it and help you later." Feng Xing was surprised, realizing his master wasn't as useless as rumors claimed. The next day, Jun Wuyin snuck out again to attend the auction. They arrived at the private room prepared by the manager. For convenience, Jun Wuyin took out a mask and had Feng Xing wear it. The auction went on for a while. The items were ordinary, and Jun Wuyin wasn't interested. Then the host excitedly announced, "Next is our grand finale item." With a flourish, he pulled off the red cloth, revealing a cultivation manual. Jun Wuyin couldn't believe it. It was her father's handwritten cultivation notes. That morning, her aunt-in-law had led a group of people into her courtyard. Servants carried several boxes of items. Days ago, Jun Wuyin had complained to grandfather that they had borrowed her parents' belongings and wouldn't return them. Grandfather was furious and ordered her aunt-in-law to find everything. The aunt-in-law said, "Yin, some items on this list were pawned by your second uncle." Jun Wuyin looked at the unreturned items list. Her father's cultivation notes were prominently listed. The aunt-in-law regretfully said, "This book can't be retrieved. Your second uncle secretly pawned it at a gambling house. A master cultivator bought it, and now we can't find them." Jun Wuyin snapped the list shut. She asked, "Aunt, besides father's book, why isn't second aunt's bracelet listed for return?" Everyone thought the girl was useless, but she was secretly a pill-making master. Those who once despised her now fought over her pills at auctions. Yet she discovered her father's manual, being publicly auctioned, featured as the grand finale. The manual also shocked old Master Ding. He trembled at the sight, and his second son instantly understood. Pointing at his son's nose, he cursed, "You fool have completely ruined our Jun family's face. You pawned third brother's belongings for gambling, and now everyone knows our family's items are being publicly auctioned. Where should I put my face?" Then, he ordered nearby guards to bid, determined to get third brother's manual back. In box 2 sat a noble guest. The city lord was visibly excited. With this manual, his brother might have hope for advancement. Old Master Jun was clever, seeing himself competing with the city lord. He sent fourth son with a message. If the city lord withdrew, they would make a copy of the manual for him once obtained. Seeing old Master Jun about to win the bid, Jun Wuyin felt annoyed and wanted revenge. So she had Feng Xing raise the bid several times. The old master was determined not to let Jun family items leave their possession, and kept bidding. Finally, what should have cost tens of thousands of taels reached 1 million, and the old master won it. Realizing he'd been tricked, Old Master Jun was furious and immediately ordered an investigation into the mystery bidder. Meanwhile, the sharp-witted young master Wu Shuang became curious about the mysterious auction participant. What kind of clever person could make the wealthy Jun family spend so much? The auction house master carefully went on stage carrying gifts. Everyone wondered what could make the master act this way. He excitedly announced, "Everyone, witness this miracle. The item in my hand will surely shake the divine martial continent." He revealed 2 pills, and the master gave an impassioned speech. But the audience was unimpressed, thinking they were just ordinary pills. Neither increasing men's blood nor women's spirit, just weight-gaining pills for common people. Seeing their doubts, he immediately brought out a maid, saying, "This is my tea-serving maid." After taking the pill, her spiritual power increased by 5 levels. She was originally just a tea-serving maid at the auction house. Just by testing 1 pill for the master, she actually increased her cultivation level. However, the woman's purpose in making these pills was merely to earn money to run away from home. During the auction of the cultivation manual, Jun Wuyin deliberately raised prices, successfully fooling old Master Jun, who was furious. The system chimed, "Congratulations, host, for successfully humiliating old Master Jun." Jun Wuyin thought secretly. The master praised the pills Jun Wuyin made. People were confused why the master praised such ordinary-looking pills so highly. The master explained, "These pills can give awakening chances to women born without the ability and guarantee at least level 3 spiritual power upon awakening." Everyone was dumbfounded. Across the continent, many struggled for years without reaching level 3. Yet 1 pill could bypass decades of cultivation. When they recovered from shock, everyone rushed forward. They started bidding frantically. Jun Wuyin watched her pill's popularity, imagining today's profits. She thanked the system's blessing. Suddenly, the system announced, "Congratulations, host, for successfully humiliating the auction participants. Satisfaction plus 1,000. Jun Wuyin felt extremely satisfied. The master interrupted, "Quiet. There are 2 pills total. Let's start the bidding." Before he finished, people eagerly called out, 50,000, 100,000. The city lord, forgetting his dignity, personally bid 1 million. Old Master Jun countered with 3 million. The price was getting high, and he was about to win. But how could Jun Wuyin let him have his way? She beckoned her new guard Feng Xing. "Go pass a message to the city lord." They whispered briefly, and Feng Xing left. The city lord stood up and continued bidding until it reached 3 million. Old Master Jun was red-faced. A steward warned him, "Master, please reconsider. 3 million could shake the Jun family's foundation." But the old master only thought about getting the pills to analyze the formula and monopolize the market. When the city lord raised to 4 million taels, he stopped bidding. Old Master Jun got the pills but felt he'd been played. The second pill sold for just 1 million taels. The auction ended. The manager presented a black card, saying, "Young master, this card holds your earnings from both pills. You can withdraw money anywhere with it." To court Jun Wuyin's favor, they didn't even take their commission. Jun Wuyin modestly declined. She took it and prepared to go to the city lord's mansion, having made arrangements. At this time, young Master Wu Yu sat in the city lord's mansion. Though the girl seemed ordinary, her sister had once wanted his life. Even the city lord not only yielded to her manipulation, but became her partner. Moreover, the peerless young master treated her with great courtesy. The peerless young master looked at Jun Wuyin before him. He said, "City lord, I, Wu Yu, have come to disturb the Sea King coast." Though he was full of pride, Wu Shuang felt something feminine about him. Jun Wuyin also looked at Wu Shuang, truly embodying the saying, "Young master like jade, unmatched in the world." Her heart was screaming, "So handsome." Wu Shuang curiously asked what benefits young master Wu Yu promised the city lord to help suppress the Jun family. Jun Wuyin took out a pill, saying she promised the city lord a spirit testing pill. Seeing the pill, the city lord was overjoyed and excitedly reached for it. Jun Wuyin immediately pulled back her hand. She said, "I recently took in a subordinate. For his lifetime's sake, could the city lord help destroy his slave contract?" For the pill's sake, the city lord didn't dare delay, saying it was a small matter. He turned and destroyed the prepared slave contract in front of Jun Wuyin. He was calculating how to research the formula after getting the pill, his schemes not yet complete. Jun Wuyin spoke authoritatively. City Lord, no need to worry. I can provide the formula directly. We can cooperate. Wu Shuang asked, how do you know we can't extract the formula from the pill? Jun Wuyin patiently explained that only she could guarantee the pill's maximum power. The three discussed cooperation for a while. Meanwhile, at the Jun family, old Master Jun had confined Jun Wuyin for 3 days, planning to replace her with his granddaughter as the warlord savior. Tomorrow was set for sending Jun Wuyin to the countryside. If old Master Jun knew that these 3 days, Jun Wuyin had been freely moving about dressed as a man, he would be furious. But this journey was destined to be eventful. The spy Feng Xing reported that her second sister would send assassins on tomorrow's journey. As the convoy prepared to depart, Jun Wuyin had Feng Xing secretly join them. She packed all her parents' belongings into her storage bag, not leaving even a hair for those coveting them to get anything. After preparing everything, she came out of the courtyard. She immediately noticed all the escort personnel were skilled fighters. She knew these were assassins arranged by her second sister. She looked at her hypocritical second sister, thinking, I'll make you lose some money then. The elder sister wanted to kill her younger sister, but knowing this, the younger sister only blackmailed some money notes. Facing a former evil servant, the sister wanted to spare his life. But unexpectedly, he joined with other servants to try to kill her. Old Master Jun arranged people to send Jun Wuyin to the countryside. Jun Moru hypocritically supported old Master Jun, saying, Sister, see how much grandfather loves you, personally sending you off. Jun Wuyin thought, keep acting, wait for your humiliation. She made a tearful expression saying, Grandfather, I need money for the journey. Could you ask second sister to return my monthly allowance? Since I was 8, she's been taking my allowance. It should be about 100,000 taels now. Hearing this, the old master's eyebrows rose as he coldly questioned Moru. I didn't know you were so greedy. Moru quickly tried to please the old master. She thought, little wretch, you're about to die and still causing me trouble. She argued fawningly, Grandfather, Wuyin has many treasures. Trading a couple would be fine. Jun Wuyin immediately interrupted. Grandfather, those are mementos from father. If word spreads that the Jun family's third miss had to pawn her parents' clothes for money, wouldn't that shame the Jun family? Old Master Jun took the bait, shouting at Jun Moru, return the money to Wuyin immediately, or I'll break your legs. Jun Moru's heart was racing. The main group set out. Jun Wuyin called for the guard captain, saying to stop at the tea house ahead. I need rest. The guard captain, paid 1,000 taels by Jun Moru to kill her, didn't want her leaving the carriage. Seeing this, Jun Wuyin immediately put on her act. The guard captain had no choice but to lead everyone to rest at the tea house. Before departure, Jun Wuyin had Hong Xian steal a bracelet from second aunt and wait at the tea house ahead. That bracelet was her mother's favorite jewelry, which second aunt had taken and refused to return. In the tea house, Hong Xian and the guard captain embraced, revealing their mission to each other. Hong Xian said, when he comes, kill him when he's off guard. Jun Wuyin happened to overhear everything from outside the door. She learned that Hong Xian and the guard captain were lovers. She thought, very well, let's play then. After a while, she pushed open the door, and Hong Xian immediately came to greet her. Miss, I brought the bracelet, but his eyes kept glancing behind Jun Wuyin. Jun Wuyin calmly said, you've done well. Here's the antidote for you. A woman saved the prince, but unexpectedly became pregnant with his child. But the blind prince only knew her name. That day, the woman was surrounded in a small grove. While fleeing, she stumbled into a monster's lair. The prince sensed she was in danger. He came to rescue, but mistook her sister for her. Jun Wuyin talked with her back to the assassin and the evil husband. At that moment, a man held a knife to her throat, about to strike. Guard Feng Xing appeared behind the assassin, instantly giving him a fatal strike. Watching his lover's blood spurt out, Hong Xian collapsed in fear. He had thought their plan with Qin Fu was foolproof. Jun Wuyin looked at the trembling Hong Xian and said, you've betrayed me again. What I just gave you wasn't an antidote. It was poison. I heard your entire plan with Qin Fu. Now you can wait for death. Hong Xian was desperate, even unwilling. He could only wait for death. The convoy continued its journey, but now Feng Xian had replaced the leader. Jun Huiyin knew that although they dealt with one at the tea house, many assassins still remained hidden in the group, so she pretended to need relief and escaped to the forest ahead. Feng Xing, pretending to protect her safety, followed. They reached a cave where beast roars could be faintly heard inside. To avoid direct confrontation with the assassins, they were forced to enter the cave. Sure enough, the assassin leader quickly caught up. Feng Xing drew his sword and engaged the assassin in combat, trading blows. Seeing Feng Xing constantly pressured, Jun Huiyin grew anxious. When the assassin showed an opening, she immediately threw her flying knife. Unable to dodge, the assassin fell dead. They both sighed in relief, but the cave's mist grew thicker. They accidentally provoked the Beast King. It charged at Jun Huiyin with a swipe. Unable to dodge, Jun Huiyin was instantly knocked unconscious. Feng Xing raged. "Die for daring to hurt my master." An invisible force surged around him as his eyes turned red. With pure rage, he slaughtered all the beasts. He ran to pick up Jun Huiyin and rushed out of the cave. At that moment, the war prince in the capital suddenly felt a heart pain. Previously, when his cultivation went wrong, a woman had appeared to guide his self-rescue. But blind then, he only heard her name was Jun Huiyin. He felt Jun Huiyin was in danger and had to save her. He mounted his horse toward where he sensed her, but just outside the city gates, the pain vanished. Coincidentally, the Jun family's carriage was approaching. The Jun family's purpose was to find the war prince in the capital. The old master arranged for his legitimate granddaughter to impersonate Jun Huiyin, hoping to marry her to the war prince. He was the least favored child in the family. Even when his sister tried to kill him, grandfather pretended not to know. The marriage arranged by his parents before their death, grandfather thought he wasn't worthy and tried every way to cancel it. Second uncle thought he was useless and would affect their connection with the prince, so he sent him to the countryside. But on the journey, his sister sent assassins to silence him. After barely surviving, instead of seeking revenge, he raised a child in the mountains months ago. Old Man Mu went up the mountain to catch beasts. He found an unconscious Jun Huiyin in front of a cave. At this moment, the unconscious Jun Huiyin slowly opened her eyes. Seeing the small old man before her, she felt grateful to be saved. Old Man Mu approached and asked, "Are you all right? Is your stomach uncomfortable?" Jun Huiyin was feeling touched, then heard the old man continue, "You're pregnant, yet jumping around everywhere." She turned around in shock. "I'm pregnant? How accurate." One-time success. Months ago, after being drugged and pushed off a cliff by her sister, she had spent one night with a stranger. But being pursued by the crown prince then, in panic, she forgot his face. Though small in stature, Old Man Mu was one of the rare mystic masters. His alchemy skills were unparalleled. Now he had taken Jun Huiyin as his disciple. The old man tried every way to protect his disciple's unborn child. In spare time, he taught Jun Huiyin alchemy techniques. Jun Huiyin compiled her cultivation insights into a book. Later, this cultivation manual was auctioned for an astronomical price. At this time in the capital's War Prince Manor, a eunuch came with an imperial decree. In 3 days, Jun Huiyin would be bestowed the title of Holy Maiden. This Jun Huiyin was naturally an impostor, the Jun family's eldest daughter, impersonating to gain connection with the War Prince. "Your Highness must attend," the War Prince asked, puzzled. "Who is the Holy Maiden?" The eunuch hurriedly explained. Previously, the imperial advisor foresaw a holy maiden appearing in the border city. Jun Huiyin of the Jun family happened to visit then. With her high spiritual power, His Majesty appointed her as Holy Maiden. She admired the prince, so His Majesty decided to arrange their marriage. Times had changed. The entire Jun family rose in status because of the Holy Maiden. They not only moved to the capital, the second miss even caught the crown prince's attention. However, the war prince didn't accept the decree. He just felt that chest pain again. The real Jun Huiyin must be in trouble. In the mountains, Jun Huiyin was indeed fighting for her life. Today was her delivery day. Waves of intense pain left her looking haggard. Despite using all her strength, the baby wouldn't move. Old Man Mu felt her pulse and anxiously said, "Huiyin, the baby's breathing is weakening." With no midwife in these mountains, they could only ask System Xiaohe for help. "Xiaohe, please help me." Xiaohe looked troubled and said, "If I interfere in human affairs without permission, I'll be put in isolation." But unable to resist Jun Huiyin's desperate pleas, after a long while, Jun Xiaobai finally acted. But this time, System Xiaohei's voice had changed to a different one. Two strangers who inexplicably spent one night together. One was a powerful prince of the court. The other was a family's despised failure. Thinking they'd never meet again, the woman unexpectedly became pregnant. But she didn't know who the father was. And the man only knew her name, never saw her face clearly, and knew nothing about the child's existence. Jun Wuyin gave birth in the mountains. In a blink, Jun Xiaobai turned 4 years old. He also became the disciple of the reclusive old man Mu. Everything was developing smoothly in a good direction. But fate had its own plans, and this destined family finally met. In the restaurant, Jun Xiaobai puffed his cheeks like little buns. With a table full of delicious food, his mother wouldn't let him eat. Jun Wuyin, dressed as a man, lovingly patted Xiaobai's head. "Let's see if Uncle Feng has returned." The two opened the window. The bustling crowd below was suddenly disrupted by a horseman. Jun Wuyin looked at the man, feeling he seemed familiar. She didn't realize he was the one she had been intimate with. On horseback, the war prince's heart suddenly raced. This feeling was, he looked up toward the building as if sensing something. Coincidentally, Jun Wuyin had just closed the window. But his strong intuition wouldn't let him give up. He had to find out. So he brought his men and rushed into Jun Wuyin's private room. Jun Wuyin was surprised. Why did he come up here? The war prince, seeing Jun Wuyin in male attire, felt inexplicably agitated. Though he was looking for a woman, facing Jun Wuyin's indifferent attitude, he couldn't bear to leave. So he shamelessly asked to share the table. Jun Wuyin had no choice, and not waiting for Feng Qing to return, let Xiaobai start eating. But the war prince wasn't satisfied, just staring at her intently. Jun Wuyin awkwardly introduced, "I am Jun Wuyo, and this is my son Jun Xiaobai." The war prince's eyes lit up hearing the surname Jun must be related to Jun. He excitedly said, "Quick, hand over Jun Wuyin." Back then, though blind, he remembered the name Jun Wuyin. Jun Wuyin suddenly spat out her water. How awkward to be asked to hand over herself. She quickly deflected. "You mean the holy maiden in the palace? That's Jun Wuyin's elder sister now." Back then, Jun Wuyin saved the war prince. Old Master Jun's greed made the elder sister impersonate her. But the war prince smiled mysteriously and said, "I can cure your son's illness." Jun Wuyin was shocked. How did he know? A few days ago, Xiaobai had a fever and was in a daze. When he woke, his eyes were covered with a white film. Old man Mu said this illness was inherited from his father, and it was a powerful force. If controlled well, the potential would be limitless. If not, it would lead to blindness. So Jun Wuyin guided Xiaobai's spirit throughout the night. By dawn, Xiaobai's eyes returned to normal. Now the war prince mentioned it so casually. Had he been watching them? A woman disguised as a man in court, thinking there were no flaws. But both men already knew the truth. They were not only uncle and nephew, but also rivals in love. One was a gentle flower who subtly cared for the woman. One was an outwardly cold but internally passionate CEO type. At the arena, when she said go, gentle flower, the CEO would fight until the gentle flower surrendered. When she said she liked red jade, the CEO would eliminate all rivals to be first. Since their meeting at the restaurant, the CEO war prince saw at once. Jun Wuyin's son was his child, with a trait that could only be inherited from him. But Jun Wuyin played dumb and wouldn't admit it. The CEO could only play along with the act. This one glance had stirred up his heart. After Jun Wuyin came down from the mountain with her family, a eunuch came with news. In the hall, the young eunuch announced the emperor's decree. In 3 days, it will be the empress's birthday. His Majesty invites you and Master Mu to attend the celebration. After the eunuch left, Jun Wuyin felt this trip would not be peaceful. At the war prince's mansion, the war prince gently caressed a painting of Jun Wuyin dressed as a man, trying to ease his worries. He murmured, "At tomorrow's palace banquet, I will surely protect you." Early next morning, the war prince came early to wait for Jun Wuyin. When Jun Wuyin and old man Mu came out, they saw the carriage. Jun Wuyin felt suspicious about the war prince's constant attempts to chat with her, thinking there must be a trap. The war prince inwardly cursed. "Stubborn woman, this prince came specially to escort you." Maintaining a cool exterior, he lifted the carriage curtain saying, "Old man Mu, please get in. I'm heading to the celebration too. We're going the same way. Jun Wuyin and Old Man Mu got in. The war prince couldn't help stealing glances at Jun Wuyin, his heart blooming with joy. She looked especially beautiful today, particularly in that yellow outer robe that highlighted her fair complexion. Suddenly Old Man Mu asked, Wuyin, did Feng Xing prepare today's clothes? Jun Wuyin nodded, saying the clothes fit well. Old Man Mu continued, he's such a good man, being so attentive to you. The war prince's mood instantly soured. These clothes weren't good at all. Damn woman, being so close to a mere guard. Old Man Mu said, you should have brought your son to the palace. But Jun Wuyin replied, the palace is too dangerous. The war prince couldn't help interrupting, with me here, who would dare harm him? The two confused people couldn't help but snicker. Jun Wuyin thought, what does my son have to do with you? This person is strange. After being seated in the palace, Jun Wuyin saw young Master Wu Shuang, who practiced alchemy with her, and went to greet him warmly. The war prince saw this scene and sensed Wu Shuang's affection. Even though he was his nephew, he still disliked him. The elder sister had drugged the younger sister, intending to give her to beggars. Instead, the younger sister ended up sleeping with a prince. More coincidentally, one encounter led to a child. Until the child was 4, the prince didn't know he was the father. Now the woman was dressed as a man, being intimate with another man. The prince had to pretend not to know she was a woman while guarding against rivals. Jun Wuyin only felt the war prince before her, was inexplicably trying to please her. The war prince said, I want you to be mine. Are you willing? Though shy inside, his words came out cold. Jun Wuyin was confused and pretended not to hear, going to greet Shi Wu Shuang. The war prince watched his little wife eagerly seeking another man, feeling incredibly frustrated. Soon the emperor arrived and announced the start of the martial arts competition. The war prince, who had never participated before, was focused today. He wanted to win the blood domain and give it to that damned woman. First up were the crown prince and young master Lu Jia, differing by 1 level in skill. Jun Wuyin sat close to Shi Wu Shuang, discussing who was more charming. The war prince held his cup, glaring coldly at them. Soon the weaker young master Lu was knocked off the arena. Next was Wu Shuang versus the crown prince. Jun Wuyin cheered, go, young master Wu Shuang, wishing you victory. Wu Shuang was delighted, as he had feelings for the person before him. Seeing this scene, the war prince felt his heart ache. Jun Wuyin nervously watched Wu Shuang on stage. After all, he was her business partner. The war prince could barely sit still, thinking, what's wrong with this woman? Look at me, not other men. This Wu Shuang is really an eyesore. On the arena, Wu Shuang won unsurprisingly, amazing everyone. The gentle and refined young master Wu Shuang had such impressive skills. The war prince felt his rival's reputation growing and knew he must win back face in front of that damned woman. He stepped forward saying, young master Wu Shuang, I challenge you. He strangely added, before long, Jun Wuyo will be under my command. Jun Wuyo was Jun Wuyin's male disguise name. The war prince continued, please stay away from my person in the future, young master Wu Shuang. Jun Wuyin, watching this drama unfold, was dumbfounded. When had she ever agreed to be his person? However, Wu Shuang was displeased and said, since it's before long, that means they're not yours yet. Therefore, you have no right to control who they associate with. The war prince felt speechless, with 10,000 curses in his heart. A young eunuch announced the start of the match. The two immediately engaged in fierce combat, using all their techniques and skills. However, Wu Shuang was ultimately 1 level below the war prince. Gradually losing ground, Wu Shuang was struck by the war prince's palm and sent flying. Wiping blood from his mouth, he refused to concede, as if the loser would have to give up associating with Jun Wuyin. He forcefully raised his energy, concentrating all power into his palm. What a first-class warrior. Is what the imperial advisor said true? The imperial advisor bowed and said, Your Majesty, heaven has blessed us with this first-class star. It could very well be the Holy Maiden's star. The emperor was overjoyed. The Holy Maiden's heart. Heaven truly blesses our dynasty. We must bring the Holy Maiden before me. The Holy Maiden's heart fell in the eastern region. Your Majesty can narrow down the search area. Good. Do as the imperial advisor suggests. Shortly after, the head eunuch reported, Your Majesty, the war prince arrived in the capital recently. Should we have him search for the Holy Maiden? The emperor thought this was a good idea and ordered someone to summon the war prince for discussion. He then turned to ask where the crown prince had been lately, as he hadn't been seen. The head eunuch replied, "Your Majesty, don't you remember? 3 days ago, the crown prince requested permission to visit Wan City." "Wan City? Isn't that where the imperial advisor said the holy maiden's heart fell?" The head eunuch added, "Not only that, the Jun family is also in Wan City." Hearing this, the emperor suddenly remembered that the crown prince was going to see his fiancée. He then recalled Jun Wuyan's parents. 15 years had passed already. Their child must be grown up now. It was good for the crown prince to go see her. If they liked each other, the marriage contract wouldn't have been in vain. It had bought 100 years of peace for the dynasty. Yet it was a pity, if not for this century of prosperity, that couple wouldn't have had to sacrifice themselves. The scene shifted to the Jun family in Wan City. The female protagonist was studying spiritual cultivation manuals, seemingly without much progress. Scratching her head in frustration, unsure where she went wrong. Despite being a transmigrated elite, she couldn't even achieve basic spiritual concentration. Finally, she reluctantly sought help from the system cat. The cat turned away sulkily, saying it hadn't earned any satisfaction points from her today and didn't want to help. She had to humble herself to coax the cat. "Little darling, I still have 12 satisfaction points in my account. Let me use them to soothe your merchant heart. How about it?" The cat's eyes lit up hearing this. "Well then, I won't be polite, meow." With a ding, the protagonist's account dropped to 0. The cat explained, "Although you were a military doctor with good spiritual power in your previous life, you've transmigrated into a body without spiritual power. Your power is blocked, so naturally you can't use it." The protagonist suddenly understood. "Then what should I do to break through this barrier and release my spiritual power?" The cat replied, "Weren't you a military doctor? This world has many herbs that can release spiritual power. The system shop has cultivation manuals. You should know what to do next, master." Suddenly, there was a bang as the door was thrown open. The cat quickly whooshed back into the protagonist's body. A maid walked towards the protagonist, carrying a food box. She said disdainfully, "Third young lady, this is your dinner." The protagonist stroked her chin and hummed, "Looks like I'll have to teach Zheng Shuangji a lesson again. Get out of my sight. I'm still a young lady of the Jun family. Why can't I dine here?" Just moments ago, a maid had brought her a box of leftover food. The protagonist said coldly, "You expect me to eat this?" The maid said in surprise, "Third young lady, don't tell me you want to eat in the front hall." The protagonist scoffed, "Why can't I go there?" The maid mockingly replied, "Third young lady, pardon my harsh words, but a useless person without spiritual power, worse than even common folk, and rejected by the crown prince. How dare you show your face in the front hall?" She then opened the food box. The protagonist saw just a few vegetables and white rice. She angrily said, "Is this what you're giving me for dinner?" The maid laughed behind her hand. "What else? Did you expect dog food?" As she turned to leave, she couldn't resist mocking further. "Third young lady, take my advice. You're now lower than us servants. Just eat quietly and don't cause trouble in the front hall. Otherwise, the first and second young ladies will teach you a lesson." The protagonist couldn't tolerate a servant showing such arrogance. With a swoosh, she grabbed the maid's arm. Leaning close to her ear, she whispered, "Then keep your dog eyes wide open and watch how I, Jun Wuyan, will dine in the front hall tonight." With that, she flung the maid's arm, sending her sprawling to the ground. The maid cursed inwardly, "Just you wait, useless thing. Let's see how the first young lady and others drive you out." The scene shifted to the Jun family's main courtyard. The Jun family members were happily eating dinner. The first madam kept putting food in Jun Ruoshua's bowl, urging her to eat more. Jun Ruoshua helplessly said she would be heading to the capital soon and needed to thank her uncle. She was also trying to please the old master, asking if there would be any problems with her replacing Jun Wuyan and going to the capital. The old master assured her everything was arranged. Just then, a voice outside called, "Third young lady, you cannot enter. The old master and others are dining." Everyone looked toward the door. The protagonist pushed the door open. "Get out of my way, ignorant servant." Then she smiled and greeted everyone. "Good evening, grandfather, uncle, aunt, and sisters." Jun Ruoshua shouted, "Jun Wuyan, what are you doing here?" The protagonist calmly replied, "Big sister, isn't that a silly question? I'm here to dine, of course." Jun Ruoshua raged, "Get out! A useless person like you wants to dine here? What are you waiting for? Drive her out. She's an eyesore." The servant lunged to grab the protagonist, but was easily dodged. The protagonist countered, sending the servant flying and crying in pain. Though shocked by this display, Jun Ruoshua pretended to be calm and said, "Jun Wuyan, how dare you? ignoring her. The protagonist looked at the old master and said, "Grandfather, I am still the third young lady of the June family. It's one thing not to invite me to dinner, but is it really outrageous for me to come eat with family?" The old master looked at her uncle. Her uncle reluctantly welcomed Wu Yin. "Come, sit down and eat with everyone." Jun Ruoxue asked in shock, "Father, what are you doing? How can she sit with us?" Her uncle feigned anger. "What manners are these? Sit down and eat." Jun Ruoxue had to sit down, clearly dissatisfied. After watching their performance, the protagonist said, "Uncle, may I sit down to dine now?" Her uncle perfunctorily said, "Sit down. You never wanted to eat in the front hall before, so we didn't call you. Don't know what made you change your mind now." The protagonist smiled without speaking. She understood this was an indirect insult. Watch how I'll make them lose face." After sitting down, she spoke, "Uncle, perhaps you've forgotten. It was big sister and second sister who came to Qingfeng Court and told me, Junwian, that I wasn't part of the Jun family and wasn't worthy to dine in the front hall. I thought it was grandfather's order, so I didn't dare disobey." Bang! The old master slammed his teacup on the table. "When did I ever give such an order?" Jun Ruoxue and Jun Ruolian froze in fear. Ruolian explained to me when this happened. Both were shocked again, thinking, what should we do now? Ruolian, what exactly happened? Explain to your grandfather. Jun Ruolian hurriedly waved her hands. "Sorry, grandfather. We were just joking with third sister then. We didn't think she'd take it seriously." Jun Ruoxue defiantly said. Jun Ruolian, what are you afraid of? The first madam urged Jun Ruoxue to apologize. Ruoxue, how could you make such jokes? Quickly apologize to your sister. Grandfather is watching. Jun Ruoxue widened her eyes. Mother, I'm the first young lady of the Jun family, the most talented genius. How can I apologize to this waste? The first madam grabbed Jun Ruoxue's hand and whispered, a wise person knows when to yield. Just apologize to your sister for now. Do you want grandfather to punish you himself? Hearing about possible punishment from grandfather, Jun Ruolian broke into a cold sweat. She quickly stood up and apologized. I'm sorry, third sister. I was thoughtless before. I won't make such jokes again. Please forgive me. The protagonist casually replied, second sister, don't say that. They were just jokes. Although they greatly affected me, I can still forgive you. Then, resting her chin on her hand, she looked at Jun Ruoxue and said softly, just apologize properly. I, Jun Wuyin, can be generous enough to forgive certain people. Right, big sister? Jun Ruoxue angrily turned and muttered sorry. The protagonist couldn't help but chuckle. It's fine, we're family. No need to be so serious. I've long forgotten about the past. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to dine tonight. Everyone relax. Jun Ruoxue remained furious, thinking, enjoy your victory tonight. You'll regret this sooner or later. The protagonist's eyes suddenly lit up. She noticed her mother's bracelet on Jun Ruolian's mother's wrist. Could it be they stole things from my courtyard? A thought flashed through her mind. She could expose them tonight. The protagonist put on a pitiful expression and said to the old master, Grandfather, I remember big sister and second sister borrowed many of my parents' things from my courtyard a few days ago. They haven't returned them yet. Jun Ruolian and her mother were shocked. They'd been discovered. The protagonist added, I just noticed second aunt wearing my mother's bracelet. It suddenly made me miss my mother. I wonder when my sisters can return my parents' belongings. The second madam stood up nervously, saying, Who says this is you, Ching-Chings? Can't I have a similar bracelet? The second uncle joined in. Who says these are third branch's things? My Ruolian didn't steal anything from you. Jun Wuyin, stop talking nonsense. Bang! The old master slammed the table again. How dare you? All of you sit down. They sat down with dark faces, not daring to speak. Jun Ruolian felt exasperated, thinking how stupid her parents were. Such obvious cover-ups. Did they think grandfather wouldn't see through it? The old master raged. Well, you act as if I don't exist. I'm not dead yet. You're already dividing up the third branch's belongings? This Jun family isn't yours to run. The protagonist happily rubbed her hands. Thank you, grandfather. I'll go back to prepare an inventory list and give it to the butler. I hope to see all missing items in 3 days. For anything that's missing, you'll have to find a way to compensate. Then the old master immediately called Jun Ruolian and Jun Ruoxue to his study. Jun Ruoxue wanted to say something. The old master angrily shouted, Get over here now! Jun Ruoxue could only comply reluctantly while the protagonist calmly drank her tea. Before leaving, Jun Ruoshua threatened the protagonist, "Don't be so smug. We'll see. Last time we didn't kill you. I don't believe you have 9 lives." The protagonist stood up and said coolly, "Come if you dare. Let's see who kills whom first. You killing me or me destroying you?" Suddenly, slapping sounds came from the study. "Grandfather, stop hitting us. We know we were wrong." As it turned out, Jun Ruoshua and Jun Ruolyan were being punished by the old master. The old master scolded, "I don't care what conflicts you sisters have, but there should be a bottom line. I can overlook minor squabbles, but some things must stop. Otherwise, you're disgracing the Jun family, making outsiders laugh at our family discord." The 2 sisters' palms were red from the beating as they cried and agreed. The old master felt somewhat sorry and let them go, instructing servants to bring them ointment. The 2 girls stopped crying and took the ointment. They silently walked out of the study courtyard. As soon as they left, Jun Ruoshua showed her true colors. "I must kill that bitch," Jun Ruolyan fearfully said. "But grandfather warned us not to cause trouble." Jun Ruoshua darkly replied, If we do it secretly and keep quiet, who will know it was us?" Jun Ruolyan grew bolder, saying, "Fine, let's do it." Meanwhile, in Qingfeng Court, Little Cat was reporting today's satisfaction points from face slapping. Today's chain face slapping earned 3,050 satisfaction points. It urged the protagonist to start shopping quickly. The protagonist poked Little Cat's belly, asking, "What's this chain face slapping about?" Little Cat explained, "Master, it's when you slap someone's face, and then they get face slapped by others because of you. This chain reaction gives the most satisfaction points." The protagonist was delighted. "Oh, so that's how it works. Quick, sell me the formula for releasing spiritual power." Little Cat waved its magic wand, creating rainbow light around the protagonist. A system shop appeared before her eyes. Little Cat immediately said, "The spirit pills are too expensive, so I won't introduce those. Here's a super affordable spirit pill for you. Only 2,999 for one formula, and you can take it home." The protagonist's face dropped. "You little scammer, I'll give you one more chance to rephrase that." Little Cat nervously said, "Oh my, I almost forgot. I have a discount coupon. Hee, spend 2,999 and get 500 off. It's a super amazing deal." The protagonist grabbed the coupon and burned it with a candle, saying calmly, "You little one, you have many tricks." Little Cat jumped anxiously. "Master, how could you burn the discount coupon?" The protagonist held up 2 fingers, 2,000 maximum. "Don't argue with me. You scammer will still profit at this price." Little Cat nervously said, Fine, I'll give you this special price." The protagonist pointed at Little Cat's nose and smiled. "See? That wasn't so hard. Stay with me, and I won't let you lose out." Little Cat turned away. "Take it. Consider it a friendship price. It's not easy earning satisfaction points." After the transaction, Little Cat quickly returned into the protagonist's body, reminding her before leaving that with the formula, she needed to find ingredients quickly to make the pill. The protagonist excitedly said, "Don't worry, I'll find them quickly." At that moment, someone knocked on the door. It seemed to be Hongxing's maid coming with a message. "Third miss, it's terrible. The first miss and second miss are planning to harm." Just then, the maid visited late at night. The protagonist crossed her arms and said coolly, "You better have something important to report. Coming to disturb me so late." The maid spoke softly. "Just now, I overheard first miss and second miss talking. First miss was supposed to go to the capital tomorrow, but to deal with you, she postponed the trip by 2 days." Seeing the protagonist's silence, the maid continued, "Second miss has always been the most cunning, and now she's working with First Mississippi. Third miss, you must be careful." The maid appeared concerned on the surface, but actually feared that if the protagonist died, there would be no one to give her the antidote. Otherwise, she couldn't care less about the protagonist's fate. The protagonist asked the maid about their plans and why Jun Ruoshua was going to the capital. The maid replied that as a servant, she wasn't privileged to know such important matters. The protagonist tapped the table and said, "I don't care how you do it, find out about these 2 things. Bring the information tomorrow night to exchange for this month's antidote." The maid was shocked, thinking how she could accomplish this in such a short time. The protagonist asked coldly, "What? You can't do it." The maid could only reluctantly agree. "You may leave now. Don't let anyone know you were here." The maid respectfully bowed and withdrew. The next morning, the protagonist carried a medicine basket and hoe to gather herbs. as the medicine storehouse lacked ingredients needed for the Shirlindan. The protagonist worried. In these wild mountains, won't there be wolves and tigers? Little Cat calmly said, with your current abilities, you can handle a few wild beasts. The protagonist weakly replied, that's uncertain. This body isn't fully adapted yet. 1 or 2 I can handle, but a group would be the end of me. Well, let's enter the mountain first. If we can't fight, I'll use you as a shield. Little Cat strongly protested. Soon they reached halfway, sweating from the trek. Little Cat tried to convince the protagonist to buy an electric fan from the system shop. The protagonist delivered a critical hit. Little Cat exclaimed, Master, why did you hit me? The protagonist angrily said, you heartless thing, I'm not in the mood to buy your fan. The medicine basket is already full. How many trips will I need to gather enough herbs? Hearing this, Little Cat showed a merchant smile, then produced a Chinquan bag, saying, this is a space storage perfect for you. The protagonist put her hands on her hips and said, tell me, how much this time? That's straightforward. Little Cat nervously said, about the price. We can negotiate, right? At that moment, a carriage passed by below. A hand gently pushed aside the curtain, revealing an exquisite face. It was a handsome man looking at the woman in the distance. He asked the driver to stop. The driver asked, puzzled, young master, is something wrong? The man said softly, nothing. I just saw an interesting pearl that sparked some inspiration in me. The driver was surprised. Those worthy of being called pearls by young master are rare. Who is this woman? Should we approach them? The young master waved his fan mysteriously, saying, we will meet again eventually, then continued driving the carriage. The protagonist surely heard the carriage. Looking down the mountain, she saw a carriage gradually disappearing into the distance. Suddenly, she was startled by Little Cat's voice. I was distracted earlier and didn't hear what this fellow was saying. Little Cat held up the storage bag and said, this space storage of mine is quite expensive. With Master's current poor state, you can't afford it. However, you can rent it for 25 joy points per day. How about it? Surprisingly, the protagonist didn't haggle this time and agreed directly. Then, looking at this storage bag that only existed in novels, she asked Little Cat how to use it. Little Cat said, first step, open the bag. Second step, focus your thoughts on what you want to store inside. Finally, the items will automatically go into the bag. The protagonist's eyes lit up, excitedly saying, this is amazing. She immediately hung the storage bag at her waist. This would make herb gathering much easier. Then she gathered her strength and continued collecting herbs. Evening came quickly. The protagonist had gathered all the herbs and was preparing to return to make the medicine. Walking on the street, she heard people gossiping. Listening carefully, they were talking about someone called young Master Wushuang who had arrived in Wan City. He was a business genius from the Huang merchant family, apparently another rich second generation. Sure, Wushuang sounds like a woman's name. This person seems interesting. Boom! An explosion came from the protagonist's room. The medicine furnace had exploded. She pondered which step had gone wrong. Then she took out the alchemy manual to check carefully. At this time, a maid approached while covering her nose, wondering what Third Miss was doing to create such a stench. Standing at the door, she announced loudly, Third Miss, Madam has called you to the front hall for dinner. While calling her to dinner, she secretly laughed and sighed. Go enjoy the food carefully prepared by First Miss and Second Mississippi. If you don't die. But what she didn't expect was that the protagonist, busy with alchemy, was irritated and told her to scram quickly. No mood to eat tonight. The maid could only reluctantly agree, thinking to herself, if you're not eating tonight, why did you go to the front hall last night making such a fuss? When Jun Ruoshua learned the protagonist wouldn't come to dinner, she was furious. That dead girl won't come? All my preparations were for nothing. Jun Ruoyan said beside her, since she won't come eat, let's send it to her. We can add something extra. Let's watch the show tomorrow. Jun Ruoshua thought this was a brilliant plan. With a grim face, she told the maid to send it over later. Hey, rise up. The protagonist pointed at her crown chakra. Her whole body emitted a wisdom light. Then, the 200-year-old ancestral bowl began to float. The protagonist had finally cultivated spiritual power, becoming the first person in history who could cultivate it. Just now, after multiple attempts, she had finally succeeded in making the spear-releasing Dan. Without hesitation, she swallowed it. Immediately, a surge of powerful energy exploded within her. So this is the power of the Shirlin Dan? At this moment, Little Cat's system voice suddenly came. Master, please quickly sit in meditation to cultivate spiritual power. This is your best breakthrough opportunity. Missing it would be a waste. The protagonist immediately sat cross-legged and asked Little Cat what to do next. Little Cat said, "Hold your breath and focus. Imagine lifting the nearest object, not with your hands, but with spiritual power." The protagonist felt it and understood. She concentrated her hands. Her thoughts focused on the ceramic bowl on the table. Shouting, "Rise!" The bowl slowly began to float. The protagonist rejoiced. "Ha! I finally succeeded in spiritual concentration." Just as she finished speaking, her whole body felt weak. Then she collapsed, feeling terrible all over. The system prompted, "Master, your spiritual power is exhausted. Go rest quickly. Just keep practicing according to the manual every day from now on." Just as she was about to wash up, that maid came to deliver food again. The protagonist rubbed her tired eyes and said, "It's so late. Why bring food now? Just leave it outside. I'll get it after I take a bath." The maid nervously said, "Ah." Before she could finish, the protagonist interrupted. "What's there to about? Since you've brought the food, just leave quickly." Hearing the protagonist's anger, the maid hurriedly put down the food and left with relief. The protagonist lay down on the bed exhausted. She said flatly, "Such suspicious kindness. I bet there's something wrong with this food." The next morning, Jun Ruoshue and others were saying goodbye at the main gate, preparing to go to the capital. Before leaving, she reminded the old master to hide third sister well. It was said that the War King would send people to search for Jun Wuyin soon. The old master said, "Don't worry. With your spiritual power level, the War King will believe you were the one who helped him that day. After you leave, I will send Wuyin to the old Jun family residence. The War King won't find her." Hearing the old master's guarantee, Jun Ruoshua felt relieved. Then she pulled Jun Ruoyan aside. "Sister, after that waste is sent away, you send people on the road to..." She made a throat-slitting gesture to Jun Ruoyan, who immediately understood and promised to handle it. While they were talking, a voice came from behind. "Big sister is going on a trip and didn't even tell me." The two were startled. They turned around and asked, "Why are you here?" The protagonist smiled. "My dear sister is leaving for a trip. As a member of the Jun family, of course I should come to see you off." Jun Ruoshua snorted. "You call yourself a Jun family member? Last night we kindly invited you to dinner in the hall, but you didn't come. Never mind that, we sent the dinner to you anyway. Eat it or not, it's up to you." The protagonist thought that food was indeed suspicious. Then she tested them by saying, "I forgot to eat last night. I just saw it and took a couple bites." When they heard she ate it, they were delighted inside. "Just wait until you're running to the toilet." "Huh." But outwardly, they said, "Whether you eat or not is none of my business. No need to tell me." The protagonist secretly laughed at the two fools. Such a simple trick. Did they really think I wouldn't notice? After some idle chat, Jun Ruoshua departed for the capital. After Jun Ruoshua left, the old master called for the protagonist. "Wuyin, Wan City isn't very peaceful lately. Don't go out these few days." The protagonist asked, puzzled, "Grandfather, what do you mean? How strong is this man?" When he was 6 years old, with just a butcher's knife, he single-handedly took down over 100 bandits in a mountain stronghold. Because these bandits killed his entire family in front of him. Afterward, the man was caught by people from the city lord's mansion. He was sentenced to life in the slave quarters. At this moment, the protagonist was selecting slaves to be her guards. As for why she needed guards, it started the day after Jun Ruoshua left. Just as the protagonist was about to go out, several Jun family guards stopped her. "Third miss, please go back. Master's orders. You need to stay home peacefully these days." Just then, Jun Ruoyan passed by. "Jun Wuyin, you're done for this time." With a thud, the protagonist was pushed back into Qingfeng Court. "What are you doing? Let me out right now." "Did you hear me?" "Third miss. The old master ordered that you'll be sent to the old Jun family residence in a few days. Until then, please stay in Qingfeng Court." The protagonist thought, first Jun Ruoshua goes to the capital. Now they're confining me for no reason. They must be plotting something behind my back. I must escape. Then she went into her room and came out wearing men's clothes. Looking carefully, she did have somewhat of an elegant young master's air. Without further words, she walked to the corner and leaped up. Qingfeng jumped over the 3-meter-high wall. With a swoosh, she landed safely. With my current strength, I'm no match for Jun Outyin, a level 7 patroller. Now that I'm penniless, I should first find a way to make money. Then find a high-level patroller as a guard. That will increase my chances of escape. Soon she arrived at an auction house called Qijinga. The shopkeeper happened to come over. He said, "Greetings, young master. My assistant mentioned you have something to auction. May I ask what treasure it is?" The protagonist touched her storage bag. Taking out a 200-year-old family heirloom bowl, she said, "What's in this bowl is the treasure I want to auction today." This pill is called the Sherlin Dan, specially made for ordinary women. After taking it, ordinary women can awaken spiritual power, and the spiritual power level will be above level 3. The owner was shocked. Did I hear correctly? This pill can make an ordinary woman awaken spiritual power? How is that possible? The protagonist calmly said, "You can verify it first. After the authentication results come out, we can discuss further." The owner excitedly ran to authenticate it, asking the protagonist to wait. Any appearance of spirit pills would definitely shake the entire Xuanwu continent. Only I, Jun Wuyin, can make them. If it's confirmed as a spirit pill, we'll make a fortune. After a while, the owner came running back excitedly, smiling and saying, "Young master, we verified it. Your Sherlin Dan indeed has miraculous effects. Let's discuss cooperation. Tell me your thoughts first, and I'll see if I can accept them." After some discussion, the owner decided to auction the Sherlin Dan as the finale item. Starting price, 50,000 taels each. The protagonist would provide 5 pills for auction first, and indicated they would cooperate regularly in the future. Then she received an advance of 10,000 taels from the owner. After settling the deal, she left. A while later, she arrived at the slave shop. Seeing the golden light on 2 people, they must be mystic masters. Just as she reached the entrance, the shopkeeper's wife came out smiling to welcome her. The protagonist directly asked if they had any strong and capable, smart, and absolutely loyal high-level mystic masters. "Our highest standard is level 3 mystic masters. I wonder if that meets young master's requirements." The protagonist thought, Jun Outyin is already a level 7 mystic master. A level 3 would be instantly killed by him. This won't do. Then she asked, "Are there no mystic masters above level 3? The shopkeeper's wife thought for a moment. "Well, there is one, but he's ugly and hard to control. I'll show you." The protagonist agreed curiously. They then came to a quiet courtyard with a cloth-covered iron cage. The cage emitted a terrifying aura. The shopkeeper's wife suddenly pulled off the cover, revealing a man chained inside. This was the terrifying man mentioned earlier. He was already a level 4 mystic master at age 20, the strongest man in this slave street. Unfortunately, he had mental issues. His rhythm showed negative effects, prone to going berserk. That's why he's kept in chains. The man suddenly turned his head, revealing one red eye. Then he roared madly, startling both the protagonist and the shopkeeper's wife. When others choose guards, they all pick the obedient and well-behaved ones. But the protagonist was different, taking interest in a madman. Looking at the raging man, she even clapped and said good, leaving the shopkeeper's wife dumbfounded, thinking this young master must be a pervert. The protagonist ignored him and approached the cage directly, asking the man if he wanted to get out. The man was surprised, as few people dared to speak to him at such close range. To win him over, the protagonist stated she could help suppress the rhythm within his body and the pain from losing control. She could also help resolve his life sentence of slavery, but with one condition: he must be loyal to her and never betray her. The man was moved and asked how she would help him. The protagonist said, "Give me your right hand. I'll help suppress the out-of-control rhythm." The man looked at the gentle young master before him. He suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Of course, he didn't know the protagonist was a woman in disguise. He unconsciously lowered his guard, then reached out his hand. The protagonist grabbed his hand and said softly, "Let me give you a taste first. Think about whether you want to make a deal with me after a quarter hour." After speaking, she entered a meditative state, using her newly learned spiritual power to help suppress his uncontrolled blood force. The man suddenly felt a strange sensation. To put him at ease, the protagonist specifically told him to relax, that she wouldn't harm him. The man could hardly believe it. This person's spiritual power could actually help suppress the turmoil within him. A quarter hour later, the man opened his eyes. He asked puzzledly, "We haven't had any intimate contact. How can you guide me? And aren't you a man? How do you have spiritual power?" The protagonist made a hushing gesture and whispered, "That's a secret. Have you made your decision?" The man didn't hesitate. He grasped the protagonist's hand and said, "I agree." The shopkeeper's wife was shocked. "This is incredible. This monster's face looks different now." The protagonist said unhappily, "Don't call him a monster. He has a name now." Then she looked at the man. "From now on, Your name will be Feng Xing. The man respectfully accepted. Thus, the protagonist successfully recruited a level 4 mystic master. She then asked the shopkeeper's wife to clean him up and dress him in normal clothes. Originally, a level 4 mystic master would cost 10,000 taels. But since the protagonist tamed him herself, the shopkeeper's wife gave a 30% discount. The deal was completed at 7,000 taels, and she received his slave contract. Just then, the man came out after cleaning up. Looking carefully, except for his face, he was quite handsome everywhere else. A mighty level 4 mystic master, walking on the street, yet people pointed and stared, just because his face was covered in dark spots. The man secretly glanced at the protagonist, then quietly slowed his pace to walk behind her. He did this fearing his appearance would affect the protagonist. The protagonist seemed to know what he was thinking and said to him, "Feng Xing, stay closer. Walking so far behind. How can you protect me if someone tries to kill me?" After she spoke, Feng Xing quickly caught up and asked curiously, "Does Master have many enemies?" The protagonist replied helplessly, "Not enemies, but I have some family feuds. The entire Jun family is against me." Feng Xing became even more confused after hearing this. Then the protagonist said, "Oh right, I haven't told you my identity. You must know about the Jun family in Wan City. The waste of the Jun family that people talk about. Jun Wuyin, that's me." Feng Xing was full of questions. The Jun family had a waste? Didn't the Jun family only have 2 young ladies? Where did a young master come from? You rascal, stop hanging your head and staying so far from me. There's nothing to be ashamed of. In a few days, I'll find a way to remove the poison from your face. Feng Xing was surprised. How does Master know it's poison on my face? The protagonist calmly replied, "I can tell from your appearance, but I don't know what kind of poison it is yet. Need to study it more. Let's hurry, I snuck out, and it'll be trouble if I'm discovered." Soon they arrived at Qingfeng Court. Since it wasn't convenient to bring Feng Xing along, she had him find an inn first. After giving instructions, she climbed back over the wall into the courtyard. Just as she entered the room to change clothes, she heard someone knocking. It was Hong Xing, the maid coming to deliver food. Just as she was about to open the door, she noticed the alchemy furnace and herbs on the table hadn't been cleared away. These couldn't be discovered. She quickly took out her storage bag and put everything away. The maid kept knocking, and when no one answered, she pushed the door open and came in. Fortunately, the protagonist reacted in time. She pretended to be reading a book intently. Then, closing the book, she looked at the maid and said, "I thought you had forgotten my orders and foolishly followed your master to the capital." The maid frantically waved her hands. "Third Miss misunderstands. I didn't come last night because I was gathering information for you. I found out why the first Miss went to the capital, and second Miss's plan to assassinate you." "Oh, tell me about it. You know about the War King, right? He seems to be looking for someone recently. I couldn't find out the specific name. First Miss went to the capital to find the War King because of this." The protagonist searched through the original owner's memories. It seemed this War King was the strongest and most talented young ruler in the Great Saint Country. Then she asked the maid, "Does your first Miss love this War King?" The maid proudly replied, "Of course. First Miss wants to marry the War King most, and second Miss is most fond of His Highness the Crown Prince. These two are said to be the most outstanding talents in the Great Saint Country. They say the 24-year-old War King is already a level 6 mystic master, and the 19-year-old Crown Prince has reached level 4. His future achievements won't be much inferior to the War King's." Hearing this, she realized that Feng Xing, whom she just recruited, was also a level 4 mystic master at age 20. It seemed his talent was extraordinarily high. She had really found a treasure this time. Seeing the maid getting carried away, she waved her hand to stop her and began asking about Jun Ruoyin's assassination plan. The maid replied, "Second Miss hired several level 3 mystic masters and mentioned leaving the day after tomorrow. And the day after tomorrow was when the old master would send her to the Jun family mansion." The protagonist pondered silently. It seemed Jun Ruoyin would make her move the day after tomorrow. Even if the old master found out afterward, he wouldn't demand a life for a waste life, and might even help cover up the truth. All from the same clan, all with Jun family blood. Yet they could be so cold-blooded and cruel. After thinking it through, she opened the desk. This really startled the maid. Then she muttered to herself, "Since you show no mercy, don't blame me for being disloyal." She took out a pill and told the maid to open her mouth. The maid was overjoyed seeing the antidote. The protagonist flicked the antidote over and said softly, "Help me with one last thing, and I'll give you all the antidotes." Hearing about all the antidotes, the maid became excited and said she would do her best. "Why would they make me, a dignified man, wear such a cute mask?" "Sigh, it's because this woman is my master." Just then, noisy sounds came from the protagonist's Consort. First Aunt was directing servants to carry several large boxes. The protagonist opened the door and was stunned. "First Aunt, what are you doing?" It turned out she was returning things previously taken from Consort. However, some items had been pawned by second uncle for gambling, so they could only be compensated with money. She handed over an account book for the protagonist to check. The protagonist thought the previous lesson had worked well, but upon checking the book, she became angry. How despicable of Jun Xinglu. He even gambled away the original owner's father's handwritten level 5 Mystic Master Cultivation notes. He actually gambled those away. Then she looked at First Aunt and asked if her father's cultivation notes couldn't be retrieved. First Aunt awkwardly explained that those notes were very precious. After your second uncle pawned them, the gambling house immediately sold them to another mystic master who had already fled. There was no way to get them back. The protagonist helplessly closed the account book. Since the cultivation notes can't be recovered, why isn't Second Aunt's gold inlaid jade red bracelet listed in the account book? First Aunt replied embarrassedly, "I really can't do anything about your second aunt. I've asked her several times, but she's unusually attached to that bracelet. She won't even let me near it." The protagonist thought to herself, Second Aunt was so agitated that night. This bracelet must have something special. I'll get my hands on it eventually. But on the surface, she calmly said, "Since Second Aunt loves this bracelet so much, let it be. Everything else seems fine. Thank you again, First Aunt." First Aunt breathed a sigh of relief and quickly left. After she left, the protagonist used her storage bag to collect all the boxes of items. Just then, the system chimed in. Due to host's successful face slapping and recovery of parental belongings, rewarding 1,050 satisfaction points. Current balance, 2,050 points. Today was truly a good day. All the taken items were recovered, and she earned over 1,000 satisfaction points. She then changed into men's clothes, preparing to go out, thinking to herself, Feng Xing should be waiting for me at the treasure pavilion now. Soon, she arrived at VIP room number 1 on the second floor of the treasure pavilion. Opening the door, she saw Feng Xing was already inside. This guy had acquired new weapons, which looked quite good. She asked him about the auction's progress. Feng Xing respectfully replied that they were about to auction the main items. Just then, the protagonist suddenly took out a cat face mask and told Feng Xing to wear it. Feng Xing was confused about why he had to wear such a thing. The protagonist quickly explained that it wasn't because his face was ugly, but for disguise to prevent others from recognizing their identities. After putting it on him, she praised enthusiastically, "It's so cute." Feng Xing could only smile helplessly. After all, she was his master. The auction venue became lively as today's first main item appeared. The protagonist was expectant, wondering what the main item would be. Ladies and gentlemen, this is today's first main item, the level 5 Mystic Master Cultivation Notes from the greatest genius Jun Xingtian, left behind by Jun Xingtian. The protagonist was shocked. Her father's book was actually here. The old master in VIP room number 2 was also shocked. This was his third son's book. The second uncle beside him became frightened. If father discovered that he had gambled away third brother's book, he would be finished. The city lord in VIP room number 3 became excited. If he could get this book, his second brother could break through to level 4 Mystic Master. Then, the host began introducing the book's precious qualities, calling it a treasure that all Mystic Masters below level 5 dream of. The auction began with a starting price of 10,000 taels of silver. Each bid must increase by at least 5,000 taels. Everyone started bidding, making the scene extremely intense. The protagonist wasn't in a hurry to bid. The city lord couldn't wait and directly bid 120,000 taels. Everyone was shocked. What a wealthy person. The host enthusiastically called out, "Is there a higher bid?" The old master's side started bidding too. The chief steward loudly announced 150,000 taels. The old master probably never imagined he'd have to spend such a huge sum to get back his own son's belongings. Even more tragic was that he didn't know the one making him pay such a huge price. was actually his own granddaughter. Just then everyone was puzzled why the June family was bidding. Wasn't this cultivation manual put up for auction by the June family? The uninformed spectators had various theories. The protagonist was using her spiritual power to sense the surroundings. She discovered the June family's old master was next door. Since she knew, she wouldn't let the old man get the book easily. After learning the truth, the old master cursed his second uncle. "You good-for-nothing who only knows how to hide." Now look what's happened. Our entire June family has become Wanqing's laughingstock. In the hall, the host was calling out, "June family bids 150,000 taels. Any higher bids?" The wealthy city lord bid again, 160,000 taels. The old master wondered if anyone in the city lord's mansion had reached level 4 mystic master. The chief steward replied that the city lord's second brother had been stuck at level 4 for a long time, and this level 5 manual was probably for him. "This book originally belonged to our June family. We can't let others have it. Go negotiate with the city lord. If he backs down, our June family will let his brother copy one version for free." Unexpectedly, second uncle spoke sarcastically. "It's just some notes. What's so great about them? No matter how well third brother wrote them, he's still dead." The old master angrily slammed the table and shouted, "Shut up, you unfilial son. You're not worthy to judge your brother's achievements." After a while, the chief steward announced, "The city lord has agreed to our terms, now bidding 180,000 taels." The host became increasingly excited. "The June family bids 180,000 taels. Any higher bids? Last call. If there are no more bids, these cultivation notes will be." The old master sipped his tea smugly, seeming confident in his victory. How could the protagonist let him succeed so easily? She directly instructed Feng Xing to bid 500,000 taels. This bid of 500,000 taels nearly gave the old master a heart attack. The protagonist waved her fan and said calmly, "We must really toy with this old fool from the June family." The old master was furious. "Who dares to oppose my June family? Steward, no matter the cost, you must win this auction." Following orders, the steward bid 510,000 taels. Feng Xing casually bid 600,000 taels, as if it were just a game. The city lord, now at leisure, puzzledly said, "This manual belongs to the June family. Why is it here? And why are the June family bidding on it themselves? It's quite confusing." "Young Master Wu Shuang, what's your opinion?" The white-haired man calmly replied, setting aside other matters, "I'm quite interested in the guest in VIP room number 1. I didn't expect anyone in Wanqing would dare oppose the June family. Seems the June family will suffer a great loss today." The city lord anxiously asked, "Does that mean the June family won't be able to recover these notes today?" "That depends on how room number 1 wants to toy with the June family." At this point, the protagonist was still competing with the old master. When the old master's bid reached 810,000 taels, room number 1 suddenly went silent. Everyone broke into a cold sweat, amazed that notes with a starting price of 10,000 taels had reached 810,000 taels. The protagonist knew the June family was probably at their limit, so she told Feng Xing to stop bidding. Everyone expected room number 1 to continue bidding, but after waiting for a while, the old master in the room had a gloomy expression. In his rage, he crushed the cup in his hand. "Investigate that person's background. How dare they scheme against my June family? They must learn the consequences of provoking the June family." On the protagonist's side, the system suddenly chimed. "Congratulations, host, on another successful face slapping. Based on your performance, you are awarded 1,000 satisfaction points." Next would be the auction for the spirit pills. This was today's main event. What could make everyone so shocked that even the major powers were shaken? It all started with the final item to be auctioned. Distinguished guests, now comes today's highlight. What we're about to auction is a divine medicine unprecedented throughout history. Don't think I'm exaggerating. Now, please welcome our boss to present the final treasure and open everyone's eyes. Everyone was surprised. Why would the mighty boss do a small auctioneer's job? Someone retorted, "Are you stupid?" This shows just how precious the final item is, precious enough for the boss to personally present it. The old master also became curious. The city lord wondered what item could warrant such ceremony. Then the boss began introducing. Tonight is a moment to witness a miracle. I guarantee that the appearance of this divine medicine will shake the entire Xuanwu continent, because it will change everyone's destiny. Tonight's final treasure is the Shilin pill. Everyone was confused, discussing among themselves. What's the Shilin pill? Never heard of it. What special effects does it have? What does it do for mystic masters? The boss then said, the effects of the Shilin pill are beyond your imagination, because it's not meant for mystic masters at all. The audience sighed in disappointment. After all this build-up, it's not even for mystic masters? What use is it then? The old master stroked his beard and said softly, if it's not for practitioners, then it must be for women to cultivate spiritual power. Could it be a pill that increases spiritual power? While everyone was confused, the boss explained that this spirit pill was for ordinary women. Upon hearing this, the audience began to mock. A bunch of useless people with neither spiritual power nor cultivation ability. What use would this pill be to them? The city lord shared this thought, thinking he would leave the auction disappointed. However, young Master Wushuang beside him thought differently, saying softly, perhaps this is exactly what makes the pill special. The protagonist, who had been using her spiritual power to observe them, thought, there's actually someone who understands. I must get to know this person. At this moment, the boss explained further. The miracle of the Shilin pill lies in its ability to awaken spiritual power in ordinary women who weren't born with it, and the awakened power will be above level 3. The audience was shocked. This seemed impossible. Not just them, even the old master stood up in shock. The city lord and young Master Wushuang were no exception, both standing up in disbelief. The protagonist waved her fan, thinking, this is exactly the effect I wanted. The more shocked you are, the more valuable my pill becomes. Looks like I'll make a fortune today. Feng Xing asked curiously, did you make this pill yourself, master? The protagonist made a hushing gesture. This is our secret. You mustn't tell anyone. Someone from below asked if they had tested it on ordinary women. The chief steward immediately brought out a maid, saying, those who frequent our shop must recognize this maid. She was an ordinary woman. After taking a Shilin pill yesterday, she awakened her spiritual power. Now, let's demonstrate her spiritual power level. He then asked the maid to place her hand on the spirit testing orb. A number 5 appeared on the orb. This number truly stunned everyone. The old master was also shocked. This maid had level 5 spiritual power. The men who had just been adamantly saying they would buy for their wives, why did they suddenly become dejected? Just now, after witnessing the miraculous effects of the Shilin pill, the crowd exclaimed in amazement, heavens! The maid really awakened spiritual power, and it's level 5. Unbelievable. The maid who was serving us tea just days ago is now beyond our reach. At this moment, the protagonist's system chimed. Congratulations, host, on successful face slapping. Gained 100 satisfaction points. The satisfaction points kept rising until reaching 23,150 points before stopping. The reason for gaining points was face slapping all those who looked down on it. The protagonist was elated. This face slapping of everyone had earned enough satisfaction points to exchange for a year of life. The men below became excited. Many had been unable to be with their loved ones due to their lack of spiritual power. With this pill, the women they loved could now have spiritual power. Many women who hadn't awakened spiritual power could only watch their men suffer from mystic backlash. They must get this pill for their wives so they wouldn't have to endure the pain of mystic backlash anymore. Seeing such a miraculous Shilin pill, the old master was filled with excitement, determined to acquire it. The city lord had the same thought. The miraculous effects of the Shilin pill could shift the balance of power across the entire Xuanwu continent. Who would want it? The boss had built up the atmosphere and announced loudly, we have 2 Shilin pills here to be auctioned separately. The first Shilin pill starts at 150,000 taels. Minimum bid increment is 100,000 taels. The gong has sounded. Let the auction begin. The crowd below competed fiercely, creating an intense scene. The old master and city lord's eyes sharpened. Both were determined to obtain this pill. The old master gestured, and his steward immediately bid 500,000 taels. The city lord was even more generous, directly bidding 1 million taels. Both sides competed intensely. The Jun family bid 1.5 million, the city lord 2 million, Jun family 2.5 million, city lord 2.8 million. The crowd below deflated. This was a battle of titans. They could only watch. The June family bid 3 million taels, creating a historical record for the auction house. Any higher bids? Anyone. The protagonist understood that the city lord had probably reached his limit. But how could she let that old man get the Shirlin pill so easily? She then ordered Feng Xing to make a deal in the city lord's room. Feng Xing wondered what kind of deal. The protagonist mysteriously beckoned Feng Xing to come closer. Then she whispered in his ear, "Your lifetime slave contract still needs to be resolved by the city lord. This Shirlin pill matter is the perfect opportunity to settle it. Go tell him this." Then she explained in detail. Feng Xing listened carefully, afraid to miss any details. He then bowed to thank the protagonist. "Thank you, master, for thinking of my slave contract even at this time. Feng Xing will protect master with all his might from now on." This move instantly maxed out Feng Xing's loyalty. The protagonist calmly said, "That promise is enough. Go now, and when you return, we'll watch the June family show together." What did the protagonist do to make the seventh master have a heart attack? Just now, Feng Xing returned from the city lord and reported that he had agreed. He would wait for the protagonist at his mansion after the auction. At the auction, the host was counting down the June family's bid. In the private box, the old master was squinting, seemingly assured of victory. The chief steward was flattering him, saying no one could outbid the June family. Just as the host was about to announce the old master's successful bid, the city lord shouted, "I bid 3.2 million taels." This shout left the smug old master gasping for air. The steward reminded him that the June family only had 1 million taels in liquid funds left. But the old master didn't care, insisting, "We must win this bid, at any cost." The steward could only reluctantly bid 3.4 million taels. The city lord, as if powered up, bid 3.8 million taels. The steward, sweating profusely, bid 4 million taels. Unexpectedly, the city lord waved his hand and said, "The June family is generous. Let them have this pill." Finally, the June family won the first Shirlin pill for 4 million taels. Now the second pill's auction began. When the June family won the bid, the protagonist was observing them with spiritual power and discovered they planned to extract the formula from the pill to monopolize the market. Such sweet dreams they had. After the auction, the boss came to congratulate young Master Wuyo. "Your Shirlin pill will surely shake the great Qing nation." Young Master Wuyo was Jun Wuyin's male disguise identity. The boss then presented a black card, explaining that both pills totaled 5 million taels, all in the card. The protagonist politely accepted the card, then asked curiously if the boss had forgotten to deduct the auction fees. The shrewd boss waived the fees to build a better relationship. "I hope young Master Wuyo will cooperate with us on future good projects. Qijinga will always welcome you." The protagonist immediately thanked the boss. After handling other matters, she went to the city lord's mansion as agreed. Soon in the main hall, the city lord said surprisingly, "I didn't expect my trading partner to be such a young master. Truly impressive." The protagonist looked at the white-haired man beside him and asked, "And this handsome one is?" The city lord introduced him as young Master Wu Shuang, who bought the second Shirlin pill. Actually, the protagonist already knew this through spiritual power, but still pretended to be surprised. "So this is young Master Wu Shuang. I never expected such a small transaction would bring even young Master Wu Shuang here. I'm truly honored." Young Master Wu Shuang waved his fan, saying calmly, "Young Master Wuyo needn't be so polite. I'm just curious what conditions you offered to make the city lord risk helping you suppress the June family at Qijin Pavilion." To suppress the June family. The protagonist could actually read others' thoughts. This stunned the city lord, thinking about his earlier unsavory thoughts being clearly seen by the person before him. He instantly felt embarrassed. Just then, the protagonist took out a bottle and told young Master Wu Shuang this was the condition given to the city lord. A Shirlin pill. Hearing it was a Shirlin pill for him, the city lord excitedly stood up, saying, "Young Master Wuyo truly keeps his word." As he walked over, the bottle in the protagonist's hand suddenly vanished, leaving the city lord bewildered. The protagonist calmly said, "Before giving you the pill, I hope you'll fulfill your earlier promise and destroy my subordinate's lifetime slave contract." Compared to the Shirlin pill, this was nothing. The city lord immediately went to search for the contract. He then crossed out the contract's contents with his pen. "Your subordinate is now a free person." Seeing the city lord had kept his promise, the protagonist immediately produced the Shirlin pill and expressed her gratitude. As the city lord took the Shirlin pill, he thought to himself, "With this Shirlin pill, I'll surely find its formula. Before he could finish his fantasy, the protagonist suddenly said, "Even then, City Lord, you'll never discover the Sherlin pill's formula, nor will you get rich from it." The City Lord was shocked and asked kindly, "You can hear my thoughts? Young master, who exactly are you?" The protagonist calmly replied, "I'm no one special. I came here with a second purpose, to cooperate with both of you." Seeing this, young Master Wushuang stood and walked toward the protagonist. He then asked, "How do you know we can't discover the formula from the pill?" "Because it's my exclusive formula. The ingredient ratios, refining furnace materials order, and the heat control must be absolutely precise. Otherwise, not only will the pill be ineffective, but it will be highly toxic. More importantly, I noticed the Sherlin pill's potency had decreased during the Chijin Pavilion auction. Because the pill I gave the boss for testing could release level 6 spirit power, but that made only awaken till level 5. Now, only I can devise a remedy. So if you want to make money, you must cooperate with me." Young Master Wushuang was curious. Why share such a good opportunity instead of keeping it for yourself? Why share it with us? The protagonist sighed and said, "Because the production difficulty and costs are too high. I can't mass produce alone. To quickly bring Sherlin pills to market, I need partners." Young Master Wushuang grew interested and asked how they would divide the work. So the protagonist explained her plans in detail. After discussing business, the protagonist returned to her quarters. She then called Feng Xing over. Holding makeup tools, she told Feng Xing, "I have a task for you tomorrow. Let me disguise your face first." As she applied the makeup, she said, "Now that you're free, I promise to let you go after you escort me to safety tomorrow. If you want to leave..." Before she could finish, Feng Xing grabbed her hand tightly, saying, "I won't leave you." The protagonist looked at his hand, gripping hers, then at his serious expression, and asked, "What do you mean by that?" The man released her hand and said earnestly, "I'll stay by your side always, protecting you with my life." The protagonist crossed her arms. "That's reassuring." Patting Feng Xing's shoulder, she said, "Tomorrow, wear this disguise and follow the caravan, protecting my safety. I sense someone will try to harm me." Feng Xing knelt on one knee, promising to do his utmost. After giving instructions, she sent Feng Xing to rest, feeling tired herself. Lying in bed, she silently hoped both she and Feng Xing would be safe tomorrow. The next day arrived, and luggage was prepared for the journey to the June mansion. The protagonist thought about how everything important was stored in her spatial bag. She wouldn't leave any of her parents' belongings to the June family. These guards' levels seemed high. June Ruolian was clearly determined to kill her this time. Then she saw June Ruolian supporting the old master as they walked out the main gate. The protagonist hatched a plan. Before leaving, she would humiliate June Ruolian one more time. Seeing the protagonist, June Ruolian spoke with a sting. "Third sister, you're so lucky. Grandfather said he'd personally come to the gate to see you off today. Hurry up and thank him properly." The protagonist immediately put on a pitiful face and thanked grandfather wordlessly. "But since I'm returning to the old mansion today, and I'm quite short on money, grandfather, could you ask second sister to return my monthly allowance that she's been managing for me?" Hearing this, the old master immediately questioned June Ruolian about what was going on. June Ruolian secretly cursed the protagonist for playing tricks even as she was leaving. She held the old master's arm and said, "Grandfather, I do have the money, but doesn't she have many treasures? Any single one is worth thousands. She doesn't need additional money from me." The protagonist escalated her acting, waving her hands in protest. She said emotionally, "Second sister, those are my parents' heirlooms. How could I be so unfilial as to sell them?" Seeing this, the old master had no choice but to order June Ruolian to give the protagonist 10,000 taels and end the matter. But the protagonist, with tears in her eyes, said, "Grandfather, it's not just 10,000 taels. I haven't received my allowance since I was 8 years old. Second sister has been collecting it. It should be at least 100,000 taels by now." The old master was furious upon hearing this. He severely scolded June Ruolian. "I never thought you'd be so greedy. Return your sister's allowance immediately, or don't bother coming back to the June family." June Ruolian tearfully claimed she didn't have that much money. "Want to cry? Anyone can do that." The protagonist immediately cried, even louder than June Ruolian. "Grandfather, would someone who's leaving home lie to you? Since second sister is so heartless, I have no choice but to tell you what she did to me at the Beggar's Temple last month." The old master was puzzled. What happened at the beggar's temple. June Rollian panicked and quickly took out 100,000 taels in bank notes, stuffing them into the protagonist's hands, saying, "Sister was wrong. This is all my money." After receiving the money, the protagonist calmly said, "It seems second sister does care for me after all. I thank you, second sister." June Rollian darkly replied, "Don't mention it. Second sister only hopes you have a smooth journey, without any accidents." The protagonist ignored her and turned to leave. As she walked away, she said, "I hope when we meet next time, everyone is still alive and well." June Rollian gritted her teeth in anger. Then the protagonist's caravan began to depart. June Rollian cursed behind her, "If you escape this time, I'll eat my words standing on my head. Aren't these the June family guards? Why did they suddenly want to kill the protagonist?" The story goes back to Wansheng. After half a day's sleep, the protagonist suddenly stopped the carriage. She asked the escorts if there was food nearby, saying she hadn't eaten breakfast. She was really hungry now. The guards suddenly remembered June Rollin's instructions. Before taking June Wuyin to the deep mountains, absolutely don't let her leave the carriage. He told the protagonist, "Third miss, that's not possible." The protagonist immediately questioned, "What? Are you planning to starve your third miss on this journey?" Put that way, the guard couldn't refuse. He could only say, "There's a tea house ahead. We can stop there for a meal." Soon they arrived at an inn. It had an interesting name, called Yujian. Then the protagonist went inside. Fengxing was drinking tea inside and was shocked to see the protagonist, as it was his first time seeing his master in women's clothing. He was so surprised he spat out his tea. He couldn't help but lament, "I never imagined master lived like this in the June family. A dignified man dressed as a woman. How cruel must the June family be?" Good grief, this fellow still didn't understand the protagonist's true gender. To avoid arousing the guard's suspicion, she didn't greet Fengxing and simply asked the waiter to bring whatever. As the waiter was leading the way, the guard seemed to notice something. It turned out that the June family's maid was also here. After sitting down, the protagonist asked the waiter if any young lady had been here this morning. Understanding the situation, the waiter told her that person was waiting in room 1 of the heaven wing. After lunch, the protagonist went to room 1 of the heaven wing. Just as she was about to knock, she suddenly heard people talking inside. It was the maid talking with the escort inside. The maid said, "That worthless person poisoned me and made me steal second madam's red jade bracelet. I'm here to exchange the bracelet for the antidote." The guard told the maid to get the antidote and leave quickly. June Wuyin wasn't someone to be trifled with. This morning, she had gotten 100,000 taels from Second Miss, while Second Miss only paid them 1,000 taels for the assassination. It was truly hateful. When the maid heard about the 100,000 taels, she immediately became greedy. Since they were going to kill the protagonist anyway, they might as well take the money too. It turned out these two were a couple, but their every move was sensed by the protagonist's mental powers. The protagonist secretly sneered, "Since you're the ones with ill intentions, don't blame me." After they finished preparing, the protagonist casually walked in. The maid was handing over the red jade bracelet, while the guard was hiding behind the screen, waiting to strike. After receiving the bracelet, the protagonist immediately threw a pill to the maid. Without thinking, the maid swallowed it directly. Then she apologized to the protagonist with a gloomy face. At that moment, the guard quickly moved behind the protagonist. He jumped up suddenly, attempting to deliver a fatal blow. When the blade was just 0.01 millimeters from the protagonist, suddenly, rapid footsteps were heard. With a crack, the guard met his end first. The newcomer was Fengxing. This sudden change terrified the maid, who collapsed to the ground. Fengxing stylishly sheathed his sword and calmly said, "Master, it's been handled." The protagonist nodded in satisfaction. The maid, both angry and scared, asked, "How could this be? Did you hear everything earlier? So, what did you make me eat? Was it poison?" The maid kept scratching her throat, trying to throw up. The protagonist crossed her arms and said, "Congratulations, you're correct. What you just ate was the death by paralysis pill. It's a slow-acting poison. You'll be tortured to death slowly." Hearing this, the maid's eyes rolled back in terror. Then she fainted. After dealing with them, Fengxing changed into the guard's clothes. The protagonist sat calmly in the carriage thinking, "Try to harm me? In your next life, when you discover that your extra guards aren't there to protect you, but to kill you." The protagonist gently pulled back the curtain, looking at the many guards outside. She understood that these were all people June Rollian had arranged to kill her. Although Feng Xing had successfully disguised himself as the guard captain and infiltrated, two hands couldn't fight four fists. They needed to find a way to escape. She used her mental powers to scan the surroundings and suddenly heard them planning to strike up ahead. Time was running out. They were about to make their move. This was the last chance to escape, so she immediately called for the convoy to stop. Everyone stopped when they heard the protagonist call. The vice captain immediately asked what she needed. The protagonist clutched her stomach, saying she needed to handle some personal business. The vice captain nervously said it wasn't convenient here and suggested waiting until they reached the next spot. The protagonist shouted that she couldn't wait and was about to jump from the carriage. As the guards tried to stop her, she said without looking back, "It's fine, I'll just handle it nearby. Don't say anything more." Seeing this, Feng Xing immediately jumped off his horse. He told the surrounding guards, "I'll go with her, don't worry." Everyone relaxed, seeing the captain personally following. The protagonist played along, saying, "Hurry up and protect me, my stomach is killing me." After saying this, she dove into the bushes with Feng Xing following closely behind. The other guards watched from behind without following. One guard worriedly asked the vice captain if that worthless person might try to escape. The vice captain calmly replied, "Don't worry. Our captain is a level 4 guard. With him there, she absolutely can't escape. Besides, she doesn't know we plan to kill her." At this moment, the protagonist was pulling out a set of clothes from her spatial bag. This action stunned Feng Xing beside her. The protagonist didn't explain much, just grabbed Feng Xing's hand and said, "No time to change properly. Let's change while running." Then they put the armor on a scarecrow and fled. After waiting for a long time, without seeing the two return, the guards began to get suspicious. They looked toward the captain and found him standing motionless. The vice captain shouted, "Third miss, are you done?" However, there was no response. Sensing something wrong, the vice captain quickly dismounted. Other guards followed, asking the captain what was happening, but he remained unresponsive. The vice captain looked sideways. He was completely stunned. He immediately roared in anger, "Damn it, they've escaped. They used a scarecrow to fool us. That worthless person has an accomplice." He immediately ordered all guards to pursue. "We must kill this worthless person who dared to trick us. That damn captain must have been killed by them. If I catch you, I'll tear you into pieces." This was terrifying. The protagonist and her companion hadn't noticed the horrifying eye behind them. After their escape plan succeeded, they entered a dense forest. What they hadn't expected was how quickly the guards caught up, appearing not far behind them in an instant. Feng Xing explained that most of them were level 3 mystic masters, and the vice captain was level 4. At full pursuit, they could indeed move very fast. With no time to talk more, the two could only run forward desperately. Strange calls echoed from deep within the forest. The guards kept pursuing relentlessly, as if they were owed 8 million. The protagonist suddenly turned back. She reached out to Feng Xing, saying, "I believe those who survive great danger are destined for good fortune. Will you come with me?" Feng Xing didn't hesitate at all. "I will follow Master to the ends of the earth," he said. The protagonist took Feng Xing's hand and ran deeper into the forest. The guards stopped at the outer boundary, not daring to go deeper. A guard cautiously asked the vice captain why they went straight in. "I heard people discovered roars here a few days ago. If we encounter them, we'll be in trouble. Should we continue?" The vice captain was determined as iron, insisting on killing them. His subordinates were all filled with worry. The vice captain drew his great sword, saying, "What are the roars? With dozens of mystic masters, unless we meet a group of roars, we can handle it." He then charged in first. The others followed closely. The two fugitives didn't dare stop, continuing deeper as the guards followed from afar. Looking back and seeing them still in pursuit, the protagonist grew anxious. This vice captain just wouldn't give up. She pointed ahead, saying, "Let's lead that level 4 mystic master to the deepest part, then use the terrain to ambush and eliminate him first." With that, they increased their speed toward the depths. The thick tree trunks here made for good ambush spots, but the place was filled with an eerie atmosphere. As they searched for a good ambush position, strange sounds came from all directions, making the protagonist break out in cold sweat. While they were observing their surroundings, a huge eye suddenly appeared behind them, staring at them. Not noticing anything unusual, they decided to set up their ambush here. Then they each looked for ambush spots. Surprisingly, the protagonist's lightness skill wasn't bad. With a few jumps, she reached the high branches. Feng Xing was worried for her, fearing she might fall. After finding her position, the protagonist made an okay gesture to signal readiness. Shortly after, a dark figure appeared. The vice captain had indeed caught up, looking around, but unable to find any trace of the two. He thought to himself that he couldn't sense anyone's presence in these woods, so it should be empty. Just then a figure flashed. With a swoosh, Feng Xing appeared behind the vice captain. Just as Feng Xing was about to strike, the vice captain seemed to sense something. He quickly turned around. He swiftly threw a punch, clashing with Feng Xing. Their confrontation stirred up a whirlwind. After the clash, both quickly retreated. The vice captain, being ambushed, was slightly at a disadvantage. Wiping blood from his mouth, he said, "So you're also a level 4 mystic master. No wonder you were so fast. But fortunately, you were carrying that worthless burden, or we wouldn't have caught up." Hearing him insult his master, Feng Xing's face darkened. Gripping his great sword, he asked, "Are those your last words?" They said there were great tigers in the deep forest. They didn't exist, yet these people insisted on entering. Now look what happened. Total annihilation. Just now, the pursuing vice captain was provoking Feng Xing, saying, "I didn't expect that worthless person to have such a loyal dog. But it seems that coward has already abandoned you and run away. I'll kill you first, then slaughter them." As Feng Xing's master's disciple, he couldn't tolerate such insults. He immediately raised his great sword. The opponent showed no weakness, saying, "You young punk, just reached level 4, right? With such meager strength, you dare show loyalty before me? Let's see if my sword agrees." The two great swords clashed, creating powerful shockwaves. Clearly, neither dared show any weakness. With a huge boom, they separated and began fighting hand to hand. The sound of clashing weapons echoed through the valley as they fought onto huge tree branches. Worthy of their level, the battle scene was incredibly intense. After another collision, both were pushed back several meters. The battle had reached a critical point. Neither dared be careless, constantly looking for openings. The vice captain, not wanting to delay, activated his blood essence, releasing powerful energy. He flew toward Feng Xing, shouting, "Die, boy!" With a bang, they clashed again, with Feng Xing struggling to defend. The vice captain burst with power again, roaring, "Die!" Meanwhile, a blade extended from his shoe sole. He was planning to fight dirty. His left foot, now armed with the blade, kicked swiftly at Feng Xing. Feng Xing noticed the hidden weapon, but was fully occupied blocking the sword attack. Unable to dodge, he was caught in a dilemma, growing increasingly anxious. The vice captain let out a sinister laugh. "You can't dodge this. You're finished. I can already imagine the blade piercing your neck." Just then, a figure flashed in the trees. A dagger spun rapidly in their palm. It was the protagonist. She had silently appeared behind the vice captain. With a squelch, she delivered a fatal strike. Following that was the sound of a body falling. After dealing with him, she looked at Feng Xing, asking if he was injured. Seeing Feng Xing was unharmed, she pulled out her dagger and said, "We need to leave quickly, or others will catch up." After saying that, both quickly departed. The vice captain still had one last breath, cursing Jun Wuyin with his dying words. "Just wait until my guards arrive. You'll all die without proper burial." However, he didn't know that only one guard remained. Due to his stubbornness, as soon as the guards entered the deep forest, they encountered a pack of roaring beasts. Worse yet, among them was a roaring king, enormous in size. The entire guard unit became their prey. Only one person remained, trembling among the roaring beasts. The roaring king suddenly opened its mouth. Its bloody saliva sprayed onto the guard's face. His lower body had probably already wet itself in fear. The despair was visible in his eyes. His upper and lower body bid their final farewell. Coming to this world was too cruel, having to meet his end before reaching life's peak. Half an hour earlier, having just escaped the troops' pursuit, they were about to leave. The rain grew heavier, and fog began to rise ahead. Feng Xing warned that they might get lost in these conditions. The protagonist thought this might not be bad, as they could use the fog as cover from pursuing guards. Just then, the protagonist seemed to notice something. Upon closer inspection, they found all their pursuing guards dead. Both suddenly had a bad feeling and took defensive positions back to back. At that moment, a group of roaring beasts pounced. The protagonist raised her dagger to strike, but the monster's skin was hard as iron, sending her dagger flying. These roaring beasts wouldn't be easy to handle. Fortunately, she retained her previous life's combat skills and knocked one away with a spinning kick. Before she could react, another pounced from behind. While she was still stunned, thankfully, Feng Xing arrived in time. A sweeping strike dealt with the sneaking, roaring beast. Looking back, he was shocked. The protagonist was riding on a roaring beast's back. Fengxing quickly advised that their weak points were under their arms and to target their eyes. Hearing this, the protagonist immediately ducked down and stabbed at the beast's eyes underneath. Fengxing quickly followed suit, gripping with one hand. He gathered energy and struck twice, hitting vital points. Another one was taken down. Just as they were about to relax, an even larger roaring beast appeared. Both felt dread. It was a roaring king. Fengxing grabbed the protagonist's hand. To avoid attacks, they quickly jumped onto a massive tree trunk. The roaring king seemed enraged and pursued relentlessly. The protagonist felt this wouldn't work and suggested Fengxing attack the roaring king head-on while she would mount it. They acted immediately after planning to stab its eyes. Fengxing gathered his energy. He attacked the roaring king, but it cleverly dodged the strike. Meanwhile, the protagonist had already jumped down. With a thrust, she struck the roaring king's eye. It howled in pain. It suddenly turned its head, throwing her off. She crashed hard into a tree trunk, the impact extremely powerful. Fengxing shouted, "Master," showing a worried expression. But now, the most important thing was to deal with the roaring king first. Fengxing gathered all his strength and struck fiercely. He killed the panicked roaring king with one slash. After dealing with the monster, he rushed to check on the protagonist. However, no matter what he said or how he shook her, the protagonist showed no response as Fengxing held her. He cried out in anguish, "Someone help her! Someone save my master!" No matter how he called out, the protagonist wouldn't wake up. Not only was her body severely injured, but her soul was also heavily damaged. She tried calling System 38 in her mind, asking how to save her life, but received no response. At this moment, a red line appeared on the protagonist's neck. How could a grown man be pregnant? Fengxing was completely stunned. Just earlier, when the old man said she was pregnant, the protagonist was so shocked she sprayed the medicine in her mouth all over his face. The old man jumped in anger. "What's wrong with you, girl? You sprayed it all over my face. This medicine is precious. What a waste." The protagonist was still shaken, hardly believing it. The old man continued, "You're grown adults, yet wandering around while pregnant. If not for this child's strong luck and my excellent medical skills, the consequences would have been unthinkable." The protagonist slapped her forehead as she realized she had been careless and forgotten about that incident. She couldn't believe it happened on the first try. If Di Yuanfeng hadn't suddenly come to break off the engagement that day, she would have bought contraceptives. Seeing her shocked expression, the old man thought she didn't want the child. The protagonist wasn't fussy. Since it happened, she might as well have the baby. Hearing she would keep it, the old man became excited. "I love children. As repayment for saving your life, let me be the grandfather. I'm accomplished in both literature and martial arts. I'll give the child a name that shakes heaven and earth." The protagonist sighed helplessly. "You're becoming a grandfather quite easily." The old man became displeased. "To save you three, I used up all my precious herbs. What's wrong with being a grandfather?" Unable to refuse, the protagonist agreed, but explained that the child wasn't Fengxing's to avoid misunderstanding. The old man left the room with a smile. As he turned, he bumped into someone. Fengxing had just overheard about the pregnancy and was shocked. How could his master, a man, be pregnant? The protagonist awkwardly greeted Fengxing. Unexpectedly, he turned and ran away instantly, leaving them both confused about what just happened. In the following days, they lived with the old man, who also cured the poison marks on Fengxing's face. The old man pestered the protagonist daily to become his disciple. The protagonist asked, "What level of mystic master are you to dare take me as a disciple?" The old man proudly replied, "Not very high, just level 8 mystic master." The protagonist could hardly believe it. Jun'eo, one of the 3 strongest in the Great Saint Country, is only level 7. "Don't tell me you're that only level 8 mystic master in the country?" The old man hesitantly denied it, saying he lived in seclusion, making pills to aid cultivation, and finally reached level 8, so no one knew. The protagonist calculated that with such powerful skills, becoming his disciple wouldn't be a loss. 8 months later, her belly had grown larger. During these months, she learned much about pill making from the old man. She memorized all his pill making notes backwards and forwards, amazing the old man with her talent. The protagonist was very content with her current life. Since learning of her pregnancy, Feng Xing trained desperately every day to better protect her. One day, a huge sound came from the forest. The old man was alarmed. Roaring beasts had been appearing frequently in the forest lately. Could something have happened to Feng Xing? This might be the most unfortunate male lead ever. For stealing the author's spicy strip, he was made to wait through 30 chapters before appearing. Just as the protagonist was in mortal danger, a heart was beating intensely. Then, a man suddenly woke up in shock, breaking out in cold sweat. Some connection made him sense that the protagonist was in danger. He immediately called for his clothes and prepared to search. This was Zhan Wang, the long-awaited male lead. Finally, he appears. At this moment, a subordinate jumped out to stop the prince. "You can't move around yet. The doctor said your body has just recovered and needs rest." Zhan Wang pushed him aside immediately. No joke, his future wife was about to be gone. How could he rest? He had to get to her side quickly. He immediately mounted a fast horse and galloped away. Zhan Wang was very worried. The pain came from the east. "Junwuyin, are you still there? Hold on, I'm coming to find you." He whipped the horse, so hard its rear was almost smoking, yet still felt it wasn't fast enough. After some time, a carriage appeared on the road. Zhan Wang found it strange. His chest suddenly stopped hurting. Could Junwuyin be in that caravan? He went forward to ask, "Is there a woman named Junwuyin in your carriage?" The uncle asked, puzzled. "Who are you? Why are you looking for Junwuyin?" The man replied directly, "I am Zhan Wang." Upon hearing this, Uncle Di Xian became excited and called out to the carriage, "Daughter, come out. We've found Zhan Wang." The person in the carriage was Jun Ruoxue, who wanted to impersonate the protagonist. Hearing Zhan Wang had arrived, she immediately lifted the curtain and excitedly said, "Prince Zhan, Wuyin has finally found you." Looking at the infatuated Jun Ruoxue, Zhan Wang felt disappointed. "Is this the Jun Wuyin I'm looking for?" Meanwhile, the protagonist met the original owner in her dream again. The original owner held her hand saying, "Sister, please help me take revenge. Don't die, please. We made a promise." The protagonist weakly replied, "Sorry, I can't do it anymore." The original owner suddenly shouted, "You can, before avenging me. You're not allowed to die." Then she disappeared. 5 days later, the protagonist opened her eyes, surprised to find herself alive. Just then, the system announced, "Congratulations. Master has been slapped by enemy Jun Ruoyan, gaining 30,050 satisfaction points. System customer service number 8 at your service." The protagonist suddenly sat up and asked, "Where's my previous cute servant?" 888. After the system's explanation, she learned that her revival was because the previous system service number 38 had acted without authorization to save her, and was consequently confined to the dark room for 3 years. Number 8 would temporarily take over during this time. While still dazed, a sudden pain shot through her arm, making her cry out. An old man appeared at the door and said, "Little girl, don't move around. Your back wounds haven't healed yet." The protagonist, not too concerned about her wounds, asked where Feng Xing was. The old man stroked his beard and said, "That boy is fine. He trains desperately during the day and guards outside your room at night, as if afraid someone might snatch you away." The protagonist was touched and thanked the old man for saving her life, promising to repay him fully. This old man, named Mu Sun, was a high-level expert who wanted nothing in return except their help with chores on the mountain. Then, the old man asked for the protagonist's name and why they came to this dangerous mountain. He said if they hadn't met him, 3 people would have died instead of 1. This shocked the protagonist so much she spat out her water, asking, "How many did you say would die?" The old man got sprayed in the face. He jumped around saying, 3. You have one in your belly, don't you know? What did the protagonist do to make an 80-year-old man show such an enchanting expression? Just then, there was a violent tremor in the forest. Learning Feng Xing was still there, the protagonist rushed to rescue him. The old man called after her, "Don't run around with that big belly. Let me go instead." Just outside the door, they ran into Feng Xing. The old man couldn't stop in time and bumped into the protagonist. Feng Xing held 2 rabbits and carried a small roaring beast on his shoulder. He calmly said, "Don't worry, I just caught some dinner and happened to catch a roaring beast too." After speaking, he turned to process the game. The old man shuddered and muttered, "A man who eats roaring beasts for dinner. How scary." The protagonist teased, "What's wrong? You dare not eat roaring beast? The little old man grumbled. That kind of monster? I won't eat it. Night came quickly. The old man frantically sniffed the delicious dishes on the table. Suddenly, he became puzzled. Tonight, there was an extra dish with a meat fragrance he'd never smelled before. He asked the protagonist what the middle dish was. The protagonist smiled innocently and said, "Try it first, I'll tell you later." Feng Xing and the old man shed tears of joy. "What meat is this? It's too delicious." The protagonist covered her mouth and laughed. "Isn't this the meat Feng Xing brought back this afternoon?" Upon hearing this, Feng Xing felt uneasy. This couldn't be roaring beast meat, right? I just caught it to play with. You actually cooked it? His expression made the protagonist laugh. She replied, "Yes, isn't it delicious? Don't worry, I checked it. The meat isn't poisonous. It's edible, so eat up." Just then, 2 bowls crashed to the ground. The little old man looked lifeless as he asked incredulously, "You're saying this is roaring beast meat? That thing eats people, and you turn it into food? I've lived for 80 years and never dared to do this. I won't eat it." The protagonist rested her chin on her hand and asked, "Really won't eat it?" The old man stubbornly turned away. "No, no." Then the protagonist pointed at Feng Xing and playfully said, "Well, we'll eat it then." After a while, they had eaten most of it. The protagonist asked again, "Master, if you don't eat now, there won't be any left." The little old man finally couldn't resist the temptation. "Well, I've already eaten 1 piece. A few more won't hurt." After speaking, he immediately grabbed a piece and devoured it. "Oh my goodness, this taste is amazing." The old man felt like he'd returned to his youth. However, just as everyone had finished eating, the old man began showing strange symptoms. He kept clutching his head with both hands and ran away. The protagonist and Feng Xing were stunned, not knowing what was happening. Good heavens! The little old man smashed a huge crater in the ground, his body surrounded by golden light. The protagonist was confused. She had tested the roaring beast meat. There shouldn't be any problems. The old man seemed to have lost his mind. He was attacking randomly everywhere. The power was overwhelming, capturing both of them. This was the power of an 8th-level mystic master. They couldn't even get near him. What should they do now? This old man, less than a meter tall. Even 10 of you couldn't beat him. His iron head technique, perfected over 80 years, was no joke. He did a flip and charged toward the 5-meter diameter. With a boom, the great tree was snapped in half. Fortunately, Feng Xing protected the protagonist in time, or the old man would have hurt them badly. The protagonist realized that her adopted master might have lost control of his power. She needed to help him regulate it with her mental energy quickly. Feng Xing wouldn't let the protagonist take such a risk. The old man was extremely dangerous in this state. The protagonist, being loyal, directly ordered Feng Xing not to stop her from saving the old man. Though his master was firm, Feng Xing was still very worried. While they were arguing, the old man suddenly attacked them. Have you ever seen a palm technique descending from heaven? Yes, the old man was using the Buddha's palm technique. This was dangerous. Feng Xing used all his strength to block the old man's palm strike, while firmly protecting the protagonist behind him. The protagonist anxiously asked Feng Xing if he could handle it. In this situation, any man would have to manage whether he could or not. He increased his power and struck back. The old man was sent flying. Some might wonder why a level 8 lost to a level 4. It's because the old man had lost control and couldn't use his full power. Seeing the old man knocked away, the protagonist thought this was the perfect chance to approach him, so she rushed forward to help regulate his power. Unexpectedly, the old man quickly recovered and regathered his strength. Looking at the woman before him, he had no recognition of her. Then he mercilessly struck out with his palm. The protagonist was hit. Seeing this, Feng Xing hurriedly shouted, "Master, are you all right?" Ignoring her own injuries, she said with slight regret, "Almost there, just a bit more." The old man became more excited with each strike and relentlessly attacked the protagonist again. Feng Xing and the old man clashed again. Meanwhile, he asked the protagonist, "Is this distance enough? Quickly suppress him with your mental power." The protagonist shouted, "It's enough." She immediately released her mental power. The old man was instantly enveloped in a layer of light, losing his resistance. Then he fell to the ground. When he opened his eyes, he found the protagonist and Feng Xing looking at him. It seemed he was no longer in danger. After waking up, he was confused and asked, "Why am I lying on the ground? What happened to me?" They quickly helped him up. The protagonist explained, "Your power suddenly went out of control. I've helped regulate it with my mental power. You're fine now. The old man was puzzled. Your mental power could help regulate mine? Isn't that something only partners can do? The protagonist replied, maybe I'm special. Let's go back, and I'll explain slowly. Just as she took a step, she suddenly drew in a sharp breath. Then waves of intense pain came from her stomach. Feng Xing asked worriedly, Master, what's wrong? The old man immediately shouted to take her home, saying Wu Yin might be going into labor. They say giving birth is like walking through death's door. This saying is absolutely true. Right now, the protagonist was enduring pain that ordinary people couldn't bear. There was no midwife in these remote mountains. The old man wasn't skilled in this area either. They could only let the protagonist give birth alone. The two men could only wait outside, silently praying for the protagonist. The old man sighed helplessly. Now everything depends on June Girl's own efforts. Feng Xing asked worriedly, how long will it take? Has the baby come out yet? The old man flicked his forehead. You think this is like a hen laying eggs? How could it be so fast? Don't worry. I've already placed blood-replenishing and energy-boosting herbs inside. The protagonist was now covered in cold sweat from pain, constantly calling out in her heart, Baby, if you don't come out soon, your mother won't be able to hold on much longer. Unexpectedly, the little one started moving around in her belly. The pain made the protagonist scream in agony. Hearing this, the two men outside became extremely nervous. The old man shouted, June Girl, how are you? Is the baby all right? The protagonist felt something was wrong. The pain was too intense, and its source didn't feel right. What was happening? Just then, the system suddenly prompted, Host, your current situation is very bad. The baby's true form is too weak. If this continues, both lives might be lost. Even if born, it would be stillborn. The protagonist became anxious and immediately begged the system to save her child. At that moment, a man in the imperial court seemed to sense something, crushing the cup in his hand. This man was the War King. That feeling appeared again, the same as when he went searching for Jun Wuyin. 8 months ago, that marked summons had contained this same inexplicable heart-wrenching feeling. It felt like something important was in danger, but every time he followed the mark, the feeling would suddenly disappear upon arrival. So he immediately got up to leave, thinking he must find them. Just then, his subordinate reported that someone from the palace had arrived and requested the War King's presence in the front hall. Upon hearing this, the War King ordered his subordinate to prepare a horse while he went to the front hall first. The palace eunuch recited the emperor's decree. The War King is requested to enter the palace in 3 days for Holy Maiden Jun Wuyin's betrothal night. The War King asked puzzledly, What Holy Maiden? You mean that woman I met at the capital city gate has become the Holy Maiden of the great Saint Nation? The eunuch respectfully replied, Yes. After examining Jun Wuyin's spiritual power level and confirming she was from Wan City, the emperor determined that Jun Wuyin was the Holy Maiden. The War King remained expressionless. He had a feeling that the woman calling herself Jun Wuyin wasn't the person he was looking for. Just then, his subordinate reported that the horse was ready. The War King immediately stood up. Then he walked straight out. The confused eunuch asked, Your Highness, if you leave, what about the palace banquet in 3 days? The War King didn't say much. He quickly went outside and mounted his horse. His subordinate shouted from behind, Your Highness, it takes at least 10 days to reach Wan City from the capital, let alone the banquet. Everything will be over by then. The War King calmly replied, No matter what, I must go once more. He started to say, If I find them this time, I'm willing to, but didn't finish his sentence and rode away immediately. This 3-year-old kid spoke like an adult. 3 years had passed since the protagonist gave birth. Life was pleasant, spent hunting and gathering herbs. A little kid ran over and grabbed the protagonist. This was her child, nicknamed Jun Xiaobai, formerly named Jun Qingyan. The child was very mischievous, often stealing food or medicine pills. He was a complete troublemaker, and now he had stolen the old man's precious meat pies again. The old man was hopping mad. Each time, he used his mother as a shield, and afterward, he would be quite pleased with himself. Facing this troublemaker, the protagonist was helpless. After all, he was her own child. Seeing his guilty look, she suspected he had probably messed up her medicine room again. Sure enough, when the protagonist entered the medicine room, she was furious. The little rascal had broken all the medicine jars inside. Now it was the old man's turn to gloat. Every child has their ultimate move, which is acting cute and playing dumb. After 3 years, System QD888 had returned, excitedly spinning in circles. It reminded the protagonist that she only had 3 months of life left and must quickly go down the mountain to earn satisfaction points, setting a small goal of earning 100 million first. The protagonist also felt it was time to leave the mountain. The Chijin Pavilion auction would be in 10 days, so she decided to leave 2 days early. After some discussion, the old man agreed to go down the mountain with them. The little kid was excited to hear they were going down the mountain. 8 days later, they arrived at Wan City. The old man, who had lived in seclusion for years, sighed upon reaching the city. Wan City, this old man has finally returned. Through conversation, they learned that the old man had been a renowned expert in Wan City, on par with Jun Outyin. Now he was an 8th level master who could easily defeat Jun Outyin. Hearing how powerful her master was, the protagonist immediately wanted to take him to settle scores with the Jun family. Before leaving, she gave cultivation notes to Feng Xing and asked them to handle something at Chijin Pavilion. She reminded the troublemaker to call her father instead of mother when outside. After speaking, they split up, agreeing to meet on Chijin Pavilion Street after finishing their tasks. Feng Xing took the little one to Chijin Pavilion, but they were stopped by a servant named Xiao Si. Tomorrow's auction items have already been set. Please return another time. The little kid proudly took out a cultivation manual and said, I dare say my treasure is more powerful than the Shirlin Dan. Please take me to see your master. Xiao Si was displeased. You little kid, who gave you the courage to speak such big words? Get lost! Feng Xing, who doted on this child, couldn't bear to hear anyone scold him like that. He immediately kicked out. Just then, Master Chijin arrived and excitedly called out, Feng Xing, is it really you? He came closer and asked with cupped hands, How has Wuyo been lately? The little kid interrupted, My father is doing well. He even asked us to bring you something good. He then took out a cultivation manual. This is my father's recent writings. It can help women increase their spiritual power through cultivation. The master looked at it and was shocked. Heavens! Your father's mind is truly priceless. Then Feng Xing said, My master instructed that it should have maximum impact during the auction. The little kid added, My father means to auction it in the capital, to make young Master Wuyo's name known throughout the great Qing nation. Meanwhile, the protagonist arrived at the Jun family mansion. She wondered why it was so quiet. Had the Jun family gone bankrupt after she left 4 years ago? While wondering, she suddenly noticed someone passing by. Without hesitation, she captured and questioned them. The old man was not to be trifled with. Just one calm look from him made the crown prince and princess kneel trembling on the ground. Why did the protagonist group meet the crown prince? It started from the day the protagonist arrived at the Jun family. From the captured servant, they learned that the Jun family had moved to the capital. The protagonist was confused. Wasn't the Jun family appointed to govern Wan City? Why did they suddenly move? Through the servant's explanation, they learned that Jun Ruoxue had gone to the capital using the protagonist's name and was appointed as the Holy Mother of the Great Qing Nation. So the entire Jun family had relocated to the capital. The protagonist was somewhat surprised by this information. Later, she met with Feng Xing and explained the situation, feeling they should discuss with the master about going to the capital soon. The next day, they entered the city. However, on the way, they encountered the crown prince who was out hunting, due to a careless guard who accidentally wounded the crown prince's prey. The crown prince became furious and wanted to punish everyone. Unexpectedly, Jun Ruoyan was also there, putting on a fake show of mediation. The master quickly apologized to the crown prince. Just then, the princess suddenly said, There's another carriage behind. Why hasn't anyone come out to pay respects? Hearing this, the crown prince became furious. Who dares to be so bold as to not pay respects to me? The old man was about to go teach the crown prince a lesson, but the protagonist stopped him, saying, Master, let me handle this. If necessary, you can come out and frighten them later. This was a perfect opportunity to earn satisfaction points through face slapping. She confidently stepped down from the carriage. The crown prince looked at her, feeling somewhat familiar, as if he'd seen her somewhere before. Without thinking much, he demanded, Why didn't you come pay respects earlier? How dare you stand before me so boldly, without kneeling and begging for mercy? The protagonist replied, Neither humbly nor arrogantly. Please forgive me, Your Highness. There was a sick child in the carriage which caused the delay. As for not kneeling, it's because Wuyo's master is a level 7 mystic teacher. According to national law, level 7 mystic teachers and their descendants and disciples are exempt from all kneeling ceremonies, and are equal to the throne and royal children. Hearing there was a level 7 mystic teacher in the carriage, the crown prince relented. Jun Ruolian kept staring at the protagonist for a long time. The protagonist stepped forward and teased, "Miss, why are you staring at me so curiously?" Jun Ruolian replied, "Haven't I seen you somewhere before?" The protagonist fanned herself and said, "Miss, I'm sorry, but that pickup line is no longer appropriate." This left Jun Ruolian red-faced with shame. However, just as the protagonist was about to leave, the crown prince suddenly challenged, "You claim to be a level 7 mystic teacher's disciple. As far as I know, Wan City only has one level 7 mystic teacher, the Jun family's old master, and he's now in the capital. You must be lying to me." The protagonist calmly replied, "Who said Wan City only has one level 7 mystic teacher?" The crown prince shouted, "You think level 7 mystic teachers are common? Besides Jun Outyin, the other 2 mystic teachers guard the north and south. They can't be in Wan City." Seeing his disbelief, the protagonist called out, "Master, please come out and open the crown prince's eyes." The old man lifted the curtain, revealing an eerie gaze. Instantly, the crown prince broke into a cold sweat. Then the ground began to crack. People and horses fell to the ground. The crown prince struggled to lift his head, looking at the old man. How can a level 7 mystic teacher be this powerful? This must be beyond level 7. Having witnessed the old man's power, the crown prince dared not act rashly. In the end, he could only watch them leave. However, the crown prince grew to hate the protagonist who was playing Jun Wuyo. Jun Ruolian felt the same way, harboring hatred towards Jun Wuyo. The protagonist's child suddenly mutated. Upon waking up, his eyes had turned red. What was going on? On the night they arrived at Chijin's place in Jin City, the protagonist patted the sleeping child. She suddenly discovered that the child's eyes had turned grayish-white. Yue was startled. She immediately called the old man to check the situation. The old man touched the child's forehead, examining carefully. He was shocked and quickly moved him to a room, saying his life could be in danger. After settling the child, the protagonist asked the old man about the situation. The old man replied, "Xiaobai's condition might be inherited from his parents. Even if it's under control now, his eyes might still change later." The protagonist thought back, but couldn't recall having such a condition. Could it be from that man? The old man continued, "This is an extremely powerful force. If not controlled, it could lead to collapse or even blindness. You need to use spiritual power to guide him. The symptoms should disappear by tomorrow." The protagonist immediately used spiritual power to help the child. The next day, the sleeping protagonist was awakened by the child. She suddenly noticed the child's eyes had turned red. The protagonist wasn't too concerned, as long as the child was fine. At this moment, the old man and Feng Xing also entered. Seeing his dear grandson was fine, the old man immediately picked up the child, wanting to treat him to something good. Feng Xing, also a child-loving fanatic, wanted to hold him too. Then the protagonist suggested going to a restaurant for a feast. At the restaurant, the little one drooled at the food. The protagonist told him to wait for the old man before eating. Just then, the sound of horse hooves came from downstairs. The protagonist looked down and saw a group of riders galloping through the street. The long-awaited male lead finally had another chance to make a brief appearance. The protagonist looked again, feeling the man seemed familiar. The man also suddenly remembered. He sensed the protagonist's presence and thought to himself, "She's here. In the capital, somewhere around here." He turned to look up at the building. To avoid being discovered, the protagonist quickly closed the window. Seeing this, the war prince became more suspicious. Could she be up there? He immediately dismounted to go check. Soon he arrived upstairs. He asked the waiter which private room was near the window. The waiter, seeing it was the war prince, nervously replied, "It's private room number 1. The protagonist was still unaware of the war prince's approach. The mischievous child was already drooling. Just then, the door was suddenly pushed open. The protagonist looked toward the door. Their eyes met. The protagonist was surprised. It was him. The war prince clutched his chest, feeling this was the right place. He was confused to see only a man and a child in the private room. His subordinate urged the war prince to leave, saying it wasn't appropriate to barge in on people's meal. Unexpectedly, the war prince asked, "May I join your table?" This gesture stunned his subordinates. The protagonist, curious about his intentions, agreed. The family of 3 finally sat together. Unfortunately, the war prince didn't know these two were his future wife and child. The most tragic thing for a man is when his wife and child are right before his eyes, yet he doesn't realize it. The war prince kept staring at the protagonist, then asked for their name. "I am Jun Wuyo, and this is my son, Jun Xiaobai." The war prince was stunned. Jun Wuyo, Jun Wuyan, the names were so similar. Could this young man have some connection to Jun Wuyan? Lei Ji asked, "Do you have any sisters?" The protagonist felt embarrassed at this personal questioning, but politely replied, "Yes, but my family matters shouldn't concern your highness, should they?" The war prince realized his abruptness and replied, "Don't misunderstand. I just feel a connection and wanted to get to know you." "Want to know me? Fine. Come to Qijin Chamber tomorrow, your highness." Then she picked up the little one to leave. Seeing the protagonist leaving, the war prince hurried to follow and ask more questions. But Feng Xing blocked him with a large sword. The guards sensed killing intent and reached for their swords. The protagonist suddenly turned back. "Tomorrow, if you can win the treasure at Qijin Chamber, I'll let you get to know me better." The war prince felt relieved hearing this. Having finally found a lead to his wife, it would be too unfortunate to lose it now. The next day, Qijin Chamber was packed with people. It was incredibly lively. Everyone had heard that today, Qijin Chamber would auction a manual that allowed women to cultivate spiritual power. This was a blessing for women. Then at the auction site, the chief was enthusiastically promoting this spirit love book. The audience found it incredible that this book could help women cultivate spiritual power. Jun Ruolian was begging the crown prince to help her win it. With this book, her status in the Jun family would rise even higher. The Wushuang young master was also there, watching the excitement below. The war prince was determined to win today. Only by getting the book could he learn about his wife. Just then, some people in the crowd doubted the book's authenticity, calling it a trick. The chief became angry upon hearing this. "Who's making such claims? Stand up and speak." Then this young man stood up. "I heard this was written by Wuyo young master from Wan City, who refined the spirit Dan. But I don't believe it. Where is Wuyo young master? Where is he? Let him explain." Just as he finished speaking, a chair flew down from above. Then Feng Xing appeared on stage. Following that, the protagonist calmly walked in through the door. The crown prince and Jun Ruolian were shocked to see who walked onto the stage. They exclaimed in unison, "How can it be her?" After the protagonist sat down, she crossed her legs and said, "Does anyone have questions for this young master?" The crowd erupted in chaos. Who was this person? Such extreme arrogance. The chief was also speechless. "Did you have to make such an arrogant entrance? How did I ever mistake you for a gentle young master before?" The Wushuang young master became even more interested in the protagonist. "Wuyo, oh Wuyo, you're truly irresistible." The war prince watched the scene with folded arms. She was arrogant indeed, but she had the ability to back it up. Seeing how young the person was, the crowd's doubts grew even stronger. The protagonist scoffed. "If age equals ability, what's the point of having prodigies?" The young man exclaimed in shock. "But you're too young. If the Spirit Dan and Spirit Training book were really created by you, I'd have to question their effectiveness. A man shouldn't question these things. You haven't consumed it or practiced it. What right do you have to doubt?" Just then, a sword flew through the air. It landed straight in front of the protagonist. A woman from upstairs said, "If men can't question it, surely women can?" Even this arrogant crown prince had to be submissive before the war prince. He didn't even dare to ask for leave. After the wave of questioning, to prove the effectiveness of the spirit training technique, they needed to compare a woman who hadn't practiced the spirit training with one who had. The princess volunteered to test it. She leaped down in one swift motion, asked how to proceed with the test. The protagonist brought out a testing stone for the princess to measure her spiritual power level. The princess placed her hand on it. The testing stone showed the number 6, indicating she had level 6 spiritual power. But her spiritual energy was just a tiny light orb. Even she was confused why her level 6 spiritual power showed such a small sphere. The protagonist explained that women who haven't trained their spiritual power all start with the same size of spiritual essence, regardless of their level. This was normal. The princess felt relieved. Then they called forth the maid who had consumed the spirit Dan at the previous auction. On the way to the capital, the protagonist had already let her practice the spirit training book. The crowd recognized this maid. They conducted the same test, though still at level 5 spiritual power. Her energy orb was much larger than the princess's. This shocked the princess, that she, a royal, was inferior to a maid. She demanded a competition. She immediately shot 3 silver needles at the maid. The maid concentrated her spiritual power to block the incoming needles. With a calm, composed look and no sign of panic, the 3 needles were instantly frozen in midair, unable to penetrate the spiritual barrier. Finally, they fell to the ground. The audience was shocked. A level 5 maid easily blocked a level 6 attack. The crown prince and Jun Ruolian were amazed. This was the difference between trained and untrained spiritual power. Miss Liu also got excited, wanting to acquire the book. With the atmosphere at its peak, the protagonist announced the start of the auction. Starting price, 100,000 taels, minimum increment, 100,000 taels. The Wushuang young master watched the protagonist below, thinking what a clever and cute cat she was. The war prince suddenly stood up, sensing Jun Wuyen's presence. He was determined to win the spirit training book at any cost. It was his only chance to meet Jun and I. 200,000, 400,000, 600,000. The Jun family bids 800,000 taels. At this voice, everyone turned to look. It was Jun Ruoxue, who had been impersonating the protagonist. I am the Holy Maiden. This spirit training book is crucial for me, Jun Wuyen. I hope everyone will yield. Jun Wuyen, stop showing off your status. Even if you were the empress, you'd still need real strength to speak. If you don't have money, step aside. The protagonist felt something was off. Why was this woman cursing at her? Then she remembered that Jun Ruoxue had been using her name. Hearing her own name being cursed by others was quite unpleasant. Jun Ruoxue was so angry she couldn't speak. Then Miss Liu bid 1 million. The crown prince immediately raised it to 3 million. Miss Liu didn't back down, bidding 5 million. The crown prince gritted his teeth and shouted, 8 million taels. The protagonist was delighted, thinking keep competing. She was about to get rich. It seemed Miss Liu had reached her limit and stopped bidding. The crown prince finally relaxed, thinking no one could compete at such a high price. He was about to ask the protagonist to announce the result. But just then, the war prince's side started bidding. Our lord bids 10 million taels. This price startled even the crown prince. 10 million taels? Has the war prince gone mad? The war prince's 10 million taels was almost equivalent to an entire merchant kingdom in the capital. The war prince gazed lovingly at the protagonist below. Hearing 10 million taels, the crown prince deflated. Jun Ruolian kept pestering the crown prince to help bid. The crown prince pushed her away, scolding, "Are you crazy? Who dares to compete with the war prince? That's asking for death." The war prince only glanced at the little one, certain that this child must be related to him. Then he said something that shocked all 3 of them. The story goes back to the auction. When the war prince bid 10 million taels, the protagonist was grinning from ear to ear, very satisfied with this price. She was about to announce the result. Just then, another voice rang out. My young master bids 11 million taels. The master said this was the only spiritual power training book in the entire Xuanwu continent, truly one of a kind. While the war prince wondered who it was, his guard explained it was Wu Shuang's attendant. Apparently, young master Wu Shuang wanted this book too. The war prince wasn't concerned. Are we short on money? The bidding continued as their subordinates competed. When the war prince bid 20 million taels, Wu Shuang's side finally stopped. My master says he's short on funds and won't compete with your highness anymore. The crowd below erupted in whispers. Short on funds? Who are you fooling? The Great Saint Country's top merchant family can't be short on money. This must be intentional. Ignoring what they said, young master Wu Shuang's assist was perfect, directly doubling the price. The attendant was puzzled why his master chose to oppose the war prince at this time. Wu Shuang replied that it was because Wu Yu likes money. It seemed Wu Shuang had an inexplicable feeling towards the protagonist. Finally, the protagonist announced the war prince's successful bid. After winning the auction, he sent his subordinates to handle the transaction details while he rushed to find Wu Yu. Jun Wuyen, you can't escape this time. He hurriedly arrived at the protagonist's private box. Oh, it's your highness. I thought some thief had broken in. If it were really a thief, they wouldn't have lived until now. Wouldn't you agree, old Master Peony immortal? Wu Yu, didn't you invite this king for a deeper discussion? Let's talk. Talk about what? Haven't you learned enough today, Your Highness? This king has bought the spirit training book. Now it's time for you to accept my request. What request do you have, Lord War Prince? Hand over Junwuyin. These words made the protagonist spit out the water she just drank. Isn't this asking me to turn myself in? Still pretending not to know? Your Highness, who did you say to hand over? The War Prince, seeing through her act, repeated, Junwuyin. The protagonist probed cautiously. What do you want with Junwuyin? The atmosphere instantly became tense. Never mind that. Just tell me his whereabouts, or hand him over directly. Hearing this, the protagonist felt relieved. So he didn't know her identity yet. She then played dumb. Your Highness is looking for the Holy Maiden, right? You should ask the June family, not me. No, that's not who I'm looking for. Then Your Highness should ask others. Seeing her evasiveness, the War Prince became anxious and grabbed her shoulders. The protagonist was startled. Could he really be after her? But she had no previous connection with him. Why was he looking for her? She immediately brushed off his hand. Feng Exen stepped forward to block the War Prince, saying bluntly, Your Highness, please leave. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly glanced at the little one. He noticed the child's eyes were red, just like his own. Then he asked the protagonist, You say he's your son? Your biological son? The protagonist replied impatiently, Of course he's my biological son. Is there a problem? If that's the case, then I definitely can't leave so easily. The old man thought the War Prince would use force and angrily said, Even if you're a prince, don't forget you're only level 6. If you dare bully them, this old man won't be polite. It's not bullying. I'm trying to help you. The child has started evolving, hasn't he? The protagonist was confused. What evolution? War Prince, what are you talking about? The War Prince continued, When evolution begins, it lasts a day and night. The body becomes hot and feverish, dizzy, and lacking energy. In severe cases, vision is lost, with a white membrane covering the eyeballs. Isn't that right? Everyone was shocked. How do you know this? This is about a woman who relies on life potions to survive. She needs to find ways to humiliate Zheng Shuangji every day. Meanwhile, the protagonist wondered how this man knew about her son's condition. The old man watched the War Prince warily, while the little one fearfully burrowed into his arms. However, the War Prince didn't force them. He just asked the protagonist to consider bringing the child to the War Prince's mansion when the symptoms return. He left with a smile, as if he already knew something. Feng Xing was also confused about what the War Prince was planning. The protagonist helplessly indicated she didn't know either. That evening, the system cat appeared to report the face-slapping results. 856 people humiliated today, earning 90,000 satisfaction points. Since the cat was imprisoned for 3 years after saving her, the protagonist had been doting on it. Dear one, she asked the cat to exchange for 3 years' worth of life potions. Master spent 3 years' worth of life potions at once. Now only 30,000 satisfaction points remain. Want to quickly earn more face-slapping points? The protagonist immediately drank several bottles of potion and said, Of course. What's your plan? The cat mysteriously said, Listen. Just then, Feng Xing entered and said someone from the palace had arrived. The protagonist suddenly understood. You want me to go face-slap at the palace? Well, I won't hold back then. At this time, the palace eunuch was already waiting in the 3rd floor VIP area. The protagonist smiled and said, Your honored presence here. I apologize for not greeting you earlier. Please forgive the inadequate tea service. The eunuch exchanged pleasantries before getting to the point. Master Wuyu has made outstanding contributions to the women of the great Qing nation. His Majesty is deeply pleased. I've been specially sent to deliver an invitation. In 3 days, it will be the Empress's birthday. His Majesty wishes to take this opportunity to meet Master Wuyu. If the Peony Immortal is available, please come along as well. Thank His Majesty for the kind invitation. Wuyu will certainly attend to celebrate the Empress's birthday. After receiving her response, the eunuch took his leave. He was worried about this palace visit, unable to stay by his master's side. What if there was danger? The protagonist assured him not to worry. After making such a splash at the auction, people would surely target her, but she had ways to deal with it. She would take this opportunity to properly deal with those who were against her. Such a good chance for face-slapping couldn't be missed. Let's see what the War Prince is doing. The War Prince had just finished drawing a portrait, and upon closer inspection, it was of the protagonist. Judging by his expression, he seemed to be in a good mood. He gently caressed the portrait, softly saying, Yin, we'll meet again in 3 days. Men can be just as jealous as women. The war prince was happy one moment, but when he heard the protagonist praising another man, his face grew longer than a donkey's. Just earlier, the protagonist was waiting for a carriage below Chijin Pavilion to go to the palace, but none came after a long wait. She thought this wouldn't do and considered walking. Just then, the war prince's carriage arrived. It stopped in front of her, and someone said, "Master Wuyo, our prince invites you to ride." The protagonist asked surprisingly, how did the prince know we were going the same way? But she thought to herself that this sudden invitation must be suspicious. She was about to pull the old man away to find another carriage. Just then, the war prince lifted the curtain and said, "Walking to the palace from here takes 2 incense sticks time. Even if you catch another carriage, other carriages can't enter the palace grounds. Are you sure you don't want to ride in mine?" He pretended to look cold while saying this, but his heart was full of anticipation. He had waited many days just to see them. Hearing this, the protagonist couldn't refuse and agreed. She didn't know that the war prince had already figured out she was Jun Wuyin. The atmosphere in the carriage was awkward. Neither of them spoke. However, the old man broke the silence, drooling at the sight of the food on the table. Without hesitation, he started eating heartily. The protagonist felt embarrassed seeing his eating manner. The war prince didn't mind and let the old man eat freely. Instead, he was interested in the protagonist's clothes. "These clothes look nice, like they're from the elf pavilion. Did you prepare them yourself?" The war prince has good eyes. "They are indeed from the elf pavilion. But it wasn't me, my guard prepared them. Feng Xing is more attentive than me. The clothes he prepared suit me well." "A guard, is it? Seems he takes good care of you." These words seemed tinged with jealousy. The old man spoke while eating. "Of course, Feng Xing has been through life and death with him. Not only is he loyal, but he's also attentive and considerate. That Feng fellow is really a good man, isn't he, Wuyo?" Looking at the old man's expression, it seemed intentional. The protagonist played along. "Feng Xing is indeed an excellent guard." The war prince's face darkened upon hearing this. "I can't believe while I was away, a mere guard took such advantage of Wuyin. How infuriating." He then asked the protagonist, "Why didn't you bring your son today? Perhaps I could check on his condition." Not understanding what this man wanted, the protagonist brushed it off. "The palace is deep and complex. That kid is mischievous. It wouldn't be good if he offended royal eyes." Unexpectedly, the war prince said, "Who would dare touch him when I'm here?" startling both of them, who were drinking water. They thought he didn't know yet, so this statement seemed strange. Seeing their odd expressions, the war prince asked, "What's wrong with you two?" They quickly covered up, saying, "Nothing. Maybe we just drank too fast and choked." But they thought to themselves how strange the war prince was, speaking words they couldn't understand. Soon they arrived at the palace. As the protagonist was about to get off, a hand reached out. The war prince said calmly, "Let me help you down." The protagonist was more confused. What was wrong with the war prince today? Was he trying to curry favor? Not knowing what he was up to, she could only decline his kindness. The war prince didn't insist and turned to tell her they still had some walking to do. The mighty war prince of Great Shung had become a jealous man. Before entering the palace, he still maintained his cold, divine demeanor. Following behind him, the protagonist asked puzzledly, "Your Highness, you've been so kind to me along the way. Are you trying to recruit me?" The war prince suddenly turned around. "I want you to become mine. Are you willing?" The old man was bewildered after hearing this. What did those words mean? The old man couldn't quite understand. The protagonist thought the war prince wanted to recruit her as his subordinate, and immediately expressed that she wouldn't become anyone's subordinate. Seeing this foolish woman still didn't understand his meaning, the war prince could only say helplessly, "Think about it. You can decide later. I'm not in a hurry." After saying this, he turned and left with a sulky expression, leaving behind two confused people wondering what that meant. Soon they arrived at the Pinmin Palace, which was specifically for receiving Xianxia families. The Great Hall was already filled with people. The protagonist's grandfather was also there, sitting on the other side. When the Crown Prince and War Prince entered, everyone bowed in greeting, showing their high status. The protagonist quietly followed behind, thinking this must be a man's moment of glory, being respected by thousands. The War Prince turned his head, telling the protagonist to sit in the Xianxia family section. Since the protagonist was dressed as a man, she naturally couldn't sit in the Jun family section. The old man was chatting with other Xianxia masters. While bragging, he didn't forget to praise his good disciple. Shi Wuxuan quickly came over to greet them. He hadn't expected the protagonist to come to the palace. While they were chatting enthusiastically, the war prince noticed them and instantly became jealous. Shi Wushuang, this guy's getting too close to my Wu Yin. How annoying. Just then, the emperor arrived. After exchanging pleasantries with everyone, he said, "Following our usual custom, we shall continue our annual martial arts competition here in Pinmin Palace. The final winner will receive a prize I've carefully prepared." The protagonist's eyes lit up at the sight of the blood jade. This was the legendary blood jade. Not only was it priceless with such quality, but it was also an invaluable artifact for cultivators. Seeing her excited expression, the war prince made up his mind. He must win this jade. Such a good opportunity to impress couldn't be wasted. Then they explained the competition rules. The royal family and noble families would draw lots separately. The side drawing the first character would defend first, while the other side would send opponents of equal strength. Matches would be until submission, with winners continuing to defend. Shi Wushuang was the first to draw lots. However, he wanted Jun Wuyin to draw for him. The protagonist didn't refuse. She drew immediately. The luck was good. First round by, no need to compete. The war prince watched them laughing together, probably running out of jealousy to feel. But his luck wasn't as good. He drew the defender position. However, he cheated by not participating, directly having the eunuch announce his exemption. Finally, the level 5 Xianshi crown prince and level 4 Xianshi Lu Jiyun had to go first instead. The battle began, with the crown prince attacking first. Young master Lu calmly blocked. The two exchanged blows back and forth, fighting intensely. The protagonist watched with excitement. Master Wushuang commented that while Lu Jiyun was good, he was still slightly inferior to the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince became a level 5 Xianshi at 25, and only the War Prince, who broke through to level 5 at 22, could match him. Hearing about the War Prince, she immediately looked over. She saw him with a gloomy face, as if someone owed him 5 million. The protagonist was also frustrated. The War Prince was simply inexplicable. After an intense competition, the match was nearing its end. Facing Lu Jiyun, who was one level below him, the Crown Prince suddenly dealt a heavy blow that sent him flying. He was severely injured and kept coughing blood. The protagonist was dissatisfied. You agreed to go easy, yet you struck so heavily. Seeing the protagonist angry, young Master Shuang immediately wanted to go teach the Crown Prince a lesson. How dare he touch the War Prince's wife? Wu Shuang's blatant provocation instantly ignited the War Prince's fury. Just now, Shi Wushuang directly went on stage to challenge the Crown Prince to avenge the protagonist. The Crown Prince sneered. "This Shi Wushuang looks like a woman, yet dares to challenge me." After speaking, he immediately threw a massive punch at Shi Wushuang. Shi Wushuang easily dodged the attack and mocked. "Is this all you've got? I didn't expect someone who looks so weak to have some skill. But this is as far as you go. Get lost." These words angered Shi Wushuang. "I was planning to play around, but since you're so arrogant, don't blame me." The protagonist watched Shi Wushuang with interest, feeling that he must be very powerful. Unexpectedly, the War Prince was constantly watching her. "Junwian, you dare to watch that damn Shi Wushuang? I'm the one who will win the Blood Jade for you." At this moment, Shi Wushuang prepared to use his ultimate move. He waved his fan, releasing waves of powerful Xian energy. The Crown Prince showed a shocked expression, not expecting Shi Wushuang to be so powerful. Then 2 energy waves struck him. The Crown Prince directly lost the match. He said in surprise, "You're actually a level 5 Xianshi." When the crowd below heard Shi Wushuang was a level 5 Xianshi, they immediately lost spirit. Who would dare challenge a level 5 Xianshi? That would be suicide. Jun Wuyin was worried though, as one person hadn't made his move yet. Just then, the War Prince stood up. "Young Master Wushuang seems quite relaxed. Let me play with you. Your Highness must be joking." "I'm not joking. Soon, Jun Wuyo will be mine. You'd better keep your distance from what's mine." The confused protagonist became even more confused. When did she agree to become his person? Since the War Prince said soon, it meant Wuyo hadn't agreed yet. So he had no right to control who interacted with Wuyo. Moreover, Wuyo and I are business partners. How we interact is none of the War Prince's business. After this series of verbal attacks, the War Prince was defeated. "Since I can't win with words, let's speak with strength. I'm looking forward to fighting you." After speaking, both rushed at each other. A flash of lightning. Their intense battle made their figures unclear. Is this what a high-level Xianshi battle looks like? After dozens of fierce clashes, Shi Wushuang was knocked back several meters. Blood trickled from his mouth. It seemed there was still a gap between peak level 5 and level 6. But he didn't give up, releasing his ultimate move, Falling Leaves Palm again. I didn't expect you to use high-level academic attacks. Enough talk. Take this. Seems you haven't realized the gap between us. Their fist and palm collided. The explosion of energy made the protagonist's hair messy. Is this what great power feels like? I must obtain such power in the future. Then Shi Wushuang was defeated. The war prince looked at him smugly, saying, "You lost. I lost this time. Next time, it'll be you." After speaking, he staggered towards the protagonist. Junzai comforted him. "Don't mind it. You're already very strong." Shi Wushuang smiled gently, then gave the protagonist a pat on the head. This sudden gesture made Jun Wuyin feel a bit embarrassed. Unfortunately, the war prince saw this scene again. He immediately slammed the blood jade onto the table with a bang. Angrily said, "This is your welcome gift." After speaking, he turned and left. Seems he won't need dinner tonight, being full of anger. Jun Wuyin was confused. This person was really peculiar. The protagonist casually picked up a poison pill, startling both men into a cold sweat. Why would the protagonist take poison? Just now, after winning the match, the war prince gave the blood jade to Jun Wuyin. Even the emperor was confused about why his war prince was interested in a man. The war prince was jealous at this moment, wanted to look, but too embarrassed to look at Jun Wuyin. The protagonist couldn't understand the war prince's behavior at all. While Jun Wuyin was admiring the blood jade, Shi Wushuang came over again. "Wuyo, do you like the blood jade? Don't you think it's beautiful?" Shi Wushuang looked at Jun Wuyin affectionately and said, "Indeed, very tempting. A graceful beauty, with skin like jade, pure and flawless, like jade itself, making one want to hold and warm it." These words seemed to describe the jade, but actually described a person. It seemed Shi Wushuang had long known Jun Wuyin was a woman in disguise. At this time, the protagonist also noticed that Shi Wushuang had been staring at her, so she asked what was wrong. Shi Wushuang smiled awkwardly. "Nothing, just mesmerized by this beauty." Jun Wuyin thought he was talking about the jade. Just then, a young man jumped out. "Jun Wuyo, I heard you're very skilled at pill making. Dare to compete to see who's better at pill making?" The protagonist thought, "He's literally offering his face for me to slap. How can I refuse such kindness?" She promptly agreed. Sparks flew even before the competition began. Then the emperor gave them each a pill, asked them to identify which ingredients were used in the pill. Whoever could write out the ingredients quickly and accurately would win. The competition time was 1 incense stick. Looking at the young man's confident expression, he seemed sure of victory, while the protagonist calmly wiped the pill, then scraped off a bit with a small knife. Tasted it. Various herbs appeared in her mind. She immediately determined the pill's ingredients, quickly wrote them down, while the young man opposite was almost finished writing. At this moment, Jun Wuyin seemed to notice something wasn't right. While she hesitated, the opponent had finished writing and was looking at her smugly. Jun Wuyin reacted quickly, immediately discovered the problem, wrote it down right away. Just as she finished, the incense stick burned out. The emperor carefully examined both answers. The young man was sure he had won. The protagonist gave him a strange smile. Finally, the emperor announced Jun Wuyo as the winner. The young man was stunned. "How is this possible?" The emperor calmly said, "You did write many correct answers, but unfortunately, you wrote scentless grass instead of black leaf grass." The young man exclaimed in surprise, "But black leaf grass is poison." When the prince heard it was poison, remembering that woman had tasted it earlier, he immediately became worried. Shi Wushuang felt the same. Wouldn't she be poisoned from smelling it? Jun Wuyin explained that the poison was in the pill's fragrance, while the pill itself was the antidote. "So when I tasted it earlier, I also neutralized the poisonous fragrance. But young Master Li, you've already been poisoned." Hearing this, the young man was scared half to death. He immediately swallowed the poison pill. Finally, the protagonist successfully humiliated him, gaining 1,050 satisfaction points. After the competition, it was time for the Empress's celebratory banquet. Shi Wushuang approached Jun Wuyin again, expressing his wish to accompany her. Jun Wuyin agreed, since she wasn't familiar with the palace. Just then, the war prince walked between them, then turned back and asked, "Want to go together?" The protagonist was confused by the war prince's behavior, but agreed. What confused her more was that the two men seemed about to fight, but they didn't, each turning away and leaving. Soon they arrived at the palace hall. The eunuch led the war prince to the front seats, but the war prince refused, not wanting to sit in front, and walked towards Jun Wuyin instead. The protagonist asked, puzzled, "Isn't your seat elsewhere? Why are you here?" "You heard wrong. My seat is here." Shi Wushuang looked contemptuous. How shameless. What did the protagonist do to sister to make him act so flirtatiously in public? It all started at the Empress's banquet. The music was playing, and dancers were performing. The protagonist and the old man went forward to give birthday wishes. They presented two pills, one life-extending pill that could prolong life by a month, and one antidote pill that could cure all poisons. The emperor and empress were shocked. These were truly life-saving, miraculous medicines. The empress was very pleased. Then the war prince came forward to give his wishes, presenting a set of Nanmu wood furniture. Jun Ruoxue quickly followed. "What a coincidence, Your Majesty." The prince gave a set of Nanmu furniture, and Wu Yin also prepared a Nanmu screen. "I hope Your Majesty doesn't mind." The old man couldn't stand it anymore. This woman was taking her role too seriously. The protagonist was also annoyed. She really thought she was Jun Wuyin. "Just wait and see how I deal with you." Seeing their similar gifts, the empress immediately thought of matchmaking them. Jun Ruoxue was secretly delighted that her plan worked. The war prince immediately replied to the empress, "Until the border conflicts are resolved, I must delay my personal matters." Yet while speaking, he kept looking at Jun Wuyin. The empress couldn't insist after hearing this. The war prince's gaze never left Jun Wuyin, making her feel helpless. She directly asked, "Your Highness, am I that good-looking?" The war prince replied insincerely, "Just barely acceptable." Jun Wuyin suddenly said, "If it's barely acceptable, why stare so long? Could Your Highness have a preference for men?" The war prince turned away embarrassedly. "Preference for men? This girl really thinks she's a man." Jun Ruoxue watched them, chatting animatedly, grinding her teeth in anger. She then tried to cause trouble. "I heard Master Wuyo is skilled in medicine. Where are you from? I've never heard of you before." Internally, she scorned. A mere country doctor dares to seek favor before the war prince. "I'll destroy you." The protagonist deliberately replied, "I'm just a recluse from the mountains. I became friends with the Jun family's third miss. How is she doing now? You want to mess with me? Watch me drag down your entire Jun family." The emperor was puzzled upon hearing this. "The Jun family has a third miss? I've never heard of her." The Jun family patriarch shamelessly replied, "Indeed, we had a third miss named Jun Wuyin, Yin as in speech. Unfortunately, she was sickly since childhood and passed away not long ago." The empress grew suspicious. Jun Xingtan's child was called Jun Wuyin, so why was the holy maiden also named Jun Wuyin? The protagonist was furious inside. This old fox has really improved at lying. To cover up my existence, he directly claims I died from illness. He really would stop at nothing. Jun Ruoxue went even further, breaking into tears. "My sister died so tragically. Every time I think about how she died from illness, I'm overwhelmed with grief." This angered the protagonist so much her face twitched. Such convincing acting. "If you and Jun Ruoyin hadn't plotted against me, how would I have died once? Despicable. I must teach you a lesson." She then flicked her finger, releasing a beam of light. It directly entered Jun Ruoxue's body. She immediately fell and started convulsing. Even the empress was startled. Jun Ruoxue hurriedly explained that it wasn't intentional, saying her head suddenly hurt as if pierced by a needle. After speaking, she glared at Jun Wuyin. The protagonist grew more angry. "She dares to glare at me? Seems that wasn't enough." She immediately added another dose of power. Jun Ruoxue's head shook violently. Then she started screaming in pain again. The patriarch worriedly looked at Jun Ruoxue while pleading with the protagonist. "Master Wuyo, please examine my Wuyin. What's wrong with her?" The protagonist grew even more annoyed. Still calling her Wuyin? She increased the power again. But pretending to be nonchalant, she said, "This is actually my first time seeing such a condition. I've read about similar cases in ancient texts." Then she made up a story. Based on these symptoms, the holy maiden might have the Heaven's Punishment disease. This confused Jun Ruoxue completely. "What Heaven's Punishment disease? I've never heard of it." The protagonist was quite skilled at lying too. She immediately replied, The heaven's punishment disease lies in one's heart. You've committed too many evil deeds, which accumulated into illness. Now it's erupting. If not treated promptly, your life might be in danger. Jun Rawashua weakly said, I've never done anything wrong. How could I have this disease? Claiming innocence right in front of me. This angered Jun Wuyin again. Jun Rawashua began coughing uncontrollably. Then she coughed up blood. The protagonist crossed her arms and coldly snorted. If you won't tell the truth, I can't save you. This scared Jun Rawashua so much, she immediately knelt and begged for mercy. How does it feel to be killed by your own father? Just now, Jun Rawashua was crying and begging the protagonist to save her. The patriarch, seeing her disgraceful behavior, quickly told her to get up. Such crying and wailing is unbefitting. Have you forgotten your status? But Jun Rawashua was afraid of death. With her life at stake, why care about face? Seeing the old man jump out too, Jun Wuyin thought it perfect to humiliate them together. The Ding family patriarch demanded justice from the emperor, saying Jun Wuyo was slandering his granddaughter and damaging her reputation, which was outrageous. The emperor immediately questioned the protagonist. Wuyo, are you suggesting the holy maiden has done evil deeds and gotten the heaven's punishment disease? Jun Wuyin, speaking as an alchemist, declared that every word she said was true. The patriarch immediately shouted, How dare you defame our Wuyin today? Aren't you afraid of ruining Master Wuyo's reputation? You must be responsible for your words. I always stand by my words. I don't know what evil deeds the holy maiden has done, but those who get this disease must have committed unforgivable sins. Given these symptoms, without treatment, she has at most 7 days to live. Upon hearing this, everyone started gossiping about the so-called holy maiden, saying she must have done something terrible in secret to end up like this. Jun Rawashua was now crying uncontrollably. Then her headache struck again, making her howl in pain. The patriarch hurriedly supported her, while angrily shouting, This is complete nonsense. I absolutely won't let you treat our Wuyin. The protagonist burst out laughing. This old man keeps saying Wuyin right in front of me. How shameless. Then she replied, In that case, you'd better prepare a coffin for the holy maiden. Seeing how venomous the protagonist's words were, Jun Rawashua immediately said, Jun Wuyo, how can you be so cruel? You think if you won't treat her, others can't treat her? You're actually right. Only I can cure this disease. If you don't beg me now, the pain will only get worse. As the protagonist spoke, she shot another beam of spiritual energy. Rawashua immediately fell and kept coughing up blood. She became increasingly terrified. Why am I coughing up so much blood? Am I really going to die? The patriarch also watched anxiously from the side. He then immediately bid farewell to the emperor, wanting to take Jun Rawashua back for treatment. Seeing this, the emperor didn't say much, just telling him to take good care of the holy maiden. Before leaving, he didn't forget to make a threat. Jun Wuyo, you just wait. Why are you glaring at me? Hurry and leave. The holy maiden only has 7 days left. Your pointless attempts might help her find peace sooner. Hearing these vicious words, the patriarch became furious. You dare curse the holy maiden? You're asking for death. After saying this, he threw a punch at Jun Wuyin. The punch carried tremendous power. It shocked the woman, who couldn't block it. Is this the power of a level 7 master? Just then, 2 men rushed forward. Attack Wuyo? You're seeking death. A huge boom followed as the threes clash created massive energy waves. Smoke spread everywhere. The patriarch was seen being thrown back. I didn't expect 2 high-level masters together would be too much for me to handle. I deserve death. Now the 2 men's figures could be seen clearly, standing imposingly in front of her. They asked worriedly, Wuyo, are you all right? That really scared us. The protagonist calmly replied, Don't worry. With you protecting me, I'm fine. Just then, the emperor suddenly became angry. Jun Outyin, what are you trying to do? This is the imperial palace, not your Jun family's playground. This frightened the patriarch into hurriedly getting up. The emperor didn't let him off. You dare to sneak attack at the empress's birthday banquet. As punishment, your Jun family is confined for 3 days. If there's a next time, I'll deal with you properly. The great war king of Dashing Nation actually peeped at his unmarried bride bathing. what exactly was going on. After the Empress's palace banquet, the protagonist was happily returning. Slapping the Jun family's face today felt so good. Just then, two carriages suddenly stopped in front. One was Shi Wushuang's carriage, the other was the War King's. The protagonist was confused. Why are these two stopping here? The War King directly ordered her to come over. Jun Wuyan immediately felt displeased. This guy's tone is too arrogant, calling me like I'm his subordinate. I won't travel with a perverted prince. At this time, Shi Wushuang also came over smiling, inviting the protagonist into his carriage. Jun Wuyan smiled gracefully. As expected of Princess Wushuang, your smile is like a spring breeze. Unlike certain people, she then hummed a tune and went to sit in Wushuang's carriage. The old man looked at the War King and shrugged. Kid, you missed your chance. The War King's face immediately darkened. He was so angry, he crushed the carriage's pole. That wasn't all. Just then, he saw Shi Wushuang holding the protagonist's hand, helping her into the carriage. At the moment their hands touched, the War King raged internally. Damn you, Shi Wushuang. You dare touch his hand. Even I haven't touched it in so long. Seems I was too gentle beating you earlier. Next time I'll give you a proper thrashing. After helping the protagonist into the carriage, Shi Wushuang looked at the hand that had touched the protagonist and muttered, still warm, so soft and delicate. Then he closed his palm. At this moment, he was completely certain Wu Yo was indeed a woman. The War King had been staring at Jun Wuyan the whole time. Now the two men were staring at each other again. Shi Wushuang proudly pointed at the carriage, saying, she's mine. The War King replied defiantly, just because you Shi Wushuang took the initiative, just because I'm driving the carriage in the end. The War King kept staring at the departing carriage, seeming lost in thought. Then he told his subordinates to return first. In his heart, he muttered, Jun Wuyan, if you won't come to me, I'll come find you myself. Soon they arrived at Qijin Pavilion. As soon as Jun Wuyan entered, she picked up the little one. After not seeing him for days, she really missed this little troublemaker. After chatting briefly, the old man took the little one away to play. Now only the protagonist and Fengxing remained in the room. Being alone with a woman made Fengxing somewhat uncomfortable. He said he would likely break through in these few days, and after that, he would protect his master completely, not like last time. Never mind about protection for now. I'm tired. Could you prepare some hot water? I want to take a good bath. At that moment, on the roof, someone was sneakily watching them. Hearing the protagonist wanted to bathe, he became both excited and nervous. After a while, steam filled the room. Jun Wuyan was enjoying her bath comfortably, thinking how nice it would be to have a hot spring. Meanwhile, a finger poked through the window paper. Looking at the protagonist's alluring figure, the handsome War King couldn't help but admire. After 5 years, Wuyan's body is still so perfect. The protagonist was still quietly enjoying her bath time. Suddenly her eyes opened, seeming to sense something. She immediately shouted, "Who's there?" Internally nervous, wondering if her identity had been exposed. She quickly put on clothes and hid by the door, using spiritual power while roaring, "Come out! Don't make me get rough!" Watching this scene of the beauty emerging, the War King's nose started bleeding uncontrollably. He thought to himself that he absolutely couldn't be discovered, or he'd be in trouble. He ran away at full speed. Damn it, this girl doesn't pay attention to her surroundings while bathing. Fortunately, it was me. If it were someone else, they would have seen everything. No, how could I let others see? It's time to speed things up and make Wuyan my queen. This 5-year-old boy, so young yet always thinking about getting a wife. And what's more ridiculous, he actually fell for the protagonist's son. What kind of situation was this? The day after the protagonist returned to Qijin Pavilion, she had changed back to women's clothes and was taking a group to eat at a restaurant. The waiter warmly greeted them. "Why don't we see young Master Wu Yo today?" The old man pretended to be profound. "Your young Master Wu Yo is a busy person. No time to come out." In his heart he muttered, how could this person not be busy, constantly switching between male and female clothes? Even with light disguise this time, you can't recognize the person standing right in front of you. The little one could now openly call her mother. The waiter heard this and said, "So this lady is young Master Wu Yo's wife. She really is beautiful." As soon as he said this, Fengxing glared at him. He quickly ran away. Just as he ran out, he bumped into the Crown Prince. He was scared, trembling. The Crown Prince didn't mind much and asked him to lead the way to the second-floor private room. The waiter replied awkwardly, "Master Mu, they have already reserved all the second-floor rooms." When the Crown Prince heard Master Mu was here, he immediately became excited. Then he asked the waiter to take them to find Old Master Mu. After meeting, he expressed his intention to become the old master's disciple. The old master didn't think much of his character and immediately stated that his standards for accepting disciples were very high. The crown prince probably hadn't met the requirements. The crown prince said dissatisfiedly that Junweo has no power, yet you accepted him as your disciple. I'm a level 5 mystic master. How could I not meet your standards? Junweo put down her chopsticks. She sneered. How presumptuous. You think you could defeat Junweo? The crown prince was unconvinced. I couldn't fight him at the banquet, but I'm confident I'm not inferior to him. Hearing this, Junweo burst into laughter. You're truly arrogant. Today my husband isn't here, so I'll compete with you in his place. If you lose, you must bow and greet my husband whenever you see him, without resistance. Do you dare accept? Why wouldn't I dare? If you lose, Master Mu must immediately accept me as his disciple and expel Junweo from his tutelage. Junweo sneered. I'm afraid you don't have what it takes. After speaking, she shot out a spiritual force. It directly penetrated the crown prince's head. The crown prince suddenly felt a pain in his brain. Then his vision began to blur. Junweo was shocked. How is this possible? How can this woman use spiritual force to attack? This is absolutely impossible in the Xuanwu continent. The protagonist shouted, kneel down. The crown prince involuntarily fell to his knees, shocked and pale. What was happening? Remember our agreement. From now on, bow to my husband whenever you see him. The crown prince glared angrily. This humiliation today, I won't forget it. After speaking, he left in a mess. Soon, on the main street, a little boy was staring blankly out the window. His father teased, thinking about your little wife again. The little boy shook his head vigorously in denial. Then his face turned red, and he fell silent. Suddenly, he seemed to see something. It was the protagonist buying candied hawthorns with the little one. The candied hawthorns reminded him of his first meeting with the little one in Wan City. He immediately waved excitedly in greeting. The protagonist was confused about who this child was. The little one explained they had met before at night. The little boy ran over excitedly, saying joyfully, I never thought we'd meet again. What a coincidence. The protagonist saw through his intentions and inwardly smiled wryly. So this little one had taken a liking to Xiao Bai. This was interesting. They then began to chat casually and introduce themselves to each other. The little boy was called Hua Yin, here with his father to treat someone in the Jun family. Junweo secretly thought it must be to treat Jun Ruoxue. The child's surname was Hua. He must be Prince Hua's son. At this moment, the little boy suddenly spoke up, saying he wanted to take Xiao Bai to meet his father. Junweo was caught off guard. Are children nowadays this precocious? If this continues, there might be big problems. Then she said to Xiao Bai, tell your brother Yin whether you're a boy or a girl. The little boy thought the protagonist was joking and replied awkwardly, Xiao Bai is obviously a girl, isn't she? Unexpectedly, Xiao Bai suddenly said, I'm a boy. Brother Yin was shocked. The person he had been secretly admiring was actually a boy. Afraid he wouldn't believe it, the little one added, if you don't believe me, I can show you my little thing. This double shock sent the little boy into despair. Should I still go meet your father? How could he dare face his father now? He ran away immediately. This mother was really unreliable, taking her cute child out to do mischief in the middle of the night. But unexpectedly, they were discovered by the War King. On such a dark and windy night, are you planning to commit arson and murder? Junweo was secretly relieved, thinking that in her women's clothes, he probably wouldn't recognize her. But the War King had already recognized him and thought to himself, don't think I won't recognize you just because you're wearing women's clothes. Since that's how it is, I'll play along. Then he said, that Jun Xiao Bai you're holding is the child of someone I know. Why is he with you? You're not a kidnapper, are you? You're the kidnapper. Xiao Bai, tell this mister who I am to you. Of course, you're Xiao Bai's beloved mother. The War King held back his laughter. Just because you say so? Why should I believe you? The protagonist was in a hurry to do mischief and replied, I have important things to do today. I don't have time to waste with you. Seeing this, the War King stopped teasing and said he would follow along, but wouldn't interfere. Junweo had no choice but to let him come along. Then the two of them stealthily jumped onto the roof of the Jun family mansion. Soon they stopped. The War King was confused about what they were doing. While removing roof tiles, Junweo said, murder. Do you believe it? Do you believe it? They saw someone sitting by Jun Ruoshua's bedside inside, taking his pulse. It was the father of that little boy from earlier today. After checking the pulse, Prince Hua stated that this was his first time seeing such an illness. He couldn't provide the correct treatment plan and had to take his leave. Seeing that even Prince Hua couldn't cure him, Jun Ruoshue became more convinced that the so-called divine punishment illness was real. That's all nonsense from that cursed Jun Wuyo. How could you believe the words of such a madman? But since last night, I've been thinking about Jun Wuyin. I sent people with Jun Ruoyan to kill him. I even dreamed of him coming back for revenge. What should I do? Hearing this, the War King felt even more heartbroken. Such things had happened when he wasn't by his side. If he had been there, how could he have let him face such danger? This was infuriating. Jun Ruoshua's mother was still comforting him, saying that once he recovered, they would eliminate the one who cursed them. Little Jun Wuyo heard this and became worried. Mother, are they trying to harm you? Jun Wuyin coldly snorted. Want to eliminate me? Let's see who eliminates whom first. Then handed the little one to the War King. She sat cross-legged and began concentrating spiritual force. The War King was surprised seeing his state. Is this the cultivated spiritual force? Jun Wuyin took out a needle. Hummed softly. Puppet technique, go. The two inside were still emotional, unaware of a needle flying toward Jun Ruoshue. With a whoosh, it entered his head. He immediately screamed in agony. My head hurts so much. Someone help me. His mother could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything. Jun Ruoshue screamed louder and louder, appearing extremely painful, then began frantically banging his head against the floor. His mother hurried to help him to the bed. Unexpectedly, Jun Ruoshue threw her off with great force. By coincidence, she hit the corner of the bed. Seeing this, Jun Wuyin coldly snorted. Serves you right. That's what you get for attacking me. The War King remarked. I must say, your mother is quite formidable. The little one proudly replied, Of course. Just then, Jun Wuyin sensed a powerful force approaching. It was the Jun family's old master, Jun Outyin. Jun Wuyin quickly threw 2 masks to them. Quick, run. We can't let Jun Outyin discover we broke into the Jun residence. Just as they were about to escape, Jun Outyin discovered them and immediately launched an attack. As the energy wave was about to hit the protagonist, the War King immediately shielded him from behind, using his body as protection. By now, Jun Outyin had arrived before them. Who are you? What are your intentions with the Jun family? The War King blocked their way, telling them to leave first. The protagonist worried. You're only level 6. How can you fight him? Let's stay together. Stop arguing. None of you will leave today. The War King looked at such a massive energy blast. He suddenly doubted if he could withstand it. Just then, a figure appeared in front of him, forcefully blocking the attack. Both were surprised. Who was this person who could withstand a powerful attack from a level 7 mystic master? Quick, run. I'll hold off Feng Xing here. To save the protagonist, the couple was severely injured, their lives hanging by a thread, only because she had once promised to protect the protagonist at all costs. Just then, Jun Wuyin and the other 2 safely escaped back to Qijin Pavilion. She immediately let go of the War King's hand, calmly said, The one who saved us today, I wonder who it was. Such high spiritual power. Do you know them? The War King was bewildered. This woman changed moods so quickly. They were just holding hands moments ago. Jun Wuyin put her hands on her hips and said, We're home now. You know I'm Jun Wuyo's wife, right? Leave quickly. Fine. We'll meet again anyway. Just then, the old master suddenly ran out. Why didn't Feng Xing return with you? The protagonist was confused, not having seen him. Could it be that Feng Xing was the one who blocked the attack? But how did he have such strong power? The old master continued, You don't know? Feng Xing has achieved something remarkable. He directly broke through to advanced level 5 Mystic Master. Due to excessive breakthrough, his body was weakened. Hearing that you and Xiao Bai hadn't returned for long, he went to look for you. Didn't you see him? Jun Wuyin realized, Oh no, Feng Xing is in danger. She quickly handed Xiao Bai to the old master, about to go back to rescue Feng Xing. Just then, Feng Xing returned, trembling. Jun Wuyin hurried to support him. Feng Xing spoke with difficulty, saying his breakthrough was excessive, and after taking Jun Outyin's palm strike, his spiritual power was now reversing. He feared he wouldn't make it. Jun Wuyin held Feng Xing's hand tightly, cursing, That damned Jun Outyin, I'll make you pay for this. Then she asked the old master if there was any medicine to control Feng Xing's spiritual power explosion. The old master helplessly replied that for those above level 5 Mystic Master, Once spiritual power explodes, it's fate's will. He was powerless. Jun Wuyin said unwillingly, "There must be a way. I'll go make medicine right now." Feng Xing spoke with difficulty. "Master, don't bother. I understand my body. Don't waste your effort." The old master and Xiao Bai were both grief-stricken. Just then, a pill flew into Feng Xing's mouth. Jun Wuyin looked back to see a man slowly approaching in a sedan chair. This man was named Zhao Bo, a high-level alchemist. The pill he just gave was only a temporary stabilizing pill, which could only control his internal spiritual power for a while. For complete cure, a higher-level pill was needed. The old master looked at him in shock. "You're Zhao Bo, the high-level alchemist from the Alchemist Association?" Jun Wuyin was also surprised. Legend says the Alchemist Association is where the continent's top alchemists gather. After a while, Feng Xing's color improved. Then Jun Wuyin asked Zhao Bo how to make the high-level pill. Zhao Bo smiled faintly. "With your current ability, I'm afraid you can't do it. The Alchemist Association has noticed you. Next month's Alchemist Selection Competition, the winner will qualify to enter the association's Formula Pavilion and obtain the recipe for the spirit-releasing pill. I'll wait for you there." Jun Wuyin secretly vowed, for Feng Xing's sake, she must win the competition. Meanwhile, Jun Outyin was in a thunderous rage. "Bunch of useless people. You couldn't even find out the assassin's true identity." Everyone trembled in fear. Jun Ruoxue kept begging the elder to save him. His mother suggested asking Jun Wuyo for help with the illness. But Jun Outyin didn't believe in any divine punishment illness. He suspected Jun Wuyo was behind it, so he planned to have Jun Ruoyan test Jun Wuyo the next day. The crown prince came to show off in front of the female protagonist, but unexpectedly ran into the war king instead. He was immediately frightened and trembling. What exactly was going on? Following Jun Outyin's orders, Jun Ruoyan came to Qijin Pavilion the next day to probe. She arrogantly went to knock on the door. Feng Xing poked his head out saying, "My master said he won't see anyone from the Jun family." Before Jun Ruoyan could speak, Feng Xing closed the door. Jun Ruoyan trembled with anger, but still pretended to be calm, saying it's fine. "I'll knock again." Just then, Feng Xing suddenly opened the door, carrying a wooden sign. Outside, a crowd of onlookers had gathered to watch the drama. Feng Xing placed the sign at the door and closed it. Everyone looked at the words on the sign. It read, "Jun family and dogs, not allowed inside." This enraged Jun Ruoyan. "Jun Wuyo, you've gone too far." The Jun family servants angrily said, "Master Wuyo putting out such words." Jun Ruoyan pretended to be righteous, saying, "There's no choice. We offended Master Wuyo before. Today we came sincerely to apologize to him. No matter what, the Holy Maiden concerns the entire great saint nation. We hope Master Wuyo can help." Just then, the princess and Lu Xingnan walked over. "We don't see any sincerity from your Jun family. Is your sincerity just empty words?" Lu Xingnan chimed in, "Don't expose them. Such things are embarrassing." Jun Ruoyan glared at them angrily. At this moment, the crown prince appeared. "Anning, Xingnan, watch your words." Seeing the crown prince, Jun Ruoyan immediately brightened up. The crown prince protected Jun Ruoyan, scolding, "Who does Jun Wuyo think he is? How dare he make my beloved wait outside? Tell him to get out here." Jun Wuyan slowly opened the door. "Since Jun Ruoyan comes as the crown prince's beloved, I'll let you in. As for whether I'll help or not, that depends on your behavior," the crown prince said, dissatisfied. "Jun Wuyo, the Jun family comes sincerely to apologize. How dare you be so rude? Who gave you such courage?" Just then, the war king sitting nearby suddenly spoke. "I did." "What about it?" The crown prince was stunned. He had noticed earlier that the war king was here. He could only stammer, "Royal uncle, why are you here?" "I'm here to watch the show, of course." "Is there a problem?" The crown prince broke into a cold sweat, speechless. Jun Wuyin then asked, "What important matter brings second Miss Jun here?" "Ruoyan just wants to apologize on behalf of the Jun family. We brought some medicinal herbs as gifts. Please accept them and let bygones be bygones with our Jun family." Jun Wuyin coldly replied, "You saw the sign at the door. You came in as the crown prince's beloved. If you want to speak as a Jun family member, please leave." Jun Ruoyan was left speechless. The crown prince couldn't stand it anymore. "Jun Wuyo, taking your anger out on a woman, isn't your heart too narrow?" Jun Wuyin calmly said, "Your Highness, it seems you think you know second Miss Jun very well. Divine punishment won't spare anyone who has done wrong. Second Miss Jun should be careful. This time it's the Holy Maiden who fell ill, next time it might be you. Jun Ruolian immediately became panicked, saying nervously, "Don't talk nonsense." The princess and Miss Liu seemed to have heard a huge secret. This Jun Ruolian is suspicious. Jun Ruolian immediately put on a pitiful act. "Master Wuyo, just because my grandfather and uncle called you a quack doctor, you won't even spare me? Don't you know in your heart whether it's a curse? This divine punishment will eventually fall upon all of you. I am indeed petty. If you don't confess your misdeeds, then let the holy maiden die and find peace sooner." The crown prince angrily shouted, "Jun Wuyo, watch your words. The holy maiden is still the holy maiden. A mere alchemist like you has no right to speak this way." The war king suddenly slammed the table. "A capable genius is more useful than a useless holy maiden. Don't you think so, crown prince?" The crown prince, frightened like a child who did wrong, said, "I spoke inappropriately. Please forgive me, royal uncle." The war king spoke calmly. "Does the crown prince have any other business?" While thinking, "Why don't you just get lost before I make you?" The crown prince hurriedly pulled Jun Ruolian outside. Jun Ruolian weakly said, "But I haven't gotten Master Wuyo's help yet." The crown prince scolded, "What help? You're just asking for trouble here. Let's go quickly." This man broke into the female protagonist's room in the middle of the night. Was it for indecent purposes or something else? Since Jun Ruolian failed to persuade the female protagonist, the elder flew into a rage. Jun Ruoshiwa's mother suspected Jun Ruolian was playing tricks and deliberately messed things up. Jun Ruolian spoke tearfully, saying pitifully that she had tried her best and even brought the crown prince, but Master Wuyo still wouldn't give face. Jun Ruoshiwa's mother wouldn't listen to her explanation. Fortunately, the elder had a backup plan and sent people to request royal physicians from the palace, who should arrive soon. Just then, Jun Ruoshiwa's father rushed in anxiously. "The emperor said he won't help with the holy maiden's matter." The elder was surprised. How could this be? "It's all because the war king interfered, saying Jun Wuyo is a divine doctor. He said Ruoshiwa must have divine punishment illness. Unless Jun Wuyo treats her, temporary relief would be useless." Hearing this, Jun Ruoshiwa's mother became panicked. "What should we do?" The elder raged. "Tomorrow I'll meet this Jun Wuyo. He won't get away with this." Meanwhile, something good happened to Jun Wuyan. He successfully advanced to level 2 puppet master. He became excited about his greatly increased power. Just then, the room's lights suddenly went out. The female protagonist became alert. She raised her fist to strike at the shadow, but her wrist was caught. With a turn, she was controlled. It was the war king. Without a word, she immediately controlled her puppet to attack the war king. The war king lost control and drew a sharp breath. At this moment, the candle relit. The war king sighed. "Are you trying to murder your future husband?" Jun Wuyan cursed. "It's you again, you bastard Di Xian." As soon as she finished speaking, the war king picked her up. "Withdraw your power, or I'll have to take liberties with you." Jun Wuyan angrily said, "Put me down and I'll withdraw the attack, or I'll kill you." But the war king stubbornly refused. He wouldn't let go, so Jun Wuyan had to surrender and withdrew the puppet formation. Then she asked, "How many of my secrets do you know?" The war king calmly said, "Many, and I also know that you are Jun Wuyan herself. Why are you investigating me?" The war king held her chin. He said softly, "What's wrong with investigating someone I'm interested in?" Jun Wuyan shook off his hand. "So all that talk about preferring men was just an act. You watch me pretend to be a man in front of you without exposing me. Was it for entertainment or to blackmail me? I care for you too much to harm you. In 3 days, Little White's body will start showing symptoms. Bring him to the War King's mansion, and I'll help solve his evolution problem. Then I'll show you everything with proof. Why should I trust you?" The War King stroked her head, saying, "Don't you remember? That blind man at the cliff's edge 5 years ago. Then he disappeared." Jun Wuyan stood frozen. So that man from back then was Di Xian. Even his own sister could be cruelly killed. This woman finally couldn't bear the pain and spoke up. Just as the truth was about to be revealed, a terrifying force struck. The story begins when Jun Outyin came seeking medical help. At that time, he saw the sign at the door. He became furious instantly and crushed the wooden sign. "Chi Feng, you go knock. I'm afraid I'll break down the door." Just then, Feng Xing opened the door. Jun Xingfeng said, "Our Jun family head has brought the Holy Maiden to apologize to Master Wuyo." Feng Xing looked at the invitation, then said, "My master isn't home. If you want to see him, wait. If you don't want to wait, get lost." These words angered Jun Xingfeng, who immediately pinned Feng Xing against the wall. Just then a hand steadied Feng Xing. The person was Jun Wuyin. She then told Feng Xing to go take care of Little White in the backyard, saying she could handle this. It's quite lively today. What brings Elder Jun here? Master Wuyo, regarding my master's behavior at the palace banquet, please forgive us. Please treat my granddaughter's illness. Jun Wuyin wasn't buying it. I've said before, I'll help, but only if the holy maiden tells the truth. Jun Ruoxue strongly denied, claiming she had done nothing wrong and never lied. Jun Wuyin shouted, "You still dare to deny it?" She then attacked Jun Ruoxue with spiritual power, making her cough up blood. Clutching her chest, she screamed, "My heart hurts so much." Jun Wuyin coldly watched her. Not just pain. Today is the last day. Look at your spiritual power. Isn't it almost depleted? Jun Ruoxue didn't believe it, saying spiritual power was innate and couldn't disappear. Jun Wuyin took out a testing stone. Dare to put your hand on it? I bet your spiritual power is below level 3. Jun Ruoxue refused to believe and put her hand on it. The test stone showed the number 2. Onlookers mocked. Only level 2? Spiritual power dropped 5 levels. She'll soon be useless. Jun Outyin was also in disbelief. Jun Ruoxue herself could hardly accept it, almost fainting from crying. Now you believe me? It's already severe. Best case, you lose spiritual power. Worst case, sudden death. After speaking, she secretly increased the pressure, making Jun Ruoxue suffer terribly. Then, pretending to regret, she said, "You don't have much time. Miss Jun might not make it through today." Jun Ruoxue was terrified and confessed, "I killed someone. I killed third sister." Everyone was shocked. Such a thing had happened. Jun Ruoxue continued, "The story about my sister dying from illness was false. She wasn't sick at all." She then explained why she killed her sister, just because her sister was useless and brought shame to her, so she murdered her. She pointed at Jun Ruoyin, shouting that she hated third sister the most. Because third sister had a marriage arrangement with the crown prince, she wanted to take her place. She asked me for money to arrange assassins. Everyone cursed her, calling her a beast for being able to harm her own sister, saying she was too vicious. Jun Ruoyin thought to herself, "I'll endure for now. Let's see how arrogant you are after Jun Wuyo kills you." Both were scheming women. Jun Ruoxue secretly rejoiced that everyone's anger had shifted to Jun Ruolin, and no one was blaming her anymore. However, what she feared happened. Just then, Jun Wuyin walked over. She said cunningly, "I heard at the palace banquet that third Mrs. name was Jun Wuyin. This name is quite similar to the Holy Maiden's. Does the Holy Maiden want to add anything? Since you've admitted to murder," Jun Ruoxue said this was a small matter and she wouldn't hide it. Jun Wuyin asked her to explain in detail. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Jun Ruoxue. Jun Ruoxue's father warned her, saying other things could be revealed, but not this one. Revealing it would make the Jun family guilty of deceiving the emperor. Jun Ruoxue tried to gloss over it. Jun Wuyin was annoyed. "Using my name to be the holy maiden in the capital, and you don't feel guilty?" Then she controlled the puppet to shoot at Jun Ruoxue, torturing her until she cried out for her parents, about to reveal the truth. Jun Wuyin waited expectantly for her to speak. Suddenly, she sensed danger. This familiar powerful chi was released by Jun Outyin. Jun Wuyin's face filled with fear. In this critical moment, the old master appeared before her. "You dare hurt my disciple? You're seeking death." Never seen such an unlucky man. 2 episodes ago, he was beaten badly by old Jun. This episode, he was cut up by the Black Society. Just now, after the old master had chased away Jun, Outyin and others were bragging. Wu Shuang suddenly rushed over in panic, saying something terrible had happened. Then she hurriedly explained the situation to them. The story goes back to 2 hours ago. Little White was playing in the backyard of Qijin Pavilion. Feng Xing was guarding him nearby. At that moment, assassins filled a corner of the wall, eyeing them menacingly. Then with several whooshes, they all jumped down. Feng Xing immediately noticed them. Quickly picking up Little White, he demanded to know who they were. He worried internally. Their leader matched his strength, and the others were all 4th-level masters. The assassins ignored Feng Xing. They ordered directly, "Kill the big one, capture the small one." Then they all charged forward. Despite the panicked dodging, he defended while protecting Little White's safety. The assassins realized their intel was wrong. This guard was actually a level 5 Mystic Master. They needed to end this quickly and grab the child. After stating the danger, they focused their main target on Little White. Feng Xing countered with a powerful move, killing 2 attackers. Little White was scared to tears. In that moment when Feng Xing was distracted, an assassin launched hundreds of flying throwing daggers in a sneak attack. Living up to his level 5 Mystic Master status, Fengxing deflected them all with clanging sounds. The assassins were shocked by his quick reactions. While they were surprised, Fengxing flashed forward and took down 2 more with a silver gourd moon slash. Now only the leader remained. Fengqin charged forward to finish him. They engaged in intense combat. Fengqin was slightly outmatched and took a severe cut. He became weakened, while Little White watched worriedly. The assassin wouldn't miss this chance and raised his blade to strike. To finish Fengxing. To spare Little White from seeing the bloodshed, Fengxing covered his eyes, saying, "Sorry, master. Fengxing will accompany you again in the next life." Just then a sword flew through the air. It broke the assassin's blade directly. Following, there were sounds of swords cutting through flesh and bone. In an instant, the assassin lay wounded on the ground. The newcomer was Wu Shuang, who asked worriedly if they were all right. Fengqin struggled to maintain his composure, indicating he was fine. Removing the assassin's mask revealed the Jun family's head steward. "Looks like Wuyo could use a living hostage like you. The Jun family might prove useful." The head steward tried to make a final struggle, but was immediately pinned down. "You didn't expect this outcome when you came, did you? To think the Jun family would attack a child and a guard. How despicable, bringing shame to the Xian clan." Then they secretly locked him away. Let Fengxing go heal first, while she would take care of Little White. When saying goodbye to Little White, she suddenly noticed something strange with his eyes. Little White kept rubbing his eyes. When he opened them again, they had turned white, and he had gone blind. Yes, Wu Shuang immediately took Little White to Jun Wuyin. Everyone was very anxious. The power inside Little White was more volatile than last time. The old master worriedly said that at this rate, Little White might not survive a day. Jun Wuyin suddenly remembered what the War King had said and decided to take Little White to his mansion. The doctor had said to bring Little White to the War King's mansion when he had an episode. "He can help me. There's no other choice now. We have to try." Wu Shuang suddenly grabbed Jun Wuyin's hand, reluctantly saying, "Don't easily become Di Xian's person. Can we wait a bit longer? This man is such a tease, asking beautiful women to kiss him whenever he sees them. If you refuse, well, too bad. He'll directly kiss your nose." "Of course, I'm just joking with you all. What's really going on?" The story starts from the day Little White fell ill. At that time, Jun Wuyin was worriedly holding Little White, saying helplessly that if it could save Little White, she wouldn't mind becoming the War King's person. But sure, Wu Shuang wasn't willing to give up. She insisted on going along, and soon they arrived at the War King's mansion. "I, Jun Wuyo, am here to see the War King." The guards quickly invited them, and upon hearing this, because the War King had given instructions beforehand, the War King was already waiting in the room. He asked how long Little White had been having episodes. Jun Wuyin replied about half an hour. The War King said they needed to start the medicinal bath immediately. Wu Shuang was asked to leave by the guards, with the reason that the War King's treatment process couldn't be observed by others. Wu Shuang was annoyed and told the War King, "You better behave yourself. Don't take advantage of Wuyo." The War King provocatively replied, "What if I do? Can you stop me?" These words left Wu Shuang unable to argue back. She could only leave angrily. Then Jun Wuyin asked what she needed to do. The War King playfully said, "Marry me. Be my queen." These words stunned Jun Wuyin. It was quite sudden. The War King continued, "Don't worry, I won't force you. Take your time to consider. After all, you'll definitely be the future War Queen, and Little White will belong to the War King's mansion." Jun Wuyin turned her head away. "I don't want to joke with you now." Indeed, it wasn't the right time for a proposal. The War King didn't insist and asked her to help undress Little White. While he prepared the medicinal bath, Little White felt feverish all over. Dizzy-headed, Jun Wuyin could only try her best to comfort him. At this moment, Jun Wuyin was stunned. The War King had also stripped completely. This made her shy. "Isn't this a medicinal bath for Little White? Why are you naked too?" The War King looked at her teasingly and said, "Don't be nervous. I need to hold Little White during the bath. If I don't undress, would you rather do it?" Jun Wuyin had to hand Little White to him with a blushing face. It was the War King's first time holding a child. Inexperienced, he was immediately scolded by Jun Wuyin. Can't you hold him more gently? You're hurting the child. Your arms are as stiff as iron. It looks uncomfortable just watching. The War King shamelessly replied, give me a kiss, and I'll relax. Jun Wuyin's face turned red at his words. This guy was getting more and more improper. Then the War King took Little White into the bathtub. After the medicinal bath, Little White's complexion returned to normal. Little White has a special power within him. It's the most unique proof of our bloodline. It can give people great talents, but if not controlled well, it can also be a deadly force. Jun Wuyin asked, puzzled. This bloodline refers to your royal family? Is it the same for the crown prince and princess? The War King's answer surprised the female lead. It turned out he had no blood relation to the royal family. The previous emperor was just helping his parents take care of him. Jun Wuyin looked at the War King's back. A thought suddenly crossed her mind. This guy's figure wasn't bad at all. Unexpectedly, the War King turned around and teased. My body's not bad, right? Jun Wuyin replied contrary to her thoughts. It's barely passable. Just barely acceptable to look at. The War King immediately put on his clothes and said calmly, you'll know in the future that a man's body can't be described as barely passable. After a while, Little White had completely recovered. Each future growth would help him learn to control and use the power within him. At this moment, the War King looked mischievously at Jun Wuyin. Little White's issue is resolved. Now shouldn't we discuss what's between us? Jun Wuyin backed against the wall in fright. You took advantage of me and won't take responsibility. You ran away with my child and won't even let him acknowledge me. Jun Wuyin replied angrily. What do you mean by taking advantage? Didn't you take advantage of me too? And you want me to take responsibility? Unexpectedly, the War King's expression changed as he said playfully, then I'll take responsibility. This angered Jun Wuyin, so his scary expression earlier was all an act. She immediately replied, no need for you to take responsibility. I'm a man. I should naturally be responsible. I'll take full responsibility for taking advantage of you. He then wrapped his arm around Jun Wuyin's waist. He started kissing her immediately. Jun Wuyin, I want you for life. Who's the best at kissing? That would be the War King. Just as the two were getting intimate, someone knocked on the door. Your Highness, Wu You's guards are here looking for him. They said they need to explain something. Jun Wuyin angrily pushed the War King away. You scoundrel. Don't ever touch me again. She then ran out in panic. The War King licked the lingering warmth on his lips. You'll be my queen sooner or later. Before Jun Wuyin reached the main hall, she heard the old master's angry shouts. That old Jun bastard. I'll slaughter him today. That despicable old thief and his whole family deserve death for using such vile methods. Upon entering the hall, Jun Wuyin was shocked. She looked worriedly at Feng Xing. Why are your injuries so severe? Wu Shuang calmly said. Feng Xing was lucky. Although the chest wound was serious, his heart was slightly offset, fortunately avoiding death. Jun Wuyin said angrily. The Jun family nearly killed Feng Xing. How despicable! But Feng Xing blamed himself for being incompetent and failing to protect his young master. He then explained that this morning, many people from various factions came to visit, including an official sent by the emperor. Jun Wuyin knew they came for the old master, because yesterday, he had displayed level 8 mystic master power. Many wanted to form alliances. The old master said he had no time for them, and only wanted to kill that old thief from the Jun family first. Just then, the War King's subordinates brought in the Jun family's head steward. Jun Wuyin recognized him immediately. So it was you, you bastard. Without another word, she slammed him against the wall. I'll give you one chance. Tell me which scum from the Jun family is behind this scheme. The head steward coldly snorted. He remained silent. Just as Jun Wuyin was about to slam him against the wall again, the War King grabbed her hand. Jun Wuyin asked, puzzled, what are you doing? Are you trying to stop me? The War King immediately took out a leather whip and said softly, use this instead of hurting your hands. This whip works really well. Still not talking? Then I'll beat you until your own grandmother won't recognize you. The old master was also furious. Kill this old bastard. How dare he harm my grandson? Let me cripple him. Jun Wuyin pressed his neck and said, if you still won't talk, Don't blame me for destroying the Jun family. Blood must be paid with blood. The head steward was shocked to see Jun Wuyin. You're actually alive? Seeing he wouldn't talk, Jun Wuyin directly snapped his neck. She said coldly, Hell's gates were closed. The king of hell wouldn't take me. Heaven itself let me return to seek revenge on your Jun family. The next day, Jun Outyin was reading in his study. Jun Xingfeng suddenly burst in anxiously. Father, something terrible has happened. Everyone's saying Jun Wuyo has become the War King's subordinate. If he asks the War King for help, our Jun family is finished. But Jun Outyin remained very calm, because he had spread these rumors himself. Jun Xingfeng was confused. Why do this? Jun Outyin explained. The Jun family cannot withstand the wrath of that old man, a level 8 mystic master. Only the royal family can resist a level 8 inspector. Since the emperor opposes the War King, making Jun Wuyo the War King's man will force the emperor to act. Then the War King and his people will be finished. But Jun Xingfeng worried. If they join forces, wouldn't our Jun family be in even more danger? Jun Outyin said helplessly. Could it be any more dangerous than now? Has the blood been sent to the imperial advisor? Jun Xingfeng replied, It's been sent. The doctor promised to save Ruoshue's life. Jun Outyin finally relaxed. As long as we have Ruoshue, the Holy Maiden, we need not worry. The emperor won't ignore matters concerning the Holy Maiden. Just then, terrified screams came from outside. Run! There's a corpse! Jun Xingfeng rushed outside. What happened? Upon closer look, he was frozen in shock. It was the head steward's corpse. Father, the head steward is dead. It must be Jun Wuyo's doing. They threw the body here to threaten us. Jun Outyin raged. You must catch Jun Wuyo. Head steward, don't be in a hurry to move on. Wait for me to send you some company. This old man was too partial and was slaughtered by his own granddaughter. While Jun Outyin thought he could kill Jun Wuyo first, the female lead had already struck first. By now, no one remained alive at the Jun family's secret base. In just half a day, all Jun family businesses had problems. Citizens demanded refunds. The whole capital suddenly turned against the Jun family for fraud, deceiving customers. The Jun family restaurants were the same. Food either had worms or was expired. The Jun family tea houses weren't spared either. All the tea leaves were problematic. Customers angrily came to demand justice. Word spread quickly, and people soon realized one thing. The Jun family was doomed. Servants began fleeing in droves. Jun Yaotian was about to explode with anger. He shouted furiously, The War King's mansion destroyed our Jun family stronghold. Wushuang destroyed our century-old foundation. Jun Wuyo is too ruthless. Jun Xingfeng suggested asking the emperor for help, but Jun Outyin said it wasn't necessary. Then he took out a box. The box contained the Jun family patriarch seal. Jun Outyin shouted at the heavens, Why are you so unfair to me? You want to destroy my Jun family, but I won't let you have your way. He then asked Jun Xingfeng to call the first madam and second young miss, saying he would use his trump card. In these 2 wooden boxes are 2 patriarch seals. One is fake, one is real. Each of you choose one. Leave the Jun family immediately. You go to the Star Observatory to find Ruoshue. Ruyin, you go find the Crown Prince. No matter who has the real seal, you must protect it with your life. Soon after, Jun Wuyin and her group arrived at Jun family's main gate, then ordered Fengxing to surround the Jun family. Capture the old and young, kill everyone else. The old master directly struck. One punch destroyed the Jun family's main gate. People inside scattered in fear, shouting, Jun Wuyo has come to kill. Jun Wuyo gently pushed open the door, walking in with confidence. Jun Outyin said coldly, So you've finally come. Yes, when you touched my son, you should have known I would never let you go. Jun Outyin replied coldly, Jun Wuyo, you think you've already won? Jun Wuyin calmly replied, Of course not. Only after I kill you and everyone in the Jun family will this end. Only then will I have one. Grandfather. Hearing this word, Jun Outyin was immediately shocked. Breaking into a cold sweat, he said, You are Jun Wuyin? Weren't you dead? Why are you here? Oh, so grandfather still remembers this useless one's name? I disguised myself as a man and changed my appearance to return for revenge. For years have passed, and now both old and new grudges shall be paid in blood. Jun Outyin sighed helplessly. Wuyin, you should know this is survival of the fittest. Without spiritual power, I couldn't help you. You would have been eliminated by this world eventually. Hearing this, the female lead laughed. Back then, you bought the linden, but I never saw you give it to me. Linden could awaken spiritual power, yet you immediately sent me away. Jun Huiyin slowly drew her dagger, saying calmly, I originally planned to let you live a while longer, but you touched someone you shouldn't have. My son is my life, so you can die. Jun Outyin was sweating profusely, asking softly, Jun Xiaobai, whose son is he? Just then, the War King stepped forward, embracing Jun Huiyin's shoulders, saying, Naturally, he's my son. Jun Outyin instantly deflated, muttering, So the person War King was looking for really was... I was wrong from the start. Jun Huiyin gripped her dagger tightly, shouting, Too bad there's no medicine for regret. Chat time is over. Grandfather, it's time for you to go. If you ever encounter such an old man in another world, never provoke him. Though he's only half a meter tall, he can blast you tens of thousands of meters into the sky. Just then, Jun Outyin launched a desperate counterattack, trying to kill the female lead, but Jun Huiyin remained calm, not panicking at all. At that moment, a glowing hand appeared above his head. It was the War King intervening. Dare to touch my woman? Seeking death. Then, the two were blasted away. Old man Su suffered internal injuries and exclaimed in surprise, Di Xian, when did your power reach this level? The War King replied disdainfully, You old fool. You're not worthy to know. Suddenly, an angry roar came from outside. Old thief Su, how dare you? Old Master Mu rushed in angrily. You dare touch my grandson and try to hurt my disciple. I'll send you to heaven. He released a massive spiral attack, aiming at Jun Outyin, instantly blasting him through the floor. Jun Outyin screamed in agony, cursing, Mu-kun, you're going too far. Old Master Mu laughed. Yes, I am bullying you. Heh. As he spoke, he concentrated spiritual power at the bottom. Suddenly, smoke filled the sky. The crowd below gasped. What an incredible battle. The War Wolf and others were shocked. They didn't expect Old Master Mu to be so fierce. Jun Huiyin gripped her dagger tightly, lowering her head quietly. What an incredible battle. Too bad I'm too weak now and can't have a proper fight with Jun Outyin. I must become stronger. Just then, the familiar head pat appeared again. It was Wushuang comforting her. Don't rush. You're destined to become powerful. Before he could finish, his hand was grabbed. The War King said jealously, Master Wushuang, please show some respect to my woman. Wushuang withdrew his hand unhappily, saying coldly, We have time ahead. Wuyo will eventually be mine. In the sky, the two old men were fighting intensely. On the ground, the two men were like water and fire. Soon, Jun Outyin performed a perfect free fall, crashing deep into the marble floor in a miserable state. Old Master Mu chuckled. He's all yours. Jun Huiyin didn't hesitate, directly stepping on Jun Outyin's back head with her size 80 foot. Jun Outyin weakly begged, I'm already like this. Can you spare me? You evil old man. Just go to hell. Just as the dagger was about to pierce his throat, Jun Outyin shouted, Your parents aren't dead. Hearing this, Jun Huiyin suddenly stopped. You say my parents aren't dead? Then where are they? Jun Outyin said with wide eyes, First remove your dagger and swear that after I tell you, you must let me leave. Jun Huiyin waved the dagger. As long as you tell me the truth, I'll spare your life. Now tell me immediately where Jun Xingtian and his wife are. Before they left, they told me that in the Xuanwu continent, there's a secret. Anyone who breaks through the trials to reach level 8 inspection will represent the royal family and enter a mysterious and dangerous place. Enter it to serve the Xuanwu continent and royal family. Xingtian was the first, and your mother had the highest spiritual power, so she also entered the mysterious continent with Xingtian. Jun Huiyin muttered to herself, Because my father was a level 8 Xian master and my mother awakened level 9 spiritual power, both represented the royal family to enter that place. That's why I was qualified for the marriage agreement with Di Yuanfeng, and the decision was in my hands. Then looking at Jun Outyin, she said, So you've been telling everyone my parents were dead. Jun Outyin replied, The emperor said, if they don't return within 20 years, they've likely died in that place. So besides you, the emperor also knows about this. Now tell me, who else met with my parents before they left? Jun Outyin closed his eyes and said softly, No one else. But Jun Huiyin laughed coldly inside, still trying to hide it. This old thief is still lying to me. She immediately raised her dagger, shouting loudly, In that case, Just die. The dagger instantly pierced his throat. Jun Outyin used his last strength to curse. You broke your oath. I said I would spare you if you told me the truth. But clearly, you didn't tell me the truth. When my parents left, second Madame Liu also met them. You knew that, right? Jun Outyin is dead. Now, let's go catch Jun Ruoyan. This woman personally killed her own cousin. If you ask how she feels right now, it can only be described with one word: satisfaction. Just now, Jun Ruoyan was running desperately through the capital streets with the Jun family seal. She was still calculating in her mind. If everyone else dies, as long as she survives, she'll be the future of the Jun family. Just then, a voice suddenly sounded beside her ear. Jun Ruoyan, others might escape, but I'll never let you get away. Jun Ruoyan was startled and turned back in panic, asking, "Who's there?" It was the female lead. Jun Wuyin said proudly, "Jun Ruoyan, do you still recognize me?" Jun Ruoyan was sweating profusely, trying to maintain composure as she asked, "Who is it really?" The female lead walked while gathering her spiritual power, saying coldly, "I'm Jun Wuyin, who crawled up from hell specifically to take revenge on you all." Then, a puppet needle pierced Jun Ruoyan's head, making her howl in pain immediately. "You can't even handle this much pain?" Back then, I was hunted by you all into the deep mountains, struggling under hundreds of roaring beasts. Fortunately, it wasn't my time to die. So now, it's your turn to die. She then lifted Jun Ruoyan by the neck with incredible strength, as if she had eaten spinach. Without any effort, Jun Ruoyan was being choked desperately, begging for mercy. However, Jun Wuyin showed no mercy and directly killed her. After dealing with Jun Ruoyan, she left without looking back. Suddenly, her head became dizzy, probably due to excessive spiritual power consumption. The War King quickly supported her, his face full of concern. Jun Wuyin indicated she was fine. Now they must quickly catch Jun Xingfeng, showing Jun Ruoxue and the others that she wouldn't spare anyone. Just then, a subordinate reported that they had caught Jun Xingfeng nearby. What a coincidence. They had just mentioned him, and he was already caught. Then, Jun Xingfeng was brought in, loudly cursing the female lead. "Jun Wuyin, you'll die. My daughter will avenge me. Just wait to be torn to pieces. Haha, I'll wait for you on the path to the underworld. Villains really talk too much. I'll send you to the underworld right now," she said while throwing a flying dagger. With a swoosh, it hit right between his eyebrows. Jun Xingfeng used his last breath to curse. "Won't let you get away with this." Jun Wuyin stroked her chin, asking, "Where did Jun Ruoxue and Li Shi escape to?" The subordinate replied, "We found out. Li Shi went toward Guanxin Tower, but hasn't arrived yet. Jun Ruoxue was sent to the Imperial Advisor yesterday." The War King muttered, "Entered Guanxin Tower. This is troublesome." The old master was also annoyed. That old fox Jun really had a backup plan. Jun Wuyin was confused, asking why it was problematic that Jun Ruoxue entered Guanxin Tower, and what kind of place it was. Shi Wushuang quickly said, "I'll explain later. Now we must hurry to stop Li Shi. We can't let him enter Guanxin Tower too. Otherwise, you won't be able to kill either of them tonight." The next morning, on the street of the Imperial Advisor's mansion, Li Shi was frantically fleeing, thinking to himself, "Just need to enter the Imperial Advisor's mansion. Once I enter Guanxin Tower, no one can kill me and Ruoxue." Soon he arrived at the mansion's gate, desperately knocking. "Open up! I'm the Jun family's madam, the Holy Maiden's mother. I request to see the Imperial Advisor." Li Shi was very anxious, shouting, "Imperial Advisor, save me. I'm the Holy Maiden's mother." However, Jun Wuyin and 3 others were silently standing behind him, watching him stubbornly, then placing a blade against his neck, making him break out in cold sweat. He asked nervously, "Who is it?" Jun Wuyin asked teasingly, "Madam, what urgent business brings you to the Imperial Advisor's mansion?" This woman actually killed her cousin's mother, right in front of her, and afterward even taunted, "Come at me." Just now, Li Shi was cornered but still tried to maintain composure, saying, "Jun Wuyo, I am the Holy Maiden's mother. If you dare touch me, my daughter will never forgive you." Jun Wuyin laughed. "You're wrong. I'm not Jun Wuyo. Are you sure you don't want to turn around and see who I am?" You seem surprised. Could it really not be Jun Wuyo? Then he turned around and was shocked. "You're Yu Qingqing?" Jun Wuyin didn't expect this reaction and said, "Looks like I take after my mother more." Li Shi was confused. "You're not Yu Qingqing? Then who are you?" Jun Wuyin smiled faintly. "I'm the daughter of Yu Qingqing and Jun Xingtian. Don't you remember me, madam?" After hearing this, Li was shocked. "How can you be Jun Wuyin? How did your face become like this?" Weren't you dead? How are you here? Jun Wien immediately pressed the sword against his neck. Blood instantly flowed out. He was so frightened that he bit his lips tightly. I want to know, when Jun Ruoshue and Jun Ruolian joined forces to hunt me down back then, did you play any part in it? He coldly snorted. Of course I did. I would help my daughter deal with anyone. Then he revealed how he arranged assassins to infiltrate the guard team and helped cover up the female lead's death. Jun Wien listened and felt relieved. In that case, I have no burden killing you. Li panicked and said, if you kill me, you won't have a good life in the capital either. Jun Wien sneered. Forgot to tell you, only you two are left in the Jun family. Everyone else is waiting for you below. Don't worry, I'll send Jun Ruoshue to join you soon. He was furious. You dare? Jun Wien brandished her sword, saying, I'll send you on your way now. Just then, the door creaked open. Two doorkeepers came out rubbing their eyes, complaining, what are you doing so early in the morning? Making such a noise outside Guanxin Tower. Be careful, or we'll punish you. Li saw them as his last hope and desperately shouted for help. Jun Wien immediately grabbed his shoulder. With a thud, she pushed him to the ground. The two doorkeepers rushed inside the mansion, shouting, Imperial Advisor, someone's killing people. Those few meters felt like an endless chasm. Li fell into despair. At this moment, Jun Ruoshue inside seemed to hear something and called out while walking, Mother, is that you? Li knew things were bad. While Jun Wien eagerly waited for her to come out, Li forgot about himself and immediately shouted, Ruoshue, don't come out. Jun Wien muttered to herself, since I can't kill you inside Guanxin Tower, I'll lure you out and then kill you. She then grabbed Li's collar and said fiercely, quickly call Jun Ruoshue out, or I'll kill you right now. Li had nothing left to lose. He immediately threw the family seal toward the mansion and said, you won't succeed. Jun Ruoshue, still unaware of the situation, was happy hearing her mother's voice. Coming, why bring a gift? Then she looked out. She was instantly shocked. Li shouted, Ruoshue, don't come out. Jun Wien is here to kill you. Then he cursed, Jun Wien, you're worthless in this life. You'll never be better than my daughter, killing the entire Jun family. You'll be struck by heaven's lightning, die a horrible death. Then he grabbed Jun Wien's sword and violently stabbed it into his own chest. Jun Ruoshue watched this scene in terror. With eyes wide open, Jun Wien looked at Jun Ruoshue and smiled faintly. I've killed your mother. Are you sure you won't come out to avenge him? Jun Ruoshue angrily shouted, Jun Wien, I'll take your life right now. The two doorkeepers quickly stopped her. Young Miss Jun, if you step out of Guanxin Tower, we can't be responsible for your life anymore. You'd better think it through before deciding. Jun Ruoshue asked coldly, are you going to watch me die at her hands without helping? The doorkeepers explained, as long as you're inside Guanxin Tower, you'll be under the Imperial Advisor's protection. Outside the tower, it's beyond our control. Seeing she still wouldn't come out, Jun Wien taunted, if you don't come out, I'm leaving. Just then, the Imperial Advisor came out. Jun Ruoshue immediately begged the Imperial Advisor tearfully, please, help me. The Imperial Advisor could only helplessly say to the female lead, Miss Wien, this old man owes the Jun family a favor. I promised the Jun family elder to protect the young Mississippi. Could you give me face and spare the young Miss Jun today? Jun Wien remembered what War King and Shi Wushuang said about not easily offending the Imperial Advisor of Guanxin Tower. It seemed she had to let Jun Ruoshue go today. Better to earn the Imperial Advisor's favor now. She could kill Jun Ruoshue later. Then she threw down her sword. Since the Imperial Advisor has spoken, I'll spare this dog's life for now. But once she steps out of Guanxin Tower, don't blame me for the bloodshed. After saying this, she turned to leave. The Imperial Advisor's voice rang out from behind. Thank you, Miss Wien. As a token of gratitude, I want to tell you that 3 months from now, great misfortune will befall you. There will be fortune within misfortune. Whether you can grasp that thread of luck and escape disaster depends on your fortune, Miss Wien. This woman had just killed her aunt, and before she could escape, the Crown Prince arrived at the scene. Jun Ruoshue hurriedly complained, Your Highness, please avenge me. Jun Wien has come back to life. She wants to destroy the Jun family. The Crown Prince immediately drew his bow and shouted, Who dares to cause trouble at Guanxin Tower? Turn around now, or I'll shoot you dead. Jun Wien knew things were bad and regretted not bringing her guards. This was trouble. Just then, War King arrived on horseback with his face covered. The Crown Prince hurriedly shot his arrow. At this moment, Jun Wuyin's protagonist halo activated, and the flying arrows couldn't even scratch her. The crown prince watched angrily as the two rode away. He immediately shouted, "Everyone chase them! We must catch them!" After Jun Wuyin left, Jun Ruoxue rushed out to see her mother. The crown prince questioned, "Wasn't Jun Wuyin killed by you? How could she return? What's really going on?" Jun Ruoxue said she didn't know either. Then she angrily vowed to avenge her parents. Jun Wuyin looked back and sneered, "Still thinking about revenge? I'll make you wish you were dead right now." Then she activated the puppet needles again. Jun Ruoxue immediately felt excruciating pain in her head and desperately begged the imperial advisor for help. The next day arrived. While Jun Wuyin was cultivating in bed, the system cat suddenly jumped out to report the accounts. This face-slapping session earned a total of 388,880 points. This number was very auspicious. Jun Wuyin got excited. With so many points, she could become immortal. The cat immediately encouraged the female lead to start shopping. Jun Wuyin pretended to sigh, saying she didn't know what to buy with so many points. The cat grinned slyly. "If Master doesn't know what to buy, then I'll help Master choose. I guarantee value for money." Then it happily flew to the system mall. After a series of swift operations, a quick learning pill worth 53,000 points was purchased successfully. An immortal fist technique worth 35,900 points was purchased successfully. A mother-child heart jade worth 40,000 points was purchased successfully. Jun Wuyin watched its operations, feeling her heart bleed. This cat was really generous with someone else's money. After completing the purchases, it even deducted its commission, leaving the female lead speechless. This cat was quite a swindler. Then it began introducing the items to Jun Wuyin. First, the quick learning pill allows you to quickly master any before it could finish. Jun Wuyin took one pill. "Let me see how fast this quick learning pill works." Then she opened the Immortal Fist manual and started reading. As soon as she started reading, various Immortal Fist techniques instantly flooded her mind. Jun Wuyin quickly tried to comprehend them. She was amazed at how fast the comprehension speed was. In less than 15 minutes, she had mastered the Immortal Fist. With one practice punch, she directly shattered the table. The power was incredible. Jun Wuyin was very satisfied with the first two items and asked about the third item. These are the mother-child hard jades, specially chosen for Master and Little White. They not only have tracking functions, but also allow the host to choose whether to take damage or even life-threatening risks for Little White. Jun Wuyin immediately gave the cat a thumbs up. This was exactly what she wanted. After receiving the mother-child heart jade, Jun Wuyin was overjoyed. Now she could better protect her son. She couldn't help but celebrate with excitement. But the cat worriedly said, "Master, don't celebrate too early. The reason for giving you these is because the system senses that you're about to face great misfortune. I hope these items can help." Hearing this, Jun Wuyin showed confusion and concern. The cat quickly smoothed things over. "Master, please stay calm. Bad things might turn into good things. It all depends on how you handle it." Jun Wuyin could only reluctantly agree. With these items, she should be able to handle whatever was coming. Just then, someone knocked loudly on the door. The cat quickly returned into the host's body. Feng Xing rushed in looking panicked. What had happened? This seemingly ordinary old man was actually the strongest person in the Xuanwu continent. However, he, the strongest elder, would soon be forced to leave this world. Just now, Feng Xing had hurriedly come to tell Jun Wuyin that people from the palace had arrived. Jun Wuyin quickly went to the hall to ask the master. What did the palace messengers say? The old master stroked his beard and said, "The emperor invites us to Guanxin Tower in 10 days. They said what else? We must attend." Jun Wuyin asked puzzledly. Could this be about what Jun Outyin mentioned before? About level 8 Xian masters representing the emperor to go to another place? Correct. I suspect the emperor's invitation in 10 days is likely about sending me to that place. Jun Wuyin worriedly said, "If you don't want to go, then don't. There's no law stating that level 8 Xian masters must go to that place." But the old master replied, "It's not that simple. If there wasn't some compelling reason, your parents wouldn't have left you right after your birth to go to that place." Hearing this, Jun Wuyin's expression became serious. 10 days later, Jun Wuyin and the old master arrived at Guanxin Tower as promised. After getting off the carriage, Jun Wuyin coldly said, 10 days ago, Jun Ruoxue didn't dare come out. Now I'm going directly. If I see her, I won't let her off." Soon, they arrived at the main hall. The emperor and the imperial advisor were already waiting. The two immediately bowed in greeting. After the emperor exchanged pleasantries, he brought up a topic. I heard Master Mu easily defeated the Jun family elder in a battle 10 days ago, as expected of a level 8 Xian master. Truly impressive. Old Master Mu was straightforward and said, Your Majesty and Imperial Advisor, please speak directly if you have something to say. I don't like beating around the bush, and I dislike being forced to do anything. The emperor lowered his gaze. It seems Master Mu already knows something. Then I'll speak directly. We hope Master Mu can represent the Xuanwu continent and go to the Four Directions Divine Emperor to participate in the United Divine Emperor competition. Jun Wuyin and her companion were confused. What Four Directions Divine Emperor? They had never heard of it. The imperial advisor spoke up. This story goes back to ancient times. Tens of thousands of years ago, there was no true Xuanwu continent, only a nameless land. The first beings to arrive in this world were the Four Directions people. They possessed world-creating powers. They divided the nameless land into 4 continents: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. The Four Directions people took their divided territories to live and multiply. As time passed, the 4 continents gradually separated. But the Four Directions people brought a magical space from beyond this world. That space contained countless precious treasures and spiritual energy for cultivation enhancement. It was called the Four Directions Divine Body, but it was equally dangerous, and many perished there. So people made an agreement. When the strongest person appears in the Four Directions continents, they must be summoned to the Four Directions Divine Emperor to continue the path of their ancestors and compete for more territory and resources for their continent. Now with Master Mu, we have 2 level 8 Xian masters as our strongest warriors in the Four Directions Divine Emperor. We should be able to compete for more resources. Jun Wuyin carefully asked, Are you saying Jun Xingtian isn't dead? The emperor waved his hand and replied, Of course not. Although rumors say Jun Xingtian and his wife's disappearance meant death, they actually went to the Four Directions Divine Land. Hearing her parents weren't dead, Jun Wuyin finally felt relieved. I see. The old master looked at the imperial advisor suspiciously, then asked, Imperial advisor, does this place truly exist? Are you sure you're not deceiving us? The imperial advisor reached into his sleeve and replied, Of course it's real. I have something here that will convince you both. It's an extremely rare item from the Four Directions Divine Emperor. Please see for yourselves. The old master opened the box, and a dazzling light instantly shot out. He asked puzzledly, What is this? The gemstone was emitting strange energy. Jun Wuyin was shocked and quickly closed the box. She asked dissatisfiedly, What's going on? Why does this hallucinatory feeling seem so familiar? The imperial advisor smiled slightly. You shouldn't speak carelessly. Feel the changes in your body carefully. Jun Wuyin then realized her spiritual power had broken through. The old master also said in amazement that his power had increased. What's going on? This stone's spiritual energy from the Four Directions Divine Emperor can easily increase Xian power. This is why the Four Directions people fought so fiercely for the Divine Emperor position back then. Because of this, whenever our Xuanwu continent produces its strongest warrior, the door left by the original Xuanwu descendants opens and summons the strongest one there. The old master had a bad feeling and immediately asked, What do you mean by summon? I feel that you haven't asked for my consent at all from the beginning. Could this be a door of forced summoning? The emperor helplessly said, In 3 days, that door will open, and the strongest person will be summoned there. This isn't something we can decide. The old master immediately became furious. You're forcing me to go to that damned Four Directions Divine Emperor, and you only give me 3 days' notice? After venting his dissatisfaction, he left with Jun Wuyin, this usually cold and aloof, godlike warrior. I completely changed just to win back his wife. Like a piece of sticky candy, impossible to chase away. Just now, Jun Wuyin and the old master had just left the palace. The old master was still angry because he only had 3 days left. Jun Wuyin could only console him helplessly. Don't be angry. Maybe you can return after going there. The old master sighed. If only that were true. None of those who were summoned there ever returned. Even your parents were the same. To cheer up the old master, Jun Wuyin suggested bringing Xiao Bai and Feng Xing along to reunite with him. The old master became excited upon hearing this, but he quickly realized the reality. It's not that easy to go there. You only break through your spiritual power once every 4 years. By the time you become the strongest, it might be 20 years later. By then, the grass on my grave might be 3 meters tall. I once said I'd be your support after coming down the mountain. But just days after revealing my identity, I have to leave the Xuanwu continent. June girl, after I'm gone, what will you do if bad people come to bully you? Jun Wuyin replied with a smile, "It's fine. Thanks to that stone just now, my spiritual power has broken through again. I'm very strong now. You old man, don't worry." The old master replied helplessly, "I hope you'll grow stronger. Even without me here in the future, you can protect yourself and my dear grandson." After speaking, he got off the carriage first. As soon as he entered the house, the old master picked up Xiao Bai, since he might not have the chance to hold him again. Jun Wuyin understood the old master's attachment to Xiao Bai and let them play together. Xiao Bai also loved staying close to the old master, constantly acting spoiled in his arms. Then the grandfather and grandson quickly ran out to play. Feng Xing felt that the old master seemed different today. He seems unusually approachable. Jun Wuyin turned around and said sadly, "Master is leaving." Feng Xing was confused. The old master, where is he going? That place called Four Directions, Divine Emperor? Once he goes, he might never return. Perhaps the only possibility is if we go find him. Then how can we go find him? Jun Wuyin sighed. That place. Only the strongest can go. Feng Xing encouraged. "Master, you can definitely become the strongest." Jun Wuyin said helplessly. "Even if we become stronger, there's still Xiao Bai. His feelings for Master are no less than mine. You know, you and Master are, besides me, his most loving relatives." Feng Xing was touched. "Can I really be young Master's relative?" Jun Wuyin smiled gently. "Of course." Feng Xing asked shyly. "Then what am I to you, Master?" Jun Wuyin smiled warmly. "You're my family too. You and Master are both family to me and Xiao Bai." Hearing this answer, Feng Xing seemed somewhat disappointed, looking down and saying, "Family, thank you, Master. But I'm still just a servant. Master shouldn't treat me as family." Jun Wuyin patted Feng Xing's shoulder. "Don't say that. You and Master, if either of you left us, I would miss you, because we're family." Just then, a horse suddenly stopped at the door. Jun Wuyin threw a dart and shouted, "Who's there?" The dart was easily caught. It turned out to be War King sneaking in. "Is this how you welcome guests, girl?" Jun Wuyin put her hands on her hips, saying, "No servant announced that War King was bored enough to visit." War King said shamelessly, "If I didn't sneak in, you probably wouldn't let me in. If you were more honest, I wouldn't need to sneak around and could just move in directly." Jun Wuyin was speechless at his thick skin. Then War King followed behind Jun Wuyin eagerly. "Where's Xiao Bai? That little sleepyhead. Still not up?" Jun Wuyin replied sadly. "He went to play with his wooden grandpa." Then she turned back and asked, "Do you know something about the strongest one and the stargazing tower?" "I do know when Master Mu will be summoned there. He'll be forcibly summoned in 2 days." War King stroked his chin and said calmly, "I know another secret. The strongest one who's summoned can bring along one highly talented person, just like our parents did back then." Jun Wuyin rolled her eyes. "Those are my parents, not your parents." War King scratched his head and grinned. "Same thing. They'll be my in-laws anyway." Jun Wuyin raised her fist and shouted, "Talk nonsense again, and I'll show you how to become a national treasure." Then she gave War King a gentle slap on the face. "My son doesn't even know who you are, yet you want to marry in. Stop dreaming." With that said, she quickly left, rushing back to her room to close the door. But War King blocked the door with his foot, then poked his head in with a grin. Jun Wuyin warned, "If you dare make any moves, I'll chop off your hands. And your third leg too." Just as she finished speaking, War King embraced her. Jun Wuyin was shocked. This guy actually dared to do it. Then she was pushed onto the bed by War King. Jun Wuyin threw out a fierce punch, but War King caught it. War King teased, "Don't move. Be careful not to provoke me." Would you believe that cake, something that should only exist in modern times, actually appeared in the Xuanwu continent? When you excitedly come to visit your son, but get called a big bad guy on the spot, what should you do? Just now, War King tried to do something intimate to the female lead. Jun Wuyin said sternly, "I have no feelings for you now. If you dare force me, you'll never have me, let alone being my son's father." Seeing her so serious, War King stopped. Jun Wuyin straightened her clothes and was about to push the door open. War King suddenly grabbed her hand. "I know, you have no feelings for me now, but I have the right to pursue you. I won't give up. I've set my heart on you. You're my only queen. You'll be mine sooner or later. Jun Wuyen's heart started racing. This guy was actually being serious. To hide her nervousness, she shook off War King's hand and said coolly, since you're so confident, then go ahead. I won't treat you specially just because you're Xiao Bai's father. War King smiled gently. At least she hadn't directly rejected him. Then he obediently followed her. Jun Wuyen said angrily, I'm going to the kitchen. Don't follow me. Upon reaching the kitchen, the grandfather and grandson were inside munching away, secretly eating chicken legs. Suddenly, they heard Jun Wuyen's voice. I told you. Don't follow me. Soon, Jun Wuyen walked in grumbling, with War King shamelessly following behind. Xiao Bai immediately raised his chicken leg. You big bad guy. You're here to steal my mother again, aren't you? Seeing Xiao Bai, War King walked over smiling. Oh, if it isn't my good son. Then he picked up the little boy. Xiao Bai struggled angrily, saying, Do you like us? Tell the truth. War King laughed. Kid, since you know, help your father put in some good words. Whether I can win your mother depends on you. You're not my father. My mother is my father. My mother is Jun Wuyen. My father is Jun Wuyo. I'm telling the truth. Ask your mother if you don't believe me. I am your father. Back then, when your mother and I were playing spirit games, that's how you came to be. So, I am your father. Jun Wuyen was annoyed. This guy was so shameless. He could say such things. The old master was confused as a bystander. How did the War King of Dashing Kingdom become Xiao Bai's father? So he was the one who cured Jun's poison. War King then turned around, picked up the wooden spatula, and said proudly, Dinner will be ready soon. Master Mu, please go rest. Leave this to me and Wuyen. The old master immediately grabbed the spatula back. No need to trouble War King with such small matters. After all, Wuyen and I are family. How can we let guests cook? War King wouldn't yield. I heard Master Mu is leaving in 2 days. Why don't you go play with my son for a while? Watching the two men quarrel like children, Jun Wuyen shouted, That's enough. Then thrust a kitchen knife between them, saying loudly, Keep it up, and I'll chop off both your trotters today. For drinking snacks. After dinner, Jun Wuyen saw War King out, then softly asked, Are you free tomorrow? War King turned with a smile. Of course I am. Are you asking me out? Seeing him being frivolous again, Jun Wuyen turned and left immediately, saying, Tomorrow is an important day. If you don't want to come, forget it. War King was confused. What important day? Could it be Wuyen's birthday? But I've investigated. Wuyen's birthday isn't tomorrow. Wait, birthday? Could tomorrow be my son's birthday? I see. Looks like I need to prepare a big gift for that little guy tomorrow. The next day arrived. Everyone was drooling at the table full of delicious food. Jun Wuyen untied her apron and said, We can start eating. Just then, War King arrived. Xiao Bai immediately puffed up and said, It's you again, you big bad guy. War King smiled apologetically. Today I brought you a birthday present. Jun Wuyen looked at the father and son, feeling somewhat helpless. Then she blew out the lanterns. Xiao Bai was confused. Mother, what are you doing? Then a cake was brought out. Xiao Bai's face lit up with joy. Wow, it's cake. Mother's cake. Jun Wuyen smiled and said, Happy 4th birthday, Xiao Bai. May you never be apart from mother. And Xiao Bai closed his eyes to make a wish. After dinner, Jun Wuyen took Xiao Bai outside to watch fireworks. May you never grow up. May you always be safe and sound. May you always stay by mother's side. These words seemed to hint at something bad about to happen. At this moment, War King walked over, reaching into his pocket saying, Xiao Bai, this is father's gift to you. We share the same blood. The pain I once experienced, I don't want you to experience any of it. This safety lock can help suppress the pain during your growth. When you meet your true companion one day, they will tell you. Xiao Bai took the safety lock, happily saying, Thank you. War King smiled gently. I hope you never encounter any danger. My dear son, he said while lovingly stroking Xiao Bai's forehead. Watching her son disappear before her eyes was undoubtedly the biggest blow for a mother. The usually calm and collected female lead now showed her vulnerable side as a woman. What exactly happened? The story goes back to the day Master Mu left. The space gate had opened. At that time, Jun Wuyen and others were at the observation platform, seeing off the old master. The court advisor said solemnly, The summoning is about to begin. The old master said reluctantly, I'm leaving. Take care of yourselves. If there's a chance, I'll definitely return. Xiao Bai ran crying towards the old master, shouting, Grandpa Mu, Don't go. The court advisor hurriedly shouted, "Don't go there." But it was too late. Xiaobai had already reached the old master, holding on to him tightly. The old master was shocked. "Xiaobai, let go. This is dangerous." Jun Wuyin was also very anxious, trying to run over to pull Xiaobai back. After just a few steps, both grandfather and grandson disappeared. Seeing this, Jun Wuyin collapsed to the ground, her face extremely dark. She quickly grabbed the court advisor's hand, asking, quickly tell me, how to open this gate. I need to go over. I need to find my son." The court advisor helplessly replied, "I'm sorry. I didn't expect the space gate to the 4 divine emperors would recognize your son's talent. Only if you become the strongest, or if you naturally possess the highest talent in some aspect, will this portal open again. Otherwise, you might never see each other again in this lifetime." Jun Wuyin clenched her fists and asked in a deep voice, "As long as I become the strongest, the space gate will open, right?" The court advisor replied awkwardly, "That's true, but you have no cultivation. How can you become the strongest?" At this time, War King also arrived at the observation platform, just in time to see Jun Wuyin. Both walked out with gloomy faces. He immediately asked with concern, "Wuyin, what's wrong?" Jun Wuyin grabbed War King's clothes. Trembling all over, she said, "Xiaobai was taken to the 4 divine temples." Then she could no longer hold back her tears and burst out crying. "They said only the strongest can make the space gate open again. I must become the strongest. I must go to the 4 divine emperors." War King held Jun Wuyin's hand sympathetically. "I'll help you with anything you need. Let's become the strongest together and find our son at the 4 divine emperors." After saying this, he embraced Jun Wuyin. After a while, Jun Wuyin said tearfully, "If we can find Xiaobai, and if he accepts you as his father, then I will marry you." Hearing this, War King became a bit excited. He hugged Jun Wuyin again and softly said, "All right, let's go find our eldest son together." This scene left Feng Qing dumbfounded. The next day arrived. To speed up her cultivation, Jun Wuyin immediately asked Little Cat to exchange spiritual power for the ultimate puppet technique and the ultimate body refinement technique, immortal power. As soon as she finished speaking, Little Cat produced 2 secret manuals. Jun Wuyin started reading them immediately, not daring to slack off even a bit. Half a month later, Jun Wuyin was walking on the street with Feng Qing. Suddenly, they heard people discussing around them. They say the Roaring Horde invaded a border city in the eastern continent, devouring several tens of thousands of people in the city. War King reportedly led troops overnight to deal with the Roaring Horde. The noble families also sent Princess Wushuang to supply the front line. Jun Wuyin was puzzled. How strange that they were both sent away at the same time. Have you heard? Master Mu's melody went out of control and accidentally killed Jun Wuyo's son. Jun Wuyo didn't dare reveal his backer's death, so he couldn't even hold funerals for his son and master. "No way! I never thought young Master Wuyo was such a person." Everyone chattered among themselves. Feng Qing said worriedly, "Master, these bad rumors have spread throughout the capital. What should we do?" Jun Wuyin remained calm. "This is clearly someone deliberately manipulating everything from behind. The servants at home have my puppet needles. They can't leak information. Di Xian can be ruled out, and Wu Shuang isn't the type to frame me. So, they can be ruled out too." Feng Qing wondered, could it be the Emperor and the Imperial Advisor? The Emperor is possible, but don't forget, he has Jun Ruoxua living in the palace. Just then, they suddenly saw a woman shouting frantically in front of their house. "Jun Wuyo, come out. My daughter took your spirit pills and practiced your technique, then died from body explosion. You must give me an explanation today." Jun Wuyin and her companion were embarrassed, wondering what was going on. Onlookers came to watch. "Isn't that General Li's second madam? Was it the general's second daughter who died?" The woman turned around and shouted, "That's right. Li Tongxin was killed by Jun Wuyo. How many more people will he deceive with fake spirit pills? Today I'll let everyone in the Xuanwu continent know that Jun Wuyo is a murderer." Jun Wuyin sighed. "I knew this wasn't so simple." Then the two disguised themselves and went to the morgue. "This is Li Tongxin's body. Let's verify if it was really death by body explosion. Let's examine it." She put on self-made gloves, slowly lifted the shroud. There was a bruise on the neck. The complexion was normal. No blood at the corners of the mouth. Death by severe injury, not body explosion. Seems someone is deliberately framing me. Just then, voices came from outside. "They've sealed the city to find you. Didn't expect you to be here. An officer walked in. Jun Wuyo, by imperial decree, I am to bring you to the palace immediately. No delays allowed. The mighty emperor of a nation, forcing a decent woman to marry his son. Ready to behead people at the slightest disagreement. Just now, Jun Wuyin was taken to the palace. Upon entering the hall, she saw Jun Ruoxue sitting beside the emperor. Jun Wuyo, you're finally here. Today, I shall avenge my parents and grandfather. If you want revenge, fine. Let's see if you have what it takes. The crown prince, seeing this, angrily shouted, How dare you be so arrogant before the emperor? Kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Kneel before an emperor who wants to frame me? I'm not that foolish yet. The general beside them roared, How dare you, you inexperienced brat, insult the emperor? Kneel down. He moved to force Jun Wuyin down. Feng Xing swung his great sword. Get your claws off. How dare you touch my master? Jun Wuyo, your people dare draw weapons before the emperor. Are you trying to rebel? Jun Wuyin snorted coldly. You decide what counts as murder and arson. One more charge of rebellion doesn't matter to me. Jun Ruoxue immediately jumped out. Since you don't care, then please, Emperor, order his execution and that of his 9 generations of relatives. Let him never rise again. Upon hearing this, Jun Wuyin just laughed. The emperor was puzzled. Jun Wuyo, what are you laughing at? Jun Wuyin laughed mockingly. Jun Ruoxue, is your head filled with excrement? Hearing my name, haven't you made any connections? Why would I target your Jun family? Why would I target you? Why do I keep saying you've done something unconscionable? Haven't you figured it out yet? Jun Ruoxue panicked and said, How dare you? I, the holy maiden, am called Jun Wuyin. Are you seeking death? My dear sister, you want to execute my 9 generations? Do you want to kill yourself too? After all, we are family. Hearing family, the crown prince was shocked. Could you be Jun Wuyin? Jun Ruoxue became more panicked. Your Highness, what are you saying? I am Jun Wuyin. The emperor turned to Jun Ruoxue and asked, Holy maiden, you say your name is Jun Wuyin, with the yin from appearance? Jun Ruoxue nervously replied, Yes, my name is Jun Wuyin. With that yin, what about it, Emperor? No, you're not Jun Wuyin. I remember now. Jun Xingtan's daughter is called Jun Wuyin. At this moment, Jun Ruoxue was extremely panicked. How could this be? How does the emperor know that waste name? She questioned. Isn't Jun Wuyin dead? How could she still be alive? Jun Wuyin replied disdainfully. That expression of yours looks exactly like Jun Ruoyin's when she learned the truth before dying. After speaking, she untied her hairband, and her beautiful hair cascaded down. It's been so long since I called you this. My elder sister. Nonsense. You can't be Jun Wuyin. She was so ugly, not beautiful like you at all. The crown prince was also shocked. How did her face become like this? How could this be that ordinary Jun Wuyin? The emperor calmly said, You look like your mother. You've inherited the best features of both your parents. Your appearance is proof enough that you are their daughter. It's a pity that their daughter is now being framed by you and others, perhaps about to be executed by me. The emperor rubbed his forehead and sighed. In that case, I'll give you a choice. That is to marry the crown prince. The crown prince was surprised. Father, what are you saying? Jun Ruoxue was stunned. Emperor, didn't you promise to avenge my Jun family? I promised Jun Wuyin, but you are Jun Ruoxue. The imperial advisor said the holy maiden would come from the Eastern Jun family, and you have the highest spiritual power among them. If you weren't the holy maiden, I would have executed you for deceiving the emperor as a public example. These words made Jun Ruoxue tremble in fear. Jun Wuyin, I bestow upon you the position of crown princess. Marry the crown prince, and your death sentence will be pardoned. The female protagonist crossed her arms and asked righteously, I, Jun Wuyin, when did I ever commit a capital offense? Do you think you have any other choice? Jun Wuyin looked at Feng Xing, nodded, then said to the emperor, I refuse. Hearing this, Jun Ruoxue immediately became excited. Then await your death. The crown prince was shocked. He never imagined Jun Wuyin would dare refuse his father's order. The general beside them snorted coldly, seeking death. The emperor became furious. Jun Wuyin, how dare you? We let you marry the crown prince out of respect for your parents. You killed so many people of the Jun family, yet we didn't sentence you to death. We've given you enough face, yet you still dare to. Jun Wuyin wasn't buying it. I don't care if you're the emperor or the heaven emperor. I refuse to marry. No one can force me. You want me to marry the crown prince just to get the spiritual techniques and formulas, then use the royal family's name to gain more benefits. Even if you know this, you have no choice but to marry the crown prince. I, Jun Wuyin, would rather die than marry. As soon as she finished, the emperor exerted pressure on both of them. Jun Wuyin could barely breathe. This was the emperor's furious spiritual pressure. The emperor shouted. Jun Wuyin killed the general's daughter, harmed civilians' wealth and lives. Her crimes are heinous. Take her away. Execute her immediately. The general immediately moved to kill the female protagonist. This wasn't science fiction. I really saw her giant glowing fist. So the female protagonist had this hidden ability. Just now, when the emperor ordered her capture, Jun Wuyin dodged the attack with a flash, then calmly said, "Want to behead me? Not so easy." The emperor raged. "Seize her." The great general extended his glowing palm. "Little girl, let's see where you can run." Feng Xing flashed forward to block his attack, but was pushed back several steps. Seeing the situation worsen, he immediately grabbed Jun Wuyin's hand and ran. The soldiers outside received orders. They all rushed forward. Jun Wuyin and Feng Xing fought desperately to escape. The pursuing great general could actually float in the air, holding a spear ready to strike Jun Wuyin. Jun Wuyin had no time to think and directly launched an immortal punch at him, immediately sending him flying. The great general was shocked. "What technique did you use? How can it be so powerful without using spiritual energy?" Jun Wuyin smiled coldly. "It's the technique that can take your life." Such arrogance. I advise you to hand over the technique. Perhaps I'll spare your life. Then try if you can kill this lady. Then taste my Li family's dragon spear. Jun Wuyin directly used the immortal force to counter the spear. The two clashed, creating a blinding light. Jun Wuyin was overpowered and suffered significant internal injuries. The great general mocked. "For a woman, your strength is impressive to many. But women are not fit for battle. Fighting is men's business." Jun Wuyin endured the pain and said, "How strong we women are in battle. Why don't you experience it firsthand, General Li?" After speaking, she began gathering power. This was her chance for an ultimate move. "Watch my ultimate technique." A desert-sized hound appeared, almost blasting him out of bounds. Jun Wuyin crossed her arms and said playfully, "How was that, General Li? We women's fighting power isn't bad." This blast stunned both Feng Xing and the crown prince who were fighting. The passing princess and Lu Xingnan were confused about what was happening. Just as General Li was about to speak harshly, the emperor suddenly ordered him to stand down. "Useless. Can't even defeat a woman." The princess was puzzled. "Father, what's happening? Even if young Master Wuyo is a woman, you can't force her to marry." Lu Xingnan helplessly held the princess back, thinking this girl still hadn't realized that the emperor wasn't trying to force Jun Wuyo to marry, but trying to force her death. General Li had clearly tried to kill her earlier, but unexpectedly was beaten instead. Lei Ji became curious. Could women really be this powerful? "Jun Wuyin, you do have some skill. We'll give you one last chance. Will you marry or not?" Jun Wuyin firmly replied, "No." The crown prince couldn't understand her. Why would this woman rather die than marry? The emperor's eyes turned cold. He shouted, "Then die. Eunuch Kai, seize her." Surprisingly, a eunuch could possess such powerful presence. Feng Xing was shocked. This eunuch Kai was actually a level 6 mystic. Jun Wuyin's expression grew serious. To think such an expert was hidden in the palace. It was truly thought-provoking. Before they could react, he struck with his sunflower pressure point technique, aiming straight for Jun Wuyin's throat. Jun Wuyin immediately shot a puppet array at his head. Eunuch Kai was shocked. What power is this? How can it attack me from thin air? Though Jun Wuyin repelled him, her arm was injured in the process. The emperor hurriedly urged Eunuch Kai, "Stop dawdling. We have no patience." Eunuch Kai was about to use his ultimate move, the sunflower scripture. But to his surprise, the two had no intention to fight and ran away instead. Jun Wuyin and Feng Xing desperately fled towards the palace gates. It was their only escape route. Hand in hand, whether in life or death, we must stay together. As a servant, he dared to act like a father, forcefully kissing his mistress. Afterward, he even taught his master the dragon 18 palms. What was going on? Just now, when Jun Wuyin and Feng Xing reached the palace gates, they suddenly discovered all the guards had been dealt with. As they wondered, the princess and Lu Xingnan suddenly appeared. They waved to signal them. With the princess's help, Jun Wuyin and her companion successfully escaped the palace. However, the emperor wouldn't let them go. He immediately ordered announcements throughout the kingdom, charging Jun Wuyin with numerous serious crimes. Anyone who captured or killed Jun Wuyin would be heavily rewarded. Uninformed onlookers discussed angrily. Mediocre. Jun Wuyo's pills have harmed so many people. Report if you see her. Show no mercy. Just then, a sharp-eyed woman seemed to notice something. She shouted, "Where's Jun Wuyo?" Instantly, a crowd gathered around. Jun Wuyin and her companion sensed danger. They immediately turned and ran towards the city gate. Eunuch Kai reacted quickly, jumping down from the city wall to block them. General Li had also caught up. Wolves in front, tigers behind. They had nowhere to run. The onlookers shouted angrily, "Kill them!" Eunuch Kai struck first, reaching for Jun Wuyin's chest. Feng Xing quickly blocked in front of her, cursing, "You dead eunuch! Watch where you're grabbing." A spear cut through the wind. With a thud, it pierced right through Feng Xing. This shameless General Li actually used a sneak attack. He mockingly said, "Like a bodhisattva crossing the river, still trying to protect that sword?" The crowd immediately cheered. "General Li, get them. Give them a good beating." Meanwhile, Jun Wuyin was caught by Eunuch Kai's grip. With a crack, the female protagonist's wrist was broken. Then she was pinned down with a foot on her head, unable to move. The crowd started shouting, "You wretch! Your spirit testing pills and spirit training books were all part of your scheme. We trusted you so much, yet you didn't even hold a funeral for your own master. You selfish bastard deserves to die." Hearing the ignorant crowd's fury, Jun Wuyin could only let out a cold snort. The night before this incident, the imperial advisor was observing the stars when he saw the Holy Maiden star surrounded by red light. He was shocked. The dragon star was the holy star. This meant the emperor would kill the Holy Maiden. Without further thought, he immediately ordered people to leave the palace. And today, Jun Wuyin truly met with bloody disaster. Looking at the crowd below, she said calmly, "If I say I didn't kill anyone, would you believe me? If I say my spirit testing pills weren't poison, would you believe me? If I say my spirit training technique wasn't lethal, would you believe me?" The crowd below sneered. "You dare to lie so blatantly? The emperor has already convicted you. Could the emperor possibly wrong you?" Jun Wuyin shouted, "Can't the emperor deceive you? Are his words really heaven's will?" Seeing her dare to slander the emperor, Eunuch Kai became furious and stomped harder on the protagonist's head. Some in the crowd became more aggressive, picking up stones to stone her to death. Just as the stones were about to hit Jun Wuyin, she caught them effortlessly. This enraged the crowd even more, and they began a collective attack with stones. Rotten eggs and vegetables were thrown as well. Eunuch Kai quickly moved aside while Jun Wuyin was submerged in rotten eggs. Seeing this, Feng Xing rushed over and used his body to shield Jun Wuyin. They were completely isolated. Jun Wuyin shed tears of grievance. The chief eunuch came behind them and coldly said, "The emperor's order is like heaven's mandate. It's time to send you on your way." With that, he struck with his palm. Jun Wuyin closed her eyes tightly. Her heart was in despair when Feng Xing suddenly lifted her head, gently kissed her cheek, and said lovingly, "This kiss is enough for my heart." Then he pushed Jun Wuyin onto the city wall, while he was struck dead by the chief eunuch's palm. Jun Wuyin watched this scene in shock. Tears immediately streamed down her face. She let out a heart-wrenching roar. One who would rather lose their life than let the whole world accompany them in death. Just now, Jun Wuyin watched Feng Xing die before her eyes. At this moment, she was consumed by deep guilt and grief. She began laughing maniacally. "How cruel you are, pushing me to this point. Jun Wuyin, never poisoned you, yet you frame me. Even if I am a woman, I'm not someone you can bully at will. I will make all of you pay the price." Then she summoned the system cat. She wanted to exchange all her pleasure points for spiritual power to take revenge on everyone. The cat immediately exchanged for a black, shining pill. "This is the pill you want, master, but taking it will kill you too. Are you sure about this?" Jun Wuyin calmly looked at the cat without speaking, but her eyes showed her determination. Just then, a carriage rushed over, shouting, "Holy Maiden, you must not." The doctor carefully said, "I've explained everything to the emperor. You are heaven's chosen Holy Maiden. If anything happens to you, heaven will be angered, and the whole world will be affected." Jun Wuyin looked at them coldly and remained silent. Below, the emperor became somewhat panicked. He said guiltily, "We misunderstood you. Please calm down. Don't do anything foolish." Jun Ruoxua also stepped out of the carriage to see what Jun Wuyin would do. The emperor continued persuading from below, saying everything was fine now. Come down quickly. Jun Weiyin's face darkened as she sneered. Everything's fine? How easily you say that. You killed my Feng Xing, and now you dare tell me everything's fine? After speaking, she reached out to the cat for the pill. Seeing her determination, the cat gave her the pill. Jun Weyin looked at the immensely powerful pill in her hand. Without hesitation, she swallowed it. If I truly am heaven's chosen holy maiden, if heaven truly has eyes, then hear clearly. I, Jun Weiyin's curse. I curse all who betrayed me, all who bullied and framed me, and all who killed Feng Xing. May their spiritual power and rhythm forever be incompatible in this world. As soon as she finished speaking, the clear sky instantly filled with dark clouds and rolling thunder. But Jun Weiyin's curse didn't stop. Universe, I curse your weak spiritual power to be forever worthless. I curse your uncontrolled rhythm to never match with spiritual power. Hearing this, the crowd below changed expression dramatically, becoming panicked. I, Jun Weyin, swear by my position as holy maiden, with all my spiritual power as price, hereby lay this curse. Suddenly, a brilliant light appeared in the sky. It illuminated the city wall, where Jun Weyin stood with blinding light. The crowd below watched this scene in shock. Several streams of light entered the emperor's body. Frightened, he immediately called for protection. General Li and Eunuch Kai met the same fate. They were shocked. This is spiritual power. Jun Weiyin's spiritual power. Jun Ruoxue was almost scared to death as she watched the approaching light orbs. Jun Weyin, with spiritual threads wrapping around her hands, said coldly, "You four, I will never let you go." Then she grabbed and snapped the threads. Die, all of you! The heads of the four people below instantly exploded. The watching crowd was terrified. Jun Weyin felt a sharp pain in her chest. Her body went limp and collapsed. She laughed bitterly inside. The second death is more painful than the first. I'm sorry, Di Xian. I'm sorry, Feng Xing. I'm sorry, Xiaobai. And Master, if there's a next life, I hope we can meet again. Thanks for everyone's support. The Xuanwu Continent chapter is complete. A new chapter will begin next. Don't miss the excitement. Remember to leave a like before you go. Leave 3 red flowers in the comments, and we'll notify you when updates are available. The Four-Direction Divine Emperor's new chapter begins. After Jun Weiyin's sacrifice, she fell into a deep sleep. Now she suddenly opened her eyes. She sat up abruptly, wondering if she hadn't died. Had she transmigrated again? She looked around confused. Where was this? Looking at her reflection in the water, she froze. Her hair had turned white. She was completely naked, with only this bracelet on her wrist. Full of confusion. Hadn't she already sacrificed her life and spiritual power to lay the curse? Was all that holy maiden stuff fake? Wasn't heaven supposed to be angry? Fortunately, her storage bag was still there with all the money and items inside. She carefully assessed her physical condition. Her health condition was good. Fortunately, her spiritual power had actually broken through to this level. Jun Weyin was overjoyed. She had jumped directly from level 3 spiritual power to level 5. It seems this was that blessing in disguise ordeal. Though she survived, some things could never be recovered. Thinking of Feng Qing's death, her heart ached faintly. This was Heart Demon. Suddenly, the bracelet on her hand emitted light. The hot spring water instantly began to boil. Jun Weyin almost became boiled meat. She secretly recovered. Was this a hot spring or a magma pool? But fortunately, the chaotic spiritual power and Heart Demon's influence both calmed down. Looking at this magical hot spring, Jun Weyin guessed this must be like the spirit spring space in novels. It seemed she could leave with just a thought. She tried it immediately. Indeed, it was so. This bracelet was also a spatial artifact. It could store things too. Just then, she suddenly heard a roar. The sound grew closer. Jun Weyin immediately used spiritual power to sense the situation. Suddenly she discovered there were howlers here, and it was a group of them, seemingly gathered around a cave entrance. Could there be something attracting them in the cave? She took out a dagger and walked toward the cave. After a few leaps, she arrived near the target. She was amazed. Each howler was as big as an adult elephant. How many people must they have eaten to grow so huge? Then she discovered there was actually a person among the howlers, currently surrounded by the howler group. Jun Weyin immediately thought about sneaking away, as this group of howlers was beyond her ability to handle. Without thinking further, she jumped down intending to flee. Unfortunately, she was spotted by a howler that was relieving itself. It immediately rushed to devour her. That young man noticed someone and immediately called for help. Jun Wuyin was speechless. Now she was thoroughly discovered. A howler charged directly at that young man. A savage charge pushed him right into the cave. Jun Wuyin didn't hesitate and leaped in after him. Then she had a bad feeling. This howler king seemed to have human-like intelligence, deliberately forcing them into this cave. Jun Wuyin looked at the motionless young man and said, "Are you dead?" The young man immediately raised his head. "This young master is too lucky to die." "Won't die." Jun Wuyin looked at him playfully. "Then I wish you a long life." Then she turned to leave. The young man knew he'd been too arrogant and quickly begged, "Little girl, don't go. Take this young master with you. I'll pay you." Hearing the key point, Jun Wuyin immediately turned back and asked, "You're very rich?" After some inquiry, she learned he was called Bai Ji, the eldest son of the Bai family. The Bai family was the White Tiger Empire's largest clan, and the wealthiest among the 4 nations. Jun Wuyin was confused. Wasn't the Xuanwu continent unified under one great holy nation? Where did these other 4 nations come from? Could she no longer be in the Xuanwu continent? Better tend to this guy's wounds first. Then she secretly rejoiced. It seemed she was now in the 4-direction divine temple. She could go find her parents, Xiao Bai and Master. She then extracted more information from Bai Ji. A mysterious figure had arrived in the Qinglong nation, making it rise to power in half a year. The Xuanwu nation had been suppressed by the Vermilion Bird nation and was now at the bottom. After hearing this, Jun Wuyin suggested finding a safe escape route first, as the Howler King was at the cave entrance. Definitely not an option. But Bai Ji confidently said that as long as the girl's spiritual power was high enough, he had a way to kill those howlers. Jun Wuyin asked somewhat uneasily, "What level Shin Master are you?" Bai Ji boasted arrogantly that at 23, he was already a level 9 Shin Master. In the entire 4-direction Divine Empire, only a few could compare to him. He aimed to reach Shin King before 30. Jun Wuyin was shocked. A level 9 Shin Master at 23, this talent was truly heaven-defying. So the men in the 4-direction Divine Empire needed to do intimate things with women to suppress the power raging within their bodies. And this arrogant man assumed Jun Wuyin wouldn't reject such a handsome man as himself. But Jun Wuyin just looked at him like he was an idiot, because suppressing a man's power didn't require intimate contact at all. After learning Bai Ji was a level 9 Xian Master, Jun Wuyin was puzzled. How could a level 9 Xian Master not defeat the Howlers? Bai Ji could only awkwardly reply that he was ambushed. Jun Wuyin had wanted to hide her spiritual power level, but Bai Ji had already seen she was a Wu Ji. Such great spiritual power had been exposed early on. Then, suddenly she felt the surrounding temperature getting colder. Just then, Bai Ji suddenly patted her shoulder. Jun Wuyin instantly felt warm again. Then they continued walking forward. Suddenly, they discovered in the small pool ahead, a lotus was blooming. Without thinking, they knew this must be a treasure. Jun Wuyin was overjoyed. An ice lotus in bloom. It was actually an ice lotus. Bai Ji immediately used his power to pull the whole lotus plant over. She wasn't the type to forget righteousness for profit, so she immediately split the lotus equally with Jun Wuyin. After dividing the treasure, Jun Wuyin asked if there was a way out. Bai Ji replied that if she could help young master suppress his power and assist in battle, those howlers would be no problem. Jun Wuyin was confused. Spiritual power could assist? While Bai Ji was more shocked. You don't know how to use spiritual power to assist Xian masters? Jun Wuyin replied with an innocent face. I only know how to fight with spiritual power. She regretted it as soon as she said it. She seemed to have exposed something again. Bai Ji didn't think much of it, assuming she was just a village girl, so it was understandable she didn't know. Then he began explaining how women use spiritual power to assist Xian masters. After the explanation, Jun Wuyin understood. This meant the Xuanwu continent was destined to be far behind this place. Then she said, so you need me not only to help suppress your power, but also to assist in battle? Bai Ji replied shyly, don't worry, this young master will take responsibility. We Bai family's second sons are very devoted. I won't let you down. Jun Wuyin looked at him like he was an idiot. Then she burst into laughter, leaving Bai Ji confused. Are you willing or not? This young master won't force you. Jun Wuyin immediately explained, I can help you suppress your power, but not in the way you're thinking. Just then, the cave began to shake violently. Following that, a terrifying beast's roar came through. Bai Ji's eyes widened. The Howler King is here. Shortly after, Jun Wuyin quickly assisted Bai Ji to attack. A 5 Thunder 8 trigrams palm instantly sent the Howler King flying. Meanwhile, Jun Wuyin seized the chance to attack with spiritual power. When she detected a sneak attack from behind, she immediately used spiritual power threads to pull Bai Ji back. This fighting style of one person controlling the battlefield while another attacks was indeed from Xuanwu Continent's culture. To end the battle quickly, Bai Ji took out the Sea King Trident. He thrust it directly at the Howler King's neck. Jun Wuyin seized the moment and stabbed the Howler King's vital point, killing it instantly. Bai Ji admiringly said, "You girl, using yourself as bait, you're really ruthless when you fight. This young master is quite curious about you." Jun Wuyin simply replied, "Curiosity killed the cat." After saying that, she turned and left. East Azure Dragon, West White Tiger, South Vermilion Bird, North Black Turtle. Just head north, and she could return to Xuanwu Continent. Father, Mother, Master, and Little White, wait for me. The Howler King came to the city at midnight to eat people. This woman showed no panic at all. Instead, she went to the rooftop to watch the show. More surprisingly, in this four-direction divine empire, an old acquaintance had followed her. After Jun Wuyin left the cave, she went alone to barbecue some howler meat. Unexpectedly, this bracelet space was so powerful, it could transfer everything from the storage bags inside itself. This saved the rental fee for storage bags. Then she tried summoning the system. Little Cat was overjoyed. Finally, this damned master remembered him. Jun Wuyin could only awkwardly comfort him. However, Little Cat became jealous. "I see you've forgotten your old love for a new one, bewitched by that red bracelet spirit. It's been 3 years in this four-direction divine empire, and you hadn't thought of me once." Jun Wuyin was shocked that she had been here for 3 years. Little Cat explained that at the moment of the explosion, the red bracelet had timely absorbed Jun Wuyin into its space, then directly jumped to the four-direction divine land. For these 3 years, the host had been sleeping to recover, so she couldn't hear Little Cat's calls. The next day, Jun Wuyin arrived at a medium-sized town in the Vermilion Bird country. The townspeople were discussing amongst themselves. They said a Howler King as big as a small mountain had eaten over 1,000 people and was heading this way. Fortunately, they had their city lord, and the White Tiger Earl's envoy would arrive in these few days. With their help, they could definitely destroy it. Jun Wuyin thought secretly, why would the White Tiger Earl's envoy come to Vermilion Bird country? Could they be joining forces to suppress the Xuanwu country? She needed to return to Xuanwu country quickly. In the evening, someone shouted outside, "The White Tiger Earl's envoy has arrived. Come see." They said he was very handsome. Jun Wuyin, being curious, immediately wanted to go see what this handsome man looked like. A carriage was slowly moving down the street. Jun Wuyin mixed into the noisy crowd. The White Tiger Earl's envoy in the carriage happened to spot Jun Wuyin in the crowd. He wondered doubtfully, could it be her? Late at night, another shout rang out. "The Howler King is here." Jun Wuyin woke up startled from her sleep. Then the Howler King appeared on the main street, frantically attacking civilians. At this time, a man and woman calmly walked out. They were the White Tiger country's envoys sent to deal with the Howler King. The Xian master shot arrows in front while the Spirit Master captured from behind. One arrow sent the Howler King flying. Jun Wuyin ran to the rooftop with snacks to watch. Watching the show, she was somewhat surprised by this scene. So that was the Xian King's melody? It was actually red. However, while she was watching, a figure quietly appeared behind her. Suddenly, a pair of hands reached out, and a voice whispered, "I knew you were still alive." Jun Wuyin was startled. She quickly turned around and found it was Shi Wushuang. Who would have thought that the usually refined young Master Wushuang would now be so physically forward with a woman? However, while Shi Wushuang was teasing Jun Wuyin, Di Xian, the Regent King of the Azure Dragon country, was staring blankly into space. If only I had arrived earlier back then, I wouldn't have lost the woman I loved. Little White had been living with Di Xian, but because Di Xian failed to protect his mother, he had never forgiven him. With the female lead absent, some women tried various ways to get close to Di Xian, hoping to become the Regent King's wife. But Little White had seen through this woman's intentions. "You evil woman trying to get close to my father. I won't let you succeed." He shot an arrow, giving the woman a cold sweat. She angrily said, "You stubborn child. Your mother is dead. Your father drowns his sorrows in wine every day. Treating your father like this will eventually make him lose hope. You'll end up not just motherless, but fatherless too. After saying this, she closed the door and left. Little White couldn't contain his sadness and began to cry. After the woman said those harsh words to Little White, she went to complain to Di Xian. Your servant is useless. Couldn't bring Little White along. He still rejects me. Unexpectedly, Di Xian coldly replied, you pushed him away. This left the woman confused. He then ordered guard Mou to attend to Little White and instructed the kitchen to always have food ready for whenever Little White wanted to eat. He would certainly shower his son with love. The woman on the side was completely ignored, trembling with anger. As the first beauty of the Azure Dragon country, I'm willing to be a servant in the Regent King's mansion. I must secure the position of Regent King's wife. After everyone left, Di Xian began talking to himself again. I found news about your parents. They were killed by traitors from the Xuanwu country in the undiscovered Divine Empire. You must be reunited with them now. Meanwhile, the situation was awkward for the female lead. Jun Huiyin hadn't expected that Wu Shuang had those kinds of feelings for her. She quickly created distance. Young Master Wu Shuang were just friends. Such intimacy will cause misunderstandings. Sure, Wu Shuang reluctantly asked, why? Is Di Xian allowed then? Do you know how much effort I spent looking for you? Jun Huiyin calmly said, Di Xian is Little White's father. I am Little White's mother. As long as Little White doesn't dislike him, I will naturally be with him. The former Jun Huiyo is gone. The current Jun Huiyin is just a betrayed, pitiful person, not worth young Master Wu Shuang's attention. At this moment, the Howler King was successfully killed. Jun Huiyin quickly jumped down upon seeing this. She didn't forget to call Sure Wu Shuang, thinking such a large Howler King must have good meat quality. Sure Wu Shuang asked puzzledly, you said you need the Howler King's meat for alchemy. Which parts do you need? I'll have someone cut them for you. Jun Huiyin didn't hesitate, immediately saying she wanted all 4 hooves. If not for the red bracelets, space being almost full, she would have taken the whole thing. Just then, a voice called out, young master, you came to see me? It was the woman who had helped kill the Howler King earlier. Jun Huiyin finally understood that these two were Sure Wu Shuang's subordinates. Seeing Jun Huiyin there, Sure Wu Shuang quickly shook off the woman's hand and coldly said, Lu Li, you are now Elder Bai's woman. Mind your status. But the woman was unhappy. Young master, I've followed you for 3 years. You've always doted on me. Now you scold me for this woman, just because I look somewhat similar to her? For such a substitute, young master, do you really want to hurt me like this? At these words, Sure Wu Shuang quickly defended. Huiyin, don't listen to her. Not even a substitute. Jun Huiyin smiled faintly. She originally didn't want to get involved in Sure Wu Shuang's affairs, but since the other party was causing trouble, she couldn't let it slide. The system kitten jumped out too. Kill this little witch. This is satisfying. Might as well take advantage. Jun Huiyin walked slowly towards the woman. Miss, don't you realize how embarrassing your situation is? The woman tried to maintain composure. I've followed young master for 3 years. You just appeared. If not a substitute, then what? Jun Huiyin smiled slightly. I met your young master 7 years ago. There was an accident 3 years ago, and I disappeared for a while. What a coincidence. You appeared exactly 3 years ago. Before she could react, Jun Huiyin grabbed her chin. With a sudden pull, a fake face mask was torn off, revealing the woman's true face. Such a good mask. Too bad it's fake. This scared the woman so much she immediately knelt and begged for mercy. Sure Wu Shuang could only have Elder Bai take her away. After this small incident, Jun Huiyin continued collecting the Howler King's meat and told Sure Wu Shuang she was going to the Xuanwu country to find Little White and her master. Hearing she was going to Xuanwu country instead of Azure Dragon country, Sure Wu Shuang finally relaxed. Suddenly, a level 8 Xian master went berserk, his face distorted, frantically attacking everything around him. Nearby crowds were shocked. His wife had been killed by the Howler King a few days ago. Now no one could help him suppress his Xian power. When Jun Huiyin discovered the situation, she immediately ran over. Once a level 8 Xian master loses control, the damage could be as severe as the Howler King's rampage. She had to help suppress his power. Sure Wu Shuang thought Jun Huiyin was going to do something intimate with that man to help suppress his power. He quickly tried to stop her. Jun Huiyin turned back, smiling faintly. I'm not just an alchemist, I'm also a healer. I can't ignore someone in need. Don't worry, I can save him without using that method. After speaking, she continued running. While running, she took out a pill from her red bracelet space. This was a pill made from the ice lotus seed she obtained before. It was a good chance to test its effects. In an instant, she arrived in front of the zombie-like man. Taking advantage of the moment when people held him, Junwian quickly put the pill in the man's mouth and told people around to hold him tight. Don't move. After a while, the man began to calm down. Junwian looked at the now calm man. The pill's effect seemed quite good, so she turned to leave, leaving a message for everyone. Remember, this is Wu You's product, the Xian transforming pill. The female lead did this because she knew Shi Wushuang wanted to keep her caged like a canary. This pill would be enough to help her escape from Shi Wushuang's control. After a while, the man opened his eyes, looking confused, not knowing what had happened. The surrounding crowd was shocked. The violent power was suppressed so quickly. Even using mental power to suppress, it shouldn't be this fast. Could it really be because of that young lady's pill? It was called Wu You's Xian transforming pill. Several days later, this news spread quickly. Shi Wushuang felt helpless. A single pill could restore a dying Xian master who had lost control of his power back to normal. Before long, the 4 divine emperors would go crazy over this. His subordinates suggested that if they could keep Jun Wuyan by their side, they would have the chance to control the 4 divine emperors. Shi Wushuang replied, "It's not that simple. I fear Wuyan has seen through my intention to keep her by my side, which is why she made this pill public. Countless people will come seeking it. We'll be exhausted trying to protect her, and she can use this opportunity to escape my control. And no matter how we try to block the news, Di Xian will still learn about it." After speaking, he ordered his subordinates to root out all of Di Xian's spies among them. Then he took out a painting and gently unfolded it. The person in the painting was Jun Wuyan. "You are mine. I will never let you leave. Not even Di Xian can take you away." Meanwhile, in the Azure Dragon country, Little White was arguing with Di Xian. "I won't call you father. I'm not some little persimmon. I'm only Mother's son. If I hadn't left Mother back then, I could have left with her." Hearing this, Di Xian immediately shouted, "Silence. You don't have to call me father. You don't have to acknowledge your identity as the heir. But you must never say those words again. You are Jun Qinyan, the person Jun Wuyan loves most in this world. I don't want you to get hurt. Your mother wouldn't want you to say such things either." Little White, with tears in his eyes, "I miss Mother. She used to make me so many delicious things and buy me candied hawthorns. She was so gentle, so kind." After speaking, he couldn't hold back his grief and threw himself into Di Xian's arms. Di Xian softly comforted Little White. "Remember, your mother's words were right. But this world isn't necessarily right." Just then, a guard came to report. It was a spy from Wushuang's side. They brought news that a silver-haired woman had appeared by Wushuang's side, looking extremely similar to the queen. Her name was Jun Wuyan. Moreover, this woman possessed a mysterious pill, claiming it was Wu You's Xian transforming pill. At the same time, at the alchemy poetry meeting in Xuanwu country, a dramatic scene unfolded. The old master heard the news and immediately packed his bags to find her. He couldn't contain his joy, crying with happiness. "I knew this girl wouldn't die so easily." Soon, the effects and name of the Xian transforming pill spread throughout the 4 divine lands. One pill could restore an out-of-control Xian master back to normal, something unimaginable to all Xian masters. In the 4 divine lands, once a Xian master reached 20, they had to immediately find a woman with mental power to bond with before then. Otherwise, at 20, their Xian power would enter an unstable period, and they could lose control at any time. But this solution wasn't acceptable to everyone. For example, when Xian power went out of control, their wife might not be nearby, or their loved one might have died. Some weren't willing to find another. Now all forces wanted to find Jun Wuyan and seize the Xian transforming pill. No man will be kind to you without reason. If there is one, he definitely wants to court you. While the outside world was going crazy over the names Jun Wuyo and Xian transforming pill, Jun Wuyan was leisurely lying in bed, taking a nap. Since that day, things had improved a lot. This was thanks to that woman called Lulu. She came to visit every few days. Little Cat was confused. "Master, Wushuang has been keeping you here these days. Haven't you thought about escaping?" Jun Wuyin tapped its nose and said, "Why do you think I revealed the Xian transforming pill? Since Master ate the howler meat and lost control of his Xian power years ago, I've been researching the Xian transforming pill and other medicines. In the world, besides Master, Little White, and Feng Xing, no one else knows. Wu Shuang may be able to keep me here, but when I revealed the Xian transforming pill, everything he did became futile." Little Cat finally understood. Master wanted to use others to spread the news that she was still alive to Master and Little White, but it was still worried such high-profile actions might repeat past mistakes. Jun Wuyin calmly said, "Don't worry. This time I'm fully prepared. The higher I flew in Xuanwu continent before, the harder I fell. I won't be so foolish this time. The name Jun Wuyo can resound through the world again, but it will be like a rock, unmoved by anyone." When evening came, Shi Wushuang quietly approached Jun Wuyin's room. Jun Wuyin was inside making pills. Shi Wushuang entered with a food box. "I thought you might be hungry. I made you some porridge." Jun Wuyin didn't turn around, responding coldly, "This is your place after all. Such enthusiasm. I can't accept it." Unexpectedly, Wu Shuang said something shocking. "Wuyin, I love you, and only you can bear my love." Such a direct confession left Jun Wuyin speechless. She immediately replied, "It's late. You should go rest. I need to sleep too." But Shi Wushuang wasn't discouraged. He quietly left the room. Later, it was reported that all of Di Xian's spies had been eliminated. The bodies had been disposed of cleanly. But we've already suffered several ambushes. If this continues, I fear our people won't even reach Nirvana City. We'll lose our forces. Shi Wushuang said calmly. "Since those people are all coming for Wu Yin, deliver this letter to him quickly. Let him arrange everything." After arranging matters, Shi Wushuang muttered to himself, "I'll give you time. No matter what you choose, you're mine. I won't let you get hurt like before." After Shi Wushuang left, Jun Wuyin leaned against the wall with a gloomy expression. Little Cat asked, puzzled, "Master, what's wrong?" Jun Wuyin sighed. "Back then, I wanted to kill everyone. In the end, it was just a joke. I won't hate them anymore, nor will I forgive them, because Feng Xing's death. No one can make up for it." Just then, there was a loud knock at the door. Then the woman called Lu Lu burst in, cursing, "Jun Wuyin, have you no shame? The young master has dealt with so many troubles for you, yet you can still stay here with peace of mind." Jun Wuyin was startled, somewhat speechless. "Why is it this woman again?" Then she replied indifferently, "If you hate me so much, then, as Wu Shuang suggested, let him hand me over. You've encountered quite a lot of trouble lately, right? Handing me over would solve everything." Hearing this, Lulu became even more furious, continuing to curse nonstop. "Jun Wuyin, are you this arrogant because of young Master Wu Shuang's love? Are you this unbridled?" Jun Wuyin laughed upon hearing this. "Does everyone your master likes have to like him back? I, Jun Wuyin, have always been this arrogant and unbridled. Ask your master if you don't believe me, just how arrogant I, Jun Wuyin, can be. I'm heartless, emotionless, without loyalty or humanity. I, Jun Wuyin, am cold-blooded and merciless. Whether you curse me or want to kill me, it's all just jealousy in the end." The string of verbal attacks directly made Lu Lu collapse to the ground in anger. However, Jun Wuyin didn't let up, continuing with cutting words. "I've seen many women's true faces, and yours is the ugliest." This made Lu Lu's teeth chatter with rage. She then left in disgrace, leaving a threat. "Just you wait. This face-slapping tonight was truly satisfying." But it wasn't time to be happy yet, because Jun Wuyin sensed murderous intent outside. A lecherous old man was hiding in a lady's chamber in the middle of the night. His half-naked appearance made it hard to associate him with decent people. What did this perverted old man want to do? Just earlier, as night fell, a group of people had quietly broken into Jun Wuyin's room. The assassin leader, seeing the curvy pink blanket, immediately ordered his men to knock out the target and take her away. But when they lifted the blanket, they found no one there. They realized they'd been tricked, but it was too late. Jun Wuyin quickly took down one person. She snorted. "Did you really think I was a helpless woman?" The assassin raged. "How presumptuous! A mere woman can only assist men in indirect combat. You have no fighting power." Jun Wuyin smiled faintly. "I just broke through to level 6 mental power this morning. Perfect timing to practice with 2 level 9 Xian masters." She then released her mental power. The threads instantly controlled the 2 level 9 Xian masters. leaving them immobilized. While they were dumbfounded, she gave them a fatal strike. Then she said calmly, "This is the ultimate puppet technique, especially for dealing with men like you who think too highly of themselves." In just a moment, she had killed 2 level 9 Xian masters. Then she dragged the assassins' bodies out of the room like dead pigs. Outside was Wu Shuang, who had just dealt with his opponent. He turned and smiled, saying, "I knew it. Wu Yin is still so impressive." Jun Wu Yin didn't pay much attention, saying indifferently, "I'll leave the cleanup to you. I'm going back to sleep." After saying this, she closed the door. Back in the room, just as she was about to change clothes and sleep, she suddenly sensed killing intent. Then a red light appeared. Jun Wu Yin was shocked. There was still an ambush in the room. Then a sleazy old man emerged, walking while making hee-hee laughing sounds. "Young lady, I see you have some skill, but someone wants your life and the pills you possess. Don't worry, I've tampered with your room. Even if you scream your throat raw, no one will discover us." Jun Wu Yin was shocked. The old man's body emitted red rhythms. Could he be a Xian king? She steadied herself and asked, "Old man, since you're so confident about capturing me, you shouldn't mind telling me who sent you?" The old man made his hee-hee weird laugh again. He replied, "The one who paid me is a subordinate of the Azure Dragon Kingdom's regent. She's quite a beauty, similar to you." After speaking, he rushed eagerly toward Jun Wu Yin. Jun Wu Yin dodged with a flash. Then she activated the red bracelet on her wrist, instantly disappearing from the room. At this crucial moment, Jun Wu Yin hid in the red bracelet space. She was puzzled about how she had offended the Azure Dragon Kingdom's regent when she had just arrived at the 4 Divine Emperors. When did she get involved with such important figures? Better hide here for now, until the crisis passes. Outside, the old man was dumbfounded. Where did that woman go? How did she vanish into thin air? Could it be a ghost? Just then, a massive force attacked from outside the window, pinning him directly to the wall. The old man shouted in shock, "Who are you?" The newcomer didn't answer him. Instead asked, "Where is the person? Hand them over. Otherwise," the old man sneered, "Kid, you've killed too many. The murderous aura around you is almost taking form. In my magnanimity, I'll send you to hell first." At this moment, Feng Xing was a man of few words but deadly action. He immediately teleported behind him and stabbed 10,000 holes in his back, then turned gracefully, sighing why there were so many hateful people in this world wanting to harm him. Only by killing everyone could he prevent him from being hurt again. Just then, Shi Wu Shuang ran over, grabbed Feng Xing's collar angrily asking, "Where is Wu Yin? Did you hide her? Don't forget, without me, you'd just be a corpse. She is my woman. She is mine." Feng Xing shook off his hand, saying calmly, "She is herself. She won't be anyone's woman. As long as I'm here, no one can force her to do what she doesn't want." However, Shi Wu Shuang seemed to have fallen into madness, repeatedly shouting, "She is mine. She is mine." At this moment, Shi Wu Shuang seemed like a different person. Looking carefully, one could see that his pupils had changed slightly. Feng Xing patted his shoulders, saying, "She should be safe now. Don't worry, but you'd better calm down. If you're not careful, you'll be replaced and cease to exist." Shi Wu Shuang finally calmed down and said, "In the coming days, I fear I cannot see her. Otherwise, my emotions will become harder to control. You must protect her and ensure she reaches Nirvana City safely. Understand?" Feng Xing replied indifferently, "No need for your concern. The only meaning of my existence is to protect her." While they were fighting intensely outside, the female protagonist was leisurely enjoying a hot spring in the red bracelet space. Unexpectedly, after breaking through to level 6 spiritual power, the red bracelet space also expanded. As long as the ice lotus seeds could grow here successfully, she could continuously produce Hua Xiandai. This brought her one step closer to the plan. Several days later, Jun Wu Yin's room appeared particularly quiet. She then emerged from the red bracelet space. It seemed that the enemies had all fled. However, at that moment, someone appeared behind Jun Wu Yin. It scared her into a cold sweat. Thinking there were still enemies in ambush, she immediately threw her dagger. But her wrist was simultaneously caught by the other party. Jun Wu Yin took a closer look. Shocked, she asked in surprise, You're Feng Xing." Feng Xing immediately knelt on one knee and said, "This servant is useless. I failed to protect Master." Jun Wu Yin immediately held his shoulders, crying tears of joy. "It's good that you're alive. Once we find Xiao Bai, he won't be sad. Master won't suffer either." If they knew what happened to us, they would probably cry. Jun Wuyin said softly, "You've always protected me well. You're one of my only 3 relatives in this world. The one who would sacrifice their life to protect me. Promise me not to be so foolish like before. Understand?" Feng Xing seriously replied, "This time, I will definitely protect you well." He also determined in his heart that even if he was devoured by the monster inside him, he would protect his master completely. After their conversation, Jun Wuyin was surprised. "You say Xiaobai and others are heading to the Vermilion Bird country?" "Yes, so we can head to Nirvana City first. They should arrive in about half a month." Jun Wuyin finally relaxed. "Looks like we'll be reunited soon." Then she worriedly said, "You've met Shi Wushuang, right?" This time when I saw him again, I felt like there was a kind of madness hidden inside his body. "It's suffocating," Feng Xing replied in a low voice. "That dog emperor of the Xuanwu continent, to control him, planted a seed from the 4 divine emperors inside him. When certain emotions reach their peak, it triggers that seed, releasing another power that will devour him. He has feelings for you. When he thought you had died, that seed was directly triggered. Now that power is growing stronger, sometimes even stimulating him, making him lose emotional control. No wonder he's become so obsessive and crazy now." "So, is that power about to devour him now?" "Yes, the more obsessive and crazy he is about you, the stronger that power becomes. Everything he does regarding you will become more suffocating. In the end, he'll reach a dead end and be completely devoured, becoming someone else." Jun Wuyin sighed. "I'll find a way to help him solve the seed problem. As for you, I've said you're one of my only 3 relatives in this world, and the one who would sacrifice their life to protect me. Between relatives, we don't need to be so formal. So from now on, just call me Wuyin. Brother." These words made Feng Xing inexplicably moved. He was momentarily speechless. Jun Wuyin called to the dazed Feng Xing. "Let's go quickly to Nirvana City. Although we're temporarily safe, we don't know if that Azure Dragon Kingdom's regent will continue sending experts to hunt us." Feng Xing asked in surprise, "You're saying that Xian King from that day was sent by the Azure Dragon Kingdom's regent?" Jun Wuyin replied with lingering fear. "Yes, he told me because he thought I was done for. He said his contact was a woman." Feng Xing immediately felt this was impossible. Bai Xian is the Azure Dragon Kingdom's regent. How could she possibly send someone to kill Wuyin? Then he asked Jun Wuyin to wait here. He needed to confirm something. He also told Jun Wuyin that he had established a Wuyo pavilion here. From now on, she would be their master. They would protect her in the vicinity. Soon he arrived at Shi Wushuang's residence. Shi Wushuang looked at the medicine in his hand. Only 10 pills remained. He thought to himself, at this rate, Wuyin might discover it. I really don't want her to know. Just then, a servant came to report Feng Xing's arrival. Before he finished speaking, Feng Xing had already strode in. He questioned, "Wushuang, what was the deal with the half-star Xian King that night? Why did he say the Azure Dragon Kingdom's regent sent him to assassinate Wuyin? Was it your scheme?" Shi Wushuang, loving but unable to have, looked at the teacup the mistress had just drunk from. The lip print was still there. His thoughts began to wander, and a perverted idea arose. Finally, he drank all the tea Jun Wuyin had left, making the lip print fade slightly. Just now, facing Feng Xing's questioning, Shi Wushuang immediately denied it, stating he wouldn't use such means to frame Di Xian. "If it weren't for me, none of you would know where he was, let alone know he was still alive." Feng Xing, still somewhat doubtful, asked, "Are you sure you didn't do anything?" "Of course not. There's no need. But from what you say, I have some clues. I heard the so-called #1 beauty of the Azure Dragon Kingdom, Wan Ruo, was willing to become a maid-de-care for Xiao Bai for Di Xian's sake. If anyone in the regent's mansion would harm Wuyin, it would probably be her. What kind of person is that woman? Jealous and ugly and greedy. If that's the case, that woman might send more people to harm Wuyin. I won't let her go out these days. Let's wait until we completely resolve this matter." Just as he finished speaking, Feng Xing suddenly felt a pain, almost falling to the ground. Shi Wushuang said calmly, "It seems your injury is acting up again." Feng Xing, supporting his body, said, "Using the half-star rhythm once, the internal injury was bound to act up, but it's better after taking medicine." Shi Wushuang put down his cup and said softly, "Looks like we need to go to the Divine Emperor's place again. Only there can we find the medicine ingredients to suppress your injury. And only there can we find a solution to the demon seed problem in my body." Feng Xing replied solemnly, "No need to remind me. But I tell you, you can't hide it. Wuyin won't let you do this. Di Xian won't, and especially not Xiao Bai. You'll only make him hate you. So you'd better control your almost extreme comradeship. If there comes a day when I truly can't control myself, I sincerely hope you'll kill me. Right now, I can still maintain some clarity. But if I'm truly devoured and become someone else, don't let me hurt him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Di Xian was rushing towards the Vermilion Bird Country. Continue moving. This king wants to enter the Vermilion Bird Country's territory within 2 days. His subordinates respectfully complied. Di Xian looked at the item in Xiao Bai's hand. Is this the jade pendant your mother gave you? Mother said it's called the Mother-Son Heart Jade. She and I each have one piece. The 2 pendants can be joined together, connecting mother and me tightly. Di Xian carefully examined it. It must have sensed your mother's jade pendant. That's why it reacted. This means Wu Yin really is in the Vermilion Bird Country. Xiao Bai excitedly shouted. Really? Then I won't be afraid of being separated from mother anymore. Di Xian became childlike. When I meet Wu Yin, I must get a pair of couples pendants. Several days later, Jun Wu Yin and others arrived at Nirvana City in the Vermilion Bird Country. Brother, is there an auction house in Nirvana City? What do you want to auction? Now that various forces have their eyes on us, I should resolve this. First, let them fight over the Hua Xiandan until they're bloody. Then the 2 went to find Shi Wushuang. Shi Wushuang immediately beamed with joy. Wu Yin, you finally came to see me. As he was about to embrace her, Jun Wu Yin quickly stopped him. I have something to do. I hope you can help. As long as you ask, I'll do anything for you. There are many eyes outside. Let's go inside first. You want to know where you can auction the Hua Xiandan? Yes, now that various forces have their eyes on me, it's time to resolve this. Auction the Hua Xiandan. Let the world compete for it. Highest bidder wins. Those who can't get it can only blame themselves. Shi Wushuang asked worriedly. Aren't you afraid they'll figure out how to make the Hua Xiandan? Jun Wu Yin replied confidently. Since I dare to auction the Hua Xiandan, naturally I'm not afraid they can research the formula. My medicine isn't so easily decoded. Since you're so confident, it seems there won't be any problems. I can help you contact the auction house. After all, the Hua Xiandan is of great importance. Without an auction house that can control various forces, the auction cannot proceed smoothly. In that case, I'll leave this matter to you. Young Master Wushuang's handling of affairs, I'm quite at ease with. After saying this, she left with Feng Qing. Now only Shi Wushuang remained in the room, looking at the teacup Jun Wu Yin had drunk from. Still bearing the crimson lip print, Shi Wushuang began to fantasize. Finally, Jun Wu Yin's teacup was seen empty, as he had drunk it all. Several days later, people on the streets were discussing. Have you heard? The 4 Divine Emperor's largest auction house, Junyu Tower, will auction the Hua Xiandan in a month. It's said the person who commissioned the auction is a mysterious woman. Many speculate it's the rumored Jun Wu Yin. Shi Wushuang indeed had his ways. In just a few days, the news spread throughout the world. But what kind of place was this Junyu Tower he chose? Junyu Tower was uniquely located at the border between the Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise countries, on a cliff at the edge of the Divine Lands. It was a free territory not governed by any of the 4 countries. Junyu Tower was less an auction house and more a mysterious and peculiar force. Any rare treasure in the world could be auctioned at Junyu Tower if it pleased the Tower Master. Those who wanted to participate in auctions needed to enter Junyu City first. The city contained formations, and only those approved by the Tower Master could enter without being hindered by these formations. Just then, a red wave of light struck. The fox shattered the pigeon to pieces. Fortunately, the 2 dodged in time. A group of black-clothed people suddenly appeared. Miss Wu Yu, our master requests your presence. What a scene. The male lead who had been cursed by everyone finally appeared in this episode to heroically save the beauty. Don't keep saying he's worse than a dog anymore. He's improved now. He finally made it in time at a crucial moment. Just now, a group of assassins came to ambush. Feng Xing fought hard to resist. Jun Wu Yin sneered. 12 level 8 Xian Masters, 6 level 9 Xian Masters, and 3 Xian Kings. Your master really thinks highly of me. Jun Wu Yu noted these assassins were professional, not hesitating at all. They wanted to end this quickly. Jun Wu Yin immediately pointed at their heads, activating his unique secret technique, the puppet art. Instantly, invisible waves of energy pierced into several assassins' heads. They howled in pain. However, at this moment, someone tried to sneak attack from behind. I didn't want to hurt you, but since you insist on resisting, I'll have to immobilize you first. Jun Wuyin was shocked. Another Fist King appeared. He immediately threw out his immortal fist, thinking, "This is bad. I was careless. I didn't expect them to be so desperate for the medicine." After deflecting the opponent with one punch, Jun Wuyin felt dizzy in his head. Bad, the sacred medicine. He then collapsed. Fengxing saw this and rushed to save him. However, the opponent had already picked up Jun Wuyin, ready to report back. Fengxing was blocked by several Xian kings. The opponent directly deployed a formation, trying to trap Fengxing. Four chains shot out rapidly, completely blocking Fengxing's path. Fengxing was furious and immediately activated his demon eye. Instantly, all chains shattered, and several people were blown away. At this moment, Fengxing's body emanated violent red energy. The fallen assassin said in shock, "You've been to that place? This is impossible. This is impossible. How could anyone survive coming out of that place?" At this time, the assassin carrying Jun Wuyin was fleeing desperately. Suddenly, the assassin was surprised, because he found that Fengxing could no longer catch up. He couldn't help but sigh. How infuriating. 3 Xian kings and dozens of Xian masters couldn't even stop him. Before he could finish complaining, his head was suddenly blown off. It turned out Di Xian had arrived. He quickly caught Jun Wuyin. This time he finally caught up after years apart, finally seeing his beloved. Fengxing was forced to witness their romance. He didn't step forward. Di Xian looked at Jun Wuyin lovingly. He said softly, "I've finally found you. You're really still alive." "That's wonderful," he said as he was about to kiss Jun Wuyin. Just then, the intimate atmosphere was suddenly interrupted by a cry of "Mother." Little Bai was seen running over in tears. "How is Mother? Why are her eyes closed and she's not speaking? Has she fainted?" Di Xian's plans were interrupted, and he replied somewhat dissatisfied, "She's just been drugged. It's nothing serious." Little Bai didn't care about him, jumping around saying, crouch down, let me see Mother." Di Xian wanted to do something to this kid, but kept telling himself to endure it. This is your and Wuyin's son. Must endure it. Then he put Jun Wuyin down. Little Bai smiled contentedly. "I've caught you, Mother." Just then, Little Bai suddenly heard someone calling him. He immediately looked toward the voice. He was both happy and surprised. "Your Uncle Feng." Then they all returned to the Jun residence in Nirvana City. Little Bai watched Jun Wuyin lying on the bed. He asked worriedly, "Why hasn't Mother woken up yet?" Fengxing comforted him. "She's just drugged. She'll wake up naturally after a while." Di Xian was impatient to send Little Bai away, wanting him to sleep with Fengxing tonight. Little Bai mischievously retorted, "Uncle Feng said I should stay close to Mother these days, until Mother wakes up." Hearing this, Di Xian's face twitched. "You kid, you're already 6 years old. Still clinging to your mother? Aren't you embarrassed?" Little Bai shot back, "I want to guard Mother, so I'm the first one she sees when she wakes up." Just then, a servant came to report that Shi Wushuang had arrived with Master Mu. Before he could finish speaking, the old master kicked him in the bottom. He ran straight in, "Sun girl, Sun girl." Then with tears streaming down his face, he hugged Fengxing and Little Bai. "You're back. You're really back. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. You're all still alive." Meanwhile, Di Xian was left ignored on the side. His face turned black. At this time, Shi Wushuang also walked in. Sparks flew as soon as the two met. What's the highest level of stealing someone's love? It's standing in front of you, saying they'll steal your woman to be their wife, even if she's had your child. I don't care. Today's Shi Wushuang, whether from eating bear's gall or leopard's courage, completely disregarded Di Xian. As night fell, Jun Wuyin finally woke from her unconsciousness. She touched her head in confusion, wondering how she got back. However, at this moment, a figure flashed. Di Xian instantly appeared in front of Jun Wuyin. Before she could react, he immediately exchanged saliva with Jun Wuyin. After a while, Jun Wuyin was confused. Why was Di Xian here? Di Xian made a hushing gesture. Jun Wuyin looked down and realized Little Bai was here too. The child was sleeping soundly. Di Xian immediately moved closer to Jun Wuyin. "It's wonderful that you're still alive." Jun Wuyin quickly pushed him away. "Our son is here. Don't try anything. You're not welcome in my room tonight. Go find a guest room next door, or I'll have my brother escort you out." Di Xian said with a smile. "You mean Fengxing? Though I'm not afraid of him, Since I'm not welcome here tonight, then I'll be welcome tomorrow night? He was immediately sent away with Jun Wuyin's get out. This guy was getting more and more unrestrained. Just then, Little Bai opened his sleepy eyes. He immediately exclaimed happily, "Mother, you're finally awake. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have left you and Uncle phone behind. Please don't leave me again, Mother, okay? All right, Mother will do as you say." At this moment, Di Xian went to Shi Wushuang's residence. Shi Wushuang heard someone knocking. He quickly came to open the door. However, he was greeted by a furious punch. Di Xian slammed him against the wall without a word. The blow caused internal injuries to Shi Wushuang's kidney. Di Xian looked at Shi Wushuang and said coldly, "You dare to hide what belongs to this king? Did you think I would never find them if you hid them away?" He grabbed his collar again, shouting angrily, "I'm warning you, stop having designs on him. Everything about him belongs to me. He is destined to be mine." Shi Wushuang chuckled. "Even if Wien is yours, I'll still steal him away." The next morning, everyone was having breakfast in the main hall. Jun Wien asked, "Does this world have private schools or academies?" Everyone was puzzled about what private schools were. Jun Wien explained, "Since we have settled here, we could get stable. For example, we could find a private school in Nirvana City for Little Bai. At his age, he would be in first grade in my previous life." The old master immediately volunteered, "Leave it to me to teach him. There's nothing to worry about." Di Xian smiled lightly. "For such matters, of course I, as his father, should handle it. I'll definitely do better than them." Feng Xing calmly said, "Actually, I could teach him too." Watching the three argue, Jun Wuyin was speechless. "Never mind what I said. Come to think of it, neither the Xuanwu continent nor the four divine emperors have places specifically teaching spiritual power and Xian power cultivation." Thinking of this, she had a new idea. The old master saw her expression and guessed she had another scheme in mind. "That's right, I do have some thoughts. It's to establish an academy, not just providing a place for men to cultivate Xian power, but also letting women learn how to cultivate spiritual power." "That's an interesting idea. So you'll come to the Azure Dragon Nation? With me as regent, you can open it however you like." Feng Xing's face darkened. "Don't go to Azure Dragon." As soon as he finished speaking, sparks flew between the two. Jun Wuyin calmly began, "The academy I establish won't join any nation. I want to establish it in an uninhabited place, a place of freedom, an academy where no country can interfere. Therefore, Junyu City, that's where I want it." After finalizing the plans, everyone headed to Junyu City, while Shi Wushuang said he had matters to attend to and would join them later. The once fearsome roaring king that made people tremble at his name had now become an ingredient in the ladies' cookbook. On the way to Junyu City, Jun Wuyin stewed a pot of roaring meat for everyone. It was cooked in a large pot, and Di Xian was quite curious. "What meat is this? It smells even better than the delicacies in my palace." Jun Wuyin played coy and didn't tell him. Then she called the guards to come eat together. As the guards were about to step forward with their bowls, Di Xian rushed ahead of them. He said proudly, "This king's consort made this food. Shouldn't I be the first to eat?" This earned him contemptuous looks from his subordinates. However, at that moment, the old master and Little Bai coughed twice behind him. Showing a kind smile, Di Xian had to reluctantly let the old master and others eat first. Feng Qing comfortingly patted his shoulder. "You'll get used to it." After a while, everyone was full. The guards suddenly felt their Xian power beginning to boil within them, and it seemed to be growing stronger. Di Xian asked suspiciously, "Could this meat be?" Jun Wuyin laughed. "You figured it out. This is roaring meat with Hua," Xian Dan added. The old master was still wolfing it down. "Girl, you only made one pot. How many people will fight with this old man over it?" The guards were even more shocked when they heard this. They actually added Hua Xiandan. This Hua Xiandan caused such a stir across the continent, and we just ate one so casually. How extravagant. Jun Wuyin said casually, "Hua Xiandan combined with roaring meat helps improve your Xian power. Don't waste this opportunity." The guards became excited upon hearing this. They quickly sat down to cultivate. The old master was curious. This Hua Xiandan can even eliminate the negative effects of roaring meat. Jun Wuyin explained, "Hua Xiandan not only suppresses Xian power instability, but its true effect is to purify the negative impact of roaring meat on Xian power and convert the meat's energy into the body's Xian power. The old master had a sudden inspiration. Then the two schemed together. Hua Xiandan should take the high-end route. This auction would set the starting price for developing Hua Xiandan's premium market in the Four Divine Emperors realm. Afraid that Jun Wuyin would repeat past mistakes, the old master said earnestly, "In the future, when you have plans, don't act alone. This old man, that crazy kid, or even Regent Di Xian will do. Just tell us about it. We're family." Jun Wuyin smiled knowingly. "Master, don't worry. I understand." Meanwhile, Di Xian was eating with his son. "Little Bai, do you like this meat?" "Of course. This meat is delicious. Uncle Feng and Grandpa would love it too. But when Mother wasn't here, they probably hadn't eaten it for a long time." Di Xian was confused. "Why is that?" Before Little Bai could answer, a voice came. Jun Wuyin hugged Little Bai and said calmly, "Because roaring meat causes Xian power to go out of control. Do you have questions for me? Aren't you afraid I might poison you?" Di Xian looked at Jun Wuyin tenderly and said softly, "I trust you. You won't harm me, nor will you hurt innocent people." Jun Wuyin looked at the starry sky and said quietly, "I have many secrets. Why I changed from useless to genius. Why I could develop Shi Ling Dan. Why I could conceive the spirit book and basic spiritual power control techniques. Even this Hua Xian Dan. These are all my secrets, my background. None of you know about them. Why I could come back from death is also a secret. I've never told anyone. You haven't asked. Master won't ask. Feng Xing won't ask either. And of course, Little Bai won't ask. I believe none of you have tried to pry into my secrets. So I promise, when the time is right, I will tell you everything. And I won't hide anything, nor will I deceive you. I won't betray those who care, and I hope they won't betray me either." Di Xian suddenly embraced Jun Wuyin. "No matter what life path you choose, I will stay by your side. Among thousands of streams, I'll only take one scoop. When you capture my heart, and Little Bai accepted you as his father, I gave my whole life to you." Di Xian looked at Jun Wuyin's passionate words, and the strands of hair remaining on his hand. In his heart, he had already decided that this woman would be his only true love in this life. After a night of cultivation, 5 of the guards broke through their levels. Mou even advanced directly from 9th level Xian chamber to become a Xian king. Seeing such results, Jun Wuyin became more certain that Hua Xian Dan would establish her position. On the second day after ascending the throne, everyone arrived at Junyu City. Entering the city required registration at the main gate. As soon as Jun Wuyin reached the gate, she was asked for her name and identity. "I am Jun Wuyo, the seller of Hua Xian Dan." The guard lazily tossed over a token. "This is your entry permit and seller's identity token for Junyu Tower. It can provide some conveniences at crucial times." Jun Wuyin took the token, politely saying thanks. The old master followed closely, smiling and saying, "I am their master." Feng Xing and Little Bai quickly followed. "I am their guard." Little Bai cutely said, "I am their son." The gate guard was speechless. "Are they coming to Junyu City as a tour group?" It was Di Xian's turn. "I am their husband." Regarding his confident introduction, the gate guard remained unmoved. He wrote plainly, "Di Xian, regent of Qinglong Nation, 1 guard." This made Di Xian roll his eyes in frustration. He then complained to Jun Wuyin, "It's all because you wouldn't let me take the throne. Now I don't even have status as your family member." Jun Wuyin patted his shoulder and comforted him. "Let's go. You'll have it in the future." Just after entering the city, they heard people discussing, "Have you heard? Old Master Qi at the Weixin Tea House encountered a chess puzzle that appears once in a century. He's been troubled for a month and still hasn't solved it. Old Master Qi is stubborn. If he can't solve this puzzle, he won't tell us any more stories." Jun Wuyin was puzzled. Who is this old Master Qi? Just then, she suddenly noticed 2 people following them. Di Xian casually said, "You noticed?" Jun Wuyin asked, "How long have they been following us?" "Since we entered the city. Their target seems to be you. You must be careful." After thinking for a moment, Jun Wuyin said, "Ignore them. They can't make a move here. Our urgent priority now is to break the formation hidden within Junyu City." The old master was shocked by Jun Wuyin's thoughts. Jun Wuyin explained that Junyu City has protective formations. "Our every move here is under the city lord surveillance. If we want to establish an academy here, but can't break the city's formation, wouldn't we be putting our lives in the city lord's hands?" The old master finally understood. "All right, go ahead with your plans. You might succeed." As they were chatting happily, a contemptuous voice came. "Some people just like to brag without thinking. Don't they know what kind of place Junyu City is? and they want to break Junyu City's formation. Some people really don't know their limits. Apart from a pretty face, there's nothing special about them. Such big talk. I didn't expect the owner of Huaxian Dan to be this kind of person. How disappointing. Seeing this, Di Xian's face turned cold. But Jun Wuyin turned around and said disdainfully, "At least I have this face. You can't even compare to that. Why should someone like me humiliate myself here?" Unable to win the verbal battle, the woman became furious. "How dare you disrespect this princess? Guards, teach her a lesson." As she spoke, someone drew a sword and moved forward. However, before they could act, they were knocked down with one punch, lying on the ground pretending to be injured. Di Xian said coldly, "Seventh princess of White Tiger Nation, you dare let your subordinates act recklessly before me? You're quite bold." The seventh princess immediately shrank back. "Lord Regent, it's my fault for not disciplining them properly. Please forgive me." Just as Di Xian was about to speak, Jun Wuyin coughed lightly. "Seems like Junyu City is your lucky place. Quite popular with the ladies. Do you like these peach blossoms?" Di Xian quickly smiled and said, "What peach blossoms? I don't see any. If you're the peach blossom, then I like it." As they were flirting, the seventh princess suddenly spoke. "Lord Regent, since we've met by fate, why don't we explore Junyu City's secrets together? What do you think?" Di Xian impatiently replied, "I think not." Then he left with his arm around Jun Wuyin, leaving the seventh princess fuming. Her attendant Nanny Rong immediately took out her secret weapon, an embroidery needle, intending to strike. But just as she was about to act, two flying blades pierced her wrists. It was Feng Xing who had acted. Feng Xing coldly snorted, "Try again, and I'll cut your throat." The seventh princess's scheme was foiled again. Nearly exploding with anger, she immediately ordered someone to inform the third prince about this Jun Wuyo. He particularly likes women of such beauty. A mere medicine seller dares to compete with this princess. The fallen woman's battle power fully activated, drawing countless treasure swords. One battle wasn't enough. This was a battle between women. Who would emerge victorious? Just then, after touring Junyu City all day, everyone sat dejectedly in the inn, having discovered they'd just been going in circles. Jun Wuyin hung her head and sighed. "Can't remember any of the city streets. Now I understand why Junyu City is called the Lost Island. Junyu City's maze is intricate. Only the city lord can control it. Legend says he can single-handedly control the fate of the entire Junyu City. It seems this is true." Jun Wuyin lamented. "Without solving the maze to control Junyu City, we can't even reach Junyu Tower. This will affect our future plans." However, Di Xian said, "To enter Junyu Tower, we don't necessarily need to solve the city's maze." Jun Wuyin brightened. "What's your solution?" Di Xian simply replied, "Pay money. 100 million silver taels." Jun Wuyin immediately spat blood. "Poverty really limits my imagination." She then took out a map. "Looks like we'll have to solve the maze's secret ourselves." Then, she began analyzing the city's street layout to everyone. Junyu City looks like a square overall, but the four corners east, south, west, and north, we haven't seen any of them. Di Xian thought Junyu City was more like a circle. "We've just been going in circles, never reaching these four corners." The old master suggested, "Perhaps day and night are different. Tonight, let's split up and look around. We might find some clues." Di Xian immediately wanted to pair up with Jun Wuyin. The old master would pair up with Xiao Bai. Finally, Feng Xing and Di Xian's guard MO, you would each go alone. Though Feng Xing was somewhat disappointed, she had no objections. The old master comforted her. "Since you've chosen to let go, adjust your mindset quickly." After nightfall, everyone began their separate missions. On Jun Wuyin's side, she discovered people talking about the old master. Just as she was about to ask Di Xian about those two people, Di Xian quickly pulled her away as a flying sword came at them. Fortunately, Di Xian protected Jun Wuyin in time. Someone actually dared to attack in Junyu City. He then went to catch the attacker, telling Jun Wuyin to protect herself carefully. Jun Wuyin leaped down. She calmly said, "The person has been lured away. Why don't you come out?" As soon as she finished, someone emerged from behind. The person asked in confusion, "You knew we were targeting you?" Jun Wuyin calmly replied, "I didn't know at first, but now I do." Knowing this, "You still dare let the regent leave? Just you, a helpless woman, think you can escape from me?" Jun Wuyin chuckled. "Aren't you also a woman? Why assume I'll just let you have your way?" The female assassin immediately gripped her sword. While striking at Jun Wuyin, she said, "With my training, pampered ladies like you could never handle it." Jun Wuyin sneered, "Let me show you the power of my control technique." Under Jun Wuyin's control, all the ground tiles floated up. The female assassin was confused about what was happening. While the opponent was still bewildered, Jun Wuyin launched her attack. The female assassin was full of confusion. She could only defend hastily, wondering what these things were. This Jun Wuyo wasn't an ordinary woman. Senior brother finally managed to lure Di Xian away. If we retreat now, we'll never have another chance to kill him. Just then, a figure landed behind her. She turned around and found it was her senior brother, lying pathetically on the ground. Her senior brother immediately told her to flee. Before she could react, she was struck in the lower back. Di Xian had returned. The female assassin was shocked that her senior brother was caught so easily. Jun Wuyin immediately told Di Xian not to interfere. This woman is perfect for practicing my control technique. Di Xian could only step aside reluctantly. Jun Wuyin taunted, "If you can defeat me, we'll let you and your senior brother go. If you lose, you'll honestly tell us who sent you. Remember your words." After making the agreement, Jun Wuyin attacked first. Several flying swords rushed forward. The assassin hurriedly dodged, wondering if what Jun Wuyo was using was spiritual power. How is this possible? Spiritual power could only assist in battle. How could she use it directly like this? To fight with spiritual power directly. I, Lan Yi, have trained day and night since childhood just to prove I can fight too. I'm no less than Lan Ri. If I can't win against you today, then what was all my effort for? Jun Wuyin calmly said, "Then come on. Let's see which of us can prove ourselves first." She was somewhat surprised internally, thinking there were still people in this world willing to rely on their own efforts, who wanted to prove themselves. Then the two engaged in an intense battle. Lan Yi raised her great sword, striking directly at Jun Wuyin, who remained completely calm. She controlled thousands of flying swords to counter Lan Yi. Who would prove superior between these two? Let's stay tuned to find out. The female protagonist had really stirred up trouble. This time she encountered a half-star Xian King Elder who wanted to kill her. Facing the powerful enemy, Di Xian resolutely stood in front of Jun Wuyin. But their strength levels were vastly different. To protect the woman he loved, Di Xian had no choice but to reveal his true form. With a roar, a huge figure shot up into the sky. Just moments ago, Jun Wuyin and Lan Yi were in the heat of battle. Facing the sky full of flying swords, Lan Yi was thrown back hundreds of meters, crashing heavily to the ground. Jun Wuyin walked up to her, calmly saying, "It seems I'm the superior one." Lan Yi was unwilling to accept it. She had trained as hard as men since childhood, yet she was defeated by her. Meanwhile, Jun Wuyin had gained some insight from this battle. Indeed, the essence of control techniques wasn't about quantity or flexibility, but about controlling everything. Facing this defeat, Lan Yi was both confused and heartbroken. She had trained so hard. Why did she lose? Jun Wuyin lifted her chin, calmly saying, "You haven't failed. Your success just isn't obvious yet." But Lan Yi pushed her hand away, saying firmly, "I don't need your sympathy." Jun Wuyin didn't hesitate, grabbing her collar and shouting, "So what if you lost? So what if you won?" Kneeling on the ground like a defeated dog. Is this really worthy of all your years of effort? Rather than wasting time here, why not think carefully about how I just defeated you? Lan Yi finally recalled, could it really be spiritual power? Jun Wuyin irritably said, "How else could I, a woman, fight you with mere physical strength?" Just as she finished speaking, a red wave of light appeared, shooting directly at Jun Wuyin's back. An old man roared, "How dare you humiliate my disciple?" At the critical moment, Di Xian flashed in front of Jun Wuyin. Lan Yi shouted, "Grand Master, no!" But the old man angrily shouted, "Lan Yi, shut up, you useless thing who can't accomplish anything. I'll deal with you later. Get out of here now." Then he looked at Di Xian and laughed strangely. "I didn't expect this mission to be so interesting. I even encountered the client who ordered the hit. But I am a person of principle. Your Highness Regent, hand over the person. After I kill them, I'll naturally deliver the corpse to you." Di Xian was bewildered. "Submit to you? Have you lost your mind? Why would I hire an assassin to kill the one I love?" However, he became nervous internally. This old man was a half-star Xian King. This was troublesome. Jun Wuyin also remembered. It must be that woman under Di Xian, who hired the old assassin. He thought it was Di Xian's mission. But once a mission is accepted, whether you regret it or are pretending, Jun Wuyo must die tonight. Di Xian coldly snorted, looking at Jun Wuyin, saying softly, "Sorry for frightening you." Then knocked her unconscious, saying, "Sleep well. I'll handle this. When you wake up, the danger will be gone. I hope you can accept all of me. But before that, I don't want to go downstairs. Seeing Di Xian suddenly transform, the old man was terrified. How is this possible? They watched as Di Xian transformed into an azure dragon. His enormous body pierced through the clouds. The old man's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, crying impossible. Finally, a golden light flashed, followed by a dragon's roar, and the old man's screams broke the quiet night. Who could have imagined the male lead wasn't human? In this critical moment, he had to transform into an ancient divine beast. With a dragon's roar echoing through the world, it signaled the end of this crisis. The next day, Jun Weian woke up startled, shouting Di Xian, only to realize she was in her own room. Remembering that Di Xian had knocked her unconscious last night, she wondered how he was doing. She then went to Di Xian's courtyard. Seeing Mou guarding Di Xian's room, she asked if Di Xian was inside. Mou hesitantly replied, "The prince is fine, just exhausted. He needs a few days of rest. If my lady has any messages, I can relay them." Jun Weian began to wonder. Why did Di Xian knock her out last night? And how did they both survive against that half-star Xian king? But she didn't force her way in to ask questions. She turned to Mou and said, "Let Di Xian rest well. Don't worry about other matters." She thought to herself, "Let it be. I have my secrets and Di Xian surely has his. Though curious, I shouldn't ask." After Jun Weian left, Mou went in to tell Di Xian that the princess had gone. Di Xian finally sighed in relief. Mou worriedly said, "Your Highness, every time you return to your original form, you must remove your scales to transform back. And removing each scale is heart-piercing pain. Please think carefully in the future." Di Xian replied in pain, "I know. I wouldn't transform unless it was life or death. Help me cover this up. Today I need to recover my strength." Meanwhile, the old man excitedly shouted, "June girl, you're finally awake. Di Xian told us you encountered assassins. Are you alright?" Feng Xing worriedly said, "I should have gone with you last night." Jun Weian indicated she wasn't hurt. The person had been dealt with by Di Xian. Just then, the old man suddenly remembered. "Did you hear that earth-shattering beast roar last night? They say everyone in Junyu City was awakened by it. They thought it was a fierce beast invasion." Xiao Bai also said he heard it. Some people suspected it was a sign of the 4 divine beasts that had disappeared for thousands of years. Jun Weian asked puzzled. "The 4 divine beasts are Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Turtle, right?" The innkeeper's grandfather said Junyu City was close to the White Tiger country, so it might be a sign left by White Tiger descendants. The old man immediately refuted, saying last night's sound was clearly a dragon's roar. If it was a divine beast, it must be a sign of the Azure Dragon divine beast. As soon as he finished, grandfather and grandson started arguing. Jun Weian felt helpless, thinking this wasn't the time to argue about this. Feng Xing seemed to be pondering something. It took several calls to get his attention back. Then he changed the subject. "Only 2 days left. If we can't break through the formation, we won't be able to participate in this auction." Jun Weian took out her token, saying calmly, "We just need a clue." "That's simple." The old man was puzzled. "Isn't this the identity token from the city gate guard? These are everywhere. How to get the clue?" Jun Weian calmly replied, "Indeed, they're everywhere. We can use the identity token to get clues, but we need to find the right person." Just then, people outside were discussing, "Master Qi hasn't solved the chess puzzle yet. Seems we won't be able to hear his stories today." Soon they arrived at Weixin Tea House. Master Qi was staring blankly at the chess puzzle. Jun Weian's group entered. "Excuse us. Junior Jun Weio pays respects to Master Qi." After speaking, she handed over the identity token. Master Qi took the token. He invited everyone to sit. Jun Weian suddenly realized that indeed, the clues had been around them since entering the city. Only those ordinary people failed to notice. Jun Weian looked thoughtfully at the chess puzzle. She found this puzzle was indeed extraordinary, but at her level, she definitely couldn't solve it. Finally, she activated the system, and Little Cat started cheating. Little Cat immediately recommended a book called World's Ultimate 7, which needed 2,000 years to solve the puzzle. Without hesitation, Jun Weian exchanged for it and began to show off. Half an hour later, Master Qi was overjoyed. The puzzle was finally solved. He couldn't help but laugh heartily. Now that the chess puzzle is solved, it's time to talk about the fascinating outside world. The old master angrily said, "You old man, you haven't told us the clue yet. How can you leave?" Feng Xing quickly stopped him. "Let's listen to his storytelling first. Indeed, after all, his true identity isn't a chess player, but a storyteller. After the setup in the previous 2 episodes, everyone must be curious about the male lead's identity. Next, this storyteller will provide us with clues. Master Chi said, "The descendants of the 4 divine beasts possess their bloodlines, inheriting their immense power. They can cause earthquakes with a wave of their hand. When the 4 unite, they can destroy an entire continent. Their power was particularly dangerous. When the descendants of the 4 divine beasts each established their own continent, there were the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Turtle continents. However, in that situation, humans in the 4 continents were powerless, having no strength. How could such humans resist natural disasters? Among the 4 divine beast descendants, Black Turtle had always loved Azure Dragon, using this as an excuse to court Azure Dragon, hoping their descendants could mate with humans to produce offspring inheriting part of their divine power. This would give humans the ability to protect themselves. Black Turtle excelled in Xian power, while Azure Dragon mastered spiritual power. After their union, Azure Dragon bore twins, a son and daughter. The son inherited Black Turtle's Xian power, while the daughter inherited Azure Dragon's spiritual power. Azure Dragon thought this was enough and prepared to take the daughter, who inherited his power, back to the Azure Dragon continent. But Black Turtle refused to part with Azure Dragon. After several disputes, Black Turtle took both twins back to the Black Turtle continent, making Azure Dragon's children fully martial. Years later, Azure Dragon allied with White Tiger and Vermilion Bird to attack Black Turtle. Though they eventually retrieved the daughter, by then, the Azure Dragon bloodline had already spread throughout the Black Turtle continent. Thus, the Black Turtle continent came to have both spiritual and Xian powers. As time passed, suddenly one day, a new continent appeared. Though it had richer spiritual energy, it was full of dangers and roaring beasts. This was the undeveloped 4 divine Emperor's land. The descendants of the 4 divine beasts initially led their people to settle there and develop their territories. But suddenly one day, they disappeared, leaving only the spatial gates they had created for their descendants to use. Jun Huiyin asked, "Besides the spatial gates, is there no other way to cross?" Master Chi replied with absolute certainty, "This is the only passage." Jun Huiyin was puzzled. Initially, she had come to the 4 divine lands using the red bracelet, definitely not through the spatial gate. Could this red bracelet hold even greater secrets? Then Master Chi asked everyone if they had heard a beast roar last night. Others discussed that they indeed heard it last night, wondering if it was the divine beast call and if the divine beast descendants had returned. Old Chi said they had been missing for countless years and probably couldn't return anymore. But what appeared last night should be a new generation of divine beast descendants. That is, one who had awakened the divine beast bloodline and inherited true divine power. The old master was skeptical. Is that true? It sounds more and more mystical. Jun Huiyin pondered. She continued, "The Azure Dragon in the east, White Tiger in the west, Vermilion Bird in the south, Black Turtle in the north. The places where divine beasts awaken aren't random. When they awaken, they must represent their inherited divine beast's direction. In other words, by knowing which direction the roar came from, we can determine which divine beast it was." The old master immediately said with a smile, "Last night's beast roar came from the east. East means Azure Dragon, the 4 continents, for divine emperors, for directions of Junyu City, and the positions of the 4 divine beasts. Old Chi seemed to be revealing some truth. Then Chi stood up to leave. "That's all for today. Young lady, please come with me." Jun Huiyin immediately perked up. Soon they arrived at Chi's study. Chi calmly said, "Since ancient times, those who enter Junyu City either want to leave or solve its mystery. So I've prepared 2 options. The large envelope contains clues to solve the formation. The small one has clues to exit Junyu City. However, regardless of which one, time ends tomorrow." Jun Huiyin was somewhat serious. "It ends tomorrow evening." "Yes, by tomorrow evening, those still in Junyu City will be eliminated and sent away, never to enter again. So I only have 1 day left. Now I must choose one method, right?" She took the large envelope. "No matter how much time, nothing can stop me. I will definitely solve Junyu City's mystery, then return to the inn." Feng Xing came over saying, "Just ask Dimoyu, Di Xian is cultivating. He'll help tomorrow morning." Jun Huiyin wondered what happened to Di Xian. Since he couldn't come, everyone could only start discussing the plan. The letter read, "In the north there's a scholar white paper, red tassel, lonely seeking companion, victory brings trust. May obtain the third. Junwian chuckled. Let's all rest early. Tomorrow we'll go to North City. The old master asked why North City. Junwian explained. To find the northern scholar. Because he's lonely seeking defeat. Fengxing was confused. We're not supposed to defeat him, are we? Junwian smiled helplessly. If only it were that simple. Night came, and a figure sat by Junwian's bed. It was Di Xian who had quietly arrived. Gently stroking Junwian's hair, he said, Sorry, I can't let you know yet. I'll let you gradually accept everything about me. So, give me a little more time. Whether it's you or me, we both need some time. Before he could finish, Junwian caught his hand. Di Xian was startled. Junwian sat up, calmly said, I'll wait for you. Di Xian was caught off guard, speechless. Junwian continued, I'm very unhappy today. Not because you have secrets you haven't told me, but because you deliberately concealed them. I won't intentionally probe your secrets, because everyone has things that can't be revealed immediately. But if you want to tell me, but can't let me know right now, you don't need to deliberately hide it from me. No matter what, before understanding everything, I won't because of some unclear things. Be affected by it. Di Xian finally spoke. I will let you know everything gradually. But when you learn the truth, I hope you can accept all of me. Women are truly hard to understand. One moment they're sweet and tender. The next they're kicking you in the behind. Junwian spoke calmly. I'll wait for you, but that doesn't mean I'm not angry anymore. The bloody smell on you stinks. Go back to your room next door to cultivate. I have some ideas about Junyu City. Don't worry about me. Seeing his wife's anger subsiding, Di Xian quickly smiled. It's so late. Why should I go back? I want to stay tonight. I promise I won't do anything. Just want to hold you while sleeping. Junwian immediately covered his mouth with her hand. Don't try that. When men say they won't do anything, I'd be foolish to believe it. If you don't leave, I'll kick you again. Then she patted his shoulder. Di Xian quickly withdrew his hand in pain. Seeing this, Junwian thought he was injured by that half-Starshian king that night. Di Xian calmly replied, That old man couldn't hurt me. The bloody smell is from something else. Could it be last night's beast roar? Yes, every time I transform into beast form, my scales are the hardest to shed. To return to human form, I must remove at least half the scales. The rest requires cultivation after returning to human form, using melody to suppress the remaining power. Upon hearing this, Junwian immediately threw herself into Di Xian's arms. She began to feel sorry for the man before her. The next morning, Junwian got up early to go out. She reminded Di Xian, when you wake up, go down for breakfast early. Don't linger in my room. Just as she left, a voice called out, Young lady, meeting like this must be fate. Since we have such a deep connection, why not have breakfast together? Junwian was speechless. Who is this fool? She ignored him and turned to leave, but was blocked by his followers. Miss, don't refuse my kindness. In the White Tiger Nation, many women wish for this prince's attention. Since today this prince wants to invite you for breakfast, don't foolishly refuse. Let's get to know each other. If you have any troubles in the future, this prince can help solve them. Junwian's lips curled into a slight smile. She immediately had a mischievous idea. No need to wait for the future. I have a problem right now. There's a man in my room. He broke in last night trying to harass me. If you deal with him, I'll agree to have breakfast with you. The prince immediately put on a righteous face. How dare such a scoundrel do this in Junyu City? Miss, wait here and watch this prince teach that fellow a lesson. He then ordered his followers, bring that shameless man before me. Then he proudly told Junwian, Lady Jun, rest assured, with this prince here, that scoundrel won't get near you. Junwian said gravely, So you even know my name? He dares claim this is a chance meeting. Just then, with a huge crash, two followers flew out sprawling. Then a figure walked out. Di Xian asked coldly, Who gave you permission to enter this room? The White Tiger Prince, like a mouse seeing a cat, asked nervously, The Azure Dragon Nation's regent? Why are you here? Di Xian looked at the trembling White Tiger Prince and said calmly, How interesting. Am I not allowed in White Tiger Nation's territory? These words thoroughly frightened the White Tiger Prince. He then tried to shift the blame to Jun Wuyin. You vixen, how dare you trick this prince into disturbing the regent? This isn't even your room. Just as he finished speaking, Di Xian pinned him against the wall. Jun Wuyin calmly said, "Third prince, don't jump to conclusions so hastily. That is indeed my room. If you don't believe it, ask him yourself." The third prince trembled at Di Xian's feet. "You woman dare to slander the regent. How could he be interested in someone like you? The regent has Miss One heir by his side." "Don't be delusional, Dash." Before he could finish, Di Xian held a sword to his throat. Jun Wuyin was curious. "What did you do to him before? How can a prince be so spineless in begging you?" Di Xian casually replied, "Nothing much. Just beat him up once before." Then looking at Jun Wuyin, he said, "So, this is how you wake people up?" The third prince finally realized they already knew each other and were quite close. After teaching him a lesson, Di Xian and Jun Wuyin left. However, the third prince grew to hate them, as well as the princess who used him. This man was known as the North City's first scholar, skilled in both civil and martial arts with the power of a Xian king, but extremely arrogant. However, his pride lasted no more than 3 seconds. He was immediately tied up like a crab by the female lead, then slammed into the ground with a powerful move. Just now, Jun Wuyin and others came to the scholar's hall seeking clues. "We were referred by the old master, coming to seek the North City scholar. Please come out and meet us." Just as they finished speaking, a figure emerged from the red door. "Since you passed Old Master Chi's test, you should have left the city by now. Coming here means you've chosen another path. It's been years since I've met such audacious guests." Jun Wuyin was surprised. "Isn't this the gate guard from earlier?" Di Xian immediately asked, "Are you the North City scholar?" "Of course. No one else dares claim that title but me." "Who are you all? Want clues? Or rather, which one of you is the audacious one?" Di Xian and Feng Xing stepped forward together, but Jun Wuyin stopped them. Jun Wuyin calmly said, "I'm the one who wants the clues, and I'm the audacious one. Is there a problem? There's only one way to get clues. You must defeat me, but I advise you to give up. This evening is the deadline. Not to mention whether a woman like you can handle it. After me, there are many more clues to solve. Half a day isn't enough. Even half a year wouldn't be enough. How would we know it's impossible without trying? Enough, I don't want to waste words with you. I'm not one to show mercy to women. I show no mercy to anyone." Feng Xing was worried, as the opponent was a Xian king, unsure if Jun Wuyin could handle him. So he spoke up, "I also want the clues. Let me challenge you instead." But he was refused. Whoever wants the clues must fight personally. That's always been Jun Yu City's rule. If you can't pass even this test, why come disturb our peace? If you don't have the ability to defeat me, then leave. Don't waste time here. Feng Xing became angry, wanting to step forward to punch him, but was stopped again by Jun Wuyin. Then Jun Wuyin threw a punch at the platform. The opponent's face tensed, quickly blocking, but was shocked by the force. He was sent flying back, confused. Was that spiritual power? Just now. Jun Wuyin calmly said, "This time, do you think I have what it takes?" "Yes, you certainly do. It seems you're ready." Since the last battle with Lan Yi, Jun Wuyin's control over spiritual power has reached another level. This time, she'll use this scholar to test her strength. At this time, the onlookers in the street noticed the battle. Isn't that silver-haired girl Jun Wuyo? Why is she fighting with someone from the scholar's hall? More importantly, she seems to be using spiritual power to fight a Xian king. This is incredible. The North City scholar had already charged forward. Jun Wuyo smiled faintly, then used spiritual power to control 18 different weapons. Attacking the opponent, the scholar struggled to defend. Hong Shi became increasingly shocked. This is actually an attack controlled by spiritual power. This Jun Wuyo is truly extraordinary. A woman who can fight with spiritual power is enough to shock the entire world. But how does she do it? With just these hidden weapons. You think you can get close to my divine power? He released a red rhythm, forming a protective shield. All hidden weapons shattered upon contact. The North City scholar said proudly, "No matter how strong your spiritual power is, it can't match rhythm power. Besides, I'm a Xian king. Are you so certain that spiritual power isn't stronger than Xian power?" The onlookers discussed. Isn't it obvious? Spiritual power is only for nurturing. How could it be stronger than Xian power? Jun Wuyo, if you just become the scholar's partner and assist him in battle, wouldn't he be at your mercy? Unfortunately, Di Xian overheard these words. He immediately rewarded them with a kick, sending them flying. When others wanted to say something, Feng Xing immediately held a sword to their throats. "Do you want your head or your tongue?" Di Xian coldly looked at everyone. Silence fell. The combatants had now distanced themselves. Although no one believes I can defeat you, I want to prove to you. Though I am a woman, I am not weak. She then controlled the black sword to attack. Facing this powerful sword strike, Heisey didn't directly block it, but quickly dodged instead. He was surprised at its power. It pierced 5 feet into the ground. He became furious, seeking death. He charged at Jun Wuyin. Jun Wuyin smiled lightly. Then the scholar was bound by spiritual power threads like a tied-up crab. Suspended in midair, the scholar was shocked. Why can't I move? Jun Wuyin tightened the threads and shouted, "Get down here!" The scholar immediately fell, crashing into the ground, dust billowing. Debris scattered everywhere. After a while, he got up disheveled. What just happened? My mind went blank for a moment. Then I fell involuntarily. Why couldn't I control my body? Before he could react, Jun Wuyin's flying sword surrounded him. This Jun Wuyo, merely a woman, actually defeated me, a Xian king. The female lead quickly subdued the North City's first scholar. This display stunned the onlookers. They suspected she used sorcery. The scholar was still confused, not knowing how he fell. Jun Wuyin calmly said, "I only used a bit of spiritual power. A power that could make you kill yourself." The scholar couldn't believe it. Spiritual power? That weak force? How could it achieve this level? Is what happened in that instant real? Don't you understand yet? You've lost. Hand over what I want. Indeed, I'm not a sore loser. However, just as he was about to hand over the clue to Jun Wuyin, 2 figures flew out from below. That's the Junyu City formation clue. Quick, grab it. The scholar became furious. Who dares violate Junyu City's rules? With sword in hand, he instantly killed the 2 who rushed up, then turned and left. The matter here was finished. Next, they needed to go to another location. However, this place was full of bright lights and wine. It was actually a brothel. This made Jun Wuyin embarrassed. She quickly covered Xiao Bai's eyes. The clue they just received read, West City has Mr. Qi, North City has the Scholar, South City has Beauty's Sound, East City has no master. West City is Xian Hall, North City is Scholar's Hall, South City is Rouge House. East City awaits its master's return. Rouge House should be this place. The clues for West, North, and South were confirmed. But what did East City has no master, and East City awaits its master's return mean? East City has no master, yet awaits its master's return. Could this be related to Junyu City's lord? At this moment, Di Xian suggested Jun Wuyin wait outside while he went in. Jun Wuyin narrowed her eyes. Why do you get excited whenever there are beautiful women? Di Xian blushed. What are you saying? I'm just worried it might be inconvenient for you. A cold breeze blew from behind as Feng Xing stared intently at him. Finally, the old man grabbed Xiao Bai and quickly ran away, leaving a message. We'll wait for you at the restaurant across the street. In the end, they decided to go in together. However, their movements were being watched by a veiled woman. Her fingers pressed hard against the wooden board as she muttered, I knew you were still alive. You finally returned. Jun Wuyin and the others then arrived at Rouge House. The madam warmly came out to greet them. Jun Wuyin awkwardly asked, Is this Miss Rouge? The madam covered her mouth and laughed. You must be from outside. No wonder you look unfamiliar. Our Junyu City is famous for 3 people. One is Mr. Qi from Weixin Tea House. Second is the North City Scholar from Scholar's Hall. And lastly, Miss Rouge from our Rouge House. You might not know the first 2, but you absolutely must have heard of our Miss Rouge's zither music. Zither music? After testing combat skills, now we're testing artistic skills? Just then, several bell sounds rang out. Miss Rouge is here. A woman in red walked out, bells tied to her ankles. It was the same woman who had been observing Jun Wuyin's group earlier. She glanced at the audience below, then said to Jun Wuyin, Today Rouge House has an honored guest coming to challenge. To not disappoint everyone, why doesn't our esteemed guest come up and play Rouge's Smile with me? It seems Miss Rouge knew I was coming. Rouge pretended not to know and asked, May I know how to address our guest? Jun Wuyin looked at her calmly and said, I am Jun Wuyo. Miss June has passed 2 trials already. I'm truly impressed. What do you think of Rouge's proposal? I'm sorry, but I've never heard Rouge's Smile before, so I can't decide whether to accept this challenge. Could Miss Rouge please play it once first, for me to appreciate? Rouge sneered, last-minute cramming? You'll need to see if you have the talent for it. You think it's as cheap as 9.99? I know, but I can only try my best, although I'm a beginner. While saying she would try her best, she was actually very calm inside because she had the cheating tool system kitten. As long as there were enough points, she could get any god-level music score. Baisian suddenly became angry. Could it be that Junyu City deliberately makes things difficult for people? Is that why no one has solved it for so many years? Junyu City's rules have always been this way. If you can't handle the challenge, why did you choose to solve Junyu City's dragon? First breaking the chess endgame, then having a woman challenge the boxing king, and now an artistic challenge. Junyu City really puts on airs, being so unfair to outside challengers. Why even set up these trials? Rouge's face darkened at being confronted. She angrily replied, Junyu City's rules are rules. Those who don't follow them can get out. The audience below immediately protested. Junyu City specifically creates these nearly impossible tasks to make things difficult. How shameless! Rouge House must explain this. Rouge immediately shifted responsibility to the city lord. The city lord isn't here now. We can't make decisions, so Miss June must follow the rules. Either accept the test or give up. Just then, Di Xian seemed to discover something and shouted, City Lord, since you're already here, stop hiding. I know you're here. The mysterious city lord of Junyu City was about to appear. Rouge became panicked at this, silently praying, don't come out, don't come out. However, the city lord still appeared. Jun Wuyin was stunned. She had thought Di Xian's magnificent beauty was unmatched, androgynous, jade-like, and incomparable. But unexpectedly, there was a third person who could match them. I didn't expect the regent of the Azure Dragon Kingdom to grace Junyu City. Forgive me for not welcoming you properly. I just returned to Junyu City today. I didn't expect to encounter such a situation. Actually, this matter is simple to resolve. As long as Miss June can completely replicate Rouge's melody within half an hour, she'll pass. How about it? Rouge immediately wanted to reject the city lord's proposal, but she was surrounded by two large men. How dare you defy the city lord's orders? Rouge was unwilling. Why? Why did you appear at this time? And ruin my plans? The city lord's voice came, Miss June, I apologize for today's events. The test at Rouge House had some unexpected issues. Let's not discuss Rouge's smile, the most difficult piece reserved only for extraordinary masters. In this situation, perhaps there was a miscommunication from below. After speaking, he stared sharply at Rouge. It immediately frightened her into a cold sweat. Jun Wuyin inwardly sneered. Miscommunication? Such words might fool others, but did they think she believed the melody wasn't for testing, but for invasion? As long as Miss June can play it once, she'll pass. This city lord has a great gift to offer. Since Miss June passed the previous two tests, I believe you must be confident about this. This person was extremely wealthy. His promised gift wouldn't be ordinary. Getting him to compromise was already quite something. Time to give it her all. Junweo thanked the city lord, and they both began preparing. Rouge asked disdainfully, You won't give up? Why should I give up? Because you're an amateur who knows nothing about sentiment. You can't possibly beat me. Isn't that right? With such a predetermined outcome, why persist? You're just adding to your embarrassment. Not necessarily. No one can be 100% certain of the final outcome. Besides, this isn't testing my sentiment, but whether I can remember the melody completely. Then I shall wait and see. Jun Wuyin was puzzled. Though this was her first meeting with Rouge, she sensed an inexplicable hatred from her. How many times would Miss June like to watch? Jun Wuyin confidently replied, Once is enough. The audience below erupted in chaos. This Jun Weo was really arrogant. Watch once? Did she think Rouge's smile was that simple? She was probably going to regret this. Just as they were talking about her digging her own grave, the city lord glanced at them. Everyone immediately stopped their chatter. Rouge suddenly spoke up. City Lord, I spoke inappropriately earlier. Before we begin, may I apologize to Miss June? How do you wish to apologize? Bring the finest tea here. Miss June, let me use tea in place of wine to apologize. Jun Wuyin said thanks without any suspicion. She was about to drink it when the city lord stopped her. What exactly was happening? Please watch the next episode. The female lead showed another brilliant move this episode. It's not an exaggeration to call her the strongest mind. After hearing the epic-level difficult melody just once, she could play it back with even more profound notes than the original, shocking the city lord, stunning the crowd, and slapping Rouge's face. Just now, the city lord stopped Jun Wuyin from drinking the tea. Rouge seemed nervous. Why did the city lord stop the tea? Did he discover something? The city lord waved his hand and said, "This tea seems to have gone cold. Since this is an apology, let's get a fresh cup." Jun Wuyin was puzzled. Could there be something wrong with the tea? She didn't refuse. After a while, fresh tea was brought up. To show his sincerity, the city lord drank first an apology. Then he raised his cup to show Jun Wuyin it was empty, as if saying the tea was safe. Seeing his actions, Jun Wuyin felt the city lord was trying to warn her about something. Was the previous cup really dangerous? She calmly said, "Since both of you insist, I would seem petty if I didn't drink." Just as she finished speaking, the cup was snatched away. Before Jun Wuyin could react, Di Xian had gulped down the tea in one go. Jun Wuyin was confused and somewhat displeased. In truth, Di Xian feared the tea might be dangerous and worried for her safety. Then, Di Xian declared, "This king doesn't like other men offering tea to my future queen. I'll drink it on her behalf. Let's begin now. Stop wasting time." The city lord said nothing more and turned around, saying, "In that case, let's begin." Jun Wuyin made a gesture of invitation. Rouge cursed internally. "You, Jun Wuyin, I don't believe you can pass this test." Then the music began. Rouge started playing her signature piece, Rouge's Smile. The audience below was already immersed in the beautiful melody. Jun Wuyin admired it deeply. Rouge's Smile had such dramatic ups and downs. No wonder it was wildly popular among listeners. If not for her exceptional memory, just the execution alone would have defeated her. A quarter hour later, the music stopped abruptly. Rouge asked disdainfully, "Has Miss June memorized it?" Jun Wuyin smiled faintly at Rouge. "Thanks for your concern. I've memorized it. In that case, I wish Miss June good luck." She was about to hand her pipa to Jun Wuyin. Just then, Rouge was interrupted by the city lord. "Your pipa is your beloved instrument. I have a newly acquired pipa here. Miss June can use mine instead." Jun Wuyin's eyes narrowed. Could there be something wrong with that pipa too? She didn't think too much about it and began playing with the city lord's pipa. Fortunately, with her superior memory, she could play it quite naturally. Even the system's little cat was surprised by how skilled the host was. To make Jun Wuyin even more dazzling, it immediately waved its magic wand to enhance her performance. A beam of light pointed at Jun Wuyin, making the music even more vivid. This sudden change surprised Rouge. Di Xian and Feng Qing were also amazed. They hadn't expected Jun Wuyin to possess such talent. At this moment, Jun Wuyin was emanating a strange energy. Not just them, but the city lord too. Jun Wuyin's performance, after hearing Rouge's Smile just once, not only remembered all the fingering, but also perfectly captured its spirit. He excitedly said, "It's you. It really is you. I've finally found you." Rouge sat opposite, exclaiming in disbelief. "How did she do that?" The city lord was staring at Rouge, thinking contemptuously, just a stepping stone, yet daring to defy heaven. Such delusion. However, before she grows stronger, let's maintain the status quo. After a while, Jun Wuyin finished playing. The spectators were completely stunned. Rouge spoke with sarcasm. "Miss June is truly impressive. This level of musical mastery is beyond even ordinary music masters." Jun Wuyin immediately replied, "I dare not accept such praise. My skills certainly can't compare to Miss Rouge's. Please don't label me with titles like Master Level. I'm not worthy." Just then, applause broke out. The city lord spoke. "Congratulations, Miss June. You've passed the third test. Rouge, please give the clue to Miss June." Rouge reluctantly handed the clue to Jun Wuyin, saying, "Hope we meet again." Until next time, Jun Wuyin grew more confused. She had never met this Rouge before. Why did she seem to harbor such inexplicable hostility? And strangest of all, why did she feel a sense of familiarity with her? Who is she really? This seemingly young and tender-skinned city lord was actually a 1,000-year-old man. This revelation left the female lead completely stunned. She broke into a cold sweat immediately. Was this city lord human or demon? Just now, after the competition with Jun Wuyin, Rouge went to see the city lord alone. She was immediately scolded. "Look at your presumptuous behavior. You no longer respect me as the Holy Sun. If you still won't listen to me, I'll grant your wish and send your wandering soul back to hell." These words terrified Rouge. "Forgive me, Holy Sun, your servant has a blood feud with Jun Wuyin. Seeing her today, I couldn't control myself. Please forgive me, Holy Sun. The city lord clenched his fist, causing Rouge to cry out in agony. The city lord coldly said, breaking one of your bones is your punishment. If there's a next time, you won't exist in this world. Even if you're one of the four, I won't keep anyone with rebellious thoughts. Later, Rouge returned to her room in distress. A man emerged. After pretending all day, my face is stiff. Following your plan, I applied the colorless, odorless poison to the cup. Rouge sneered. The Holy Sun noticed something earlier. That's why he suddenly asked for new tea. But the Holy Sun surely didn't expect that you had already applied the real poison to the cup. The internal poison is extremely potent. Just a slight touch, and death will come within 3 days. Jun Wuyin, I don't believe you'll escape death this time. The blood debt of the Jun family. This is just the beginning. After Jun Wuyin passed the third test, she arrived at the city lord's mansion. She hadn't expected it to be so magnificent. Then a butler came out to guide everyone. Soon they arrived at the living room. However, others were asked to wait there. Only Jun Wuyin could proceed to the final test. Feng Xing immediately objected, saying he had promised to protect Jun Wuyin. How could he let her go alone into danger? Di Xian felt the same way. What kind of test did the city lord's mansion have that required her to go alone? Jun Wuyin told them not to worry, saying she'd only be gone for a moment. She'd return soon. To reassure them, she released her spiritual power, connecting threads of energy to them. If she encountered any danger, this spiritual power would notify them. Then she went alone to meet the city lord, telling them to act accordingly. Soon she arrived at the mansion's back garden. The city lord was already waiting there. Jun Wuyin immediately asked about the final test. The city lord calmly said, the moment you entered the mansion, the test had already begun. Let me introduce myself. I am Tian Ding, the founder of Junyu City and Junyu Tower. You could say that as long as they have existed, I have existed. These words stunned Jun Wuyin. The city lord continued. Back then, I was in charge of both the city and tower. Unable to manage both, I had someone set up a maze formation in Junyu City to deal with those with ill intentions. Jun Wuyin broke into a cold sweat. This city lord must be an ancient being who had existed for countless years. Was this Tian Ding human or demon? The city lord then explained the reason. The maze's existence was only a temporary solution. I had more important matters to attend to. So when Junyu Tower was established, I announced that whoever solved Junyu City's formation would become its master. Junyu City is a great city with 7 immortal origins where commoners live. Without a strong city lord, this wealthy Junyu City would be like a fat sheep in the eyes of the 4 great nations. Everyone will want to take a slice, or even swallow it whole. So when I could no longer fully attend to it, it needed a true master who could lead it. And now, after waiting for so many years, its master has finally arrived. After getting the clue from Rouge Tower, I think you must know how to solve Junyu City's puzzle now. Would you like to try? Jun Wuyin confidently explained the key. East, west, south, north. What confuses outsiders isn't the streets, but what we subconsciously believe to be correct. Actually, Junyu City's maze uses illusion magic to alter the positions of the 4 directions, making outsiders unable to distinguish directions. Thus, they remain lost in this maze. Now I've solved this maze. Then bell tolls echoed throughout Junyu City. The citizens were startled by these bells. Did you hear that? 7 tolls, 7 tolls. 7 tolls signal the return of the master. Junyu City has finally found its true master. At this moment, a man became panicked. Jun Wuyin had actually solved Junyu City's formation. This man was Jun Ruoyin's father. He hadn't died, but Rouge remained very calm. So what if she solved it? I crawled out of hell just to drag her down to hell. Not just her, but also her master and son. Everyone she loves, I will eliminate them all. Unexpectedly, the Jun family that the female lead had once destroyed still had 2 survivors. When Jun Ruoyin's father learned that Jun Wuyin had solved Junyu City, he panicked. Ruoyin, even now, how can you remain so calm? Jun Ruoyin angrily shouted, silence. Then she released a ball of flame, frightening her father into trembling. Mind your words. I am no longer Jun Ruoyin, but Princess Rouge of the Vermilion Bird Nation. Jun Wuyin is nothing more than someone who solved Junyu City's puzzle. What's there to fear? Her father immediately replied timidly, it's father's fault. You're not Ruoyin, you're Rouge, but you can't disown me as your father. I've done so much for you, killed so many people. We're all in this together now. Rouge said coldly. Don't worry, I won't abandon you, nor will I give up on the entire June family. Go continue monitoring Jun Wuyin. Report to me immediately if anything happens. Hearing this, her father left reassured. But Rouge didn't care about the Jun family at all. Jun family, Jun Ruolian, these were just names that belonged to history now. Now in the entire Vermilion Bird Nation, all royal members live for me. My name now is K. Rouge. Meanwhile, Jun Wuyin was preparing for the succession ceremony. During these 3 days, the entire Junyu city would prepare for the new city lord's inauguration. Jun Wuyin calmly said, I suppose some people aren't welcoming me as the new city lord. Since Miss could solve the city lord's maze, it shows you have extraordinary abilities. The city lord's approval means you are powerful enough to protect all of Junyu city. However, the city lord's mansion was in chaos. Many opposed Jun Wuyin becoming city lord. City lord, please don't hand over Junyu city. If we let a mere woman become city lord, won't our Junyu city be doomed? We should at least find a powerful mystic master to take the position. How can a woman protect us? The city lord coldly replied. Since when did Junyu city become yours? Everyone was immediately speechless. No one dared speak. The city lord continued. This Junyu city doesn't belong to me, nor to any of you. Since its creation, it has been waiting for one person. That person, even before birth, was destined by heaven to become Junyu city's true master. In other words, since Jun Wuyin solved Junyu city's puzzle, she is Junyu city's true master. Not the next one. Whether you accept it or not, this is fact and cannot be changed. As Junyu city's founder, I have one last thing to remind you. Keep it in your hearts. The 4 divine emperors. Great winds have risen, waves overflow. When heaven-sent disaster comes, only the single-hearted holy maiden and divine beast's descent can stabilize the world. Hearing this, everyone immediately knelt down in submission. Thank you for the city lord's guidance. Di Xian was shocked. Heaven-sent disaster, holy maiden's heart, even divine beast's descent. He hadn't expected the Junyu city lord to know so much. What was his origin? Fengxing boldly thought, this is bad. Divine beast's descent, single-hearted holy maiden can stabilize heaven-sent disaster. Doesn't this mean Wu Yin will be involved in that catastrophe? I absolutely cannot let her face danger again. Finally, amid Di Xian's doubts, he turned to leave. But at this moment, the city lord called out to Di Xian. I hope the regent prince won't tell today's matters to Miss June. This is also for her own good. No matter what, I won't harm her. Why should I trust you? Because I've waited for her for 1,000 years, only now seeing her appear. Good heavens, what a revelation! What kind of immortal old horse is this? Just slap one side of its rump, and it'll take you to heaven immediately. Just now, Di Xian learned the city lord was a 1,000-year-old being, but wasn't surprised. Instead, he warned him not to play tricks on Jun Wuyin. She is someone I cherish and pamper. Don't think I can't see through you. Whatever you believe in, don't try to force your ideas onto her. The city lord calmly said, one day, she will have to face this choice. That's her business. You have no right to interfere. No one can force her. In my heart, she is powerful, but she is also my woman. No matter what she chooses, I will stay by her side. The city lord slightly raised his head, sighing helplessly. For one chosen by heaven, what other choice is there? Protecting this world, isn't that the holy maiden's duty? Then he ordered his subordinates to arrange for some people to enter Junyu city to protect the holy maiden. But it's best not to let them discover. The holy maiden hasn't fully grown yet. As long as there's no life-threatening danger, don't make a name for yourself. Let the elders and North City elders stay in Junyu City and openly interact with the Holy Maiden. After I oversee the auction at Junyu City, I'll go into seclusion. Now that the Holy Maiden has returned, we should also prepare for the heavenly disaster. We've already confirmed the identities of the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird. Have you found traces of the White Tiger and Black Tortoise? Sure, Wu Shuang, the heir of the White Tiger Nation's noble family, should be one of the divine beasts. Though we don't know which one yet. Investigate quickly. With disaster approaching, neither the Holy Maiden nor the 4 divine beasts can make any mistakes. Also, quickly determine the Black Tortoise's identity. The next day, a maid came to notify Jun Wuyin to attend the auction. The city lord was already waiting outside. There were 4 carriages in total. Because the route was somewhat special, everyone going should ride in the carriages. Just as Jun Wuyin was about to board, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her hand. Di Xian quickly came forward to ask what was wrong. Jun Wuyin replied it was just her arm feeling numb. She thought it was from sleeping on her arm wrong last night. Little did she know danger was quietly approaching. Hearing she slept on it wrong, Di Xian teased, "You're so restless in your sleep. Why don't you sleep with me tonight?" Jun Wuyin replied irritably, "If you want to sleep next to me, first get past Xiao Bai's approval. That kid is driving me crazy. Not only does he not help, he often causes trouble." Seeing him so pitiful, Jun Wuyin hugged him and comforted, "Take it slow. It's already good that he doesn't reject you." Regarding the earlier situation, Di Xian was still worried. After all, doctors can't treat themselves. He suggested having Master Lu take a look, but Jun Wuyin didn't care much. Then the coachman whipped the horses, and all 4 carriages immediately took flight. Jun Wuyin was shocked. These coachmen actually had half-star Mystic King power. No wonder Junyu City could stand outside the 4 nations. Without absolute power, how could they keep all 4 nations from taking action? After a while, everyone could see Junyu Tower. The tower was built against the mountain, magnificent in scale. Soon the carriages began to descend. The city lord immediately invited everyone inside. The auction wouldn't start for another hour. They could rest on the 2nd floor first. Then everyone entered Junyu Tower. The first thing that caught their eye was a jade statue of a veiled goddess. Jun Wuyin was curious. "Who is this jade statue of?" The city lord calmly replied, "That's our faith." Jun Wuyin wondered what faith. "You'll know who it is soon, but not now. So I can't tell you yet." This left everyone confused. Just then, a servant arrived saying Miss Rouge had arrived. Should they show her to the 2nd floor? The city lord impatiently told the servant to arrange her on the 1st floor. Learning this, Rouge was displeased. She had only acted against Jun Wuyin for personal reasons. Not only did the Holy Sun help her, but he also demoted Rouge to the 1st floor. But for now, she could only obey. She'd find the Holy Sun after the auction to explore the situation. While she was lost in thought, she bumped into someone. "Sorry, are you all right, miss? Looking at you just now reminded me of an old acquaintance. Do you know where room 2 is on the 2nd floor?" "I can't find it." "Young master, I finally found you." "Thanks, miss. I'll head up now. Hope to see you again." This self-questioning and answering left Rouge and her companion bewildered, as neither had even responded yet. That guy said thanks first. "By the way, do you all remember who this arrogant fellow is?" While you're still wondering whether to have a youtiao tomorrow morning, and whether to add a cup of soy milk, others are treating millions of silver like dirt, spending it freely. The female lead thought she was already quite wealthy, but didn't expect that all her possessions were just pocket change to others. Just then, the auction officially began. The first treasure was a spirit turtle shell shield made of rare crystals, capable of blocking 3 full-force attacks from a half-star Mystic King. Starting price, 5 million silver taels. As soon as it was introduced, the crowd began bidding fiercely. "I bid 6 million. I bid 7 million. I bid 8 million taels." The female lead was embarrassed. These rich people were throwing money around like dirt. Just how wealthy were they? While she was pondering this, a voice suddenly called out, 20 million taels. This voice seemed familiar. It was Bai Ji, looking quite pleased with himself. "Ha! Let's see who dares to bid higher." Jun Wuyin found the voice familiar, but couldn't quite place who it was. Then the second treasure was presented, also a life-saving item, called the Swift Wind Shoes. They could take you thousands of miles away with just a bit of spiritual energy. Even a half-star Mystic King couldn't easily catch up. Starting price, 5 million silver taels. While Jun Wuyin was still shocked that Junyu Tower was auctioning such rare treasures, the crowd below was already in fierce competition, quickly reaching 15 million. While Jun Wuyin was still dazed, a voice called 20 million taels. It was Di Xian who had bid. Jun Wuyin asked, puzzled, "Have you taken a liking to these shoes?" While they were talking, someone else bid 23 million taels. It was Bai Ji's guard who had bid for him. Just then, Rouge bid 30 million taels. Bai Ji was confused. Someone actually dared to go against him. Di Xian added another 3 million taels. Rouge immediately called out 34 million taels. By now, Jun Wuyin had recognized Rouge's voice. Di Xian refused to back down, bidding 40 million taels. They knew Rouge was deliberately targeting them to drive up the price, but Di Xian genuinely wanted to win the item. He wanted to give it to Jun Wuyin, but Rouge wouldn't let him have it so easily. After intense bidding, the price had reached 47 million taels. However, Bai Ji couldn't sit still. How dare someone steal his spotlight? He immediately bid 70 million taels, shocking his guards so much he nearly coughed blood. He thought his young master must be stupid. While others were raising by 1 million, he increased it by tens of millions at once. Such a spendthrift. The crowd below was also shocked. They immediately started discussing. Bai Ji thought they would praise him, but instead they said, he must be an idiot. This person is definitely an idiot. Where did this idiot come from? A triple combo of contempt. This price forced Rouge to withdraw. Even the host was embarrassed. This guy really? 70 million silver taels for a pair of Swift Wind shoes. Only he could do something like this. The auction would last 3 days, and today was over. As Jun Huiyan was about to leave to rest, she suddenly saw Bai Ji shouting village girl at her. I never thought I'd see you here. How did a village girl like you get up here? Last time we parted, you didn't tell this young master your name. If you don't want me to keep calling you village girl, hurry up and tell me your name. Jun Huiyan smiled helplessly and said, I'm Jun Wuyo, while thinking about giving him a good beating. How dare he call her a village girl? Bai Ji was shocked. So you're the owner of that Hua, Xiandan. Don't worry, considering our shared hardships in the past, I'll definitely bid a high price for you. How did you get up here? I don't remember seeing you in Junyu City. Bai Tong, tell him how this young master got up here. My young master didn't need to go through Junyu City. The master already spent 10 million gold taels at Junyu Tower to customize an exclusive room for young master. Jun Huiyan immediately coughed up blood. She really was a village girl after all. Your Bai family is truly wealthy. Of course, that's why I told you before. You could come and be my. Before he could finish, his mouth was covered. Jun Huiyan firmly covered his mouth, preventing him from finishing that sentence. Di Xian coldly questioned from behind. What were you going to say about our Wuyo becoming your what? Bai Ji nervously replied, No, nothing. I was saying she could be our family's guest. May I know how to address you all? Yi Xian's future husband, Feng Xing's brother, Mu Kun's master, Jun Qing's son. The powerful pressure made Bai Ji break into a cold sweat. He trembled and said, Damn, you even have a son? Good thing I didn't finish what I was saying, or this whole family would have beaten me to death. As soon as he finished speaking, he ran away. After that boy left, Jun Huiyan learned from the old master that the Bai family wasn't just wealthy, but also one of the 4 divine emperor's legacy families. After Bai Ji left Jun Huiyan's group, he encountered Rouge. Whether by coincidence or design, Rouge deliberately revealed her identity in conversation. Bai Ji was shocked. What? Your name is Rouge? The spoiled young master met his childhood sweetheart, but she didn't remember him at all. Just now, Bai Ji and Rouge met again. Rouge happened to twist her ankle at that moment, so Bai Ji offered to carry her back to her room. The guard thought this inappropriate. Young master, given your status, how could you do such a thing? Let me carry her instead. It's fine. She's not an ordinary woman. Didn't you hear earlier? She's the princess of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom. The guard asked surprisingly, Your Princess Rouge? Rouge covered her mouth and giggled. You both know me? The guard thought to himself. The Vermilion Bird Kingdom's Princess Rouge was our young master's first love. How could I not know? If it weren't for what happened later, you two might have been married by now. In the end, the guard carried her back to her room. As he walked, the guard thought, the Vermilion Bird and White Tiger Kingdoms have severed ties. Princess Rouge disappeared back then, and now suddenly appears. Who can guarantee she won't harm the young master? Even if she is that person, what if the Vermilion Bird Kingdom is using Princess Rouge to assassinate young master? Given how completely unguarded he is now, it would be all too easy. The next day at the auction, the guards saw him feeling dejected. He immediately came forward to ask what was wrong. Bai Ji sighed. Rouge. She doesn't remember me. When she saw me yesterday, she didn't recognize me at all. He stood up suddenly, hitting the table. Bai Tong, where did you put my marriage jade? Back then we split it in 2. Why can't I remember now? Young master, you forgot. When your great-grandmother passed away, you took off the half-jade pendant and put it away. Bai Ji then remembered. That year when the Vermilion Bird Kingdom caused my great-grandmother's death and Rouge disappeared, I took off that half-jade pendant and never wore it again. Just then, Bai Tong suddenly said he had something to do and needed to leave for a while. Just as Bai Tong left, Jun Huiyan entered with Little White, saying, I heard someone was in a bad mood, so I brought my son to check on you. Jun Wuyo, you're so carefree, coming to chat with this young master. Don't you know how dangerous your situation is right now? How dangerous is my current situation? A woman who fights with spiritual power and defeated the northern city's talent. Just this alone means that in all 4 divine emperors' territories, everyone's eyes will be on you. To obtain you, they might use any means necessary. Do you think I'm some some object that will just let them fight over me without any resistance? What do you plan to do? Want this young master's help? Considering what happened before, I can help you if you want. I don't need it. I can handle them myself. Is it because of the Azure Dragon Kingdom's regent? Are you planning to team up with your future husband? In everyone's subconscious in this world, there are two types of people with the biggest gap. That's men and women, power and spiritual force. I want to prove something, prove myself, and also prove that strength isn't determined by gender. Melody and spiritual power. Baiji was confused. Are you saying you want to prove you're strong, or that women's spiritual power is strong? What's the difference? Proving my own strength means proving women's strength, which is proving spiritual power's strength, right? To prove all this takes time and is difficult. The first step has been completed. The second step will begin soon. First step, did you break Junyu City's formation just to? That's right. Junyu City is a good place. Not affiliated with any of the 4 countries, free from any power's influence. Now that I've broken its formation, I am its master. I plan to build an academy behind Junyu City, an all-female academy specializing in spiritual power cultivation. That's not a bad idea. Creating a women's academy, specifically teaching spiritual power combat, combined with Junyu City's deterrence, could ward off some forces. With Huaxiandan as backup and Junyu City's deterrence, I now have the basic ability to establish an academy. If the academy can really be established, I hope you can join us. Although this young master can't guarantee your plan will succeed, if things work out with you, it might be quite remarkable. If anything happens with the White Tiger Kingdom, my Bai family will help as much as possible. You should also be careful about the academy's name. Have you thought of one? About that, it'll be called Blue Eye Academy, the mighty regent of an empire. Hiding by the door, eavesdropping on his wife and son's private conversation. Just then, Jun Wuyin recalled today's conversation with Baiji. She learned from him that next year, the 4 continents would hold an academy exchange competition. If they could qualify to participate, it would definitely boost their influence. Unfortunately, the biggest challenge now was how to recruit students. Women who could see through and have self-improvement aspirations weren't too many. Just then, Little White suddenly spoke. Mother, tonight I only want to sleep with you. Let that bad guy sleep alone. Junwin wondered who the bad guy was. Little White complained, the bad guy who always clings to Mother. Little White can't be with Mother all the time anymore. Little White, how do you think he treats you? Little White shyly covered his face with the blanket and softly said good. Jun Wien turned to look outside the door, finding Di Xian secretly standing there. So she asked Little White again, how is he good? Tell Mother in detail. We haven't had a heart-to-heart talk in a long time. Shall we talk just the 2 of us today? After Little White and Grandpa Moo came here for quite some time, he suddenly found us. He not only told us about Mother and Uncle Feng's situation, but afterward took me from Grandpa Moo and moved me into a very big house in the Azure Dragon Kingdom. Because I thought Mother and Uncle Feng were really gone, I hated him at that time. Why did you hate him? Because he didn't protect Mother well. Mother must have been in so much pain then. They're all bad guys. They made Mother become like this. Mother's hair changed from black to silver white. And Mother's eyes, there's something in them. Little White doesn't understand. But when I look at them, it makes my heart ache. Jun Wuyen hurriedly noted that for Little White, that incident had clearly left a deep impact. Though he didn't understand fully, he still sensed the changes in me. This must be the bond between mother and child. Little White continued. Although I hated him then, he still took care of me wholeheartedly. He wanted to eat with me every day. But I refused. Later, when he knew I didn't want to see him, he would wait alone in the main hall. For almost 2 years, he tried to get close to me, but I kept refusing. But he was really good to me. He taught me archery, reading, writing, cultivation, and when I wasn't feeling well, he would stay up all night watching over me. Most importantly, he loves Mother very much. You're just a child. How do you understand love? Before you returned, every time at meals, he would always set out bowls and chopsticks for us. Never missed once. Isn't that love? I heard from Uncle M.O.U. that every night he would look at Mother's portrait for a long time. He would only go to sleep late at night, calling your name in his dreams. Isn't that love? I also heard from servants that the Emperor of Azure Dragon Kingdom wanted to give him many beautiful ladies. But he told the Emperor he already had a princess consort, one that no one could replace. I know he meant Mother. Mother, isn't that love? At this point, Jun Wuyen was in tears. Then she seriously asked Little White, looking into his eyes, tell Mother. Do you accept him? Little White didn't hesitate. He said yes. Jun Huiyin finally felt relieved. Then she shouted towards the door. Did you hear that? Come out now. Always climbing through windows into my room. Aren't you afraid our son will learn bad habits? Ha! I didn't know my son liked me so much. You big bad guy, eavesdropping on my conversation with mother. After many twists and turns, this family of three finally came together officially. Di Xian thought that after gaining acceptance, he could enjoy family life. But because of one narcissistic comment, he was kicked out of the room. Looks like he'll be sleeping alone again tonight. However, the next day, a scream came from the room. It turned out that Di Xian had sneakily climbed through the window again at midnight to sleep. Jun Huiyin was speechless. This wasn't behavior befitting the Azure Dragon Kingdom's regent. But just then, her head suddenly throbbed, and she fainted. Fortunately, Di Xian caught her in time. Father and son worriedly asked about her condition. However, when Jun Huiyin used her spiritual power to check, she didn't detect that she had been poisoned. She then said she might have just lost her balance. Di Xian was still worried. Something didn't seem right about what just happened. But Jun Huiyin wasn't too concerned. She was in a hurry to get to the auction. Di Xian trusted his instincts, though, insisting on making sure she was fine before going. Little White, for once, took his father's side. They then took her to see the old master. The two anxiously waited for results. The old master stroked his beard and found nothing wrong. It might really have been just an accident, but to be safe, I'll examine you again when we return. It's always better to be careful. Then everyone arrived at the auction. The first treasure being auctioned was the white bone umbrella. This umbrella was crafted by a mysterious master practitioner, made from the hardest bones of 100 roaring kings. It was a special spiritual tool that could be used for both attack and defense, and could be separated or combined. Jun Huiyin was amazed. The amount of manpower and resources needed to collect and craft such a difficult spiritual tool must have been enormous. Yet its owner wasn't keeping it, but auctioning it at Junyu Tower. The host then explained that the master craftsman who forged the white bone umbrella had died young. His wife, not wanting the treasure to be wasted, entrusted us to auction it. This white bone umbrella can transform into multiple forms. Due to the secrets of the umbrella itself, we cannot reveal more. The secrets of its forms should be discovered by whoever acquires it. To bid for this umbrella, one must agree to one condition. After purchasing it, you must meet with the seller. Before the base price was even announced, bidding had already reached 40 million. Jun Huiyin's eyes were gleaming. If she wasn't mistaken, this white bone umbrella would be perfect for her spiritual power. Seeing her expression, Emperor Xian immediately said, "If you like it, just bid for it. Husband will pay." Jun Huiyin teased, "You're being so generous. Aren't you afraid I'll bid an astronomical price?" Di Xian quickly smiled and said, "What nonsense. A husband's earnings are meant for his wife to spend." While they were chatting, the bidding had reached 50 million taels. Jun Huiyin decided to be bold. She directly bid 60 million taels, then proudly declared, "Anyone who objects can keep bidding." This infuriated an old man. "What's wrong with you, woman? Do you really think your spiritual power can compare to our Xian master's Xian power? You dare compete for the white bone umbrella? If you don't have money, don't make excuses. Don't I understand the rule of highest bidder wins? Besides, as a woman, who says it will be wasted if I win it? Can't I keep it for my son to use? For my husband to use? For my family to use? Don't pretend to be righteous. Don't assume women are weaker than men, or that our spiritual power is inferior to your Xian master's power. Women are only useful for suppressing Xian power for Xian masters. Now, with that Hua Xian Dan that can control Xian power, you women are even more useless. Who says women can't fight? Today, I'm definitely buying this white bone umbrella, and I will definitely use it." This statement sparked an uproar. Everyone criticized Jun Huiyin for being unreasonable. What fighting power can a woman have? Don't waste this white bone umbrella. Meanwhile, in another box, the umbrella's owner was silently watching everything. In this world, women had no fighting power. Women's role was to assist men to help suppress their uncontrolled power. So when the female lead said those words, she was immediately condemned by the men present. Young Master Tianyuan, if your Junyu Tower lets this woman win the white bone umbrella, wouldn't that go against the owner's wishes and let this woman waste it? Seeing so much doubt, the host had to send someone to ask the umbrella owner's opinion. After a while, the servant relayed the owner's message to the host. The owner's message was, since Lady June has the highest bid, if she can open this white bone umbrella, it will be hers. Hearing this, the leading old man burst into laughter. This requirement is simple, too simple. For us Xian masters, it's effortless. But for women who only have spiritual power, it's impossible. Others agreed, thinking that the madam must understand this principle and made this requirement deliberately to make the woman upstairs back down. The host then asked Jun Wuyin if she agreed to the seller's terms. If she gave up, the umbrella would go to the second highest bidder. This was exactly what Jun Wuyin wanted. How could she give up? She immediately stood up to try. In a moment, she was on stage, carefully examining the white bone umbrella. The old man had a look of anticipation, not believing Jun Wuyin could open it. Then they saw Jun Wuyin suddenly raise the white bone umbrella. The white bone umbrella instantly opened, blooming like a chrysanthemum. This directly slapped the old man's face metaphorically. How is this possible? She's just a woman. How could a woman possibly use spiritual energy? How could she open the white bone umbrella? Seeing his disbelief, Jun Wuyin demonstrated another set of moves. Not only did the white bone umbrella open, it also transformed. It turned directly into an ancient sword. This shocked even the umbrella's owner. His daughter had wanted to become Jun Wuyin's disciple before. Now seeing this situation, if Jun Wuyin was willing to take disciples, he would no longer object. After showing her skills, Jun Wuyin returned the white bone umbrella to its original form. She asked loudly, "Anyone else? What's the point?" The old man was furious with embarrassment. How could a woman possibly use spiritual energy? There must be something wrong with this woman, or there's something wrong with this white bone umbrella. The host immediately rebuked coldly, "White Tiger family head, you're being unreasonable multiple times. Are you questioning Junyu Tower's capabilities?" The old man was scared into silence. The next item was Jun Wuyin's Hua Xiandan. As the seller, she also had the right to make one request to Junyu Tower. However, unexpectedly for Jun Wuyin, this face-slapping moment earned her 100,000 satisfaction points. The reason was that the higher the status and power of the person being humiliated, the more satisfaction points were earned. Feng Qin quickly reminded Di Xian to watch out for that Wei family head, saying he might retaliate out of anger. However, Di Xian had already asked Mou to monitor his every move. He told Feng Qin not to worry about Jun Wuyin and not to be too nervous. Any trouble would need Junyu Tower's approval first. Just as he finished speaking, Jun Wuyin suddenly noticed a woman. This woman seemed to be someone from Wu Shuang's side. Could Wu Shuang also be at Junyu Tower? There had been no news of him these past few days, and they thought he wouldn't come. Before she could think more, the host began introducing. Today's second-to-last treasure was the Hua Xiandan she had commissioned for auction. When the female lead's Hua Xiandan appeared, it immediately ignited the atmosphere. Because this Hua Xiandan could suppress uncontrolled Xian power for up to 10 years. This was exactly what the men had been dreaming of. To motivate everyone, the female lead offered an enticing condition. Whoever bought the Hua Xiandan would have 3 months to research it. If they could figure out the formula, the Hua Xiandan would be completely theirs. Upon hearing this, representatives from various factions were eager to bid. Even the vice president of the Pill Association came to the scene. 3 pills, 3 months' time? I refuse to believe that with our Pill Association's foundation, we cannot research this. Before he finished, the host continued, if the formula isn't discovered within 3 months, then the owner of Hua Xiandan, Miss Jun Wuyin, will begin modifying the formula to create lower-grade Hua Xiandan for public sale. But the suppression effect will be shorter, so there's only one chance. Isn't this forcing us to scramble for these 3 pills? Well played, Jun Wuyin. Just as he finished speaking, he seemed to realize something. The woman who just bought the white bone umbrella also had the surname Jun. By now, the crowd below was getting impatient. However, the host added one more thing. According to the seller's request, the following people will be disqualified from bidding. Names omitted. 500 words omitted here. The Wei family head who caused trouble earlier became furious. Why are we disqualified from bidding? I object. Jun Wuyin calmly spoke. Let me tell you why. Because I am the owner of the Hua Xiandan. Wei family head was surprised. He cursed internally that it was this woman Jun. Jun Wuyin ignored them and immediately asked the host to start the auction. Then the Hua Xiandan auction officially began. Starting price, 50 million taels of silver. As soon as this was said, the crowd below began bidding intensely. The Blue Dragon Nation representative bid 76.5 million taels. The White Tiger Nation representative bid 77 million taels. The Pill Association couldn't sit still either. They immediately bid 85 million taels, saying if no one minds, let our Pill Association join in the fun. Seeing no response, the host began asking if there were any more bids. He asked for the second time if there were any more bids. By now, the Pill Association was looking quite smug. They seemed confident in their victory. However, at this moment, a voice called out 90 million. This immediately startled the smug old man. Bai Ji burst into laughter. Finally, its young master's turn to show off. The audience below looked resigned, as if they had expected this. Someone exclaimed that he had indeed made his move. The Pill Association's vice president's beard trembled with anger. This Bai kid has already bought over 200 million worth of items these past few days, enough to outfit him from head to toe. Now, he's even eyeing the Hua Xiandan. He continued bidding at 91 million. Bai Ji yawned and called out 92 million. They went back and forth. The price had reached 96 million. The Pill Association had reached their limit. However, the vice president wasn't willing to give up. He decided to use his own money to continue. Just as he called out 97 million, Bai Ji's bid of 98 million came. The vice president glared angrily. Young Bai, explain yourself. What do you want the Hua Xiandan for at this time? If you want it, we can research the formula and give you a few pills later. Why are you fighting for it? Don't be angry, old sir. I just like this Hua Xiandan. I just want to buy it to keep it. Hearing this, that he just wanted to buy it to keep it, the vice president nearly coughed up blood. Ha ha ha, that young master next door is in for it later. Jun Wuyin was puzzled, wondering if the vice president would seek revenge. Bai Ji was clearly trying to help raise the price. Hope he doesn't get dragged into this. The old man laughed. He won't seek revenge, but with the vice president's temper, he'll definitely use 100 principles of heaven and earth to quickly educate him into becoming an upright young man. It seemed Bai Ji had already gotten himself into trouble. The vice president raged. Bai Ji, that's enough. If you keep being mischievous, don't blame me for coming to talk to you later. These words gave Bai Ji a shock. He immediately said he wouldn't bid anymore. Please don't come find me, sir. Jun Wuyo, Jun Wuyo, this is all I can help you with. The host was also somewhat embarrassed and said, in that case, these 3 Hua Xiandan will go to the Pill Association. The Pill Association won the Hua Xiandan for 97 million taels. The grand finale of this auction, the final treasure, was about to begin. But first, please welcome the Tower Master. Everyone was surprised. The Junyu Tower Master was personally hosting the auction. Since Junyu Tower's establishment, this was the first time. What could the final treasure be? Before the auction begins, please allow us to express our welcome once again, because this is the first time all 4 beast gods have gathered at Junyu Tower. The 4 beast gods are actually at Junyu Tower? This news was truly shocking. We at Junyu Tower knew that the 4 beast gods would gather here today. We have prepared for this meeting. My lords need not worry. We will send representatives to deliver the treasures to you. Your identities will not be exposed, and others need not be disappointed. The real final auction item is information related to a major event that will occur within 3 years. Only 4 slots are available to receive this information. Let's see if you can seize this opportunity. These words further aroused the crowd's curiosity. However, they were more curious about what treasures the Tower Master had given to the 4 beast gods. The Tower Master continued. He said the treasures had names and would automatically choose their owners. They would fall into the hands of the 4 beast gods' representatives. Then 4 treasures floated in the air, flying towards the 4 beast god representatives. The Tower Master pondered silently. The gifts were meant to help the beast gods deal with future events more easily. White Tiger took 2 items, showing they weren't fully prepared. In contrast, Blue Dragon didn't take any, suggesting they were well prepared. Very good, very good. After the gifts were distributed, the 4 representatives were dismissed. Now it's time for the next phase, the auction of secret information. This auction is quite special. We will send people to each guest's room with blank paper. Guests will write down their bids. Only the top 4 highest bidders will be eligible to learn this information, whether to keep it secret or make it public afterward. Junyu Tower won't interfere. The old man felt this information was crucial and must be obtained, to avoid being passive later. Di Xian felt it unnecessary, as he seemed to have already guessed what secret the Tower Master wanted to reveal. Jun Wuyin looked at Di Xian puzzled, asking if he knew something. Di Xian immediately wrote it down. It was exactly the prophecy the city lord had told them about. For divine emperors, great winds have risen, waves overflow, heaven's disaster. The old man was somewhat shocked. This prophecy was truly astounding. Jun Wuyin wondered if this prophecy would occur within 3 years. Isn't there any solution? Di Xian reminded. Don't you remember why the Tower Master gave gifts to the 4 beast gods? Jun Wuyin finally realized this heaven-sent disaster needed the 4 beast gods to solve, so the Tower Master specially prepared gifts for them. If that's the case, it makes sense. Fengxing was puzzled why Di Xian didn't write out the second half of the prophecy. Because he had heard the city lord's complete prophecy with Di Xian. The second half was only with 1 heart remaining, the beast gods will descend to stabilize the world. Then looked at Jun Wuyin. 1 heart remaining. It was then he realized. It seemed Di Xian didn't mention the second half to protect Jun Wuyin. But you can rest assured, with me, Fengxing, here, I won't let any harm come to him. After everyone read it, Di Xian burned the paper. Since we know what the message is, there's no need to bid. To avoid suspicion, let's just write down any price. The city lord announced the results. The representatives of the 4 great nations obtained the information slots. After a while, Jun Wuyin's auction items were delivered. The Huaxian Dan auction earned 90 million silver taels. The white bone umbrella required 70 million taels. Di Xian quickly took out banknotes, generously saying, "Wife, I'll pay for the white bone umbrella. Keep your money for building the academy in the future." Jun Wuyin felt touched, suddenly feeling that Di Xian looked quite handsome at this moment. After settling accounts, the maid told Jun Wuyin that the previous owner of the white bone umbrella wanted to meet him. Jun Wuyin wondered why the previous owner of the white bone umbrella wanted to meet him. The female protagonist, with a puzzled heart, met the previous owner of the white bone umbrella. This blue-haired woman was Madame Xiao, the previous owner of the white bone umbrella. This purple-haired girl was her daughter, named Xiao Xiao Xiao, who would become the first student of the protagonist's future academy. She was exceptionally enthusiastic at their first meeting, making Jun Wuyin feel somewhat embarrassed. Then Madame Xiao began to explain the origin of the white bone umbrella. Strictly speaking, the white bone umbrella wasn't really a device. Jun Wuyin was stunned. Was Madame Xiao being this direct? Wasn't she afraid he would back out of the deal? Madame Xiao continued, saying that the white bone umbrella was actually created by her husband. Her husband was a half-star Xian king. He devoted himself entirely to refining qi. He destroyed all his previous works, determined to surpass himself and create a weapon beyond spiritual energy, called a divine weapon. He hunted 34 roaring kings, using their hardest jade bones to forge this divine weapon. Day after day of refining. Finally one day, he burst out of the refining room, excitedly telling me he had created the divine weapon's shell. That was the first time I saw the white bone umbrella. But he didn't stop at making just the shell. He continued putting all his energy into refining. Due to the daily high-intensity refining, his health deteriorated rapidly. Soon he became terminally ill. Before dying, he shook his head and sighed that the white bone umbrella only had a divine weapon shell, without a divine weapon soul. To forge a true divine weapon, only divine skills would suffice. But where are there gods in this world? My husband said before his death that the white bone umbrella was just a divine weapon shell, incomplete. I hope Lady June won't mind. Jun Wuyin gently shook her head. This white bone umbrella is probably the closest thing to a divine weapon in the world. I'm grateful to receive it. How could I mind? Then Madame Xiao took out her husband's notes on forging the white bone umbrella and gave them to Jun Wuyin, hoping she would answer her daughter's questions. Jun Wuyin didn't refuse and immediately asked Xiao 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 what she wanted to know. Without hesitation, Xiao Xiao immediately wanted to become Jun Wuyin's disciple and expressed her desire to learn how to fight with spiritual power. Jun Wuyin was curious. Why would a young girl want to become my disciple? Xiao Xiao answered seriously, I want to become strong as my father, to inherit father's qi, refining legacy. She pulled up her sleeve, looking at the red bracelet on her wrist, saying, This is the birth gift from father. It's said to protect me from one fatal disaster. This bracelet is proof of father's love for me. Father refined many spiritual items for me, but I can't use them. This regret lingers in my heart. I want to inherit the qi refining legacy to make father proud. So, Sister June, can you help me fulfill this wish? Jun Wuyin calmly replied, It takes 10 years to grow trees, 100 years to cultivate people. My current abilities aren't sufficient to be a teacher. Though I can't be your master, I have a way to help you fulfill your wish. I'm not taking you as a disciple because I don't have the qualifications and strength to be a teacher, but I can teach you how to make your spiritual power stronger. Xiao Xiao was confused. How to do that? Then Jun Wuyin told her about planning to establish an academy in Junyu City later. This academy would specifically teach women spiritual power combat. Then she asked Xiao Xiao if she would like to become a member of the academy. Xiao Xiao was shocked by Jun Wuyin's idea. Her heart was already excited, but she still asked her mother beside her for permission. Madame Xiao didn't object, letting her make her own decision. So Xiao Xiao agreed without hesitation. Finally, Jun Wuyin left satisfied. This man, every time he sees his wife, he actually climbs through windows. People might mistake him for a peeping Tom. Who would think that the Blue Dragon Nation's regent prince's brother would act so cute and spoiled? Just now, when Jun Wuyin returned from Madame Zhao's, she met the Tower Master. The Tower Master came to remind Jun Wuyin. Tomorrow is the inauguration of Junyu City's new city lord. He had already informed other guests, but they still didn't know who the new city lord would be. Jun Wuyin smiled faintly. If they knew, their expressions would certainly be wonderful. They might even laugh that the city lord isn't human. Tianding calmly said, "This Tower Master has never misjudged people. Moreover, Lady June earned everything through her own abilities. Everything has been prepared. You just need to take that position." Jun Wuyin then asked about what she had previously requested from the Tower Master. The Tower Master assured her that the area she wanted had been cleared of roaring beasts within 100 li radius. She could build with peace of mind. At this moment, Di Xian, that jealous pot, quickly came out to assert his authority. "Thank you, Tower Master, for helping my princess consort. If you need any help in the future, you can find this prince in the Blue Dragon Nation." Seeing this, the Tower Master tactfully prepared to leave. However, before leaving, he reminded them to remember to attend tomorrow's ceremony. As soon as the Tower Master left, Baiji came running and looking disheveled. Jun Wuyin saw his state and immediately asked what happened. Baiji said fearfully, "I came here to seek refuge. You know, to help you earn more money." This young master's ears are nearly calloused from the vice chairman's nagging. "I barely managed to escape, thanks to you today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have earned so much from the chemical pills. But I hope you haven't emptied the vice chairman's purse. An alchemist of the vice chairman's level would never be poor. If he runs out of money, he can just make some pills to sell. He's not short of money at all." Jun Wuyin finally relaxed. After all, her master was also from the Alchemist Association, so if she encountered the vice chairman in the future, it wouldn't be too awkward. "Hey, this young master helped you earn 10 million taels, yet you don't treat me as a friend. Sometimes you even keep secrets from me. You're quite bold." Jun Wuyin was confused. "What are you talking about? Stop pretending. This young master knows your secret." This made Jun Wuyin pause. Before they could talk more, Di Xian came over and said quietly, "Men and women should maintain proper distance. Mind the gap." Baiji immediately felt embarrassed. "I was just getting closer to talk. Is it that serious?" Jun Wuyin sighed behind them. Di Xian was just a walking jar of vinegar. Conclusion confirmed. Then Jun Wuyin smiled and asked, "What secret were you just talking about? As still pretending in front of this young master. Isn't it about solving Junyu City's maze and becoming the city lord tomorrow?" This young master has known about this small matter for a while. Jun Wuyin was puzzled. Only a few people knew this news. Tianding just told us about it. "How did you know?" Baiji said proudly. "What's so special about that? With our Bai family's relationship with Junyu Tower, this young master just needs to lift a finger, and people will bring information to my doorstep." Jun Wuyin was shocked. It seemed the Bai family truly had immense power to be able to discover even such information. She needed to scare Baiji a little, to prevent him from leaking the information. Seeing her expression, Baiji immediately stood up and said, "Your expression suddenly became so terrifying. You're not planning to silence me, are you?" "Bai Tong, I feel the atmosphere isn't right. This young master is in danger. Save me." But Bai Tong just replied, "Young master, you're on your own. They outnumber us. Can't help you." Then closed the door and left. After this farce, night quietly fell. The system kitten asked curiously, "Master, didn't you already buy spiritual power cultivation books? Why are you writing and revising separately?" Jun Wuyin replied, "These books suit me, but they're not quite suitable for beginners, so I need to rewrite them." She wrote until midnight. When preparing to go to bed, she suddenly heard something from the window behind her. Jun Wuyin listened carefully. The sound seemed familiar. Then she saw Di Xian appear at the window. Jun Huiyin was speechless. Why are you climbing through windows late at night? Exercising. Di Xian smiled awkwardly, just passing by. Wanted to remind you to sleep early. Seeing you're about to sleep, I'll head back to my room. Though saying he'd leave, his steps were as slow as an ant's, his heart screaming, ask me to stay. Ask me to stay. Jun Huiyin knew his little tricks. Finally, she said helplessly, all right. If you don't want to go back, you can stay. But you have to behave tonight. Tomorrow I have to. Before she could finish, Di Xian embraced her. Don't worry, I'll definitely behave. I'll do whatever you say. Let's go to bed quickly. However, once in bed, he became unruly. We agreed just to hug. Where are you putting your mouth? Di Xian whined pitifully. Just one kiss, please? His ability to act cute was unmatched. Jun Huiyin sighed. You said just one, right? After the kiss, go straight to sleep. Di Xian excitedly said, okay, here I come then. Just as they were about to touch, Jun Huiyin's head suddenly throbbed. She then held her head with both hands and ran to the floor, screaming in pain. It hurts so much. Di Xian quickly embraced her. Jun Huiyin said through the pain, this feeling, I think I've been poisoned. The female protagonist was poisoned severely, her life hanging by a thread. Seeing his beloved woman in such pain, Di Xian was heartbroken. He desperately transferred his spiritual energy into Jun Huiyin. However, everything was in vain. He couldn't force the poison out. Di Xian recalled all the details, but couldn't figure out when it happened. The urgent matter now was to suppress the poison first. He then used his power again to help suppress the toxin. After a while, Jun Huiyin had fallen unconscious. The poison was temporarily suppressed. After doing all this, Di Xian went to open the door. By then, Feng Xing, Xiao Bai, and others were all waiting outside. Everyone anxiously asked about the situation. The old master diagnosed it as Yin Wang's filial poison. It was a deadly poison. This news shocked everyone, because Yin Wang's filial was the #1 deadliest poison in the world. Not only was it colorless and odorless, but mere contact would cause instant poisoning. It had a 3-day incubation period. After 3 days, death was certain and there was no cure. Feng Xing was extremely angry upon hearing this. Who was the damn person who poisoned her? Di Xian couldn't accept this fact. There must be a way. The old master asked them to stay here, saying he would definitely find a solution. Everyone was full of sorrow. Xiao Bai was crying streams of tears. Di Xian seemed to have aged decades in an instant. He secretly vowed, I will definitely save you. When you wake up, everything will be fine. Then he turned to leave. Feng Xing immediately asked where he was going. I'm going to find Tianding. He must have an antidote. After speaking, he quickly left. Feng Xing silently looked at Jun Huiyin, feeling extremely guilty. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you well. If possible, I truly wish I could be your shield, your sword, your protection, to shelter you from wind and rain, to block all dangers for you. But I couldn't do it. I don't have that qualification. Di Xian kicked open Tianding's door. Tianding calmly said, I've been waiting for you. Lord Regent, Di Xian asked puzzledly. You know why I'm looking for you? Tianding smiled while resting his chin. Of course I know. If your highness wants answers, it depends on whether you're willing to do something for me. Go to the depths of the divine emperor's realm for me to find something. Di Xian didn't hesitate at all. He agreed immediately. Then Tianding handed him a prescription, saying, the method recorded on this paper can cure all poisons, but the risk is great. Are you willing to try? For Jun Huiyin, as long as there's a glimmer of hope, I won't give up. But after seeing the method, he couldn't help but frown. I assume the Tower Master has guessed who administered the poison. After the ceremony, either you hand over the person, or I will turn Junyu Tower upside down. This won't end until death. No need, Your Highness. I will handle it myself. Then Di Xian returned to Jun Huiyin's room, telling them he had found a way to save her. The old master also ran back excitedly, shouting, I've also found a way to save young Lady Jun. Di Xian immediately asked the old master to speak first. I found an ancient medical text, a blood exchange method. It can cure all poisons, one life for another. But the blood exchange is extremely dangerous. If either person fails to endure during the process, both will die. After he finished, Di Xian also showed his method. It was similar, but before the blood exchange, spiritual energy would be used to guide the poison, then suppress it with powerful bloodline. After a period of observation, willing donor's blood could be used for the exchange. If this method really worked, it could reduce the risks during blood exchange. But with the slightest mistake, there would still be a heavy price to pay. Feng Xing stepped forward first. Let me do it. Give my blood to Huiyin. I can endure it. During this exchange, Xiaobai tugged at his clothes worriedly. Di Xian immediately poured cold water on his suggestion. Someone who can't even control their own bloodline power wants to suppress this deadly poison? Yanwang Xiaofeng said with surprise. Indeed, you too. All of you leave? This must be done by me. In another hour, dawn will break. The city lord's ceremony cannot be delayed. Go rest first. I'll make sure Wu Yin attends the ceremony. You just need to attend the ceremony without worry. Xiaobai said, crying. Don't let anything happen to you either. Come out safely with mother. After sending them all away, Di Xian took a deep breath. Looking at his beloved woman, he spoke many heartfelt words, as if making final arrangements. Then he began drawing all the poison from Jun Wuyin into his own body. To hold your hand, to grow old together. How can heaven's wings stop me? Separation is inevitable. When heaven's wings cannot stop, when the world cannot block, things are different. Morning came in the blink of an eye. Jun Wuyin woke up, feeling like she had a nightmare. In the dream, she trembled in pain. Strange, what happened last night? I feel like I've forgotten something important. What could it be? Why can't I remember? The female protagonist woke up, suddenly feeling like she had lost something important, but she just couldn't remember. Just then, the old master suddenly walked in, smilingly reminding Jun Wuyin that today was her big day. She should quickly get up, wash up, and get dressed. Looking at his demeanor, it was as if nothing had happened yesterday. Jun Wuyin then remembered that today was her ascension ceremony. She couldn't be late for such an important day, so she quickly got up and let the maids help her prepare. The makeup made her look vigorous and imposing, exactly the effect Jun Wuyin wanted. She wanted Junyu City's citizens to see her strength. Just then, Fengxing came with Xiaobai and the old master to visit Jun Wuyin. Xiaobai's words were sweet as honey, constantly praising her mother's beauty. The old master was the same. If you entered a beauty contest, you'd definitely be number one in all 4 divine empires. Hearing their sweet words, Jun Wuyin didn't seem very happy. Instead, she felt something was off, like something was missing. When they heard her confusion, they immediately became nervous. The old master quickly laughed it off. What could be forgotten? We've brought everything needed. It's about time. We should go. Then they all rode away in carriages. Sitting in the carriage, Jun Wuyin pondered what she had forgotten. She felt empty inside. She began to suspect the old master and others were hiding something from her. She would definitely question them after the ceremony. In another carriage, Xiaobai could no longer hold back her sobs. That foolish father. He promised to come out with mother. But this morning when we woke up, we only saw mother. I finally gathered the courage to wait for them to come out together so I could call him father. The old master also looked helpless. Indeed, that guy, for some reason, when we woke up, he had disappeared. He only left a letter in this old man's room. The letter said Wu Yin is well, no need to worry. When she wakes, she will have forgotten Di Xian completely. It's my technique, so please don't tell her about me. The treatment outcome is uncertain. I might live or die. If I die, everything ends. If I live, I will return within 3 years. If danger appears in the future, go to the regent's mansion in the Azure Dragon Kingdom. The old master's face was full of worry. It seems Di Xian's condition is not optimistic. He might not even be able to control whether he lives or dies. So he simply made young Lady June forget him. Not wanting her to be sad and heartbroken, Xiaobai cried out, "He definitely won't die. He'll definitely return in 3 years. During his absence, I will protect Mother well until he returns." Seeing this, Fengxing quickly came to comfort them. Soon after, everyone arrived at Junyu City. The city was already decorated festively, full of joy. A high platform reached into the clouds. Elder Qi came forward to welcome them. The ceremony was ready, but before that, Miss June needed to pass one test. Jun Wuyin was confused. The ceremony was about to begin. What test could there be? Elder Qi said, "This is the Heaven's Ladder. It has 3,333 steps. Each step increases the pressure. Only after climbing the Heaven's Ladder to reach the sacred palace will the ceremony begin." Fengxing immediately showed displeasure. How can there be such a requirement? The ceremony is about to start, yet there's still a test. The old master was also worried. This Heaven's Ladder is clearly not ordinary. To climb it completely requires strong spiritual power. Young Lady June, can you endure it? Jun Wuyin showed a mysterious smile. I solved Junyu City's maze. How hard can this heaven's ladder be? The female protagonist's peak moment was approaching. She had a queenly bearing. After countless hardships, just this final challenge remained before she could officially become Junyu City's master. Looking at the heaven's ladder reaching into the clouds, Jun Wuyin reflected. Junyu City represented a power that could rival the Four Kingdoms. The city lord must be strong enough to protect this behemoth. The previous maze test only proved that those who passed had brains and ability. Only climbing this heaven's ladder could prove I'm qualified to rule all of Junyu City. With that thought, she took her first step. However, as soon as she stepped on the first stair, Jun Wuyin had a strange feeling. It was a feeling of joy, as if the heaven's ladder was welcoming her. Meanwhile, Hong Yin was furiously scolding her father. Why isn't he dead? Didn't you confirm that you applied the King of Hell's poison on the cup? Why after 3 days has he not only survived, but is still alive and well here, attending the city lord's ceremony? Her father quickly explained submissively. I did apply the poison to the cup. Could it be that the Holy Sun helped him solve it? Hearing this, Hong Yin became even angrier, directly cursing the Holy Sun. With our pre-scattered antidote, the poison wouldn't take effect. Are you suggesting Jun Wuyin touched the Holy Sun's antidote and escaped death? Fine, Jun Wuyin, you escaped once, but you won't escape the second or third time. I will personally kill you, let you taste the despair before death. At this moment, Jun Wuyin was calmly walking up the heaven's ladder. The ladder seemed to accept her as its master. Junyu City also seemed to acknowledge her. Xiao Bai had already started cheering excitedly. Elder Qi also showed a satisfied expression. After a while, Jun Wuyin successfully reached the top, but was amazed by the palace before her. Then she saw Tian Ding waiting there. Tian Ding looked calmly at Jun Wuyin as if he had known Jun Wuyin would definitely pass the test. Just then, 3 bell tolls suddenly rang out. Tian Ding bowed and said, "In this sacred place, none but the city lord may ascend. The sacred verdict, Junyu acknowledges its master. We pay respects to the city lord." Below the heaven's ladder, everyone heard the bells and knelt down, respectfully calling out, "We pay respects to the city lord." Tian Ding handed the tray to Jun Wuyin, saying, "This is the city lord's seal and the key to the sacred palace. Please accept them, city lord." Jun Wuyin was puzzled. Looking at the great hall behind her, she asked, "The sacred palace key? Is that the key to open that place?" "That need not be explained." Tian Ding continued. "Next, please give your decree, city lord. If you have other arrangements afterward, they can be added. If not, then the city lord may make the announcement." The celebration began. Jun Wuyin immediately addressed everyone with a solemn expression. "I am Jun Wuyin, also known as Jun Wuyo. I am a woman. Yet today, I have become the city lord of Junyu City. I possess spiritual power, but I've created the Huaxian Dan and defeated more than one Xian master, except for Tang Kaizi. I can use spiritual power to assist Xian masters in battle, and I can also be an ordinary woman who restrains power only for her man. Being a woman doesn't mean being weak. Spiritual power is not the power of the weak. I will lead Junyu City to become more peaceful, more prosperous, more flourishing. The sacred emperor of Junyu City must not be taken lightly." Hearing this passionate speech, the people below chanted in unison. The sacred emperor of Junyu City must not be taken lightly. Seeing this scene, Tian Ding looked at Jun Wuyin with satisfaction. Then Jun Wuyin cleared her throat and calmly said, "Before we end, I have something to announce to the world." What was Jun Wuyin going to announce? Based on previous hints, everyone could guess. The female protagonist took advantage of her inauguration ceremony to announce to the world, "I, Jun Wuyin, will establish a women's academy from today, named the Blue Eye Academy. This academy will specifically teach women to cultivate spiritual power and fight with it, so women won't be bullied or looked down upon. They will stand as equals with men." Below, some men immediately sneered, "Is the city lord serious? A women's academy wanting to fight with spiritual power? How ridiculous! This is complete nonsense, pure fantasy." The women, however, were full of shock and disbelief, looking at each other. Can we women really use spiritual power and stand equal with men? Because in traditional thinking, women could only play supporting roles. Now suddenly being told that women could fight with spiritual power, it seemed like a dream. Jun Wuyin continued, "I know you will doubt and even mock this, but please wait and see. Given time, I will prove with facts that my words today are not empty." Xiao Xiao excitedly pulled her mother's arm and said, our Blue Eye Academy is officially established. I can learn from Sister June." A nearby man immediately mocked. "The city lord is delusional. Are you all following this madness? Such brainless women. I bet this academy is just a scheme to cheat people's money." Hearing this, Xiao Xiao immediately wanted to confront him, but Madame Xiao quickly held her back. Just then, footsteps approached. Several soldiers arrived at the scene. "Everyone stay calm. Today is the city lord's inauguration ceremony. Any troublemakers will be severely punished." They then looked at the man and said, "Those who dare insult the city lord and cause trouble will be expelled and blacklisted from Junyu City." Hearing this, the man immediately backed down. After leaving some harsh words, he quickly turned and ran. After he left, Madame Xiao lovingly scolded Xiao Xiao. "You girl, looking at your stance earlier, if you could fight with spiritual power, you probably would have started fighting right away. Do you like Sister June that much?" Of course. He dared to speak ill of Sister June. When Sister June becomes powerful, she'll definitely blind these dogs' eyes. Your Sister June is indeed a once-in-a-century genius. Her ability to open the white bone umbrella is the best proof. I believe she can guide you well. Otherwise, I wouldn't have agreed to let you join Blue Eye Academy. Meanwhile, Tianding was consulting with Jun Wuyin. From now on, the Sacred Palace will be Jun Yu City's residence. If the City Lord doesn't mind, could you sell me the former City Lord's mansion as my previous residence in Junyu City? Jun Wuyin thought this was natural. The former City Lord's mansion was originally Tianding's. There was no need to talk about selling. Then, Tianding asked Jun Wuyin whether she wanted to visit the Sacred Palace first or go down to start the celebration with everyone. Jun Wuyin immediately expressed her desire to see the Sacred Palace first. With that, Jun Wuyin walked toward the Great Hall. The legendary never-opened Sacred Palace. She wondered what it looked like inside. Soon she arrived at the Sacred Palace's entrance. The key Tianding just gave her should open this door. She inserted the key, and golden light began to emanate. As the door fully opened, golden light swirled inside, almost blinding Jun Wuyin. She was truly amazed by the palace before her. Jun Wuyin gazed at the magnificent and spacious sacred palace before her, feeling deeply moved. This would be her residence from now on. She would live here daily from now on. That majestic throne, just imagine, commanding heroes from that seat in the future. The mere thought was exciting. But why did she feel an emptiness in her heart now, as if something special was about to happen? Meanwhile, in the depths of the Four Directions' sacred emperor's domain, heart-wrenching screams could be heard. Since Di Xian took the poison from Jun Wuyin into his own body, he had been suffering excruciating pain daily from the toxin. Only this sacred emperor's domain had the antidote. Even with his azure dragon bloodline, he was now exhausted from the poison's torment. Was he going to die here? While the female protagonist was joyously celebrating, the male protagonist was silently enduring the pain brought by the king of Hell's poison. Di Xian was now shaking all over from the pain. The king of Hell's poison was indeed fierce. If he hadn't forcefully suppressed it with his azure dragon bloodline, he probably would have died from the poison last night. It seems his choice was right. How could he let Wu Yin bear such suffering? At this moment, what Di Xian wished for most was to have Jun Wu Yin by his side, as he didn't know if he could survive this. He reached into his clothes, taking out several strands of silver hair. These were Jun Wu Yan's hair. Holding them made him feel as if Jun Wu Yan was by his side. How he wished Jun Wu Yan could be with him now. But having absorbed the king of Hell's poison into his body, his fate was uncertain. He might never see her again. To prevent Jun Wu Yin from grieving, he had erased from her mind all memories of himself, and even erased Xiao Bai's true background, making him a child whose father had died. This way, Jun Wu Yin wouldn't think of him through Xiao Bai. But Di Xian wasn't willing to die like this. He pulled himself together. He couldn't die now. He had to live. His wife and child were waiting for him to return. He hadn't even held a proper wedding ceremony for his wife. How could he die before that? Just then, his heart began beating rapidly. Ji Xian tore open his chest garments from the stabbing pain. Mou, who was guarding outside, felt extremely guilty. When he had followed the prince into the city, if he had discovered the signs earlier, he could have prevented the princess from being poisoned, and the prince wouldn't be suffering like this. Back then, Master Tianning had suggested using the beast god's form to suppress the king of Hell's poison, but even a beast god's bloodline couldn't withstand such torment. The prince had to endure this pain every day. Now only 3 months remained. They must find the treasure that could save the prince within these 3 months. After a while, the screaming from inside stopped. Mou quickly went to check. He found that Di Xian had passed out from the pain. He then carried Di Xian and continued their journey. Time was running out. They had to hurry to enter the depths of the sacred emperor's domain. Only finding that fortress could draw out the king of hell's poison from the prince's body. Without delay, Mou led the guards, riding at full speed toward the depths of the cliff. This journey was destined to be full of life and death situations. Meanwhile, the celebration feast had begun in Junyu City. Junwian held her wine cup, feeling uneasy. Was it an illusion? She seemed to hear someone crying out in pain. The cries made her heart inexplicably ache. While Jun Wuyin was lost in thought, Baiji had been calling Wu Yu beside her for quite a while. Jun Wu Yu, what are you thinking about? This young master has called you several times, yet you didn't respond at all. Jun Wuyin then embarrassedly asked what he had been saying. Baiji replied irritably, You have the nerve to ask? I called you 3 times. If it were anyone else, this young master would have given them a punch already. Why didn't you tell me your real name is Jun Wuyin? Do you consider me an outsider? Are you guarding against me? Jun Wuyin awkwardly replied, You're overthinking. Jun Wuyu and Jun Wuyin are both my names. You're my good friend. If you like, you can call me Wuyin. Baiji immediately perked up. Since I'm your good friend, I have a favor to ask you. Will you help me or not? Jun Wuyin asked, puzzled. What could I possibly help a young master like you with? Baiji said shyly, I heard there's a lady named Hong Yin at the Red Beauty Tower in Junyu City. Could you help me win her heart? Jun Wuyin was startled. Her impression of this Hong Yin wasn't very good. She then asked, Are you sure you want to pursue her? Are you joking? Baiji replied seriously, Of course I'm serious. When have you ever seen me joke? Jun Wuyin immediately reminded him. Back in the cave, who was it that wanted a complete stranger woman to help suppress his melody and even promised to take responsibility for her? Baiji replied irritably, Get lost. You dare bring that up. Already a shadow husband. Before he could finish, the elderly men nearby suddenly felt something was wrong. They couldn't let him mention Di Xian's matter. Just as Baiji was about to reveal information about the male lead, a large hand reached for him. The old master quickly covered his mouth, preventing the last 2 words from coming out. Young Baiji, I've been looking for someone to drink with. Come, let's have a drinking contest. This action left Jun Wuyin confused. She felt that Master and Feng Xing were hiding something from her. After several rounds of drinks, Baiji had drunk the least. Baiji hugged the wine jar, constantly mumbling about Lady Hong Yin. I must win her heart. In the end, you'll definitely wear a red bridal gown and marry this young master. Passing young ladies all swooned at the sight of him. What a handsome fair youth. Seeing this scene, Jun Wuyin was speechless. She quickly asked Bai Tong to help him rest. If he stayed here any longer, it wouldn't be long before he'd be overwhelmed by admirers. Watching them leave, Jun Wuyin felt helpless. Baiji and Kei Hong Yin were apparently old acquaintances. From his tone, their relationship seemed quite complicated. However, since she could work for Tianding, this Kei Hong Yin must not be ordinary. Old Master Qi from Weixing Tea House, the talented scholar from Heisey Hall, and Hong Yin from Red Beauty Tower. It seemed she needed to ask Tianding about these 3 after the banquet. Meanwhile, the departed Baiji was insisting on finding Hong Yin. Bai Tong advised him to wait until he sobered up, but Baiji wanted to confess while drunk, saying he wouldn't have the courage once sober. Seeing this, Bai Tong had no choice. He immediately helped him go find Hong Yin. The wine hadn't been wasted after all. Upon arriving, Baiji pushed the door open directly. Hong Yin, where are you? It's me, Baiji, your brother Baiji. I've come to find you. Hong Yin calmly said, Why isn't young Master Baiji at the banquet but here at old Master Qi's Weixing Tea House instead? Baiji suddenly became shy. Qin Hong Yin, I was wrong. Please don't forget me. After you disappeared back then, I missed you so much. Now that you're finally back, I will protect you well. I'll never let you leave me again. Young Master Bai, what are you doing? You must have mistaken me for someone else. Baiji immediately asked seriously, You have half a jade pendant, don't you? Hong Yin was surprised. How did you know? Without another word, Baiji grabbed her hand and said excitedly, I knew it. I gave you that half jade pendant myself. It was originally a whole marriage jade. I gave half to you and kept half. Do you really not remember me? Due to using too much force, he hurt Hong Yan's wrist. Baiji then realized he was too excited. He quickly apologized. Hong Yan waved it off, saying, I'm fine. You're drunk today. Go rest first. Baiji, being the caring person he was, insisted on applying medicine for Hong Yan. Don't worry, this is Haiju ointment. It won't leave any marks on your wrist. Seeing him like this, Hong Yan began plotting. The Vermilion Bird Kingdom's royal family had schemed against the Bai family for years. They had even sent the original owner of this body to get close to young Master Bai. Unexpectedly, after all these years, young Master Bai still couldn't forget Princess Hong Yin. It seemed this young Master Bai was truly devoted in love. When Bai Ji saw that Hong Yin didn't reject his help with the medicine, he became overjoyed. "Hong Yin, have you forgiven me now?" Hong Yin played hard to get. "I'm sorry. I don't know what you're talking about. Please leave." Upon hearing this, Bai Ji immediately left crying like a 200-gene child. As Hong Yin watched Bai Ji's departing figure, she pondered. Despite the blood feud of his grandmother's murder, Bai Ji still showed such deep feelings for Hong Yin from the Vermilion Bird Kingdom. Since that's the case, I'll gladly accept him as my pawn. As the saying goes, if you do no wrong, you needn't fear ghosts knocking at night. At this moment, Hong Yin was having nightmares, crying out in her sleep, "No, don't kill me, please." She had dreamed of Jun Wuyin chasing her with a dagger and accidentally getting stabbed through the heart. She woke up startled, letting out a long breath, realizing it was just a dream, not reality. The dream had left her in a cold sweat. Then she sat down in front of the mirror. Looking at her reflection, she kept reminding herself, "I'm not Jun Ruoyin. I'm not Jun Ruoyin." After saying this, she began fixing her appearance. "Now, I am Jun Wuyin. Only one of us can survive. If you won't spare me, I won't spare you either." The next morning arrived. Jun Wuyin was enjoying morning tea, thinking to herself. It had been 3 days since becoming the city lord of Junyu City. Everything was peaceful as usual. Master stayed at the Alchemist Association researching medicine, while Feng Xing established the Flying Leaf Pavilion, specializing in gathering intelligence. Little Bai had recently become obsessed with cultivation, spending all day at the Scholars' Hall. She herself had become the most idle person. Fortunately, the construction of Qingyan Academy was nearly complete. It would soon be ready for use. Now all she had to do was wait quietly for the second student to arrive personally. At this time, on the streets of Junyu City, people were discussing. "Have you heard? The city lord is establishing a women's academy. Has the city lord gone mad? Indeed, helping women cultivate spiritual power? It sounds like a scam. Mother, I heard they opened a Qingyan Academy that teaches girls to cultivate spiritual power. I want to see it." "Stop it, daughter. Don't mention that women's academy again. Women cultivating spiritual power is impossible." Meanwhile, in the Great Saint Kingdom, Princess Ning was angrily protesting to her royal brother. "You want to send me for a political marriage? I'm your own sister." The former crown Prince Di Yuanfeng had now become the emperor of the Great Saint Kingdom. But the Black Tortoise Kingdom, among the 4 divine emperors, to curry favor with the White Tiger Kingdom, was forcing them to offer a princess for marriage. The Great Saint Kingdom only had one princess. "I have no choice." Princess Ning felt helpless. Since their parents' death, only she and her brother remained. But after he ascended to the throne, his personality changed drastically, becoming increasingly cold and heartless. Still, Ning tried to fight for her last hope. "Brother, you're now the emperor of the Great Saint Kingdom. Against the Black Tortoise Kingdom's unreasonable demands, can't we resist?" Di Yuanfeng immediately became furious. "What can I do? Since father's death, the Black Tortoise Kingdom no longer fears us. They keep pressing harder, getting worse each year. Our national strength can't match theirs. We can only compromise." The other day, their representative directly threatened that if I don't comply, they wouldn't mind replacing the Great Saint Kingdom's emperor. The Black Tortoise Kingdom doesn't take us seriously at all. And Ning burst into tears upon hearing this. "Can't we seek help from others?" Di Yuanfeng became angrier. "That bastard Di Xian took father's token and went to the Azure Dragon Kingdom, then vanished completely. I thought he would remember our old friendship, but when we sent people to the Azure Dragon Kingdom for help, there was no response at all. And Ning, all this is your doing." And Ning was thunderstruck. Di Yuanfeng continued berating her. "If you hadn't let Jun Wuyin escape back then, he wouldn't have made that poisonous vow at the West Gate, and father wouldn't have died on the spot. I wouldn't have had to hastily ascend the throne. If father were still here, the Black Tortoise Kingdom would certainly be more cautious and wouldn't make such outrageous demands for marriage. So, and Ning, do you understand? You caused all of this. You are the real murderer of our parents." And Ning cried out, "No, it's not like that. I'm not a murderer. There must be another solution. I don't want to be humiliated. Don't want to be a political sacrifice." But Di Yuanfeng showed no regard for sibling affection. He immediately gave Ning a harsh slap, then called for his subordinates. Take Princess Ning away and lock her up. In 3 days, we'll welcome the envoy from the Black Tortoise Kingdom of the 4 Divine Emperors. What is a true best friend? One who knows you're heading into a tiger's den, yet resolutely accompanies you into danger. Just now, at the west gate of the Great Saint Kingdom, where Jun Wuyo's tombstone stood, Lu Xingnan came to pay respects. Looking at the tombstone, she couldn't help but sigh. Ah, Jun Wuyo, once you were such a prominent figure, yet now only this tombstone remains. As she was lost in thought, her maid came running frantically. Third miss. Something terrible has happened. News from the palace. The emperor has decreed to send Princess Ning to another place. Master asks you to return home immediately. Lu Xingnan was shocked upon hearing this. What, Liani? She hurried back to the Lu family. Upon arriving home, she immediately asked her grandfather what was happening. Why was Princess Ning suddenly being sent to Lianin? Her grandfather stroked his beard and said, "Things aren't as simple as you think. In this vast world, our Black Tortoise continent is just a small part. Now that our continent is falling behind, for survival, we must strengthen relations with the White Tiger continent. Since ancient times, sending princesses for political marriage has been the best way to forge alliances. Princess Ning has no choice. In 3 days, the envoy will arrive to escort her." Lu Xingnan was confused. Isn't it true that only the strongest can pass through the spatial gate? How can Princess Ning, an ordinary woman, cross over? Since they made such a request, they must have a way to transport people across. Lu Xingnan couldn't believe it. How could the emperor send Princess Ning alone? She's his own sister. She wanted her grandfather to persuade the emperor, but her grandfather said it was impossible. The emperor's mind was made up. No one could change it. Lu Xingnan felt frustrated. How could this be? The 4 divine emperors and White Tiger continent are so dangerous. Princess Ning is pure-hearted and innocent. Sending her for marriage is like sending her to her death. Seeing her expression, she seemed to have made some decision. Then she knelt before her grandfather. "Grandfather, forgive my disobedience. If we cannot change His Majesty's decision, then I request to accompany the princess to that den of wolves and tigers." This sudden proposal shocked her grandfather. "Do you know what you're saying? Going with her could be a death sentence." "I know, but I cannot watch Princess Ning face these difficulties alone. That would be worse than death for me." Seeing her determination, her grandfather fell into silent contemplation, then sat down helplessly and sighed. "Children truly grow up and leave. Since you've decided, then go. I hope one day you'll return to see your grandfather again." 3 days later, Lu Xingnan, dressed as a maid, bid farewell to her grandfather. Before leaving, her grandfather gave her a stack of bank notes and some medicinal pills for emergencies. Finally, he gave her an Alchemist Association disciple token, saying it might be useful in times of crisis. He told her to keep it safe. Lu Xingnan took the package, said goodbye to her grandfather. As for how she would accompany Princess Ning, her grandfather had already discussed it with the emperor, telling her to act according to the situation. Then she arrived at the Guanxin platform. The envoy was already waiting there. Di Yuan Feng arrived with the princess and others. The envoy bowed courteously, then said that besides the princess, others need not follow. Di Yuan Feng pretended to be angry and said, "It's not right to let the princess go alone. If she doesn't even have a familiar maid by her side, then she might as well not go." Seeing this, the envoy's face darkened. He hadn't expected this emperor from a barren land to play tricks at such a crucial moment. "Fine, let's focus on what's important." After thinking, he conceded, "One maid can come, but only one. The spatial gate can't handle more." Following the previous plan, Di Yuan Feng pointed directly at Lu Xingnan disguised as a maid. "You will accompany the princess." Lu Xingnan immediately bowed. Princess Ning was startled upon hearing this. The voice seemed familiar. She turned around to look, only to discover it was her best friend, Lu Xinglan. Finally, both followed the envoy into the spatial gate. Meanwhile, in the 4 divine emperors' Junyue city, Jun Wuyan's Blue Eyes Academy was completed. Someone stopped at the entrance. It was the female warrior who had previously attempted to assassinate Jun Wuyan. Looking at the academy before her, she couldn't help but sigh. That woman had really become the city lord of Junyue City and established a women's academy. The female assassin who once fiercely wanted to kill her had now become her student. What an experience. Just then, Jun Wuyan was walking in the academy. After a month, the Blue Eyes Academy was finally complete. Even today, many still doubted. whether this academy could continue. But even with just one student, she wouldn't give up easily. As she was thinking, she suddenly heard someone calling from behind. Looking back, it was Xiao Xiao who was excitedly running towards her. Without hesitation, she gave Jun Wuyin a loving hug. Jun Wuyin was very fond of this little girl. Xiao Xiao, from today, classes officially begin. Remember, in the academy, you must call me instructor. Xiao Xiao was confused. Why not master? Is that how it is at the Mystic Teacher Academy too? Jun Wuyin, while searching for something in her belt, said, I don't know about the Mystic Teacher Academy. I just said I wouldn't take you as a disciple, only as an instructor to teach you cultivation and studies. So, are you ready? Xiao Xiao was already eager and excitedly said, I'm ready. Jun Wuyin opened her palm and said, this is called a nameplate. Your name is engraved on it. Once you wear this nameplate, you can't regret it. Will you wear it? Without any hesitation, Xiao Xiao said, this belongs to me. Why would I regret it? Then Jun Wuyin personally put the nameplate on her. Xiao Xiao, I declare from now on, you are a member of Blue Eyes Academy. May you be strong and hardworking, and never forget your original intention. The nameplate symbolizes your identity as a Blue Eyes Academy student. The academy has barriers. From today, except for those wearing nameplates, no one can enter Blue Eyes Academy. Just as she finished speaking, a scream came from outside. Someone had hit the barrier. They fell flat on their back. Both looked outside curiously. It turned out to be an old acquaintance. It was Lan Yi, the female assassin who had previously tried to kill Jun Wuyin. Meeting like this was quite awkward. She stammered, unable to speak. Before she could say anything, Jun Wuyin warmly grabbed her hand and said, I knew you would join the academy. Come in, meet your junior sister. She completely ignored any protests. Then Xiao Xiao popped out. Who is this sister? Jun Wuyin smiled and replied, she's our academy's first student, your senior sister. Lan Yi beside her was confused. Who said I was joining your academy? I tried to kidnap you before. Jun Wuyin smiled and asked, then why are you here today? Lan Yi stammered, I just came to see if there was a chance. After all, I have nothing left. Jun Wuyin handed her a nameplate. The one who made you have nothing wasn't me. You had nothing from the start, but from now on, you can choose what you want to have. Do you want to join the academy? Lan Yi grabbed the nameplate, saying stubbornly, joining is joining. It was just an instinctive reaction. That was my hand's choice, not mine. Since my hand has already made the choice, I have no choice. I guess I have to join your academy. This behavior left Jun Wuyin and the others dumbfounded. Then, as Jun Wuyin was about to lead the two students into the academy, Lan Yi quickly stopped them. There are traps and shortcuts here. I just fell for its trap. Jun Wuyin smiled. I forgot to tell you, as long as you wear the nameplate, you can freely enter and exit the academy. Xiao Xiao and the other were shocked. This small item could break through the academy's barrier. Jun Wuyin calmly explained, these nameplates have recognized you as their masters. Only when you wear them can you pass through the academy's barrier. Without wearing them, or if worn by others, the barrier will identify them as enemies and launch attacks. Such an impressive barrier was thanks to her system, though it caused Jun Wuyin 150,000 pleasure points. It pained her heart. Although there were only 2 students, Jun Wuyin arranged their training courses as usual. The first book was Mental Force Training Methods. The second was Basic Mental Force Control Techniques. Since Xiao Xiao had no foundation, Jun Wuyin gave her 2 basic physical techniques, Basic Immortal Fist and Basic Shadowless Kick. To possess strong mental force, one needs a strong body to withstand it. Jun Wuyin thought that since Lan Yi had received harsh training since childhood, her physical strength was naturally sufficient. So she arranged for Lan Yi Ultimate Immortal Fist and Ultimate Shadowless Kick. After arrangements, she gave them time for tea to put their things in the dormitory, then change into training clothes and gather in the first floor gravity room. Today would be their first official lesson. Xiao Xiao was full of anticipation for the training, while Lan Yi felt that this course seemed quite challenging. The female lead had actually built a modern gravity room in this fantasy world. This gravity room was mainly used to test physical abilities. The longer one endured, the more gravity they could bear, the stronger their physical ability. Then the 2 students entered the gravity room. The enclosed space made Lan Yi uncomfortable. Because everyone's endurance was different, Jun Wuyin had them test separately. Jun Wuyin let Xiao Xiao test first. She set the gravity to 70. Xiao Xiao's legs immediately weakened, feeling like dozens of stones were pressing down on her. Jun Wuyin explained that gravity training uses gravity to train their body's endurance. She would gradually increase the intensity, and how far they could persist depended on their willpower. After speaking, Jun Wuyin turned to Lan Yi and asked, "Do you know how it feels to be deceived?" Lan Yi was confused by these unexpected words. Jun Wuyin continued, "You're too naive. You almost killed me. Did you think I would be so kind to let you off? Now with just a thought, you could die instantly in this gravity field." She then adjusted the gravity control. Lan Yi instantly felt thousands of pounds pressing down on her. She asked puzzledly, "Xiao Xiao and I are Blue Eyes Academy students. Would you harm your own students?" Jun Wuyin acted indifferently, "Just 2 students. With one command, all women in Junhua City would have to join Blue Eyes Academy. Who dares to resist?" Lan Yi still couldn't believe it. "No, you're not that kind of person." Jun Wuyin smiled wickedly. "You've only known me for days. How can you be sure what kind of person I am? You try to kill me. What makes you confident? I won't eliminate all threats." These words shook Lan Yi. "Jun Wuyin, have you been deceiving me all along? Are you really going to kill me?" Jun Wuyin replied darkly, "Lan Yi, don't be naive." Then she increased the gravity to 250. This pressed Lan Yi down until she couldn't stand. She felt unwilling. Would she die here? The powerful pressure was becoming unbearable. Then she looked at Xiao Xiao next door, who was covered in sweat and seemed about to collapse. She begged Jun Wuyin to release her, saying, "This is between us. She is innocent." Jun Wuyin said fiercely, "I didn't expect you to plead for Xiao Xiao. Then I'll grant your wish." She increased the pressure. The powerful force pressed Xiao Xiao to her knees. Then with a pop sound, Xiao Xiao disappeared. Only a pool of blood remained. This shock left Lan Yi completely stunned, saying in disbelief, "Xiao Xiao, she died, just like that." Then anger erupted as she shouted, "Jun Wuyin, I'll kill you." Seeing her goal achieved, Jun Wuyin immediately increased the gravity to 400. This sudden pressure forced Lan Yi to the ground. Her heart was filled with resentment. "Damn it, I can't die here. Absolutely not." But she eventually passed out. When she woke up, she suddenly found Xiao Xiao alive and well before her eyes. Confused, she asked what had happened. Jun Wuyin explained, "It was just a test, to stimulate your potential limits. I deliberately set up a trap within a trap. In the gravity field, touching the ground with both hands would trigger teleportation out. So Xiao Xiao didn't die." Feng Xing said apologetically, "Sorry, I was an accomplice. The blood in the gravity room was spilled by me." Seeing his exhausted face, Xiao Xiao quickly took out the medicine Jun Wuyin gave and tried to make him take it. But Lan Yi didn't accept the medicine. Instead, she stood up with a gloomy face and raised her large palm toward Jun Wuyin. This action startled Feng Qing. Could it be that after surviving death, Lan Yi was angry enough to kill Wu Yin? Xiao Xiao was also shocked by her action. What was Lan Yi going to do? Please watch the next episode. When the Azure Dragon meets the Roar King, who will prevail? The poison in Di Xian's body erupts, unable to control his bloodline, transforming into an Azure Dragon. A dragon's roar pierces the heavens, directly confronting the Roar King. Meanwhile, the female lead situation was just a false alarm. Everyone thought Lan Yi would attack Jun Wuyin, but her hand landed on Jun Wuyin's shoulder instead. Then she said, "If you deceive me again, next time my hand won't land on your shoulder." Jun Wuyin calmly replied, "Don't worry, I won't deceive you again." Then she told Xiao Xiao and Lan Yi to go rest. Today's training was over. After they left, Jun Wuyin sighed and asked Feng Qing if she had been too hasty. Feng Xing comforted her. "There's only 1 year and 3 months until the 4 academies exchange competition. Time is tight. We can't take it slow." Jun Wuyin felt helpless. "I hope Xiao Xiao and Lan Yi can understand our intentions." Then she handed Feng Xing 2 nameplates to give to Xiao Bai and Master. So Xiao Bai could attend classes anytime, and Master could become an honorary instructor to teach alchemy when available. After speaking, she sighed again. Currently, only she and Feng Xing were instructors at the academy. The road ahead was long and difficult. Meanwhile, deep in the Divine Emperor's realm, MOU was being surrounded by a group of roars. Originally split into 2 teams searching for the vermilion bird grass in the Divine Emperor's depths, unexpectedly their team was attacked by a roar group. In the end, only he survived. How could there be so many roars? The other team probably met with misfortune too. Must deliver the vermilion bird grass to the prince. prince. He now relies on it to control his bloodline, to suppress what's inside him. While he was distracted, suddenly a Roar King appeared, opening its bloody mouth to attack. Mou never expected a Roar King to appear here. However, at this moment, an azure dragon took flight. Mou felt this was bad. No, the prince's poison is acting up again. Dixin couldn't control his bloodline, transforming into an azure dragon to fight the Roar King. Using his massive dragon body, he tightly coiled around the Roar King, then bit half of its body. As expected of an ancient divine beast, the azure dragon defeated the Roar King in no time, giving it no chance to fight back. Due to the severe poison, after defeating the Roar King, the azure dragon lay weakly on the ground. Seeing this, Mou immediately approached with the vermilion bird grass, continuously calling out to Dixin, "The antidote has been found. You must hold on." But there was no response from him. Mou was extremely anxious. Then a thought flashed through his mind. He ran to the azure dragon's ear and said, "Your Highness, you still have Princess Wu Yan. The princess is waiting for you. You can't die here." Upon hearing Jun Wu Yan's name, the azure dragon immediately opened its eyes, muttering Princess Wu Yan repeatedly. Seeing him regain some consciousness, Mou excitedly said, "Yes, your princess is waiting for you to return. Your son is also waiting for you, so you can't die." After Mou's words, Dixin immediately regained his senses and transformed back into human form. This showed how Jun Wu Yan and Xiao Bai held an incomparable place in his heart. Then Dixin painfully removed his scales. Mou quickly handed over the freshly picked vermilion bird grass. Dixin didn't hesitate. He immediately grabbed the vermilion bird grass without a word and ate it whole, roots and leaves together. After slight relief, Mou helped him return to camp, as this place wasn't safe. Meanwhile, the other team had entered a quiet, frightening place. Some team members worried about accidents and suggested leaving immediately, but the captain insisted on finding the vermilion bird grass for the prince. Just then, a team member spotted a vermilion bird grass near a cave entrance. He immediately wanted to pick it, but the captain quickly stopped him, having heard strange sounds from the cave. While they hesitated, they suddenly discovered Dixin had transformed into the azure dragon. Seeing this situation, they couldn't worry about anything else and risked picking the vermilion bird grass from the cave entrance. Fortunately, they succeeded without incident and immediately ran toward Dixin's direction. However, as they left, a giant ant appeared at the cave entrance. It disdainfully said, "Never mind, I don't want to chase mere humans. They'll be my food sooner or later. I need more food. I'll eat all humans who intrude into this mystery. Only then can I give birth to the emperor." His words were cut off, leaving unclear what emperor he meant to birth. While the male lead was desperately searching for the antidote, the female lead's Blue Eye Academy was proceeding normally and orderly. In combat practice with Jun Wu Yan, Lan Yi was beaten badly. 2 months ago, she could last dozens of rounds against her, but now she could only take hits. Jun Wu Yan narcissistically flicked her hair, saying, "Can't help it, I'm a genius. Of course my progress is extraordinary. Let's end the sparring here. Next, we'll start training spiritual power." Lan Yi was deeply discouraged, while Xiao Xiao showed an admiring expression. "I didn't expect the instructor to be so powerful. Under 300 gravity, she still has such amazing combat ability." Then Jun Wu Yan began teaching them about spiritual power training methods. These materials were revised by her based on the 4-direction divine emperor's spiritual power training methods and her own spiritual energy existence. Lan Yi felt she had already learned spiritual power training methods and wanted to skip straight to learning how to use spiritual power in combat. But when Xiao Xiao opened the textbook, she was surprised because these training methods were different from their usual practice. Jun Wu Yan said with an air of experience, "If the methods I'm teaching you were the same as ordinary training methods, what would be the point of this academy?" Lan Yi immediately objected. "How is that possible? Isn't there only one way to train spiritual power? How can there be other training methods? Are you sure these spiritual training books you're teaching us won't cause any problems?" Jun Wu Yan confidently replied, "Since you've already learned how to train, you should be able to understand this new method. I can guarantee it's faster and more effective than ordinary training methods." Lan Yi then carefully examined the textbook and asked in disbelief, "This new training method, did you develop it?" Jun Wu Yan calmly replied, "Feels pretty good, right? Isn't it more powerful than your previous training method?" But Lan Yi was shocked shocked by this method. It was more than just good. Using the four-direction divine emperor's spiritual energy in the air, converting it to spiritual power through one's own spiritual force, making it their own. This method was simply incredible. She had awakened at age 10 and now reached level 5 spiritual power. If she had trained with this method before, she might have reached level 7 by now. What kind of monster was this Junwoo Yin? Seeing they had no more questions, Junwoo Yin began explaining. You don't need to learn about spiritual power usage and combat yet. Focus on careful observation and understanding. These words left both students confused. Just watching was enough? Then Junwoo Yin raised her finger, and the book on the table automatically turned its pages. This scene shocked Lan Yi. Did she turn the pages using spiritual power? Junwoo Yin continued, it's too early for you to use spiritual power in combat. First, learn how to truly use spiritual power. In your conventional thinking, spiritual power can only be used to suppress Xian masters or assist in combat. It's not wrong to use these two methods, as they are two advantages of our spiritual power. And Xian masters don't have the flexibility we have with spiritual power. After speaking, she demonstrated again, explaining the key points of controlling spiritual power. Then she asked them to release their spiritual power. As they released their spiritual power, it was clear that Lan Yez was stronger due to training since childhood. She asked them to try turning the book pages with spiritual power like she did. Both immediately tried. They appeared to struggle greatly, as their spiritual power passed straight through the book. It had no effect on the book. After many attempts without success, their spiritual power kept passing through. They couldn't touch it at all. Junwoo Yin had expected this result. She let them try just to help them understand what they were lacking. The two then carefully recalled their experience using spiritual power. It felt unreal. They could sense the book's presence, but couldn't touch it at all. Junwoo Yin raised her finger, and strands of spiritual power floated out like ribbons. She calmly said, in this world, since both Xian power and spiritual power exist together, it's impossible for only Xian power to be strong. Spiritual power must have its own strength. You just haven't discovered it yet. Spiritual power is ever-changing. How to learn its true strength depends on what kind of power the user desires. But before considering all that, you should first learn how to materialize spiritual power. She then prepared to demonstrate the power of materialized spiritual power. To help students understand the power of materialized spiritual power, she began to show her true ability. Seeing the ribbon-like spiritual power floating around the room, Xiao Xiao was shocked. This must be level 7 spiritual power. Lan Yi was also surprised. Using that training method, can one really become this powerful? Junwoo Yin gestured, and dozens of desks stacked up steadily in the classroom. She said calmly, this is the result of my daily practice. At first, I couldn't touch anything. Now I can easily move 200-pound objects. Remember, training spiritual power requires persistence. The two gained a new understanding of spiritual power strength. But that wasn't all. Junwoo Yin used spiritual power to control a 30-meter great sword, saying, once you learn to materialize spiritual power, you'll naturally understand how to use it in combat. Spiritual power combat ultimately comes down to control. As she finished speaking, she controlled the great sword to split a sandalwood desk with a crack. Xiao Zhao's expression showed she was thoroughly impressed by this display. Lan Yi was shocked again. Watching Junwoo Yin's effortless control, her mastery of spiritual power seemed perfect. Junwoo Yin continued, spiritual power can also be used for refining pills and forging spiritual energy. If you understand how to use spiritual power, becoming an alchemist or energy refiner is possible. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao quickly took notes in her notebook. Beside her, Lan Yi pondered, spiritual power has so many uses. This is truly eye-opening. Learning is a gradual process, so Junwoo Yin didn't add more content, letting them digest today's lesson first. I'll check your progress tomorrow morning. Before leaving, she reminded them about teacher Feng Xing's afternoon class. The class would be in the gravity room. Having witnessed the power of spiritual energy, Xiao Xiao was determined to learn well from Junwoo Yin. He wanted to become a powerful practitioner like his father. Lan Yi was also deep in thought. Since Junwoo Yin was willing to teach everything, he should cherish this opportunity and become stronger. Strong enough to one day shock everyone, especially those who hadn't chosen him before. After class, Junwoo Yin went to soak in the hot spring inside her red bracelet space. This function of the red bracelet was truly After the hot spring bath, Jun Woo-yin looked at the clothes on the rock. Suddenly, these clothes felt familiar, as if someone had given them to her, but she couldn't remember who. Was it Feng Xing? Thinking carefully, it didn't seem so. She fell into deep thought. What had she forgotten? Her master and others seemed to be hiding something. But whenever she asked him, he would make excuses to leave. Well, better set aside problems she couldn't solve. She decided to look at something else to lift her spirits. She took out the white bone umbrella from the red bracelet space. Since buying it at a high price, she hadn't properly studied it. Now touching the umbrella's body, it felt ice cold, as expected of a treasure forged from the Roaring King's white jade bones. She sat cross-legged and began studying the proportions Madame Xiao had given for crafting the white bone umbrella. To complete a divine weapon, only divine technique would suffice, and divine technique was 100 characters omitted. Jun Woo-yin was confused about the meaning of divine technique mentioned above. Would a god really sacrifice themselves? In the afternoon, Jun Woo-yin walked alone to the gravity room. Being a teacher shouldn't affect her own training. She needed to use the gravity room to improve herself. Just as she reached the door, she saw Feng Xing walking out with 2 students. They must have just finished training. Seeing Jun Woo-yin, Xiao Xiao rushed over excitedly, praising, "Teacher Jun, these clothes look so cool. Who gave them to you? I've never seen you wear them before." Dear readers, do you really think these clothes look cool? Feng Xing was shocked to see her wearing these clothes. Weren't these the ones Di Xian gave her? Had she recovered her memories? The female leads suddenly, wearing the male lead's beautiful clothes. Feng Xing asked in surprise. "Have you remembered?" Jun Woo-yin asked confusedly. Remembered what? Hearing this response, Feng Xing came to his senses. She hadn't remembered about Di Xian yet. It was just a coincidence. He quickly changed the subject. "Why did you come to the gravity room?" Jun Woo-yin told them she needed to use it to train her spiritual power, as strength was the foundation of everything. She then told Feng Xing to take them to the training field for class. Watching her enter the gravity room, Feng Xing remained puzzled. Why would she suddenly wear the clothes Di Xian gave her? Had she really remembered something? If so, she shouldn't be this calm. Lan Yi watched Feng Xing's daze with confusion. What was going on? Meanwhile, at the White Tiger Manor, someone from the palace came to report to Shi Wushuang. Shi Wushuang was puzzled. He had just returned from Junyu City, and already there was business? He quickly asked the messenger to explain. It turned out the princess from the Great Saint Country had arrived in White Tiger Country. To celebrate the alliance marriage, the palace was holding a banquet. Shi Wushuang was invited. He was surprised that the Great Saint Country's princess was coming for marriage. The eunuch confirmed, yes, her name is Di Winning, titled Princess in Ning. Hearing this, Wu Shuang pondered. He had met Princess in Ning once in the Great Saint Country. She had helped Wu Yin back then. Now she was sent here for marriage. How fate plays tricks. He then asked who the princess would marry. The eunuch told him it was the country's 3rd prince. Wu Shuang thought about how the 3rd prince was unlearned, fond of gambling and women, with many concubines. He didn't even spare the maids in his household. If Princess and Ning married him, it wouldn't end well. He waved his hand, telling the eunuch to wait outside. He would attend the banquet later. At this moment, Luli came out. He could see that Wu Shuang seemed particularly concerned about this marriage and asked if he wanted to help. Wu Shuang replied calmly, "If it were any other princess, I wouldn't care. But during the Westgate incident, Princess and Ning helped Wu Yin. For Wu Yan's sake, I might as well help her." Soon, they arrived at the palace banquet. The 3rd prince was indeed, as rumored, surrounded by women, and extremely lecherous. Wu Shuang sat opposite Princess and Ning. He hadn't expected Lu Xingnan to come too. She must be worried about Princess and Ning. If they wanted to help them, they needed to plan carefully. After the palace banquet, Princess and Ning couldn't hold back her tears. Just thinking about the 3rd prince's behavior made her heart ache with resentment. She couldn't believe she had to marry such a man. Lu Xingnan quickly comforted her. "Don't worry, I won't let you marry the 3rd prince while I'm here. We'll definitely find a solution. Xingnan, you didn't have to risk coming with me." "Why not?" Lu Xingnan firmly replied, "You're my best friend. I can't just watch you suffer." Princess and Ning knew she was powerless now, like a lamb waiting for slaughter. Lu Xingnan kept encouraging her, saying they could escape the palace if necessary. Seeing this, and Ning was deeply moved and threw herself into her arms, saying, "Shengnan, you're so silly." Lu Xingnan said resolutely, "Don't worry, Ning. I won't let this arranged marriage ruin your life." After Ning fell asleep, Lu Xingnan thought about how she hadn't eaten anything at the banquet and would be hungry when she woke up. So she decided to go to the kitchen to get some food. Just then, she heard people discussing something ahead. "Have you heard? They're building some kind of women's academy in Junyu City. It's big news." "Of course, I heard the new city lord of Junyu City is building it. The city lord seems to be Jun Wuyan." Lu Xingnan was shocked upon hearing this name, as it was extremely familiar to her. No matter which world you're in, if you have superpowers, anything is possible. Just then, two palace maids discovered Lu Xingnan eavesdropping from afar. They demanded harshly, "Which palace are you from? Why are you in our imperial kitchen?" Lu Xingnan remained calm and approached them humbly, saying, "I'm Princess Ning's personal maid. Since the princess didn't have much appetite today, I wanted to make her some hometown dishes. I'm sorry for interrupting your chat." Seeing her politeness, the two maids didn't give her trouble. They said, "This is the White Tiger Country's palace after all. We sisters don't mind such small matters. But if you offend any princess or prince's senior maids, you'll suffer." Lu Xingnan, being socially adept, immediately took out a bag of gold coins to win over the two maids, hoping they would help her improve Princess and Ning's meals. After receiving the benefit, the two maids immediately changed their attitude, saying it was no big deal. Lu Xingnan took the chance to ask about the women's academy they mentioned. The maids told her it was called the Blue Eye Academy, established by Jun Wuyan, the city lord of Junyu City, specifically to teach women how to cultivate spiritual power. Hearing Jun Wuyan's name, Lu Xingnan could hardly believe it. She was supposed to be dead. How could she possibly come back to life? But the maid's next words confirmed that Jun Wuyan was alive. They said Jun Wuyan had 3 people with her: a white-haired old man, a child who looked only 6 years old, and a guard named Feng Xing. After getting the information she wanted, Lu Xingnan took the food and bid farewell to them. On her way back, she pondered that the Junyu city lord must be Princess Wu Yu. If they could just get this message out, and Ning could be saved. Meanwhile, Wu Shuang was watching her from the roof, as he had arranged all this. Considering how Princess and Ning had once saved Jun Wuyan, he decided to help them. He hoped they would be smart enough to seize this opportunity. Shortly after, Lu Xingnan returned to the room and excitedly told Ning about the news she heard in the kitchen. She told Ning that Jun Wuyan, also known as Prince Wu Yu, might not be dead and had become the lord of Junyu City. If she really is Prince Wu Yu, we can escape and seek her help. She will definitely help us. But Princess Ning, being kind-hearted, didn't want to burden Jun Wuyan again because of herself. Remembering Jun Wuyan's past experiences, she hoped that Jun Wuyan could live well in this world. Seeing her refusal to escape and seek help, Lu Xingnan immediately held a knife to her own throat. "Princess, you're forcing me. If you don't agree, I'll die right here in your palace. Die right in front of you." Seeing her threaten suicide, the princess quickly agreed, asking her to put down the knife. Lu Xingnan complied and said, "I will definitely get you out of here. I'll handle everything with Jun Wuyan. Trust me and trust her." And Ning was truly frightened by Lu Xingnan's actions. This was her best friend. If she died for her sake, she wouldn't have the courage to live on. She felt very distressed at this moment. Lu Xingnan had no choice but to resort to such measures. And Ning was too pure and kind-hearted, always thinking of others. Unfortunately, she was born into a royal family. Though she might have hurt her just now to help her escape, even if given another chance, she would do it again. After crying, Ning calmed down and asked Lu Xingnan to promise her something. Lu Xingnan agreed without hesitation. Ning said carefully, "Tonight, you'll leave alone. I'll arrange for you to leave the White Tiger Palace. Once you're out, head straight to Junyu City." After 3 months of updates, Season 1 of Divine Doctor Wu Yu finally reaches its conclusion. Thanks to all supporters. I will continue to bring more great comics. If you have any comics you'd like to see, please leave comments. Continuing from the previous episode, Lu Xingnan was immediately displeased when she heard Ning telling her to escape alone. But Ning explained that not only the White Tiger Kingdom, but also the Xuanwu Kingdom was monitoring her. Only you, as a palace maid, would be least likely to raise their suspicions. As long as you can leave the palace, I believe you'll find a way to evade their pursuit. But Lu Xingnan worried that Ning would be in danger alone here. And Ning seemed to sense her concern and said, "Be rational, Xingnan. You're smarter than me. What I understand, you surely understand better. We can't escape the palace together. Since we've decided to seek her help, let's plan carefully. We must succeed." Lu Xingnan knew this was true and had to agree. She then stated that she would definitely find a way to rescue her. However, whenever Lu Xingnan went out, 2 guards would follow her. Lu Xingnan felt tense. It seemed the Xuanwu kingdom really valued this marriage alliance, even monitoring a princess's maid like her. At a medicine shop, Lu Xingnan asked them to wait outside while she bought some herbs for the princess. Inside, she handed a note to the shopkeeper saying, "I'd like to buy this herb. Please check for me." When the shopkeeper took the note, he found a Dan Hui token inside. He calmly replied, "I understand. This herb is indeed hard to find. Please wait a moment. I'll have some assistants check the warehouse." The shopkeeper then gave instructions to 2 assistants. Lu Xingnan hadn't expected that the Dan Hui token her grandfather gave her before leaving home would come in handy now. Moments later, Lu Xingnan left the shop, saying she needed to buy some trinkets for the princess. The guards were already growing impatient. Then, Lu Xingnan led them down a small alley. The guards were puzzled, wondering why she'd take such a route. Before they could complain further, 2 black-clad figures jumped down from the roof, quickly subduing both guards. One of them threw her a scroll, saying, "Hurry, don't waste time. We'll escort you secretly. After leaving the city, follow the map to Junyu City. No matter what happens, don't reveal yourself. The Dan Hui will help." After thanking them, Lu Xingnan quickly departed. Meanwhile, Wu Shuang received the news. He hadn't expected Lu Xingnan to have this backup plan, or that the Hui would secretly help her. To be safe, he sent Elder Blackspear to help clear any pursuers behind Lu Xingnan. The next day arrived. The Grand Tutor of Xuanwu Kingdom was furious, having received news of Lu Xingnan's escape. Fortunately, his subordinates informed him that the princess was still in the palace, showing no signs of escape. This puzzled the Grand Tutor. The princess hadn't fled, but her maid had escaped. How did she manage to escape? And what would she do after escaping? While he was pondering this, Princess and Ning suddenly came to question him. "Grand Tutor, what's going on? My personal maid has disappeared. Where are the people you assigned to protect her? You must explain this to me today." The Grand Tutor immediately asked Princess and Ning if she had ordered her maid to buy medicine last night, and Ning didn't deny it. "I was feeling unwell, so I asked my maid to buy some warming herbs." "What's wrong with that?" the cunning Grand Tutor asked. Did the princess give any other orders to the maid, such as instructions to escape? And Ning feigned anger. "What do you mean, Grand Tutor? Are you suspecting that I helped my maid escape? Do you still regard me as a princess?" "Princess, please calm down. I'm following the king's orders to take care of you, always mindful of your status." And Ning continued, "You assigned 2 soldiers to follow her. She's just a weak woman, yet she disappeared right under the noses of 2 Xian masters. Instead of reflecting on this, you suspect me? Besides, since entering the palace, I've never been out of your sight. How could I have arranged her escape?" With that, she turned to leave. Watching her leave, the Grand Tutor was filled with contempt. "You think coming here first and crying thief will confuse the issue? How ridiculous. Whatever game you're playing, it's all futile." He then ordered his subordinates to mobilize everyone to find a maid. Since Princess and Ning cared so much about that maid, they would use the maid to control her, to ensure she completes the marriage alliance obediently. Thus concludes Season 1 of Divine Dr. Wu Yu. Everyone must be eager to see how Jun Wu Yin will carve out his own path amid the 4 kingdoms' covetousness, how Bai Xian will suppress the king of hell's filial piety within him and meet Jun Wu Yin again, and what stories will unfold with Feng Xing, Wu Shuang, Lan Yi, Xiao Xiao, Princess and Ning, Lu Xingnan, and others. More importantly, how will Jun Ruo Yin, reborn as a beauty, affect Jun Wu Yin? And how will Jun Wu Yin defeat this enemy still lurking in the shadows? All these conclusions will be revealed in Season 2. Let's look forward to it together.